Hi, I'm Vanessa Fulston-Thomas, your host for this evening. Channel L Working Group wants to keep you informed about important issues affecting Manhattan and your community. Coming up next, Commissioner Al Appleton of the New York City Environmental Protection Department will lead a discussion about environmental issues. With Earth Week just moments away, April 16th to the 23rd, this is a distinct opportunity to ask Commissioner Appleton about anything which concerns you about New York City's environment and the future of such efforts in our city. Please participate in our live show. For the price of a phone call, just dial 505-6363. The phone number here once again is 505-6363. Coming up next, stay tuned.
The following program is brought to you by the Channel L Working Group.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Albert Appleton. I'm the Commissioner of the New York City Department of Environmental Protection. And our topic this evening is New York City's environment, Earth Day 1990 and beyond. I would first of all like to introduce our two distinguished guests this evening. On my right is Pam Lippy, who is the chairman of Earth Day New York City 1990. Earth Day New York City 1990 is one of the premier celebrations of Earth Day taking place in the United States and worldwide. On my left is Paul Gorman, who not only is the vice chairman of Earth Day 1990 New York City, but is also the director of the environmental program at St. John's Cathedral and is one of the founders and guiding spirits of Environment 8990. Which is one of the most sophisticated urban environmental programs developed and is playing a major role in setting environmental policy for our city. So when we talk tonight, and we want to talk to you, and to do that you call us at 505-6363. You should not only talk to me, but you should talk to Paul, for environmental policy in this city is a partnership. It's a partnership between government and you, the public.
Mostly you should talk to him.
All right, let me begin by asking Pam to talk a little bit about what's on tap for Earth Day, and then we'll talk a little about what New York City is doing for Earth Day. Pam?
Well, there are hundreds of events that are happening all over the city. The main events, which we are primarily involved in organizing, begin in Times Square at 9 o'clock in the morning on Sunday, Earth Day, April 22nd. We are doing an Earth Rising ceremony in Times Square that will feature Paul Winter and a Brazilian samba band, African dance troupe, an American Indian ceremony and dance troupe. We're trying to create a multicultural, inspirational event to open up the day. The Bread and Puppet Theater will be part of it, a number of the puppets in costumes from the Halloween parade. And all of those people will lead people from Times Square after the ceremony is over to an environmental exposition on the Avenue of the Americas, which will run from 42nd Street to 59th Street. And there we are going to be showing people what some of the technologies that exist today are that will help sort of lead the way towards a more sustainable future for the city and for the country and for the world. And some of the technologies that are in development now, environmentally sound merchandise, And there will be information booths representing many of the groups that are working here in the city so that they can talk to the public about the work that they're doing in the neighborhoods, and also some of the national organizations will be there as well. There will be 3 stages with entertainment on the Avenue of the Americas, one for children with mostly by children, but specifically entertainment directed for younger audiences. There will be a city music stage, which will include folk, rock, jazz, rap, and there will be a world music stage, which we are hoping are creating in a way to be reflective not only of the city but of the world and all the different cultures that make up this great city, and to make the point that this environmental movement really needs to be a worldwide movement and not just New York alone.
Pam, you mostly talked about what's happening on Sunday. Isn't there a series of events that are going to be taking place in the week before, what people are calling Earth Week?
There is an issue a day focus that will be both a national media campaign and a local media campaign, as well as an organizing focus for our constituent groups, and because we are working so closely with the city, many of the city agencies are involved as well. The issues a day start on Monday with energy, Tuesday is recycling, Wednesday is water, Thursday is transportation, Friday is toxics, and Saturday is parks and open spaces. And these issues will be dealt with both in the national media and through events that your department is organizing, as well as many of the organizations that we're working with in this coalition.
All right, at the end of this session, we're going to talk about how people can find out more about the events that are going to be going on through the week. I'd just now like for a minute to take a host prerogative and talk just a little bit about what the city's Department of Environmental Protection.
Right at the top of the show, shamelessly he goes to his own.
Shamelessly, absolutely, Paul, shamelessly. The first thing we're going to be doing, which I urge everyone to attend, is throughout the entire course of Earth Week. In fact, the exhibit is already up now. At the Con Ed Conservation Center at 42nd and Lexington Avenue, we have a new display on water conservation. And this is a display that not only has an interactive computer quiz, which will challenge virtually all of you to test your water literacy, so to speak, but for the children, particularly those children who have also viewed public television and learned about MathNet, the City of New York now has DripNet, and we want to invite the children and the children of the parents who are watching to enjoy this program. Now, the other thing we are doing that we are very anxious to have people involved in is we are offering tours of wastewater treatment plants. Now, I know that a sewage treatment plant is not necessarily anyone's idea of a romantic way to spend an afternoon, but sewage is something we all have to get rid of, not only we as individuals, but we as a city. And you will learn a lot, actually, about how the city functions going there. So
This is an event that you go to with a friend with whom you're not getting along very well.
No. I think, Paul, it's, in all seriousness for a minute, is enormously unfair to ridicule, which is what is one of the most important environmental functions of the city. If a lot of the people in my department didn't do this job, the city would cease to be inhabitable in a very short time. Right. Anyway, we have a very good set of people who are offering these tours, and let me just give a number. If you're interested in finding out how to take one, it's 860-8256, area code 212-860-8256. And the other thing I just want to mention, and then I'm going to turn it over to my somewhat rollicking friend here on the left, is that we are having Thursday in City Hall Park a demonstration of the cars of the future. Natural gas cars, methanol cars, solar cars, battery cars. Not sure we've got a wind car yet, but we're working on it. And I think if you want to come and see one of the things we're trying to do in the Dinkins administration for the transit of the 90s, this is the place to come. Now, we've talked a lot about events. We heard Pam talk a little bit about the larger place that the New York celebration fits into the worldwide context. Paul, you're recently back from Moscow in the first International Ecumenical Environmental Conference. Where does all of what we're doing, all of these kinds of fun things we're going to be enjoying, where does it fit in? Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, it proves that the Earth can even reach New York City in the sense of its urgency. Many of those of you who are watching right now and many people who are involved in these issues have perhaps been more drawn to problems like global warming or ozone depletion or endangered species, or those somewhat more immediately moving and more immediately understandable threats to the well-being of the planet. I think of the whale a decade ago that was a great symbol of environmental concern, and so the rainforest sort of succeeded the whale as a kind of an object of attention and either an excuse or a reason to have rock and roll concerts as benefits. But what's interesting about this, what's interesting about Al Appleton being commissioner and Pam working on Earth Day New York, and even someone like me being here, is that these issues are beginning to make themselves felt in the life of the city. And you were right to correct me about ridiculing waste, because we all should be honoring waste and thinking about how to relate to it creatively. But to get the issue of environment into an urban context, the complexity of treating waste, or the complexity of sustainable development, or the complexity of infrastructure, and all the things that you got to deal with day in and day out. Little did you believe in your earlier years as a conservationist and environmentalist that you'd have to be responsible for it all. That's the challenge for people in New York City, and it's a challenge for us to begin to educate ourselves about our home. Where is this home? How do we live in this home? How are we responsible for this home? And my own involvement in this issue, as exciting and fun as it is to go to conferences in Moscow, or to help the clergy turn their collars green up at the cathedral and elsewhere, is to educate myself about how to be an environmentally aware citizen in New York. And Earth Day, I think, is really New York's environmental awareness, if not in its infancy, a whole new level of engagement. I think what Pam and the others who are working so hard on this celebration are really about is really to begin to encourage citizens to educate themselves so that they can ask the right kind of tough questions of commissioners when you all get a chance to call him up in a half an hour. So it's the beginning of a percolating of opinion, and my friend is telling me to straighten out my tie, and this is cable television, so we can be relaxed.
All right, Pam, what do you think we're going to learn from Earth Day? Paul's talking about lessons. What's the lesson here to be learned?
Well, I think one of the things that this Earth Day is very much about that is a little different from the last Earth Day, and we are celebrating the 20th anniversary of the first Earth Day, and I'm afraid we find ourselves in just as perilous a situation, if not worse. But what this Earth Day is very much trying to focus in on is what people can do. It's not just about what the problems are, because I think that many people over the last 20 years have become aware that we have serious environmental problems. But this is what can we do as individuals. Part of it is putting pressure on people like you, and the other part is looking at what we can do in terms of the way we live our lives and the institutions that we're part of, whether it's our schools or our place of business, and seeing what kind of changes we can bring about that will, again, help lead us in the right direction and will help turn the way the society has developed its practices into a more sustainable route. So this Earth Day is very much trying to reach out and broaden the base of the environmental movement, as the first one did, but also get people to make a personal commitment and to pledge to make a difference not only in their own lives but in their institutions to make a change.
All right, personal commitment. I think personal commitment is a really crucial theme. It's a theme that, you know, at the Department of Environmental Protection we talk a lot about, because it's certainly commitment that carries people through the many difficulties of working with government and wrestling with these issues. And it's commitment, frankly. I was having a conversation with someone earlier about land use and land protection earlier this evening. This is a person who's interested in making a career change and getting into this business. And I said, if you really want to get into land use, you're getting into an area where you're headed for a lot of heartache. But I think the theme about the future of the world is that if we don't all band together and make these commitments, we're all headed for a lot of heartache. Now, as Paul said, this is cable, this is informal, this is a friendly discussion. Let's get some other people into this discussion. There's a phone number that someone is about to hold up for me. It's 505-6363. We want to encourage you to start calling in now and talking to us. And to give you some things you might want to talk to us about, let me just tick off again with those Earth Day topics. That we have energy and recycling. We have water and transportation. Toxics,
and
open space, and we even forgot air. But air is a subject that's near and dear to my heart. So let us hear from you.
I'm going to start, as if I were a caller, with a challenge to you, Al. Some of you may know that Al Appleton, before he assumed this exalted position as commissioner, was one of New York's and the country's leading environmental activists and advocates. And in that role, frequently had to come on television programs where people were sitting in this chair and he was sitting in this chair and ask questions. And how I would start out, and it just came to me in this moment, is I'd like to have you, as the advocate that you once were, ask yourself, as the commissioner you now are, the 3 toughest questions that you could ask the commissioner. So what would be the 3 toughest questions that you would put to yourself? And then I'd like you to answer them. Or you can do 2.
3 toughest questions.
They really got to be tough, and they got to be the kind of questions you would ask if you say, I'm going to really go after the commissioner on this cable television program tonight.
All right. 3, I suppose I'm going to ask the 3 toughest questions, but I'm going to take your if you want to do this, I'm going to put you in the commissioner's seat and say if I ask the questions, then you are going to ask them. The first question I would ask is, can we really clean up the air pollution and traffic congestion in New York City? And how are we going to do about it? The second toughest question I think I would ask is, do you have any plan for putting together a more sensible development pattern in the city? And the third question I think I would ask is, given everything that's happening in the world around us, the addition of 250,000 people a day to the human family, the addition of 1,000 chemicals a year, to the economic system, the exponential use in land growth across the environment, and the breakdown of kind of a social sense of community. Even if we break our chops to bring some environmental sense to this city, how would we do it? But I'm going to let you off the hook because we have
Don't let me off the hook.
We have a phone call waiting.
Okay.
You're on the air, whoever you are.
I hope they can't, so I get a chance to answer one of your questions. How can we deal with a sensible development policy? My answer to that as commissioner is I've made a decision as commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection to tell Donald Trump that a television city is unacceptable, that it puts too much of a load on the infrastructure and doesn't develop and overdevelops the river. And as your crusading environmental protection commissioner, I'm going to say, New York, divorce Donald. I won't answer the first or the third question. Now you can take a phone call.
All right, do we have any phone calls?
All right, people, here's your opportunity to grill the commissioner. So give him the number.
The number again is 505-6363. 505-6363, and let's talk to you.
Before the call comes in, maybe, I know you were talking about air.
This time we have a phone call waiting.
Hello.
Hello?
You're on the air.
Yes, hi. I'm calling from Manhattan. And I'm wondering, in all the hoopla and hype about Earth Week, there is very little discussion about population control, which, when you're talking about saving the Earth, it really comes down to being too many humans on this planet. And I'm wondering about the fear and why it doesn't get discussed. And don't you think it should?
Part of our problem is that there are just too many issues and too many problems that we have to address. Faye Waddleton, who's head of Planned Parenthood, is on the National Board of Directors of Earth Day, and it is an issue that we, deal with in our fact sheets and in our sort of broad information packets. But as Commissioner Appleton pointed out, there are only 6 days in the week before Earth Day. And so we tried to focus on some of the key environmental issues and, in fact, left out air. So it is not due to a lack of recognition that is an important issue and clearly relates to many of the problems that we're facing both in this country and internationally. But unfortunately, you just can't deal with everything.
All right, we have another phone call waiting.
Hello?
You're on the air.
Yes, I have a question for the Commissioner Appleton.
Shoot.
What do you see as the impact of the clean air bill that just passed the Senate is going to have on New York City?
Great.
Well, the clean air bill will help, but frankly will not help unless we get some stronger amendments nearly as much as we wanted to. The most important thing we got out of the clean air bill was the Regional Ozone Transport Commission, which sounds very bureaucratic. The fact of the matter is that so much air pollution comes from outside New York City. Without some kind of regional device to handle it, we're pretty powerless about ozone. We would have liked to have gotten much stronger standards with respect to car tailpipe emissions, new fuels, use of alternative vehicles, and a number of other provisions. The Clean Air Act the new Clean Air Act is going to be a help. It could have been a lot bigger help. Okay? Paul, you're back.
Well, I just, to follow it up, there are some decisions that you all have the power to make in city government that will affect the quality of our air, as you would say. And I'm particularly concerned with what you all have in mind to increase the use of mass transit, to reduce automobile use. I don't get at all what this Westway payback is all about, and maybe you can talk about that. But how can the city, within the confines of the federal law, move to reduce the causes of air pollution, which are automobiles, coming into the central city?
Let's hold that and see what the phone caller has to say first, and maybe we'll answer the two together. You're on the air.
Hello, yes. I'd like to know how come the city of New York doesn't buy cars that reduce the carbon monoxide emissions that come out, like the fire department, the police department, the sanitation department. There are cars manufactured this way, and there's such a fleet of cars here in New York that the government owns, the city government owns. And when they start buying new cars, demand that these engines be put in there, and they will be.
Well, actually, I'm pleased you asked that question, and I don't mean to sound like Richard Nixon either, because we're about to start doing that. We have 50 experimental vehicles in the sanitation fleet that run natural gas. We have a number of people scattered around driving methanol cars and even electric cars. And one of the things the mayor is very much committed to do is to begin to do just what you said, buy those kinds of cars. Now, the only glitch in this plan is the mayor is also committed to reduce the total number of cars in the city fleet, both to cut down the miles driven and to save money. So
I realize that, but at the same point in time, any amount of cars would help, I think.
Well, we're going to
once New York City starts doing it, I'm sure other cities would do it too.
Well, actually, that
would be the keynote city doing it.
Well, that's exactly our strategy. We hope to begin to make a market for alternate use vehicles.
Well, we could get it done like in Newark, and then there's other cities where the wind comes over New York, and in Pennsylvania, and etc. We could reduce the whole carbon monoxide situation over the Northeast Corridor.
Well, that's.
I mean, it's a grandiose scheme. I realize this.
No, it's not a grandiose scheme. Look, if the only scheme that will work is a grandiose scheme, then a grandiose scheme is the most practical scheme. Niels Bohr, who's the very, very famous atomic physicist, who was really a contemporary of Einstein, once said, "Your idea is crazy, young man, but it's not crazy enough to be true." That some grandiose schemes are actually the most practical thing you could do.
Well, I think somebody should get on the rear end to those people in other states then and start there.
Well, we're going to be working on that.
Okay,
Pam?
thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, you have to start somewhere, and I think this is what, Earth Day is attempting to do. It's to raise the visibility of these alternatives and these issues and to create the demand on the part of the public that the public officials start to act in these directions. And I think We're very lucky to have the kind of leadership that we have in the Dinkins administration that is moving in this direction, and I think going to be providing leadership for the rest of the country.
Well, I will say this. Certainly, after looking at the Clean Air Act, we made some progress, but there were too many people in Congress who meant well feebly. And we in New York City are going to pay some of the price for that, because some of the measures that would have helped us most to get clean air did not get by the Congress. And I frankly think that the interests who fought clean air, like the automobile manufacturing industry, made a very serious and short-sighted error, because one of the things we should have learned in the last 15 years from the way Japan has outcompeted us in the automobile industry is that the way to be successful is to embrace the future, not to fight it. The future is is pollution-free cars, and the longer Detroit drags its feet, the farther it's going to fall behind.
We should have another call, and maybe people need to be reminded what the number is.
505-6363. We have about 3 minutes left, I think, so there's probably time for one call if someone hurries.
While we wait, maybe you can speak to the question of mass transit. I mean, a lot of us were discouraged to see the fare go up another 15 cents. One obvious alternative, whether you can change automobile fuels quickly, is a problem, but certainly you can encourage more ridership. And I know you and your buddy Dr. Riccio of the Department of Transportation have thought about this. What can the city do with the MTA to encourage more subway ridership? And more specifically, can you pledge, and do you think the mayor can pledge to keep the fare to $1.15 for his duration of his first term?
No, the mayor can't make any of that kind of pledge. It's got to be the mayor, of course, does not want to see the subway fare go any higher, but the mayor is not totally in control of the subway fare situation. We have to have an enormous capital program for the subways. I think basically what we need is kind of a civic consensus across the board that will say that, mass transit is as important a priority as automobile transit, and we are going to spend as much money. Let me tell you one thing that emerged.
As important as automobile?
I mean, financially. Let me tell you one thing that emerged in the clean air debates. Right now, if you drive into the city and park, you can get a $300 a month tax-deductible subsidy by your employer. The same employer can only give you $15 a month subsidizing mass transit use. That gives us an incredible subsidy to car use. Federal government spends billions and billions of dollars every year on building roads, repairing roads, financing roads. The federal government is trying to get out of the funding of mass transit business. Our single biggest problem in mass transit, and we were notably unsuccessful in the Clean Air Act in trying to get people to focus on this, is the incredible disproportionate amount of funding that goes to the car versus mass transit on a national level. Now, we've got a little less than 1 minute left, so I want to focus on, we'll be back after a 1 minute break. Let me just take the last few seconds we're going to have here to give you again a couple of phone numbers. To find out about the DEP programs, you call 212-860-8256. During the break, you're going to see placed on the screen the key information number for all Earth Day 1990 events. And they've got the right slogan, Earth Day 1990. Don't miss it for the world. Because frankly, what Earth Day 1990 is about is the world. And let's keep in mind that it's your world we're talking about it. After the break, come back and talk to us about this world. Thanks all. See you in a minute. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're talking about Earth Day 1990, New York City. We're talking about the New York City environment. And once again, I'm Al Appleton, New York City Commissioner of Environmental Protection. And as we said in the first half of the program, what we really want to do is talk to you. To talk to us, you call us at 505-6363. Ask us about Earth Day, ask us about the events, ask us about the environment of the city you live in, that's your world. And
ask tough questions of the commissioner, who's more than equipped to handle them, so you shouldn't worry about putting him on the spot.
Ask tough questions about my friend here. What's he helping me to do to solve these tough problems,
right,
besides putting on this wonderful Earth Day program, which we really very much hope you are all going to participate in. Pam, let's talk for a minute about what we were talking about, congestion, traffic. What's Earth Day going to do to highlight traffic, congestion, air pollution?
Well, again, we're working very closely with the city and with the Department of Transportation Commissioner Lou Riccio, and as I understand it, the Department of Transportation are planning some very exciting things. I don't know whether I'm at liberty to talk about them, but we are, in our main event area, shutting down certain streets, shutting down Times Square, to try and illustrate that what a car-free environment can look like. We are also, again, trying to work closely with our constituent groups to highlight some of the air problems and some of the alternatives to the car by creating bike lanes and bike events and alternative fuel vehicle parades to, again, illustrate to the New York City residents.
All right, we have a phone call waiting. Let's talk to someone. You're on the air.
Hello. I'm just wondering, I don't even know where to begin, but certainly during the Koch administration, these environmental problems, which impact most heavily in Latino and African American communities, were not addressed for 12 years. Now we have minority poor communities where things have been placed that are harmful to our health, and there seems to be no leadership around bringing information to the poor community. It's his Earth Day or DEP. Do you have any initiatives to correct some of these injustices?
Well, let me speak about the department, because we're going to be in business longer, although Earth Day is hopefully going to highlight what we're doing. We have a very extensive and an extremely rapidly expanding community outreach program, and we have been dealing with problems like North River in Harlem and the impact of environmental facilities on Greenpoint. And we want to talk to a lot of people. Frankly, one of the nicest things we're all going to find about having David Dinkins as mayor is the mayor really believes very seriously that you get a better government when you talk to the public. And people in those communities should be coming and talking to us as we are reaching out to talk to them, because we want to change what you just described. Pam, talk about Earth Day for a minute.
Yeah, we have very consciously tried to create an event that not only culturally reaches out to those communities, but that highlights many of the urban environmental issues with a special focus on the issues that the commissioner referred to, the toxic problems in a number of the neighborhoods, the incinerators. We have very consciously tried to make New York City Earth Day focus on those issues and on those neighborhoods, and to involve the people in those neighborhoods in this movement, and again to make it relevant that the environmental movement is not just about wildlife and the great outdoors. It's about air, it's about water, and it's about the problems that everyone faces in New York City and all of the neighborhoods.
All right, it's about the city you live in. We have another phone call? Hello, you're on the air.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, yes. Mr. Commissioner, I wonder if you could tell me, how many days in the past year has New York City failed to meet the federal air quality standards?
The air quality standards we fail to meet on a regular basis.
Well, how many days was that per year? Can you tell me?
I don't have the exact number.
Well, in Los Angeles, it was 3 days last year. In New York, I suspect it's no more than that. Yet we're seeing right now a Congress that, because of a lack of critical examination by an overly sympathetic news media, has steamrolled and a so-called clean air bill on the American public, which is going to cost consumers more than the gross profits of 7 of the top Fortune 500 companies in the country in a single year. How can we justify that?
Well, first of all, I don't agree with any of those numbers.
Then can you give me your own statistics, please?
I'll tell you the own statistics. In two of the key pollutants, in carbon monoxide, we are regularly 50 to 75% over the federal attainment.
How much of that has come from pre-1983 automobiles?
Not enough. 90%.
Virtually all of it. In fact, according to virtually every federal study that I've seen, is going to the clean air law, as far as automobile pollution is concerned, is going to reduce it by 1%. And the Detroit car makers say they don't even have the technology to meet the standards that are going to be imposed on them.
The Detroit car makers in 1965 said they didn't have the technology to meet 1970 standards, and since then they've gotten the air pollution rate down from those cars by 9 times.
At a cost of almost doubling the cost of an automobile. Now you have
the cost of an automobile.
You have a per capita income in the state of Mississippi of $15,000. It's going to cost approximately $600 per automobile to meet the EPA standards that are going to be required by the new Clean Air Law.
Well, now
what is that going to do to somebody in a state where the average median income is $15,000? You've priced them out of the market. We haven't built an airport in this country since 1973. You have environmental elitists, Abercrombie and Fitch environmentalists, who are shutting this country down.
I've heard that. That argument is the oldest chestnut in the world. Every time there's an environmental issue, someone tells us that the economy is going to collapse if we don't allow some freeway to be built through the heart of downtown Manhattan. We stop the freeway from being built, life goes on. I mean, the proposal for these airports basically is like Westway. Westway was a proposal to subsidize the richest part of the Manhattan real estate industry. I mean, we get these numbers all the time. They are as phony as a $3 bill. Of course, Detroit beats their breast and claims they're going to go bankrupt if they don't go to some kind of new technology. I mean, why don't you instead of looking at the Mississippi median income, why don't you look at the Mississippi health cohort statistics? Asthma is the biggest single cause of admission of children into hospitals in this city. Asthma is directly air quality related. The American Lung Association estimates there's 150,000 premature deaths a year directly related to sulfur respiratory problems. I mean, these kind of scare numbers come up all the time. I keep saying, I defy people to show me one business in the United States of America that is being shut down. And if you want to read companies, radical environmental elitists like Business Week, they will tell you that the country lost $100 billion on nuclear power. I mean, don't throw these numbers around at me. I live with these numbers every day of my life. The real truth of the matter is that environmental protection saves the country billions of dollars in infrastructure costs, in health care costs, and it makes for a better economy. Okay.
Yeah, and I think anyone who lives and breathes and walks in New York City, especially in the summer months, knows that what this caller just said is patently untrue. I mean, there's clearly an air pollution problem in New York City, as there is clearly an air pollution problem in LA and most other major cities in this country. And the American public, beyond that, has said time and time again in national opinion polls that they are willing to pay for the air and the water to be cleaner.
All right, we have another phone call waiting. Hello?
Hello?
You're on the air.
I promised myself that for Earth Day, I would start doing something about getting trees planted on my block. Could you please tell me how to get started in New York City?
Yes, you want to call the New York City Parks Department, and it'll take you a little, since I'm sorry I don't have the direct number, you're going to have to fight your way through their switchboard at the Arsenal. But call New York City Parks Department at the Arsenal. They have a very specific program that will tell you how to get a hold of a tree, how to get your name on a list, how to get tree planting going.
How long do you think it'll take?
Depends on how persistent you are.
What kind of tree do you want to grow, too?
There's the New York City Street Tree Consortium. Is that, I believe, is a...
They're a very good group, but I think in terms of parks is your best bet.
Thanks very much.
Okay, good.
Bye.
Okay, while we're waiting for another call, 505-6363, let me deal with the question of the economy versus the environment for a second, because it's a question that gets thrown up in our face a great deal. And President Bush argued that, if we had the Clean Air Act, if it gets wanted, it would cost $41 billion annually, whereas his Clean Air Act only costs $19 billion annually. Now, $19 billion annually sounds like a lot of money until you remember that the federal budget is $1 trillion a year, and the United States gross national product is well over the amount of $4 trillion a year. So that you were talking about less than 0.5% of the gross national product, and what you get is an enormous range of benefits as a result. Let's also talk about what acid rain really means. Acid rain is a very good example of the economics of environmental pollution, and I want to use another one closer to home. Midwestern utility companies burn fuel. They send the garbage, because airborne pollution is really garbage. They send it eastward into the United States and Canada. We now know from EPA studies, from National Academy of Science studies, that acid rain causes between $8 and $16 billion a year of damage to northeastern infrastructure resources. It's hurting us very badly in our own watershed, where we're seeing nitrate levels go up. What the control for acid rain would cost, all right, so it would cost $6 billion a year to control acid rain. Sounds like an enormous number, right? In fact, that's a 5.5% increase on Midwestern utility rates. What the Midwest is doing is saving $6 billion on their utility rates at the cost of $8 to $16 billion for us. That is not only a wrong economic transfer, but it's an equitable transfer for the Northeast. Let me use a quick second example close to home, and then let me try and bait a few more phone calls out. Right now, there's a development pattern. We get this wonderful water. You see three of us sipping occasionally from our Catskill and Croton watersheds. This waterworks is a masterpiece of engineering. Ed Koch didn't say nearly as many right things about the environment as I wish he had, but he did once say that this is the champagne of drinking water. And he's right. Now, unfortunately, in the next 5 to 10 years, if we don't control the development pattern in the Catskills, we're going to have to spend $4 to $5 billion to filter this water. That translates into a $50,000 per house subsidy of development in the Catskills. And for what? I can give you, regional plan can give you, all sorts of land planning experts can give you the exact same development density with 10% of the environmental impact. We are really supposedly spending $5 billion because we're lazy. That's not good economics, and that's not Abercrombie and Fitch elitists. We have a phone call waiting. Hello?
Hi.
Hi, you're on the air.
I live a few blocks from the North River treatment plant. We call it the toilet bowl.
Subject near and dear to our hearts.
Smell it. But I'm concerned about something larger. I've noticed, I live on Riverside Drive near the plant, a number of trees are dying from something that's turning them white and killing them. Could that be related to whatever's coming out of that plant?
It could be, but it's not likely. What it's much more likely to be related to, I'm afraid, is the automobile exhaust of the cars going along the drive. However, it's something we'd not heard of before, and I'm going to have someone check on it.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Grill the commissioner.
This is what friends are for.
Right.
Helping to grill. Let's grill Paul a little more about where we're going to go after Earth Day. Where are you going to try and help lead the environmental community to grill me to?
I think we'll grill you, and then we'll give you the champagne of water to cool you off. Really, the challenge. I'm just one person who like maybe many of you listening right now, hears the command over this situation that Al has, and we should have a Commissioner of Environmental Protection who has this extraordinary amount of knowledge and understanding and commitment that's been built up over 25 years or something
10.
like that. 25 plus 10 years?
Yeah, just 10.
10 years. Well, I was going to say, of educating yourself to these issues. I mean, in a certain sense, I feel like I'm a newcomer to a lot of these. And I think a lot of us who live in the city, seriously, have got to figure out how to be informed citizens. I mean, the quality of questions that have come in tonight have been really exciting, but ranging from somebody who, whatever his statistics were, has been reading his books, of some books, and a woman who happened to notice the quality of trees outside her house. I think all of us are going to have to learn how to pay more attention, to own into the issue, to make personal decisions, as Pam was saying before, about how we buy and what our use of transportation is, and what our habits are in terms of turning out the lights in our apartment when we leave, and whether people really need to take a taxi, or whether, I mean, I have just noticed a couple of times, it may seem very small, but a couple of times in which I've been late for an appointment, there's been a temptation to take a taxi cab, and for the first time in, my life, I've said no to a taxi cab or using my car.
And I'm going to say no more while we take a phone call. You're on the air.
Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I went to a spa this summer in the Rocky Mountains, and they insisted on doing a hair analysis. One of the things they found was an enormously high level of lead in my hair, and the only thing I can think of that I might get it from is the water in my building. I've been trying real hard to have the water tested, and it doesn't seem to be something that is normally done either by your agency or the water office, and I wonder what you suggest I do.
Why don't you give me the address of the building and we will look into it.
Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Give me the address of the building. We'll
200 West 90th Street, New York, 10024.
All right, we will find out what should be done and we will check it.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Okay, well, we're waiting for another call.
This is call in and ask the commissioner to solve your problems, too.
All right, but what will solve problems is not a commissioner, even if all the flattering things Paul were saying, had some basis in reality. What will solve it is all of us. Pam, talk about how Earth Day is going to mobilize all of us for a minute.
Well, these kind of massive events that bring people together to educate them, but to also excite them and make them realize that they're not alone is really what Earth Day is all about. I mean, part of what we're trying to deal with is this feeling on the part of people that this is just too big a problem and that they can't get a handle on it, and so they're not even going to look at it. And I think that what Earth Day is going to hope to do, in addition to giving people information that they can take home about what things that they can do and what they can change, is to show them that they are part of a huge number of people that are concerned about this issue and that they really want to do something about it, and make people realize that together we can solve these problems.
Can I pick up on that just from Earth Day? Because it was part of my unfinished answer.
Before you pick up, let me say we have a phone call waiting. And we are
unless the caller wants to defer. But you go ahead.
Caller, don't defer. It's my turn.
He heard something coming. Go ahead.
Go ahead. You're on the air.
Hello?
Hello. You're here.
Yes. I have a question for you that I don't think I've seen discussed recently on any of these programs, and that is the situation in New York City about noise pollution. Now, when I go to bed at night, I lay there maybe a half hour before I go to sleep. It does not fail that within 15 minutes we have the EMS, we have the police department, we have the fire department, which incidentally are one of the major violators, and also we have all these taxis, limousines, and automobiles that constantly blow their horn when they're stuck in traffic. Now, couldn't there be some mandatory regulation issued in New York City to control the volume of the horns and the sirens from these automobiles?
Well, part of the problem with the sirens is they are trying to get through the automobiles that are ever more congested or ever ruder. And frankly, emergencies are emergencies and we have to accommodate them. As for but you're right, the city's getting noisier, and frankly, I inherited some able and enthusiastic but very depleted noise staff people. I mean, that was a function that was really allowed to deteriorate to almost nothing in the 80s. The city, believe it or not, has an anti-horn honking law that, as you can see, it is obviously not honored very well. We will never deal with that solely enforcement we have to do some public education. Every day I'm on the subway, I can hear people's Walkman. If I can hear it, they're not going to be able to hear it much longer, because the doctors will tell you that any Walkman that is loud enough to be heard by a bystander is doing hearing damage. We have to create an ethic, a celebration, a love of silence.
Hey.
Let me ask something to Pam. Are we going to do anything about silence in Earth Day?
Actually, we are going to have a moment of silence as part of our opening ceremonies, where the symbolic Earth is going to rise out of Times Square. So we are addressing the noise pollution problem, if only briefly. But it is, again, one of the many issues, the too many issues that we need to try and address through Earth Day.
It should be marked on this program. It should be marked on this program that this is probably the first civic official who has declared himself so forthrightfully on behalf of a policy of silence in New York City. And I think listeners should acknowledge that.
All right, we have a phone call waiting. Before we do, there are many people who believe that civic officials should be the first people to take a vow of silence. You're on the air.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, I'd like to know what's happening with the newspapers that are being collected for recycling.
They're being recycled.
I heard there was a backlog that they just couldn't get rid of them.
There was a period in which basically the city was not getting the revenue back from the sale of the recycled papers it had hoped, because there was a temporary glut in the market. What's happening, though, is other cities like New York and other cities, either voluntarily or legally, are beginning to force newspapers and paper suppliers to use a certain percentage of recycled product. As these laws are kicking in, that backlog, that problem is beginning to go away.
And the recycling, how long will it take before it's fully developed in the city?
We're committed to make 25% in 4 years, 40% in 7 years, but it'll be 10 to 15 years before we get the full potential. I've got another call waiting. You're on the air.
Plus, that was a tricky question, and there's a lot more to say about it.
But first, let our phone caller have their say. You're on the air.
Hello?
Yes, we've got you.
On water quality, sir.
Shoot.
I think your answer was inadequate the first time around, because there really is a water quality problem that individual citizens can pay attention to if they knew how to get hold of people who could give them the answers on their water. How do you set up a baseline on water quality if you're an individual citizen? There are people in Manhattan that do that. I think that it would be helpful if your agency could provide the names of companies that do, at individual citizens' expense, baseline water quality studies.
That seems to me like something we ought to look at as part of our public affairs program, and I appreciate the suggestion. Thanks. Any other calls on the line? Okay, Paul, you get another shot at me.
Well, I'd go a little further on the recycling question. I mean, there are obviously a lot of people in the city, and particularly people in Brooklyn, who are concerned about the question of incineration. And in the process of writing the Environment 89 and 90 platform that we worked on together before you moved into a position to implement it, we had a lot of serious questions about, is there going to have to be massive mass burn incineration in New York City? Can the mayor maintain this moratorium on it? And all the questions that you obviously know a lot of us feel passionately about. How does that look? Can we set higher recycling goals? Will we have to move towards incineration? Can we maintain the moratorium? Will you argue within the councils of government to maintain the moratorium?
I mean, the moratorium is not something that's indefinite. The moratorium is a period in which we go through a process that at the end we've got a decision. And we go through a process that's done in a way that everyone sees the decision, even if they don't agree with it, is fair and legitimate and is based on the merits. I think it's a mistake in the Dinkins administration to see this as a choice between recycling and incineration. The mayor is 100% committed to pushing recycling along as far as he can, as fast as he can. The reason incineration remains on the table is to be debated and considered is we have basically one landfill left, Fresh Kills. We see down the line a limited ability to export garbage a limited series of options. As long as those options are so limited, we cannot responsibly rule incineration out. On the other hand, if people can demonstrate ways to overcome those limitations, then you've given the mayor an ability to make a final decision that basically is able to leave the incineration option on the table. But it is a mistake to think of this as an ideological question. It is a difficult, complicated question. The state is not showing a lot of leadership in helping us find alternatives to incineration. And as I say, this is going to be a complicated process, needs a careful decision. I think we have time for one last call. It's waiting. Go ahead, please. You're on the air.
Yes, hello. Calling because I was just curious if anything has been done in reference to a campaign in the New York metropolitan area on like a cleanup program to get all of the people in this area involved in a program where they would clean up in their own area in reference to their neighborhood, their buildings, the street, anywhere where it affects them directly. The reason I'm asking this is because as a child, I grew up in the South, and I was in Cub Scouts, Boy Scouts, things like that, and we had programs that we were involved in. There was
all right, let me jump in because we're short of time, and there's some things I want you to know about. There's a wonderful example of this going on right in New York City. It's called the Whole Community Garden Program. And that there's hundreds of community gardens where people have basically pitched in, cleaned out vacant lots or other areas, and basically transformed them into gardens. In fact, they're doing so right below my office at City Hall, where they're creating a wildflower meadow. There's an enormous amount of community groups. We and other agencies have very good indexes of these kinds of programs that are available. If you get involved with a block association or a community garden or a program like Green Gorillas, I think you'll find a lot of opportunities for that wonderful kind of civic self-help. Okay, I've got less than a minute. Pam, do you want to make a final
I just want to quickly say that there are a number of cleanups that are going on around Earth Day in all 5 boroughs, and that if you're interested in finding the details out about the ones in your neighborhood, you should call our offices, and you can call here Channel L to get the numbers.
All right, Paul?
I'd just like to say, 2 things immediately for people to do. Earth Day is really a critically important opportunity for people to make known their concerns on this. And you have here in Commissioner Appleton, obviously somebody who cares. So join us with Earth Day and talk to him.
All right, and I want to thank everyone. We've had a wonderful dialogue. We will see you all out in the streets on Earth Day.
Hi, for those of you who just tuned in, I'm Vanessa Fulton-Thomas, your host for this evening, and you're watching programming brought to you by Channel L Working Group. Each week, we bring you in direct contact with public officials and nonprofit organizations which represent the energy and diversity which give the city its character. We gear our programs to you, to issues that affect your community. Please, we urge you to become an active member of Channel L by calling us or simply writing in your comments. For those of you celebrating the holidays next week, Easter and Passover, we wish you a happy. We will be replaying these programs during those times, so check in with us. And now for the lineup on April 18th. At 7 o'clock, Community Board 11 reports. At 7:30, Social Security Close-Up with Lester Gray. At 8 o'clock, Manhattan at Large presents Councilmember Richard Dreyfuss. At 9 p.m., Video Spectrum documentary series Once Again. And at 9:30, we present New York State Division of Youth. This concludes our live call-in programming for this evening. Thank you for joining us, and we hope you enjoyed what you saw. Please enjoy the holiday next week and our selection of repeats. Be sure to tune in with us in 2 weeks. Until then, I'm Vanessa Fulton-Thomas, and thank you for joining us this evening. Good night.
Welcome to New York Hotline. I'm Bob Herbert. There's another oil spill in New York Harbor. Today, cleanup began yet again in the Arthur Kill. This time, 40,000 gallons of heating oil were dumped near Exxon's Bayway refinery. That gives us an astounding total of 375 reported spills in New York Harbor this year alone. To make matters worse, there is a perpetual oil leak beneath the neighborhood of Greenpoint in Brooklyn. 17 million gallons of oil have seeped from storage tanks over the past 50 years. Now, under pressure, Mobil Oil says it will begin to clean up this particular mess. And Congress, apparently, is finally ready to pass a bill boosting oil companies' liability for spill damage. Tonight, Hotline examines how the oil industry has escaped responsibility for damage to the environment over all these years. And we will try to find out why it has taken disaster after disaster to force tighter controls. But first, let's take a look at New York Harbor, the hub of oil transport for the entire Northeast. And we'll also see how spilled oil has damaged Shooter's Island, a very delicate bird reserve in the Kill Van Kull.
In New York Harbor, we have approximately 1.2 million barrels of petroleum product moving a day, and that equates to 500 million gallons of petroleum product that is moved in barges, ships, and pipelines through the Port of New York. Approximately 75% of that oil moves through the area called the Kill Van Kull, and that is the waterway that separates New Jersey from Staten Island.
The biggest hazard in New York Harbor is the amount of traffic that we get. It's a ship coming or going from New York Harbor every 6 minutes.
There are approximately 100 transfers of oil a day. That is, in other words, a hose being hooked up from a barge or a tank ship to a facility ashore.
The only type of oil that I've handled myself is when the Nautilus ran aground and there was just chunks of the oil floating around. It was just really bad.
On the oil spill from the BT Nautilus, this oil was very unique in that it was a very heavy oil, and it mostly stayed right in the Kill Van Kull area. The oil, in some cases, was approximately 2 or 3 feet thick, and when the oil cleanup personnel, some of them were standing in it up to their waists, actually using vacuum hoses, and the most that they could pull out was where they put the hose. We still have a couple of hundred people that are working in various areas. The concentration of the oil is a lot less, and we're down to more of the hot water washing and the scraping of the rocks.
Well, these guys are they're using steam to clean up the oil on the rocks from the oil spill about 3 weeks ago. It was the BT Nautilus.
How does it look to you?
It's pretty, the oil's real thick. It's almost like, it kind of looks like chewing gum almost.
It's terribly difficult work. It's manpower intensive, it's very sloppy, and it's also very dangerous.
The area that we're in right now on the western side of Staten Island is a feeding area for the herons, egrets, and ibis that nest on the islands in the Kilvan Cull and the Arthur Kill. It produces quite a bit of small marine life, which is their principal diet. The fiddler crabs you see along the bank here are the principal diet of the yellow-crowned night heron. The yellow scum or brown scum on the water is an oil residue. Whether this affects the crabs or not, we don't know yet. Shooter's Island in the Kilvan Cull has got a permanent boom around it now, I believe. That's to stop any future oil spill from flowing onto the shores, which helps to protect the wading birds in the pilings and the debris that have washed up on the shores. The barges that are located at the south end of the island are a nesting area for the gulls and cormorants out there. And this is a new species of bird for us to have breeding here on Shooter's Island, the cormorants. The way the oil affects the wading birds is it adheres to their body. When they go back to feed their young or to sit on the eggs, the oil is then transferred onto the eggs, and it will suffocate, or the poisons in the oil will penetrate the eggshell and kill the embryos. Another oil spill, to me, is disheartening to the fact of losing our local birds. Once they're gone, you can't tell a bird to come back.
My guests are Robert Henley of the Village Voice, Dr. Donald Butcher of the New York State Petroleum Council, and Carol Ash of the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation. Good evening. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Carol, you just came from the site of today's spill. Maybe you can bring us up to date. What actually happened?
Well, it's unclear still exactly what happened, but as far as we can piece together, there were two barges. There was one barge coming out of the Exxon Bayway facility. Neither of those barges owned by Exxon, but a third company. And as the tugs were taking one of the barges out, somehow the tug lost control and it careened into a second barge that was parked in the pierway. That caused a hole approximately 15 feet wide to be gouged into the barge where the tugs had lost control, and that caused number 2 heating oil, 40,000 gallons of it, to be spilled into the waterways.
Now, while we were waiting to go on the air, you had mentioned that if you don't get this stuff right away, there's a problem. What happens if you don't jump on the cleanup?
If you don't jump on the cleanup immediately, if you don't have booms already in place, ready to go, then within an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours, depending on what type of oil it is, you will have or have the potential of having major damage to some of our wildlife areas where we've spent millions of dollars over the last several years bringing them back to life. In this particular area where the oil spill occurred today, it's less than 1 mile from Pearls Island, less than 1 mile from Pearls Island, which is a major rookery now, and the young birds have just been born, and the mothers are looking around for feeding areas. So if you don't contain it immediately, it moves out, the waves take it, the tides take it, and then you're constantly playing a game of where to boom and how to keep the boom, which is the containment medium in place so that you can continue to narrow down your damage area.
So how'd it go today? Did any of that heating oil escape this area you're talking about?
It did, even though the accident occurred right at the pier line. 40,000 gallons had escaped. Of that, 20,000 is out in the waterway. 20,000 has been boomed in or contained around the barge itself. But the 20 that has escaped has hit up into a little bit of Prall's Island, a little bit north in Shooter's Island, and into some of the creekways.
So that's half of the spill.
That's right.
Actually, got away.
The 20,000 got away. That's right.
Bob, tell us. One, what the effect of this 20,000, if you know, of 20,000 gallons of heating oil now having swept into the harbor, what kind of impact is that going to have?
I think that the problem here is that this stuff is going to volatilize, and you're going to have the hydrocarbons and benzene and stuff go up in the atmosphere. So it may be, euphemistically, the mainstream media says it evaporated, as if somehow that means it's saved up on cleanup costs.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean that we don't have some significant exposure to human beings as well as to wildlife through atmospheric exposures, through the elements that are picked up into the air. Mm-hmm. So it's hard to say. I do know that the last spill, the number 6, was just devastating because it went down onto the mud flats where it started to see an emergence of a diverse worm population, which is part of the beginnings of the food chain and the resurgence of the very picturesque blue herons and the other kinds of fowl that we've seen return.
Mm-hmm. Don, you're from the Petroleum Council, so first tell us what that is and what the council does.
The New York State Petroleum Council is really a trade association representing the major oil marketers in New York State. We have, we're a part of, really an affiliate of the American Petroleum Institute, and we represent all the major marketers and refiners of petroleum products in New York State. There's also a sister council in New Jersey, the New Jersey Petroleum Council, and we work together have been working together in an attempt to try to identify and take action to find new ways to prevent oil spills. There isn't anybody on this panel, frankly, Bob, that's more concerned about oil spills and wanting to do something about it. The companies that I represent, we're working to do something about it. It's a very difficult problem, and we think we're making great strides forward to do something about it. It's unfortunate that we're having these spills, and we're concerned about that, and we're going to, I hope during this conversation, talk about some of the things that we're doing about that.
Since the first of this year, and we're only now in July, we've had more than 1 million gallons of oil spilled into New York Harbor. Why does this keep on happening?
Well, there are different reasons. The Coast Guard says that the harbor is no worse than any other harbor. There are about 6 spills per 1,000 transfers is at an average that they report to us, and they've told us that this isn't any worse than any other harbor. We aren't happy if there's 1 spill, and it's unfortunate that we have spills, and we're continuing to do things to try to do something about that. Part of it is we're in a very congested harbor, a busy harbor. We transfer 1.2 million gallons a day. So what you're talking about is how much oil is transferred every day. In the first 7 months, we've spilled into the ocean, as has been reported here. But we're concerned about that. We're going to do something about it. We are doing some things about it, and I hope we get a chance to talk about that.
Bob, you're shaking your head.
I think that the problem here is that, first of all, there's this major strike that's been going on for a long time with the tugboats, for 2.5 years now, where the folks that make the decisions about who control the tugboats have been basically locked out, the local union that's been doing this for years. And so folks from the outside of our area have been in the process of trying to navigate through here. There's also a tremendous pressure to make time in the oil industry. And often that's done at the risk of safety. And also,
when you say make time,
well,
you mean
in terms
speed
of
up
get it in. I mean,
yeah.
This morning I was speaking with someone in the industry who mentioned the BT Nautilus. A pilot was coming in at 5 o'clock in the morning when slack tide would have been at 8 a.m. And he was coming in too early and pressing the schedule, and that may have led to them going aground. I think also we have to look at the fact that we've seen a tremendous reduction in manning. I mean, in the early 70s, we had 36 people on a tanker. That number's down to 22. Mm-hmm. I think that we've seen, and I believe Don's sincere when he says they're looking towards ways of improving it, but we have to look at a situation that's in crisis and that's breaking down chronically, and I don't think it's a system that's failing.
Well, Don, I appreciate your coming on the show, and I too agree that you are not in favor of oil spills. If you could prevent them, you would prevent them. Nevertheless, they keep happening, and in fact, the number of spills in New York Harbor is increasing. Yes, and I don't see much happening to those responsible for the spills. I mean, frankly, it appears that the oil companies are getting away with murder.
That's just not accurate.
That's not your feeling.
That is not accurate. No.
Then explain to me what happens to the people who are responsible for these spills.
Well, the people responsible, there's part of it is there isn't any one particular party or one particular company or one particular barge owner that's responsible for this. I think you'll find that most of the problems in New York Harbor, the recent problems, have been human error. I think early on they've been talking about the possibility of human error is involved in the spill today. And so what you need to do is develop attitudes that are seriously concerned about doing everything possible to have a supervisor there to make sure that the procedures are followed and that you reduce the chance for human error. And getting back to your original question related to is something happening? Of course there's something happening. It takes time to the Cadiz spill, which took place in the mid-'70s, which just settled about 2 years ago for $135 million. Up to that time, it was the most expensive spill to date in terms of, and they cleaned up the entire area. Exxon has already spent over $2 billion in Alaska, so that the companies are very concerned about not just the costs, but the perception of the public and the idea that they aren't concerned about the environment, and they certainly are concerned about it.
Carol, what's your opinion on this issue? Do you think that we have focused, either the government or the public in general or the media, enough on the people responsible for the spills, and explain to us what happens after a spill? Is any kind of action taken?
It's a twofold question. One is I would agree with Don completely that in all of the spills that we have seen in New York Harbor since the first of this year, human error seems to be the one element that everything has in common. And that's outrageous. That we don't have a standard of care within this industry that can't put, after all of these spills, an attitude already into its workers and employees, that they should heighten that standard of care, that they should have all come to the governments instead of the government coming to them and saying, this is what we're doing. The reverse has happened, to answer the second part of your question, and that is that after, I guess, the third or fourth of the major spills in the harbor, the two governors of the states of New York and New Jersey had to go to the oil companies and say, you are lacking a standard of care here. This is outrageous. You can no longer do this to the citizens of both of these states, and so we want to know what it is that you're going to do right now to begin to correct this chronic, systematic, industry-wide problem, and it's human
I agree with most of that, Carol. I think the governors raised the question, and they called for the meeting. The two commissioners of environmental protection, Commissioner Jorling and Commissioner Yaskin, called a meeting on March 23rd, and the companies voluntarily attended, and since that time have been working to develop a whole series of audits and activities that we think are going to make a difference. It takes time to get these things in place, and you could say we should have them in place by now, but some of them are in place. We've taken some action immediately, but we still have ways to go.
Bob, I asked Don if I expressed my opinion that the companies were getting away with murder. What's your opinion on that?
My feeling is that what we saw in the media, and I think the media has to take some fault for this, in the BT Nautilus spill, we saw a first mate paraded before the media. We've got him. He's the fellow that discharged the pollutant, and he was, lax. Since it turned out later on they had to backpedal that because he only had a walkie-talkie in his control, and indeed had nothing to do with operating the ship. And later on we find out that this ship did not have a double hull, and the Coast Guard and Congressman Guarini went on the record with me and said, listen, a double hull would have made all the difference in the world. So we never...
It's not required, though.
No, it's not. And with the rate that Congress is moving, after having been bought and paid for by big oil, it doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon.
All right, we're going to take a caller. Hello, you're on Hotline.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead.
Okay, this is Andy Wilner. I work as the baykeeper for the New York, New Jersey Harbor for the American Littoral Society. And I have a question for the entire panel. I think we all agree that safety, not cleanup, is probably the most important consideration in all these oil spills that we've been seeing. And my question is, what is the state policy and what is oil company policy regarding the most significant and actually easiest safety device, which is oil conservation? By that I mean if we have less dependence on oil, we will have less accidents during transport. I'd like one of the panel members to answer that.
Thanks for your call. Carol, why don't you tell us about the state policy?
The state policy on the use of oil generally is one should conserve. I think the 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, various home energy audits that are conducted by the various utility companies around the state, the various interest-free loans for insulations and those home audits, and other kinds of state policies go towards a conservation ethic. We still do, however, have an enormous reliance on the automobile. And that, I think, is the largest user of the oil industry's product. And I think that maybe everyone will consider how these accidents and those uses are combined.
I think today it's unfortunate. I wish I could report differently, but today we've set the new record for the percentage of oil imported in the United States, 49.9%. It's the highest percentage we've ever had of imported oil. And it's coming from the Mideast and from Europe and from South America. And we've continued to increase the importation of oil as a country. And we support conservation, and we continue to try to spend money to support those kinds of things.
I didn't know if that was a fair question for you, because if I owned an oil company, I would not be in favor of conservation. I'd say use it, and buy it from me.
That's not
but do you guys ever really talk about conservation?
Absolutely. And we're concerned about the amount of foreign imports. We've always been concerned about that, and we're concerned about energy conservation, because we agree with the call.
When you talk about foreign imports, though, are you suggesting that maybe we should use more domestic oil?
No, I think we should work to conserve oil, period. We aren't...
That's a fair point. I think one of the problems is that we do not... Americans would be horrified if they had to pay the real cost. For a long time, despoilation of the environment has subsidized cheap transportation. We want to travel wherever we want to go, whenever we want to, at the cheapest price.
Well, explain that a little bit more. How,
well, in fairness to industry,
spoiling the environment subsidizes cheap transportation.
Well, because for years and years and years, hydrocarbons and petrochemicals have been spilled in the environment, and we did not understand the long-term environmental cost. So it was not included in any of the cost factoring that was done either by the motorist who got in and turned on his car, or by the oil company.
And who's paying for that damage?
We all are now. And I think that you see it in the increased, I mean, that's a whole issue around the greenhouse effect, and all these other issues are coming to the fore now. We're trying to play catch-up. All of us are.
We're going to get right back to the environment, but let's take another call. Hello, you're on Hotline.
Hello, I'd like to ask Carol Ash from DEC. If she, what's her position on the Board of Estimate? There's a hearing tomorrow, a vote on the Board of Estimate on a project in Rockaway that will put 27,000 gallons of motor oil a year in the wetlands area of Jamaica Bay. This is the Auburn project, and this is Claire Schulman. This is a giveaway of 300 acres of public beach to Claire Schulman's friends. What is her department's position on this?
Carol, are you familiar with this?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about it.
I can't say that my major objections to or concerns about the Auburn project come from the oil, as much as I am concerned about the fact that it is in a flood zone, and that it is a beachfront project, and that we need to take a very close look, as we will be doing in the state permitting process on this project, as to what is the beach erosion caused by the greenhouse effect, as a matter of fact, and due to the rise of the sea level, what kind of effect that's going to have when we get the major hurricanes in that area, and how the buildings themselves will stand up to that. So my concern on the Auburn project comes more from that point of view.
Okay. Another caller. Hello, you're on Hotline.
Hello, Dr. Butcher.
Yes.
My question is, why doesn't your council recommend to the oil companies to modify their ships as the front 2/3 being flat-hulled, with the back 1/3 being V-hulled, where they would have speed and efficiency to maneuver in the small islets? And that's about it.
We've got the most knowledgeable callers on television.
Certainly have.
Go ahead.
That's a very technical question. I think that right now Congress has before it legislation to require double hulls, and there's a study by the National Academy of Sciences to take a look at the most efficient way to and the safest way. That's really more important than the most efficient way. The safest way to transport oil, and they're looking at this whole issue, and I'm sure that they'll look at the design of the ship and double hulls, double bottoms, and then with this information, our companies have never been opposed to double hulls, double bottoms per se. What we are trying to do, what you do is get such varying opinions on that. We're really looking for some scientific evidence to support the position, and we will follow that position.
Bob, you're very strongly in favor of
the American
double-hull
Petroleum
vessels.
Institute in 1989 had what I would consider for an industry report a fairly intellectually honest report, but it did come out against double hulls. It did mention the question of salvage being a problem because the water would add to the weight and the potential for gases forming. What I'm concerned about, though, is how good legislation gets negotiated into non-existence, and the present bill that's in conference right now would mean that by 2015 we would have double hulls in place, which is not legislating like the earth mattered. There's no sense of imminence in any of this because of the tremendous pressure that the oil lobbies have, the tremendous power that they have. And I think that, for instance, small barges are going to be negotiated out of this deal. Smaller tankers will be negotiated out of this deal. So by the time you finish, after all the photo ops have been taken by the politicians doing something about the environment, the bottom line is that we end up with a very limp piece of legislation.
That legislation isn't final yet. It's in conference, and I'm not sure that'll come out the way you're reporting it, Bob.
I hope not. The Times reported
I think that I just think that it's still being negotiated, and our position is that we are not opposed to double bottoms, double hulls. We really are trying to get more information, and from 1989 to now, things have changed.
Carol, should we have double-hulled vessels, and should all of the ones carrying oil through harbors like New York Harbor, should they be double-hulled?
I think it's just clear that today's accident, had there been a double hull, there would not have been this amount of material spilled into the water.
So it would have an immediate impact.
And that's on a barge, so I think Bob's point is well taken in terms of not exempting the barges.
Are the costs reasonable?
10 to 15% is what I've heard.
Can the oil companies afford it?
I think that's the issue, because the barges aren't owned necessarily by the oil companies. There are other companies involved in that. I think that the issue is, can you build them, and can you replace the barges quickly enough, or the tankers quickly enough to do this job, because it does take time to build these large vessels, and that's one of the problems, and that's why they set the dates on the out dates, on out years, on the construction of the double hull requirement, because it takes time to build the fleet.
Well, you know, you might find this historically ironic, but I understand that the Valdez was drawn on the drawing board with the double hull, but that they were able to beat the lobbying and get their shots in, and so we have this spill.
Let's take another call. Hello, you're on Hotline.
Yes, hi.
Hi.
I just wanted, before I ask the question, I'll make it real quick. I just think you should do more telephone calls. It's really good. I really like that.
Okay, we'll get to some more in a few minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, the question is, what is the industry, this is directed to the doctor in the industry there, what is the industry doing or planning about replacing the coastline wildlife that has been lost?
Okay, he's bringing us right into the subject that I want to talk about, the environment. Go ahead.
Well, I think you'll find that New York has passed some legislation this year that deals with the habitat when there are spills. I expect that bill to be signed by the governor. We were involved in supporting that legislation. It passed both houses, and I'm convinced it will become law. It talks about protecting environmentally sensitive areas, and even developing volunteer groups to clean up wildlife when there is, unfortunately, there's a spill. So in our state, I think we're taking steps to do something about that, and we are concerned about that. And a good deal of money has been spent on research and also that problem in different cleanups. That was done in this year too, I think.
I think the wildlife concern is one of the most tragic in the New York harbor of the ramifications of the oil spills that have occurred. In the January 1st Exxon spill, we lost 700 birds. We have lost enormous numbers of turtles, worms, all sorts of crustaceans, mussels, that we still don't know the results of those yet, because we are trying to determine how the spring breeding season was and how many of the critters were left for the birds to feed on. When you go out and you experience one of these spills and you watch hundreds of birds dead or maimed being brought into a medical center that is jerry-rigged in a trailer.
As if we have the technology to restore it. It's like trying to glue together a torn rose.
The better answer is to really improve our response time and develop the
prevention.
Prevention first. I'm sorry. You're right, Carol. Prevention first, and then also, as you pointed out earlier, the response time is very important, and really boom off environmentally sensitive areas.
What about the human impact, though? You mentioned wildlife. Again, we've done the same thing that's happened over and over again. There are real health impacts in these spills.
We'll go to that in a minute. I want to take another call right now. Hello, you're on Hotline.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead.
This question is addressed mainly to Mr. Henley. In many other areas where the government has proved to be impotent, such as civil rights problems in the South, housing segregation in Yonkers, or the occupancy of jail cells in Manhattan, the federal courts have been called in to monitor situations and accelerate progress. Why haven't the environmental groups asked the courts to enter this situation, to speed it up so we don't have to listen to more talk about human error?
I think that's a well-put question. I think that's because New York City, for instance, and New Jersey have both gone into court against the oil companies. There have been significant actions by the Natural Resource Defense Council in terms of researching and bringing this stuff to light. The problem is the tremendous clout big oil has at campaign time, and that's what immobilizes the political process. Despite all our rage, it's muted because of that tremendous shadow they cast.
Does big oil actually fight against efforts to protect the wildlife?
No, no, it does not. What it does is it negotiates, and it negotiates to the point that these to cut on costs. I mean, that's the nature of the democratic system. However, I have a problem when you have, environmental groups can't come up with the same kind of clout that they can in terms of PACs and contributions, and that's what troubles me. I also think that...
So it's not, in your mind, it's not
even
a fair
playing
fight,
field.
Right?
I think he may be right, and I think it tilts toward environmentalists in this stage.
You going to help them out?
I think
Big Oil's got some money. Well, some major contributions.
I think the environmental lobby has been very, very effective in the past couple of years, and I think I really believe we shouldn't undersell that.
Bob, you mentioned a moment ago the human impact of these spills. Tell us about that.
Well, I remember when I was working for the Hudson Dispatch, and there was all these pictures of the very, birds are a lot more photogenic, and when one is, lifeless and washed in a morass of oil, that's a good picture, and we'll put that on the front page. But I did canvases along the Arthur Kill and Bayonne, and people all had sniffly noses, sick stomachs, irritated throats. People couldn't go out. During that period of January, it was like a thaw. People could not go out and enjoy their parks. A health advisory was printed that came from Exxon in the local weekly paper saying things are fine and you may be a little irritated, a little sick, but where do you put a price tag on people's enjoyment of common space?
Connect this irritation, the sniffles, the runny noses with spills in the harbor.
Well, when this stuff volatilizes and goes off in the air, especially the number 2 stuff,
these are essentially allergic reactions?
Yeah, and for some people...
I don't think there's any research to support that. I think that's a kind of an allegation that you go out and
well,
there may not be research, but boy, I tell you,
I'd like to hear some cited. I really would like to hear some cited.
Having cleaned up now many of these oil spills firsthand, I can tell you that when you come in from a day of being in close contact with that oil, you stink, you have a headache, you're nauseous, and you feel bad. And
that's different than living in a community that's away from the ocean, not working in it.
No, Arthur Kill has been a front line for this stuff.
That's exactly right. We had an enormous amount of calls on the Staten Island side after the January 1st spill of people who had become physically ill. and had gone to the hospital to find out what it was that was the matter with them. And then only later did they find out that there had been this major spill in the kill. So it does. I mean, there may not be any scientific evidence, but there's a whole bunch of people who went to a whole bunch of hospitals.
There's also vapor locks on gasoline pumps now. I mean, if the EPA, which is just about as slow as anything I can imagine, if they've decided to put vapor locks on gas station pumps, obviously there's something going on here. I mean, just up in Valdez now, the Alaska government's going to require air monitoring around transfer stations because just the air around the transfer stations has been known to document to cause a risk to public health.
We've got another caller. Hello, you're on Hotline.
Hello.
Hi.
Yes, I was referring to Don's statement that the human error has been thrown around so much and that obviously it is a very important factor. How come something hasn't been done? Understanding, of course, economics as it needs to be, companies making money, but they've taken so many people off the cruise, off of the small tankers, not even the large tankers, but in the New York Harbor area. How are they going to cut back as they have and continue to have these spills without somebody addressing with real addressing the fact of how few people are on these boats and how many hours they're being forced to work?
Excellent question. Don, does the caller have a point?
I think the issue related to the number of hours they work, there are some limitations as to the number of hours that the workers on the boats can work, on the vessels, I should say. As far as the number of people are concerned, fewer and fewer of the vessels that are delivering product to the facilities in the harbor are owned by the companies, the oil companies. They're owned more and more by Meritrans or other companies that are specializing in just shipping, and the companies in contract for that. Much of that has really come about because of the liability laws and the potential for significant cost to everyone.
Bob, maybe you can make it clear for us what really has been happening in terms of the number of people assigned to the individual crews.
I've spent the last week talking to about 24 people involved in labor, the MEBA, the NMU, the Siemens Seafarers International Union. And what I hear from them, and again, they are coming from a labor standpoint, is that we have seen a cutback, and even there's an internal report that I have from the Coast Guard Tanker Study Group in Seattle that talks about this manning, that it's just getting too close to the edge here, that they're stressing economy, making time over having extra pairs of eyes, with the justification that automation means that you don't need as many guys on board. And in point of fact, regardless of what the machines are doing in the internal area, you still need to have a certain number of eyes looking out for things, and that's why we see these simple collisions. I mean, there's
so you have fewer and fewer
right
people
on tugboats. They want to go from
these
6 to 4.
Yep.
They want to eliminate manning of the barges.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, we see a conscientious effort to push things to the limit.
Carol, is anyone doing anything about that, or is this legal, and is this just going to continue?
It is legal, and that is why the two governors have called the oil industry to task on saying, so what are you going to do about the standard of care that has to do with manning, that has to do with night shipments, that has to do with people not paying attention to alarms? What are you going to do? They're all human problems. The industry says they can regulate themselves very well. Let's see a little bit of it, because if you don't, and I think next week is our deadline for an agreement. If you don't, then we're going to come down on you like a ton of bricks. So we will see. I think there's one or two outstanding issues between the council, the industry, and the two governors. And if that agreement is not reached, which takes into account some of the things you're talking about.
The companies are committed to an audit process with an independent person coming in, a comprehensive audit, looking at manning, looking at lighting, looking at nighttime operations, looking at the entire facility. And they're committed to that, and we've agreed to that with staffs of both commissioners' offices. Mm-hmm. And we are in the process of finalizing that. And we have committed ourselves, though, to expose ourselves to a comprehensive audit of our facilities and our operations, not just the regulations, because it goes far beyond that. It really is attitudinal, taking a look at all the entire transfer operation, including manning, and come back. We want to do this within 6 months to a year maximum, and then would come back
But
to
you're going to
changes.
spend 6 months to a year studying this, and it seems obvious to me, at least as a layman, and if you think I'm wrong, I'm sure you're going to say so. But at the top of the show, we said that it was human error was the thread that is running through all of these spills. Now we're saying that we're lowering the number of people who are operating these vessels. Doesn't that seem like an obvious connection?
No, not necessarily. What we haven't said that. We're talking about two different things. We're not going to study the problem. We're going to go about. We have 135 facilities within a 25-mile radius of the Statue of Liberty, and we need to look at all those facilities. It takes time to do that. Some of our companies, including Exxon, have really run comprehensive audits, are in the process of doing that. We'll have recommendations and bring about change. We could bring about change as early as this fall.
But is anybody going to do anything about manning in the interim? Because the oil spills are going to continue while this study is going on.
I don't think it necessarily that follows. I think that's a conclusion that Bob has moved to, that it's manning and that's why we're having these collisions. I don't know if it is or not.
Okay.
I'd ask the Coast Guard that question. That's one of the groups I asked.
There's a caller on the line. Hello, you're on hotline.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Why has it never been brought out that the tugboats in New York Harbor for the past 2.5 years are being operated by scabs? I am a former tugboat worker on strike for the past 2.5 years. I don't think you had anywhere near this many spills 2.5 years ago as you're having now. I was recently informed that my former company has let go 20 of the scabs for failing drug tests.
Bob, you want to take a shot at that
Sure.
question?
I thought I might have mentioned it. I know I've mentioned it in other programs. One of the things that's happening is that when you have a collective bargaining unit, it does act as a check on big oil. Give you an example. If you're a pilot and if you're organized and have a strong union, if you think things are unsafe and if you think you're being pushed too hard and you shouldn't be coming in because you might run aground, you can say, hey, this is unsafe. I'm not going to move this boat. And if you get fired, then at least there's a context that you go to where you can discuss it and it becomes public. If there's no union, then you've lost your $100,000 a year as a job as a pilot and you're off the boat.
Do you think there's a connection between the increasing number of spills and the continuing tugboat strike?
Absolutely. I don't see you can deny it. I mean, the folks that this is a system, and the system works with people. And if we're talking about human error, experience has to do something with it. Pride in your work, for instance. I mean, if you know, I've worked on the railroad, and I know the feeling when you're riding a train that third or fourth generation has been involved in putting on the line and making work. Right. Well, in America, we've lost that. And why have we lost that? Because we've become so bottom line conscious that these other quality of life questions and quality of work have been lost.
I think we've got another caller. Hello, you're on hotline.
Hello, yes, I'm a caller from Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and I would like to
Just the subject we're getting ready to talk about.
I would really like to know if Dr. Butcher could shed some light on why the companies in Brooklyn, the petroleum companies, have allowed this major oil spill to remain underground for so long, and whether it has any effect on the underground aquifer contaminating it.
I covered this story when I was in the Brooklyn Bureau of the Daily News in 1977. Tell us about this. How can you have 17 million gallons of oil, it is, right, seeping beneath a neighborhood in Brooklyn for close to 50 years? How does this happen?
The first point, I think that I don't believe that the aquifer has been damaged. I think that there are enough wells there that there have been drilling wells they have had wells that have gone in there to make sure that they know what's going on with the groundwater. How can it continue to go on? I think there's one of the problems that you have is there's more than one company involved in this, I believe. And I'm not real familiar with all the aspects of this, but I believe there's more than one company, and I think part of it had to do with the responsibility. I know that Mobil has stepped up recently, and they're taking responsibility for it and cleaning it up. And
after 50 years. That's a little late. Carol, there was more oil spilled over this extended period of time beneath Greenpoint than was spilled in the Valdez disaster in Alaska.
Right.
This has to have, it's all collected beneath this neighborhood. This has to have some kind of an effect. Do we have any idea what it's doing?
Well, we know we know a few things. We know that Mobil will now clean it up and go to whatever the other companies are.
Can they clean it up?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
A good portion of the oil is sitting on top of the water because oil is lighter than the water. So much of the oil, in fact, will simply be recovered, refined, and sold.
Will they pay royalties?
Sell it?
The drilling operation. Maybe New York City can collect royalties. This might help the mayor.
Absolutely.
I think that's a great idea. We've struck oil like
Texas
Green
Tea,
Point.
Brooklyn crude.
Gushers in Brooklyn. Man.
That's exactly. I mean, it will absolutely be re-refined and resold, as will and has been the oil that has been collected by the minimal drilling that has gone on over the last 3 years. The history of this is that there had been in Greenpoint a number of refineries. There had been no one taking a look in government or elsewhere other than the citizens at how much oil was being lost through any of the refining processes or any of the underground tanks at that point. It wasn't until the late 70s when the oil began seeping into Newtown Creek that the Coast Guard, who was in charge of cleaning and discovering where the sheens and the oil spills were, came to the scene and said, I think this is a big spill. And Department of Transportation was at that time in charge for the state. And that is when Mobil put in a few wells around the perimeter and towards Newtown Creek so that they could begin to at least not have the oil seep into the waterways.
I don't know that we can make, we have this optimism, we have the technology. After speaking with Mobil representatives, they don't even know where the leak came from. There's still a lot of mystery. It's like mystery oil. Nobody can really tell you where it came from. We know it's there. And consider 17 million gallons, yes, in 52 acres. I mean, that's fairly dense. The spill in Alaska was hundreds and hundreds of miles long, so that's a tremendous concentration. In point of fact, it has interrupted the sewers. It has gone into the sewer plants and created problems. The groundwater had been considered and looked at as a possible source for water in the event of a drought. So we really don't know. We can't speak with empiricism on this stuff. Really.
Is there any danger of a fire?
I talked to the fire department today, and they seem to be confident that the flammables have volatilized again. But we're breaking new ground here. 17 mil is a lot. I don't know that anyone can really speak.
The flammable stuff has evaporated and is now gone.
And the one guy said it's been there for years. And so it's kind of like
so if there was going to be a fire, we would have had the fire.
Actually, in 1950, in the DEC press release, it says it first came to the attention when an underground fire occurred. I mean, I'm from New Jersey, where landfill fires happen all the time. It's like a way of life. Yeah. But I think that we have to demand more of an accountability. I mean, obviously, there were folks who were collecting salaries as inspectors for all those decades who didn't say, hey, we got a problem here. And also this liability debate gets hung up. Whose fault it is overrides dealing with the reality.
Okay. Do we have another caller? Hello, you're on hotline.
Yes.
Hi, go ahead.
I have a question about insurance. Are the oil companies insured for the cargo that they lose in spills? And if so, is that value that they're insured for greater than the value of the oil once it could be sold at market? There seems to be a situation whenever there's a glut of oil or the price is low that we have an increase in the frequency of spills. I was wondering if anybody knew anything about this.
Don, you want to take a shot at this conspiracy theory?
The companies are self-insured, and they stand a loss when they have a spill, and it's a significant loss. And please be assured that the loss is much greater, as we've already been talking in terms of safety and human and wildlife, and we certainly do not want to manage supply by having spills. I can assure you of that, and we aren't doing anything like that because it's if it did manage supply, you wouldn't want to do it because of the other negatives that accrue to you. The public is very sensitive about all this problem, and we're trying very hard to do something about it.
Got another call. Hello, you're on hotline.
Yes, hello.
Hi.
The New York State, this is about the Greenpoint oil spill as well. The New York State Department of Transportation, a few years ago, working on the Brooklyn-Queens Expressway, discovered that this oil was from 2 to 5 feet below the street level. I would like to know why the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation or the New York City Department of Environmental Protection has not done any testing to see if the fumes from this oil and gasoline spill has been affecting the residents of Greenpoint.
Carol, do we know that there have been no tests?
Well, there have been tests. We have a very constant relationship with a number of community members who call us whenever they think that they are either smelling something or whenever they walk by a sewer and think that they are that there are hydrocarbons leaking from that. We do, on a relatively regular basis, the New York City Fire Department takes their machinery out to check the volatility levels in the sewers and in other places where other people may have given us cause for concern. We think that the answer to this problem is to clean it up fully, which is what we have now gotten Mobile to accept the responsibility for. And so it will be a process of the next 5 to 10 years to get out this 17 million gallons, but it has started and it will get done.
One of the things we haven't mentioned is the effect of all these spills on the beaches in New York and in New Jersey. I mean, I keep reading about tar balls. Is that the only effect?
Well, I think that the marine ecosystem is taking it on the chin over and over and over again. And again, like I said before, the heavy stuff dropped out of sight and then went along the bottom of the waterways, cut off oxygen for these little creatures that are surviving against all odds. And so we're like paving the bottom of the Arthur Kill. And so that's, you know, I think we also have to look at the fact that tar balls do show up, and they can come up, you know, literally, you know, dozens, you know, hundreds of miles away sometimes.
Well, have they been coming
actions.
up? Do we know?
Yeah, we did. See some.
Carol?
Yes, they have been, and as a result of the Nautilus spill several weeks ago, we had tar balls as far over on Coney Island. We had some down in the New Jersey beaches. But I want to say that what Bob says is true. You can get tar balls. We have had tar balls on the New York beaches, Coney Island beaches last year, from a spill that occurred in Philadelphia. So these, and with certain types of oil, it rolls itself up and the tides and the winds move it out, and it can appear anywhere.
Now, is this simply a nuisance or is this a serious problem?
Well, it depends on which area of our ecosystem you're talking about. It's a nuisance for the human beings because they lose the beach uses. They can't walk and think that they're doing something healthy. It becomes deadly for the animals, for the fish, for the worms, for the crabs.
We got another caller. Hello, you're on Hotline.
Yes, I have a question for Dr. Butcher. I would like to ask, what are the 1 or 2 most important things that he thinks oil companies are going to do on their own right now to reduce the chances of human error for, you know, oil spills on the harbor and the water?
Good question.
Good question. Thank you very much. We've already made a commitment to expand in-service training for all employees handling oil products. And that's going on by all the companies, the 12 companies that are members in New York and New Jersey that we represent. They probably account for about 70% of the oil transferred in the harbor, we think. That's one that we think is very important. I think the second most important thing that we're going to do is go through each facility and have an outside consultant that will take a look at the facility and how we can, and the manning and the lights and all that sort of thing, and the transfer process, and then bring in an outside person to come in and test that against good practice, taking a look at those things where we're insufficient, doing something about those, and those things we find out that are stellar, that are outstanding, that are going on, we share those with other parts of the industry, and we really improve the handling process. So I think those are probably 2 things. I think there's some other things too that are important, but those are 2 that come to mind quickly.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that need to be reinforced here. One is that the Coast Guard's total budget is $3 billion. That is small change for the savings and loan scandal. That is like 3 B-1 bombers that don't work.
And they're fighting drugs too.
Precisely.
Right? Yes.
And also, we have to look at the fact that the spill response system is a problem. As it is now, when a spill occurs, by law, the Coast Guard's informed, they come and provide a list to the responsible party of people that they're supposed to call to come out and do the spill. The analogy I use would be like if you had a fire at your house, you call 911, a fire inspector arrives and gives you a list of people to put out the fire. That first call should be a response call, and it should get people in motion. And the API has called, for instance, to have that kind of response.
I think I support Bob. I think we really ought to strengthen the Coast Guard budget. I really couldn't agree more. They're an outstanding group, and they do a great job with a small staff.
Let's talk about the cost of cleanup. I was told that it costs a little over $1 a gallon to deliver, say, a gallon of heating oil. But if you have to clean up a spill, it costs something on the order of $100 a gallon
That's probably
to
right.
clean it up. Who pays all of this money? Today we had 40,000 gallons at $100 a gallon spilled into the harbor. Who pays that cost?
The companies are paying that cost.
And ultimately the consumers. I mean, they're in the business to make a profit. I think there's a pass-along cost
Don,
there.
explain that for us. When you say the companies pay that cost, tell us how it works.
The companies, when there has been a spill in the harbor, it's a company accepts responsibility for it. The first thing they've done is go out and clean up the spill. They don't start to argue about whose spill it is or anything like that. They clean it up, and all those costs are folded into.
Except they don't really clean it up, because today, for example, I think there's only 20,000 gallons that we're going to be able to clean up. The rest is escape.
Well, I'm not sure about that. I'm not so sure that the other 20,000 gallons, if that's accurate, will be cleaned up, and it'll take time. It'll take additional facilities. They'll bring in co-ops.
I see two skeptical people here.
The last one with the BT Nautilus, just before the big beach vacation, I said, and we've cleaned up 50% of the oil. The statistics I have from people like the Department of Interior is 10 to 15% is pushing it. The highest I've ever seen is 30% in the best case scenario. This idea we have in this country that we have the technology is a ruse.
Okay.
Well, it depends on what the product is, and you haven't talked about that. He wants to talk about the BT Nautilus, number 6 oil. Today was number 2 oil. The more refined the product, the more quickly it evaporates, and the more quickly the spill dissipates.
Carol?
The evaporation is exactly what Bob was referring to very early. Where it evaporates, part of it, half of it will evaporate within the 24 hours that it is spilled. However, it just doesn't evaporate. It goes into the atmosphere. There is a cost to all of us for that going into the atmosphere. We're breathing it. It's moving into our stratosphere, and it's getting trapped. There is a cost.
It's on our tomatoes in the garden if you live, I mean, it's...
Let's take a call. Hello, you're on hotline. Hello, you're on hotline.
Yes, I'd like to have a question directed to Dr. Butcher and to Ms. Carol Ash.
Okay.
Dr. Butcher, do the ships that come in with the oil and the barges have booms on them so in case there is a spill, they would immediately be able to throw it out and contain the spill? And if not, why not?
Where the dock area where they're coming into, it's uneven. Some of the docks come in have booming and do boom. I believe that you're going to see increased booming. I think all of the areas will be boomed during this next year. I think the legislation requires that. And they're preparing to do that. So they will be boomed, and it's difficult to carry the booming on a tanker. That's one of the problems that you have. In Alaska, they're not carrying it on the tanker. They're carrying on a tug that's associated with the tanker.
And you've got a question for Carol Ash?
Yes, please. I understand that this spill has been for 40 or 50 years underground in Greenpoint, Brooklyn.
Right.
Now, do you think this is criminal negligence since EPA, DEC, and DEP were aware of it? Our elected officials were aware of it. And isn't it harmful that it's near an aquifer and nothing was done about it? I think that's criminal.
Carol?
I appreciate your comment.
I know the EPA hasn't been here in 10 years.
I also think that Mobil doesn't have enough credit for moving on and doing something about it.
Let's get rid of the term criminal and let's talk about the negligence.
Yeah.
I mean, it would seem to me like an awful lot of people were negligent for an awfully long time.
Well, I think you have to look at when the realization of the total amount of the spill came into people's cognizance and who had the authority when to clean it up. Oil spills have really been in fad for people to pay attention to only in the last 4 or 5 years. And so that has brought an enormous amount more pressure on both government and industry to focus on oil problems. Government takes problems as they come up. We could have dealt with this one a lot earlier. We are happy that we have dealt with it now.
We've got less than a minute, but it seems to me that New York Harbor is not taken very seriously. I mean, people don't pay much attention to the spills here, but if you have a spill in Alaska, for example, in a pristine area, then it becomes a national scandal. Is that a correct perception on my part, and if so, why is that the case?
I think that you have to go out and walk the streets along the Arthur Kill where people had been catching fish, and the sad look on their face as they watched this burlesque where the people vainly try to suck up the oil, and they can't go crabbing there anymore. And so it was beautiful waterfowl that was there, and we were on the rebound because of the fact that we spent the money for sewer improvements. We were seeing a rebound of the natural ecological system.
Right
now
it's I think both the governors
very quickly.
Both governors are focusing on this issue, and I think that the problems in the harbor are getting a lot of attention, and will get a lot of attention.
Thanks very much. I'd like to thank my guests for being with us. Next week, Tompkins Square Park, a home for the homeless or a playground for taxpayers' children. Join us. I'm Bob Herbert. Good night.
Electricity is everywhere in New York City, from computer terminals to household appliances to power lines on the street. And a great debate is mounting in the scientific community about whether electromagnetic fields from some of that electricity might be hazardous to our health. Good evening, I'm Brian Lehrer, and welcome to Endangered, Our Urban Environment. This is the first of a 10-part series about New York City's environment. Tonight's topic is electrical threats. Are power lines and everyday appliances hazardous to our health? We have two guests tonight. Louis Slesson is editor and publisher of VDT News and Microwave News, which report on the health hazards of electromagnetic fields. And Dr. Robert Adair, a Yale University physics professor, who is skeptical about all this talk of electrical threats. Welcome to both of you. Thank you very much for coming tonight. And first of all, I think we should define some basic terms for our viewers. Mr. Slesson, what is an electromagnetic field?
Well, the easiest way to think about what electromagnetic field is to think of light from the sun or from a light bulb. Basically, that is electromagnetic field at a certain frequency that our eyes can pick up. What we're talking about here tonight are very much lower frequency, lower energy electromagnetic fields, both electric and magnetic fields, that are from computer terminals, from power lines, and from all sorts of different appliances, as well as from radio and television. In fact, people are tuning in tonight because they have receivers, TV sets, that can tune in electromagnetic fields.
How is this different from, say, the radiation that we might get from an X-ray or from a nuclear leak?
Well, nuclear radiation is basically of the same type, but higher energy. So it can do more damage by breaking bonds, chemical bonds, and really doing quite a lot of harm. But the easy way to think about this is that visible light, what our eyes can pick up, is in the middle between high energy and low energy. So it's a kind of dividing ground between the ionizing radiation, the nuclear, and the so-called non-ionizing, what we're talking about here tonight.
Dr. Adair, would you add anything to that, or take issue with that in any way?
Yes. We are not talking about radiation at all when we're talking about 60 hertz. It's just the near field. So there's no radiation.
All right, now let me stop you right there, and that's a term that's going to come up a lot tonight, 60 hertz. What are the 60 hertz fields?
60 cycles a second, up and down 60 times a second.
All right, I just want to be very clear about that. And that's what they call extremely low frequency electromagnetic fields?
Electromagnetic fields, that's right.
As compared to the higher frequencies that you were talking about before?
Dr. O'Day is correct. And when you talk about low frequency, it's better to talk about electromagnetic fields. But you can still talk about microwave radiation, for instance, which is radiation at the higher frequency. So when we talk about non-ionizing radiation, that tends to include, in the vernacular, not in the, maybe in the scientific sense, to include everything from 60 hertz power line fields up through radio waves, microwaves, and millimeter waves. So it carries a lot of ground here.
So how are people exposed to these 60 hertz electromagnetic fields? What are the most common ways that people are actually exposed to these things?
The three most common are from power lines, especially from distribution lines. Most people think of the high voltage transmission lines that crisscross the country bringing power into towns and villages. But really, the distribution lines, the lines that bring electricity into your homes, are much more pervasive and bring much more exposure. The other two major sources are electric blankets and video display terminals.
So the distribution lines that you talk about are really the common power lines that people see running up and down their blocks all the time.
In fact, most people don't see them. They're so used to having them there that if you ask people to describe their urban environment, they don't even see these things.
All right, what kinds of health effects are scientists beginning to think may actually come from exposure to these extremely common fields?
Well, the number one priority, I think, in the research community at the moment is cancer. As a country, we are very interested in this, although there are many different effects of concern. Cancer is on everybody's mind because basically you have now 30 to 40 different studies from all over the world, all showing that people exposed either on the job or at home are developing cancer at higher rates. Now, these are preliminary studies, if you will. They're early, but there's so many of them that people are quite concerned.
All right, and we'll get into some of the specific studies as we go along here. But Dr. Adair, in general, you don't believe that there's any evidence showing
No, and
cancer
I
effects,
disagree with Dr. Slesson's statement about all of these studies. The studies are difficult to analyze. One has to have a certain sophistication in analyzing them. Probably the best analysis I know is by Philip Cole, an eminent epidemiologist, formerly at the Harvard School of Public Medicine, now at the University of Alabama. And his analysis is that there are 18 studies which appear to show some effect, and 16 which do not. Indeed, if you take some of those 16 seriously, which you shouldn't, it would mean that electromagnetic waves actually reduce the probability of getting cancer.
So why shouldn't we take seriously any of the studies that may in fact show effects?
Well, from the viewpoint of someone like myself, one starts with an understanding of the interaction of the electromagnetic waves with material. Electromagnetic waves interact with matter because they produce forces on charges. The kind of fields we're talking about are minute. They're just extremely small. And if you calculate the forces that they apply to matter in the body, for example, those forces produce effects which are very, very, very much smaller than the random thermal motion. For example, a water molecule in the body, in your blood, for example, is traveling, on the average, it bounces into things and so forth, but it's going about 1,000 miles an hour. Now, if you calculate the effect of the kind of electromagnetic fields we're talking about on that water molecule, they are minute compared to the 1,000 miles an hour it's going.
Okay, but what I hear you saying is that theoretically this cannot be possible. But what we have, I think, on the other side is epidemiological studies, the studies of diseases in populations and what those diseases are associated with, which are beyond theory and into the actual exposures and relationships. Can you really use a theory like that to explain away observed patterns of disease?
Well, if you're a scientist, you dislike very much to have people with very poor evidence for, we'll say, violation of the conservation of energy perpetual motion machines. You tend not to believe in perpetual motion machines. The reason is science, of course, is a set of patterns and so forth and things that work.
So you're saying it violates the laws of physics.
It violates
for
the laws
this to
of
be
physics.
happening.
It violates the laws
it violates
of physics.
Professor Adair's laws of physics, but there are other people, for instance, just this year, an eminent biophysicist from MIT published a paper in the leading journal in this country, Science magazine, refuting this exact argument that basically the thermal motion in molecules could not be overcome. The idea
That's
is,
not true. That's not true.
Well, let's leave that to I mean, it was published in Science, but let's just look at this. Basically, if you had just one exposure, Professor Adair may be right, but when you have repetitive exposure all the time, all day long, all night long, or every day of the job, then you start seeing different things happening. In other words, the field reinforces an effect. But I just don't want to. I want to say a couple of things that shouldn't be left out here. It's not just epidemiology here. We have many, many labs showing effects in cellular systems. That is, laboratory experiments showing that these very weak, and I agree with Professor Adair, they're very weak, and a few years ago no one would have believed it. But it's turned up in so many different laboratory experiments.
Animal studies,
cellular studies, and there's a third level of proof, which is clinical studies. That the FDA now approved devices that thousands of Americans have used to heal bones. And these are also extremely weak electromagnetic fields. And so, you have epidemiology, that is studies of humans. You have clinical studies, studies of humans using systems that are designed to expose people, and you have laboratory studies.
Let me ask you about some of the specific studies, because I think that people are very concerned about some of these effects, especially the association with leukemia in children. And this is one that's been talked about a fair amount in the press. In general terms, what evidence is there to associate exposure to everyday power lines that may be outside the house with childhood leukemia?
There are now two studies, one from Sweden, and two from, they both turn out to have been done in Denver, Colorado, all showing that you have a basic doubling of childhood cancer when exposed at home. There's a larger body of evidence among workers. But now we have 14 different studies, all showing, and it's more brain cancer than leukemia, as it turns out.
Is that right?
Yes. And the other element of all this is that EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, spent 2 whole years studying this. They had a crack team doing a literature review, going out to the community, talking to people, and after a 2-year analysis of all these components, the epidemiology, the cellular, and the clinical studies, said that as far as they were concerned, that electromagnetic fields, especially 60 cycles, should be classified as probable human carcinogens. This is a very high rating on the order of things like dioxin and saccharin that we all now consider to be bad.
Although they backed off that, didn't it? Didn't they? The EPA downgraded it from a probable to a possible human carcinogen.
They actually didn't downgrade it. They removed the classification. They say we're not ready to make that statement. Of course, the politics are hard and heavy in these kinds of things. So they backed off, but they may still reinstate it. The person at EPA, Dr. William Folland, who made that decision, I spoke to him directly about this. He said, maybe we'll put it back. We don't know yet. We're going to let the scientific community review this and then come to a new decision.
All right. Dr. Adair, have you seen any of these studies? Have you seen the population studies? Have you seen the laboratory rat studies, the clinical studies?
Yes.
And what do you make of them? Do you just write them all off?
Well, there's a feeling that among people who are not scientists, and maybe Mr. Celestin doesn't like it, but I consider him a journalist, not a scientist, there is a problem of the critical character of scientific research. Scientific research is difficult. We're all, generally speaking, up to here, and occasionally the water levels up to here. It's a tough business. And we have a long history of some kind of understanding of error in science. I would say that you could define it in in a reasonable way to say that half of all scientific results are wrong. It is the winnowing and sifting which create then a scientific body of knowledge which is right. Errors are common. It's not uncommon to have errors. We can talk about historically N-rays, the Allison effect, polywater. At the moment we have the problem with cold fusion. A little while after cold fusion came out, One of the gentlemen at the University of Utah pointed out that there were 60 confirmatory studies. These are all gone now.
So what you're saying is that half of all scientific studies are wrong, and all of these studies that purport to show effects from electromagnetic fields are necessarily wrong because it's physically impossible.
No, I am not saying that. I will separate those. I believe that they are physically impossible, but that creates, of course, a criteria for looking at the experiments. So from my viewpoint, and incidentally, this is the viewpoint of practically every eminent biophysicist I know of, and I can write a name list this long, that what we have then, if these things are real, they are very, very great discoveries. Mm-hmm. Either there's a hole in our understanding, and incidentally, the Weaver-Estumium business you're talking about, I've talked at length with Weaver and Estumium. We're talking about factors of 10. These are very serious people. I have a high regard for them. They agree basically with me, not with Mr. Schlesson.
But science throughout the ages is based on discoveries of things that debunk what the common belief was, right?
It's not stamp collecting. Science and stamp collecting are very different. And this is something that's very common. None of these experiments is a good experiment. Not one of them is something that you can say.
Every single one. The EPA experiment, the New York State power lines experiment, none of them are any good.
You're not talking about experiments.
New York State is a good example, because New York State was given $5 million because they were building a power line to bring hydropower down from Canada. And they were given, the settlement was, okay, you can build the line, but give us $5 million, and we'll give it to the New York Department of Health, and they will do the studies. And I spoke to the head man, Dr. David Carpenter, back in 1980 about this, and he was a skeptic. He really didn't believe this, but he's a health professional. He said, we've got to find out. And they did the study, and those $5 million changed the whole nature of this electromagnetic field debate, because they basically confirmed, crossing every T, dotting every I, they did the studies properly, and they found that these suggestions in literature did hold water, regardless of what we're hearing here tonight. But the larger issue is you can't battle a pile of studies like this with back-of-the-envelope calculations.
All right, we're going to take callers tonight from some of our calls tonight from some of our viewers, and I'd like to go to our first phone call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment. Welcome.
Yes, hello. My name is George. I'm calling from Staten Island, and I was wondering whether or not there was any studies done on the effect of children watching TV in a close range to the TV, if the radiation from the TV screen causes any damage.
Okay, that's a good question, and that brings us into the other aspect of this, because we've been talking mostly about the power lines, but there also are the at least theoretical hazards from video display terminals, and that, of course, is related to television screens. What would you say, Mr. Schlesson, about hazards from television screens?
Well, to direct the question directly, no one has ever studied this. In the United States, there are 40 million people using VDTs daily at work, and yet the United States government has not done a single study. Never mind children, never mind workers, not a single study. But what I would tell you is, until you find out, play it safe. Pick up the kid, take her 5 feet back. You've got nothing to worry about. I don't like to see children hanging around the front or the back or sides of television. Until we find out, whoever's right, the kid won't suffer by being a couple feet away. And by the time you are 3 or 4 feet away, you really don't have anything to worry about. These fields decay very quickly with distance.
Dr. Adair, do you feel any more positively about the possible effects of fields from VDTs than you do about those from power lines?
No, the problems are slightly different, but I've looked at both the epidemiological evidence, which is really non-existent. There's no effect from VDTs if you analyze that epidemiological evidence properly. And if you look into the physics of the interaction, there's nothing. And the New York Power study found that there was no effect. Contrary
they didn't study VDTs in the New York power line.
They studied power lines and there was no effect. The Savitz study is negative.
All right, obviously you disagree on that point, and we're going to come back to that later on. Let's take another call right now. Hi, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Yes, hi, the name's Marvin, and my question to Mr. Schlesson is, relative to MRI, magnetic resonant imaging. I had been prescribed by my doctor to go under this medical scan thing, and when I learned that it had a very powerful magnetic force that was exerted upon the body, I became skeptical of it, and I wonder. And I didn't go under. I wonder, sir, if you have any indication as to any harm that this fantastic dose of magnetism.
All right. Possible effects from MRIs, which are very commonly in use now. And the first question is this at all related to what we're talking about in terms of electromagnetic fields?
Absolutely. There are very strong magnetic fields there's a large variety of different fields. It's a very complex technology. But here I would caution people to look at the risks and the benefits. You can learn tremendous things that you can't learn any other way from MRI. And if your doctor prescribes a scan of that type, I would really have to go along with them unless there's some very extenuating circumstances. The only thing I would worry, if you started having one every day, then you might get concerned. But I would certainly think about having one if your doctor prescribes one.
Dr. Adair, any other feelings on MRIs?
I think there's no problem with MRIs. The magnetic fields one's talking about are around 40,000 Gauss or 40 million milligauss, which is a few milligauss is what people have been worrying about in other areas. So these are very high fields. Probably the concern with health is actually not the magnetic field, but the radio frequency radiation, which actually does the scanning. And the higher that level of radiation, the better resolution in the instrument. And the limitations then on that level of radiation is the thermal effect on the patient, which one has to be careful about.
Mr. Slesson, I want to get to the question of childhood leukemia, because this is something that's been reported on in some detail in the press, and I think is one of the areas that have people the most concerned regarding electromagnetic fields. How much of an increased risk would you say there is to a child who spends his or her first months or years living in a home that is very close to these transmission lines? I mean, childhood leukemia is a very rare disease throughout the United States, so how much of an increased risk could we even be talking about here?
Well, as a result of the New York Power Line study that we talked about a few minutes ago, Dr. David Carpenter, who was the executive secretary of the committee that looked into this, basically said that if the study was proved to be correct, and all indications are that it is correct, that he would attribute 30 to 40% of all childhood cancer.
30 to 40% of all childhood leukemia?
Indeed. And again, brain cancer figures in there very strongly because most people think of the Savitz study, which is the New York study, showing leukemia, when in fact it shows brain cancer more directly than leukemia. So we're talking 30 to 40% of all childhood cancer. Now, yes, it's a small number of cases, maybe about 1,000 a year, but it's a lot of heartbreak. And when that can be avoided, one would hope. Let me give you an example. Dr. Savitz, who did the study for New York State, took the same data, and just a couple months ago, in the American Journal of Epidemiology, the leading epidemiology journal in the United States, showed that women who use electric blankets during the first trimester of pregnancy have a 4-fold increased risk of having a child with brain tumors. Now, that's a totally avoidable risk. People don't need to use electric blankets. A down quilt, a nice wool blanket will do just as well. And if you must use an electric blanket, turn it on. When you get in the bed, unplug it or turn it off, and you'll have a nice, cozy bed.
And we'll get, again, more into the electric blanket question in a little while. Dr. Adair, what do you think, what do you feel when you hear something like the New York State Health Department, hardly your environmental radicals, coming out with statements like 30 to 40% of childhood cancer might be caused by these fields?
Well, I think that's a very foolish number. There is good data on something which is related to this and shows that there is, at absolute maximum, only a very tiny effect, and actually is not consistent with zero. It gives a zero effect. That is, we know a lot about how much electricity is used in the United States and how that has changed over the last 30 years. From 1960 to now, the leukemia rate, which is the best index of all according to the leukemia rate, has been absolutely constant, while the use of electricity has gone up a factor of 3.
How do you account for that?
Well, anyone listening to this can just refer back to something like July 31 New York Times, where in Science Times there was a long article talking about brain cancer rates. And they're going through the roof. And scientists don't know how to explain for it. But we're talking about real serious increases in brain cancer, and as I said, 14 different studies now link electromagnetic field exposure to brain cancer. So you have not only EMF, electromagnetic field results, but you also have the statistics that are compiled that have nothing to do, that shows something is wrong and we don't know what it is.
Let's take another caller right now. Hello.
Hello. I'm Jules from New Jersey. And first of all, Lenny, I'd like to tell you how glad I'm to see you on TV after listening to you on public radio.
That's okay. It's nice to be with you. I think you're confusing me with somebody else, but...
Lenny Lopez?
No, it's Brian Lair here. Lenny is also on public radio, but thanks for calling, Jules.
Oh, Lenny. I'm sorry. I'd like to direct my question to any of your two guests. As a utility worker for the past 43 years, I was wondering if any studies were made as to the EMF effects on utility workers, linemen, and high-tension wire people. And I was curious about that because I haven't heard any word concerning people who are directly connected with it. They're exposed to it every day. That's their livelihood. 8 hours a day, they're up in the lines working.
Right. Okay, Jules, now these are some of the people who in fact have been studied, aren't they?
They are probably the best studied of all the workers, and I'm glad to hear you're fine. But in fact, a lot of these studies, and I don't want to alarm you unnecessarily, but a lot of the studies show that there are higher rates of illness and disease among utility and telephone linemen.
What do you make of those studies?
And a lot of studies show that there are no increase among utility and linemen. Epidemiology is a difficult business, as Cole says, Philip Cole says. It's a very easy area to make serious mistakes in. One of the businesses about linemen now is you have to find then an equivalent area. This is a very masculine trade. I think if I wanted to have a control group for linemen, I might go to steel iron workers or something like that. So you have a lot of problems then in analyzing, in deciding what the confounding features are. But by and large, there's no evidence for any real effect.
So there's a lot of uncertainty in these studies, and you say there's no real evidence.
Well, there are many effects. Yes, the epidemiologists, the good epidemiologists, say that there's no solid evidence for any effect.
The danger here, of course, is that my expert is better than your expert.
Right. And there's no way we can prove that here tonight.
I think what the community is saying at the moment is, let's find out. And I think that this is a very interesting issue that is driven by public concern. And you have to understand that not a single health agency in the United States is working on this problem today. The EPA, when it came out with that report, yes, it was deleted, but still it's a strong case that there was a cancer link, did not have one single scientist working on this.
So that's your main message right now. It is that we need to do more research to find out about whether this really is a problem or not.
And my real message to the people out there listening is, if you are concerned, the only way to get some action is to goose your elected representatives as soon as they clear up this budget fiasco, but goose them, write them a letter. It works. If you write them a letter and you tell them that you want to get answers, we're talking about very little money here. A few $1 million a year, we would get to the bottom of this.
All right, but Dr. Adair, you are saying, or are you saying, that it is not worth spending any more money on this, that in fact that is a waste of public funds, and we should draw the line here and say, we know, no health hazard, the end?
Let me say that I think simply pouring money into the situation now would do no good whatsoever. This is not taken seriously by the really good scientists. Science is something like professional football. The good quarterbacks are a lot better than the mediocre ones. The very good people, there are not very many good people in this field, and you're not going to get them in the field by pouring more money.
All right,
what you're going to get is more half-baked studies.
I must answer this.
Go ahead,
I mean,
respond to it.
at a congressional hearing just a few weeks ago, the Electric Power Research Institute, the Edison Electric Institute, the American Public Power Association.
These are associations affiliated with the industry.
Right. Begged Congress, begged them, along with the Department of Energy and other agencies, please give us some money so we can find out, and if there is no risk, we can appease the public anxiety, and if there is a risk, we will find out what we can do.
That kind of attitude would come from a confidence that there is no risk, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. They're very worried that they're going to be forced to spend billions of dollars without really knowing what to solve. And the one point I would agree with Dr. Adair, I think I'm less dogmatic than he is that we don't really know where the problem is yet. We know that there's a problem, but we don't exactly know what exactly to fix when we go after it. And so they want to know what it is so they can fix the right thing.
All right, let's take another caller right now. Hello. Do we have a caller?
Hello.
Hi.
I would like to know how and where I would be able to purchase a meter to measure EMF for home use.
Okay, and that, of course, is an excellent question, because now that you've gotten people all worried about the exposures in their home, how do they find out if they have a high reading? And for that matter, what is a high reading?
Well, I encourage everybody to go out and measure, because that's the only way they're going to find out where these fields are, and if they can avoid them without much effort, then let them do so. If I don't plug any given meter, I don't have any interest in any of these companies, but if they want a list, Microwave News and VDT News have each published a list.
Those are your publications.
Those are my publications, and we'd be glad to send you one if you send us a self-addressed stamped envelope, or just a regular envelope, and I don't know whether to give the address now or you'll give it later.
We'll give it at the end of the program, and we'll tell our viewers right now that we will give that address at the end of the program. All right, what would you consider a cause for alarm? I mean, if somebody gets a meter, is this called a Gauss meter?
It is.
And what kind of a Gauss meter reading should somebody be concerned about?
Well, it's a very interesting problem, because most health standards now are pegged in what's called milligauss, this unit of magnetic field. And most health standards specify a level between, say, 100 and 1,000 milligauss. Now, these epidemiological studies that we've been talking about show a risk at about 2 to 3 milligauss. So you can see there's a large division between some members of the scientific community that says if it doesn't cause a shock or a burn, you don't really have much to worry about. The people who are worried about cancer worry about 2 or 3 milligauss. So, I don't want to,
Right, it's still fuzzy.
It's still fuzzy, but you want to be below 1 to be absolutely safe.
Dr. Adair?
To put this into context, the field right here is probably about 500 milligauss, the Earth's field. The Earth's field is 500 milligauss.
That's a static field, and it's very different.
Walking through the Earth's field, that's equivalent to about a 40 milligauss, 60 hertz field.
That is, if you walked constantly the same rate all the time. That's the point.
If you drive in a car, then
it's this reinforcement that we talked about when we first started talking about this constant 60 cycle, reinforcing itself on your body all the time. It's like a metronome, if you will. Click, 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 click. And if you were to walk in the Earth's field at a steady pace for a year, then yes, you would have a problem.
But you must be saying that even though there's a, what did you say, 500 milligauss constant field from the Earth, that's constant. That's the
what
bottom
moves
line.
your compass needle
Right,
around.
that's the bottom line. That there must be some possible effect from the increase in the field that people come across in certain circumstances.
There's a very large difference between the static field, the constant field, like the Earth field, and one that's changing direction 60 times a second.
That's the alternating.
Don't move your hands, Louis. You'll be in trouble.
That's the television coach in you speaking.
It's a very serious question. I mean, I don't think we should joke about this until we know more that we can really put people's mind at rest. I think it's very premature to tell people there's no risk. We need to find out, and we need to find out soon. This technology is everywhere.
Let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air. Do we have a caller?
Hello.
Yes, hi.
Hi. My question, I guess, is for Dr. Adair, and it is, why do you say that the fields are weak when they can make, like, the hairs on your arm stand up if you put them near a neon transformer wire or something like that?
All right, are we talking about the same thing there?
Well, more or less, sure. The hairs on your arm will stand up. This is an external field. The hairs on your arm will stand up somewhere around 10,000 volts per meter. To put this into context, if you shuffle your feet across the floor and draw a spark like you do in winter, you get up from a chair or something like that, that's about 1,000,000 volts per meter. The field between the wires of your lamp, that's about 100,000 volts per meter. These fields, when they're external, even when they raise the hairs on your hand, are external. The thing is, your body is a conductor. You know, your blood's like salt water. And that gives you a great shielding to what's inside the body. But I wouldn't want to exactly live in 10,000 volts per meter. My own paper, for example, I put a limit of about 300 volts per meter, and then the field inside the body is of the order of 1/1,000,000th of a volt per meter, and it's a little larger than that, about 100,000 volt per meter, and is not significant.
Mr. Slesson, do you have a feeling about whether, when people have that experience of their hair standing on end from the, I guess really it's static electricity around them, whether that indicates a high electromagnetic field?
Well, there's certainly an electric field there. It's very interesting. In the 1970s, the Department of Energy did quite a lot of work in this area, and they studied most of the electric fields, saying, oh, don't worry about the magnetic fields. It turns out that the electric field is probably less of a problem than the magnetic field, and it's really only in the last few years that people have started to focus in on these magnetic fields. And the real problem with these magnetic fields is that we don't have a sensation to tells us, none of our senses work to tell us when we're in a high magnetic field. So, and we're not talking about very high magnetic fields here at all. So you won't know, and that's the real problem. My wife and I moved recently to a new apartment, and I took my Gauss meter and we measured it around. And the thing to understand is that these fields go through everything. They go through concrete. And it turns out that the downstairs neighbor had some kind of electric fan on the roof, on his ceiling. And that field created a field in my room that was, 10, 15 milligauss. And, without going around measuring, I would never have known, because I wouldn't have been able to see anything.
So the electric fields are the ones that you might be more likely to feel, but it's the magnetic fields that might be more hazardous in these respects.
Currently, there's much more interest in the magnetic field than the electric field.
All right, let's take another caller. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello. For those of us that work with video display tubes day in and day out, is there anything that we can do to protect ourselves until we get to the bottom of this issue?
Okay, Mr. Slesson.
Well, the most important thing is to try and keep some distance between you and the terminal until we find out exactly how great the risk. A lot of people don't understand that the electromagnetic fields are greater in the back and the sides of the sets, on top and around, not where you sit. So a lot of people are more exposed from their neighbor VDT than from their own. The other thing to understand is there's nothing you can buy on the market today that you can add. None of these screens will shield the magnetic field.
Now, there is at least one company, and I don't know if I should mention the name of the company, I guess I will not, that is making supposedly computer terminals that have shields that reduce the exposure to these fields, right?
They're based on non-cathode ray tubes. Cathode ray tube is what is in your television, basically, and most VDTs are cathode ray tube. If you have a liquid crystal display, the fields go down radically and you have much less exposure. So that is one alternative to give up on your CRT cathode ray tube and go to another type of technology. They tend not to work quite as well, and there's a legibility problem. But keep your distance. And if you work on a Macintosh, for instance, it's very easy to increase the type size so that you can have bigger lettering on your terminal and therefore keep back from it. And I encourage people to do that, especially children.
But more than coming out of the screen, you say it's coming out of the sides and coming out of the back. So it's more of a problem for the people who are working in banks of VDTs at the office.
Absolutely. And the thing to think about is it's not radiation coming at you, it's a field. You're in it when you're around the terminal, and the field is stronger in the back and the side. So keep your distance is the #1 rule of the day.
Let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and I'm from New York City, and I have a concern about what states have established standards to measure this as being unsafe. Since New York State doesn't have a measurement at this time, what other states have?
In fact, New York State does have a standard, doesn't it?
It has an interim standard of 200 milligauss. There's only a couple states that have them. New York is one of them. New Jersey's mulling it over, but I don't think it's going to have one. And Florida has one, but that's in court saying that it's in the 100 to 250 milligauss range. And there's a town that's saying that's not protective of cancer at 2 to 3 milligauss. We want it lower.
All right, let's talk about what that means, 200 milligauss, and I'll let you in here in a second, Dr. Adair. 200 milligauss as a standard. What does that actually mean?
It means the state doesn't have to do anything. There's very, very few people, except for the few moments they're using an electric hairdryer or razor, are exposed to 200 milligauss fields.
You were talking before in terms of 2 to 3 milligauss as being associated with cancer in some of these studies.
Basically, the 200 milligauss is not a health-based standard. It's a technology-based standard. It's saying we basically don't want to do much, and so we're going to set the standard really high. And basically, 200 milligauss is what you find at the edge of a 345 kilovolt power line. And there aren't many of those, luckily, exposing people. Most of them are in the countryside. So basically, the 200 milligauss is not protecting anyone very much from the low fields.
Dr. Adair. There's an international commission which brought out a report just a year ago. Their report is based on physiological and medical evidence. Their limits for the general population, day in and day out, is 1,000 milligauss. For people at work, for 8 hours a day, it's 5,000 milligauss. For short periods of time, and these are very conservative. These are very conservative as far as any solid information we have on medical effects.
They're not based on cancer, however. They're based on shock, and they're based on burns. They're not based on chronic exposures. I think what's very important...
Not based on shock or burns.
They're not based on cancer or
What are they based on? They are based on the currents, which can create measurable physiological effects. Doesn't even say they're bad or good or bad.
Again, getting back to the idea of the physics.
Nobody
the
has
theory
seen any physiological effects from anything under 10,000 milligauss.
These are very short-term effects, and what I'm concerned about is the long-term chronic exposure, day in, day out, low-level exposure. We all know that if you take chemicals, for instance, there's an acute hazard and there's a chronic hazard. There's an acute when you swallow too much poison and you're at risk of being poisoned or dying from that. And then there's the short-term kind of the problem of the DDT, the PCBs, and all the alphabet soup that we're exposed to. Those are chronic hazards that we are most worried about and dealing with.
All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Dr. Adair, I want to ask you regarding Hiroshima and the strong levels of radioactivity that victimized these people, and I was wondering what actually goes on within the body that they've had to go through that's made them sick. And something like an electric blanket, okay, that doesn't hurt you, but up to what levels and what type can really be harmful, like I said, like with Hiroshima.
Okay, Dr. Adair.
There's a big difference between these ionizing radiation. You might think of it as Hiroshima is machine gun bullets, while the sort of thing we're talking about is feathers sifting down on you. And at Hiroshima, these ionizing particles actually smash chromosomes, genetic material in the cells, and these broken cells, that's one thing we really know is that radiation of that kind causes cancer. But this is very high energy radiation where the bullets are really breaking up cells.
Finally, Dr. Adair and I agree on something, but I wouldn't use the metaphor of feathers. I think we're dealing with something much more serious when we're talking about the non-ionizing radiation.
What about the mechanism by which this may actually do harm? I mean, this is one of the places where there are a lot of critics of the people who say there are, in fact, effects, that science has not come up with the way that these fields may actually cause cancer or circadian rhythm interruptions, which is one of the other things, or whatever.
The mechanism of interaction is a $64 question, and we don't have a good answer to that yet. But also, we've only started to look, and it's a very complex problem. There are scientists out there at some of the leading universities who have theories, but they're begging for research grants to try and flesh those theories out and see what is going on there. We're talking about very complex things. I mean, physics can't yet explain how a cell divides, never mind how these interactions occur. So we need to, spend a little money to get to the bottom of this, and maybe we'll have some answers.
All right, let's take another caller. Hello, you're on the air.
I own a home, and I've had the electric company come out, and they were in Connecticut, and they were willing to measure my home with a Gauss meter. And I live between 4800 power line on the front of the street, and I have power lines in my backyard, which are 27,000 going into a substation. So I was concerned. They found measurements of 3 to 20 milligauss throughout the house. Now that I have those measurements, what do I do with them? Do I sell the house before the world panics about this and my property's worthless, or is it harming my wife and my wife is pregnant? What do we do?
That's a good question. What do we do if we find that our houses have high levels?
Very difficult question to answer, and we get this question all the time. Our phone rings and people ask that question, and frankly, what I can only advise you to do is for you to make that decision yourself. I cannot make that decision, but I encourage you to go to the library, write to us, look at the journals. A lot of it's very easy to understand if you're willing and are concerned enough to get into it. Roll up your sleeves, read about it, and then you've got to make up your mind. This is a personal risk, and it's up to the individual.
What about doing anything to reduce the exposure? You can do that, for example, if you find radon in your home. Is there no way to reduce the exposure?
In certain cases, I know individuals that have lobbied the electrical utility companies to reduce the exposures by burying a line. Sometimes you want to see if you're well grounded. Sometimes it's very simple to get the electrical utility or get a consultant in there and see if you know, just by grounding something or changing the wiring a bit, you can reduce the exposures. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. It's not clear.
And Dr. Adair, you would tell them just not to worry about it.
Well, I would say you cannot tell another human being not to worry about something. If I can say that myself, my children, my grandchildren, we don't worry about it, but that's not in a human situation. That's I don't want to say that.
Individuals shouldn't worry about what they're worried about.
I think there I agree with Louis.
Yeah.
You've got to make up your own mind. The only thing I disagree is if you ask Louis, he'll tell you that it's terrible.
Yeah.
If you ask me, I'll tell you that there's no problem.
Right. Are there any reliable consultants out there at this point? It's such a brand new field, and as with radon and with other things, there are some quacks out there who are going to take advantage of you.
It's less quacks than there's a lot of money to be made by pacifying the public, and this is what I am terribly concerned about, is that a lot of money can buy a lot of opinion that tells one side of the story. And we have documented in the newsletter scientists like Dr. Cole that Professor Adair mentions. They're making bag loads of money working for the utilities, telling the public there's nothing to worry about. And I think this is reprehensible when we don't know the answers. We should, you know, the utilities have a great deal of money to hire these experts. The public has no money, you know, and so there's a disequilibrium about information here. And information is very important to make up your mind. And I'm much more for the free flow of information than what I'm seeing at the moment.
Dr. Adair, you don't think that there's a
I'm very unhappy
disequilibrium
about this, because if there's anybody here who has a conflict of interest that way, it's Louis. Now, I think Louis is an honest man, and I don't think that he's pushing this so he can sell more of his newsletters. But in fact, that's what happens.
But you do make your living, just to be on the up and up about this, selling newsletters that have to do with this risk.
I certainly do, and I can tell you that if I work out my per hour income over the last 10 years, I have no real conflict. I mean, we have not made very much. This is a very unpopular area, and frankly, the people who buy us are not the public, not the people listening, but it's the utilities, it's the companies, the government, basically the people who are telling you there's no risk. They wouldn't be reading me, they wouldn't be supporting me if they didn't know that we were telling them things that they needed to know. The public, the concerned public, is not my clients. It's the utilities and their people.
All right, let's take another caller.
That too.
Let's go to another phone call right now. Are you there? Are you on the air?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Mario. I'm calling from Brooklyn. I once heard a doctor say on TV once that you could have harmful effects from just using something like a hairdryer, a high amperage household device. And I was wondering, like, if you use an induction ammeter, a clamp ammeter around the power cord to most devices, the magnetic field around there is canceled by the positive and a negative return wire coming back. So I was wondering, how could it possibly create enough of a field to harm anyone?
If you in an appliance, the measurements are unequivocal that around a hairdryer, or electric razor, a blender, whatever, you have very high magnetic fields. But the point about it is not just the dose, but the time you're exposed to it. So, you know, how long do you use a hairdryer? A couple minutes a day is really an inconsequential amount. Think more in terms of VDTs and electric blankets, where you're using the electric blanket 8 hours a night every night.
And that's why you think that electric blankets might be a particular risk in terms of appliances, because you're right there, you're sleeping under it, and it's 8 hours at a shot.
It can't get closer to you, 8 hours, 6 months a year, and it's totally avoidable.
But let me answer the gentleman's question. You're right, there is a great deal of cancellation, but it isn't complete.
Someone told me that cordless telephones might be a risk in this way because you hold them right up to your head and you might be on them for a fair amount of time over the course of a day, and they've got these transmitters in them. Do you agree with that at all?
I agree that we haven't studied this at all, but anything that has wireless communication is a source of electromagnetic radiation or electromagnetic fields. My advice is, use the corded phone, that is your regular old-time phone, unless you really do need to use your cordless, until we get some research. But here again, most of the attention is on 60 hertz. The cordless phones work at a much higher frequency, and we have done practically nothing. But really, this is the hidden context of this. If we have a problem with 60 hertz from VDTs, from electric blankets, from power lines, what does it say about radio and television and radar and cordless phones, cellular phones, walkie-talkies? There's a whole host of other information technology that we haven't begun to find out about.
Didn't the Navy study walkie-talkies and some things like that?
There is some new research showing that you can, actually funded by Motorola, probably the biggest name in this field, showing that you can get sizable doses of electromagnetic radiation from cellular type phones. So my advice is, if you need them for your work, use them sparingly, but when you have an alternative, try something else.
All right. Dr. Adair, you have been very critical of journalists along these lines. In fact, I read one journal article by you in which you called a particular journalist, Paul Brodeur, who wrote a series about this in The New Yorker, an intellectual terrorist. Why do you say that?
Because he's an intellectual terrorist.
I guess you believe that.
Yes. He makes... I don't know what drives the man. Well, actually, I'm not so much concerned about Brodeur. What I can't understand is the editors of The New Yorker. Here you've got a field which is a combination of biology, physics, and engineering, and you have a man writing articles on it who knows nothing about physics, nothing about biology, and nothing about engineering.
He's been, I don't want to be Paul Brodeur's lawyer, but he's been writing on environmental topics for many, many years.
They're all bad, too.
You think they're all bad.
I don't think that's fair.
But if you call him an intellectual terrorist, you must think that he has some, and other journalists have some negative motives here.
I believe, I don't know what drives the man. The selection, the errors he makes,
There's a lot of talk about this, but I have yet to see anyone draw up a real list of errors that Brodeur made. I mean,
just a second, I'll give you a set.
I've looked at some of these as totally spurious.
Have you seen what Ellie did?
I've seen lists, but I don't believe, I've checked out, the New Yorker has a world-famous fact-checking department, and certainly they called me a number of times. Every fact in the New Yorker was, now we may not like, Dr. Adair may not like the emphasis that Brodeur did, but what Brodeur did was a call to arms, saying, you're ignoring some very important scientific data, let's find out. And I agree with that. Let's find out. Let's avoid exposure when we can until we get the facts, but let's find out immediately before people are hurt, if they are getting hurt.
Let's find out what another of our callers has to ask. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi. I just want to know if underground power lines would lessen any of the dangers you've been talking about.
Okay, that's a good question because we do have a lot of underground power lines in New York City. Dr. Adair?
The fact that the power lines are underground does not in itself create less magnetic fields. But for basically technical reasons, underground lines tend to be bundled tightly. And so there's more cancellation of the magnetic fields. So there tends to be a little less magnetic fields from underground.
But there must be an exposure difference, too. If they're underground and you're in your home, especially if you're in an apartment above the first floor in New York City, then you're not going to get the same kind of exposure as you would from a power line running along the street. Is that right?
Well, you just have to decide how close you are. Whether it's above the ground or under the ground, it's just how close you are. You might be a lot closer to it.
What people don't realize, in New York, you have whole cities in one building, and there's a power line going up the side of the building. So, in fact, it's like a buried line. But Professor Adair and I agree, it tends to be a lower exposure because of the way they're bundled. But in certain measurements, like in Austin, Texas, they've done measurements, and they show that they haven't been bundled correctly, if you will, and the exposures can be quite high. So the fact that they're buried does not mean, or the fact that they're in the side of your building does not mean you're not getting exposure. You may be, the only way to find out is to measure them.
All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Good evening, gentlemen. It's been a very stimulating discussion thus far. I have a question for both of you. During the last election, when he wasn't lying about raising taxes and everything else, George Bush claimed that he had intentions to be the environmental president. Personally, I think he should be hung by his fucking balls for saying that. What you two think?
All right. Thank you for your call.
I think he should have a flag.
There was an EPA study which shows that the federal government is getting involved in that, and yet, after what they found, after they rated it a probable carcinogen, they downgraded it. Do you see EPA putting out a serious effort in this area?
I think if the public pressure continues, they will. In the last few months, there's suddenly been an interest in FDA that last year told you to go ahead using electric blankets. Next month is having a meeting to maybe change their mind about it. EPA is having all sorts of meetings and are trying to get some funding going. National Institutes of Health are having meetings and are now telling me that they want to fund studies. I mean, we're seeing a change, but it's going to take years and constant pressure to keep this. There's a problem of the weak syndrome where we tend to study one thing today, wait to the next problem, displace everything. What we have to understand is that 5 years ago, EPA had the best research group in the world working on this.
Are there political pressures from industry or whomever trying to squelch these results or trying to squelch funding for these kinds of studies?
There is, at the moment, a great deal of interest in industry to fund these studies, but they want control. This is a highly political and there's some very serious negative economic impacts. So they would like to see the studies, but they want to control the dissemination of the results. And that's why I want to see the federal government doing, where you have the Freedom of Information Act, where you have public disclosure as the studies are going on. We need to find out, but we need to let the fresh air in to find out along the way what people are finding out.
Biases in all of this business are complex. For example, if you have funding from the EPA and you do a very careful study and it comes out negative, there is nothing, you'll not be funded very likely again. Because, and it's not even something that I would say is immoral or anything. It's these EPA is looking for trouble. That's their job in a sense. But that does give an effect which is highly biased.
Except that based on the animal studies, based on some of the epidemiological studies, and so forth, there is a question being raised. So that would seem to create the conditions for more EPA funding.
Yes, but the people who find nothing, that's where you get that kind of bias, and then they're not funded again.
EPA is being dragged kicking and screaming through this problem. They're not looking for a fight. The public is forcing them to take a look at it. And my message to the people out there is keep the pressure up, because that's the only way you're going to get an answer to this problem.
All right, let's see if we have another caller on the line. Hello.
Hello?
Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, I would like to ask about microwaves in the house and what's the effect about the food and the area in the kitchen.
Okay, microwaves from the microwave oven. And what is the relationship of that to what we've been talking about?
There's a higher frequency radiation, as we were saying at the beginning of the program. Basically, there's very little to worry about microwave ovens, but the thing to realize is that they all leak somewhat. And the other thing is that the radiation decays very quickly. So if you're concerned, step back 2 big steps and you really don't have a problem. Where I get a little bit worried is with children. Nothing could be more fun than on a rainy day to put something in the microwave oven and watch it cook. And there you're putting your eyeball next at the window, the point of maximum leakage, and there you might have a problem. So my advice to mothers and fathers is to keep the kids away from them. If they're concerned, take 2 giant steps, and you don't really have much of a problem.
There are, of course, experiments in which monkeys, for example, squirrel monkeys, are exposed to the microwave frequency at levels which are high enough to actually warm the monkeys. These colonies of monkeys have gone on for years and years and years with no bad effects.
All right, we have less than a minute left, and I'd like to use that time to have you give out the address or the phone number of your organization so that if people want to get some more information on this, they can do that.
Right. If you want that list of Gauss meters, send us a self-addressed stamp envelope to Post Office Box 1799. That's 1799, Grand Central Station, New York, New York 10163. And put on it Microwave News, WNYC, and then we'll know what you want.
All right. And Louis Lesson, Dr. Robert Adair, thank you very much, both of you, for coming in and being my guests tonight. And obviously, we won't settle the issue of electrical threats here tonight, but we can all keep an eye out for the results of future research, and you can take action in your own life, if you, as you've just heard, if you think this threat is real. Thank you for watching tonight, and join us again next week for Endangered, Our Urban Environment. Next week's topic, oil change, alternative energy sources for New York City. Good evening, I'm Brian Lehrer. Society needs some hazardous facilities like landfills, bus depots, and sewage treatment plants. But the evidence is overwhelming that low-income communities, especially Latino and African American ones, get stuck with more than their fair share of society's environmental burdens. Lead poisoning in children is also a problem that is concentrated in the inner city and is much more common than you may realize. Taken together, these problems suggest a pattern of environmental racism on the part of government decision makers. This hour, we will talk about lead poisoning, the siting of hazardous facilities, and environmental racism in New York City. In a few minutes, we'll take your phone calls. Right now, let's meet our guests for tonight. Peggy Shepard, co-founder of West Harlem Environmental Action. Ken Daniel, director of the Bureau of Lead Poisoning Control of the New York City Health Department, and Michael Gerard, a member of the Committee on Municipal Affairs of the New York City Bar Association. Welcome to all of you. Thank you all for coming out on this rainy night. Peggy Shepard, for our viewers who are not familiar with the term, what is environmental racism?
Well, environmental racism is the unfair siting of potentially hazardous facilities in low-income and communities of color, because primarily those communities don't have the resources, the political clout to effectively mobilize against these kinds of facilities.
Can you give me some examples of environmental racism in your community in West Harlem?
I certainly can. North River Sewage Treatment Plant was sited in my community at 138th to 145th Streets in the Hudson River. It was initially sited for 72nd, 79th Street along the Upper West Side, but that community 15 years ago was able to effectively mobilize to stop that project from happening there. And so you had the NIMBY syndrome, and it got kicked into our backyard.
NIMBY meaning not in my backyard.
Exactly.
Yeah. Michael Gerard, you're also involved in this issue. Can you give us some other examples around the city of environmental racism?
Well, whether you call it environmental racism or environmental classism is an interesting question. But there are certainly throughout the city landfills, resource incinerators, marine transfer stations, all kinds of other facilities that people don't want in their backyards. And it's true that the people who are at the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum have the least political clout to keep them out.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think it's developed like this? I mean, sewage treatment plants serve the whole city, bus depots serve the whole city. Why are these facilities so concentrated in a few areas?
Because the people who site the facilities are very sensitive to the politics of how hard it is to put it in a particular place, and the people who tend to have more money also tend to have more political clout and more ability to hire lawyers and do other things necessary in order to keep the projects they don't want out of their neighborhoods. Additionally, many of these things, when they're cited, are cited in areas with cheap land, low property values, and those tend to already be populated by lower income people.
Ms. Shepard, let's look at some of the effects of this. What would you say are some of the health effects in the community of environmentally racist siting policies?
Well, certainly, when we look at North River, we know that more people are now experiencing dizziness, headaches, itchy eyes, running noses, the typical kinds of respiratory problems. We also know that more children in New York City, in Harlem specifically, under the age of 10 are hospitalized for respiratory problems than for any other illness. I think there's a correlation. When we look at bus depots built by the MTA, we'll find that out of 6 in the city, 5 are in Harlem. We have one that's now being built across the street from a public school. And now we're finding out that the bus depot that's 4 blocks from there, which was supposed to close when the new one opens, may not close at all.
Where does the lead problem come into this? I mean, lead is not something that is put into buildings by the government as a conscious decision. Where does that come into play here?
Well, lead poisoning, we know how to abate that situation. We know how to treat it. And the fact that it's still an epidemic is a disgrace. When we find in northern Manhattan, for instance, Washington Heights is the leading community in northern Manhattan for reported lead poisoning cases. Harlem is the second, has the second most reported cases. And what we find is that special education, let's look at special education. It's rampant in terms of Hispanics, Latinos, African American children. And what we've got to look at, how many kids, how many of these youth are lead poisoned? Mm-hmm. And what we find is that lead poisoning leads to learning disabilities and eventually can lead to severe brain damage.
Mr. Daniel, let's look at the lead problem in New York City. How widespread is it, especially among children?
Well, the lead problem in New York City is, lead itself is an interesting definition. Lead is both a medical definition and a legal definition. At the present time, lead is considered to be 25 micrograms per deciliter. In 1970, when lead programs were first started across the country, it was considered to be 55 micrograms per deciliter. So children who were not even considered lead poisoning at that time are now considered to be lead poisoned. In all probability, it will drop even lower over the next few years.
The standard would drop lower, which means the count would go higher.
No question about it. It's interesting to look at the two factors. I agree that it's a disgrace that children are still being lead poisoned. Yet you have to look at the other side of it. In 1970, when the level was 55 micrograms per deciliter, around 87,000 children were screened and around 2,600 children were identified with lead poison. That was at 55 micrograms. Last year, approximately 335,000 children were screened, and only 850 were identified with lead poison.
Now, the Environmental Defense Fund, I have some figures here from them, recently estimated that 200,000 children, 200,000 in New York City have elevated lead levels. Well, how do you respond to those figures?
I think the best way to respond to those figures is their reworking of the NHANES data that was done on a nationwide basis. Very little sampling was done in New York City itself. New York City samples, or rather tests, more children than any municipality in the nation. The Environmental Defense Fund themselves believe that approximately 334,000 children in the city of New York are living in what would be considered high-risk areas, in other words, areas and buildings built before 1960 in which were potentially lead paint was used. If 335,000 children were screened last year, and if in excess of 350,000 tests will probably be taken this year. I think we have a pretty good indication that perhaps their figures are perhaps overstated for this area.
Ms. Shepard, do you have a feeling about that?
Oh, I certainly do. I think we've also got to look at other ways to be lead poisoned other than through lead paint in older buildings prior to 1960. I think we can look at playgrounds, for instance. All of the kids all over the city are in playgrounds. A lot of them are near highways. And we realize now that lead and gasoline has been banned, although it's still sold. But from the particulates from the exhaust fumes have settled in lead, and I'm sorry, settled in the soil. And lead has a half-life of 30 years. So that a kid in a sandbox, you know, as kids do, they ingest it, they put it in their mouth, they breathe it in, you know, that kind of thing. That's a very easy way to be lead poisoned.
That's interesting because I think most people think of this as a problem of eating paint. Are there any other routes of exposure that you would point out?
Well, it's not even eating paint. When the paint chips crumble, it's the dust. It's the dust that's really getting to you that you're breathing in. It's not really eating the paint chips. That's an old stereotype. But we also have to look at lead solder in water pipes and realize that water can be contaminated. You know, if you do have solder in pipes, and there are pipes in the city where you still do have lead solder.
Yeah, Mr. Daniel, would you agree with that? That the lead paint, eating lead paint, is a stereotype as to how that exposure takes place, and there are really all these other ways that are more common?
Well, I wouldn't exactly agree with it. I'd rather, if I can have a minute to explore it. The first thing is that the majority of the children at 25 micrograms per deciliter are contaminated by lead paint. At the lower levels, certainly the other things such as soil, water, even air will become quite important.
But you see, the Center for Disease Control is just imminently about to lower that level to 10 or 15.
If I might continue. You mentioned two things. You mentioned playgrounds. The nice thing we can say about playgrounds is we recently did a survey of them. The sand in the sandboxes is exchanged every 6 months to a year, so that particular sand is not leaded. The Parks Department have also covered most of the playground areas with asphalt, which is about the only way now that you can handle that type of problem. Lead in soil is a problem and will be a problem. Lead in water is a problem. I have to say that I would hate to see the emphasis be moved away from lead in paint, because lead in paint is where the highest amount.
You agree with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think the other thing, if I may say it very quickly, is that I thoroughly agree with you. Children do not peel paint off the wall. Children, through normal hand-to-mouth activity, crawl along and they put it in their mouths. Things such as good hygiene, cleaning of floors, washing of children's hands can certainly help protect children. However, that's not the issue. That's not the answer. The answer is to remove the paint.
All right, we'll talk more about lead in a few minutes. I want to get back to the problem of siding. And Mr. Gerard, let's take that example of the North River Sewage Treatment Plant in West Harlem. Tell us a little bit about the mechanics of that. How did that plant wind up there as opposed to 72nd to 79th Street where it was originally planned for?
Well, as Peggy Shepard said, the original plan was to have it in the lower area, but there was a great deal of community opposition and political opposition, so the City Department of Environmental Protection went about looking for another site where they could put it. And it happened that this area in West Harlem was conveniently available. It was relatively inexpensive. There was much less political opposition, and so that's where it went.
All right, now, what kinds of problems is the plant, actually, Ms. Shepard, let me ask you this. What kind of problems is the plant causing for people in the area?
Well, certainly there are odors. And, you know, that's a situation that has been continuing since 1986, 85, when the plant first went online. It still continues, especially along Riverside Drive, and commuters. Commuters all over the city can smell that as they're driving along. So, I mean, it's there. But more importantly is what is coming out of the stacks. We still don't have the results of the stack emissions, so that we don't really know in what concentrations certain chemicals are coming out of the plant. And we feel that there's a correlation between the emissions and some of the symptoms that people are experiencing.
Mm-hmm. You were arrested once at that plant, weren't you, during a protest?
Yes, on Martin Luther King Day back in, I don't know, 87 or 88. We did have a civil disobedience demonstration on West Side Highway. We felt that we had to really draw some attention to what is going on in West Harlem, and we felt that we had run out of other measures. I mean, so we felt that we had to take that step.
There was supposed to be a park built along with that plant, an environmental plus, if you will, for the neighborhood. What's the status of that park?
The park is under construction. It's in its second phase. There have been some elements that have been scaled back, according to the community board. You know, that's a point of difference between the board and state parks. But some items have been scaled back. We're trying to come to some meeting of the minds with state parks so that we can go ahead, so that we can make sure that there is proper minority and women business enterprise participation. So it's continuing. And under the Environmental Bond Act, which will be on the ballot in November, there is a $10 million amount that will reimburse state parks. There's also some stewardship money there that would go to community groups to establish community gardens and some other kinds of parks maintenance kinds of projects that community groups could apply to state parks.
So you feel that the community is going to be getting something in return for the siting of this plant?
I don't think that there's any benefit we could possibly get for the siting of this plant. We will be getting a park.
Okay. Mr. Gerard, maybe you can give us an example from another borough and tell us again the mechanics of how the process works, or is something like the North River Sewage Treatment Plant unique?
Well, another example would be the selection by the city of sites for the resource recovery plants that have been proposed to burn garbage. Mayor Dinkins in his campaign said that he was not going to build these, but there's some question about how long he'll be able to avoid building them. The city sanitation department had a comprehensive 5-borough-wide study of sites. They identified the areas that had enough land, that had the right kind of zoning, that had the power, that had the truck access, and so forth. They narrowed that down over a period of years and ultimately identified a site at the Brooklyn Navy Yard, one in Maspeth, Queens, and a couple of other sites around the city as the targets for these facilities, which have been enormously controversial.
And those fit that pattern?
Well, the Brooklyn Navy Yard is in the Williamsburg area, which has a large Orthodox Jewish population. The Maspeth facility is in a lower middle class white area. They are not all minority areas, but they are almost uniformly lower income areas.
Yeah. All right. As you know, we're going to be taking some calls tonight from our viewers, and let's go to our first caller right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment. Hello.
Yes, this is an endangered urban inhabitant from Greenpoint, Brooklyn. Just wanted to bring up the point, you know, we like the woman who's speaking about Harlem, have been cited for far too many environmentally disastrous things, and I can just mention a few. We're in between, we're right in the northwest corner of Brooklyn, and it's a real working class blue collar neighborhood. It's well known for that. Mae West came from the neighborhood. We're sited in between the Brooklyn Navy Yard incinerator that they want to build and also the Maspeth Queens plant. We're exactly, you know, on the border of each of those. We have one of the world's largest sewage treatment plants that they want to enlarge. In fact, we have a scoping session tomorrow night, or Thursday night here in the community on that.
Let me ask you, caller, how is the community mobilizing, or is it, to try to fight the continued siting of things in Greenpoint, or even to get some things removed?
Well, we have some very small groups. One is Greenpoint Against Smell and Pollution, GASP. We have a couple other small groups, but there's a many large number of immigrants from Poland here, and many people don't speak English. It's hard to get people out.
Again, a politically powerless constituency.
Yeah, we have radioactive waste storage. We have an antique incinerator that doesn't meet any of the city's regs with dioxin poisoning. Right. We have an aquifer larger than the Valdez underneath our streets.
If I could point out that I think Greenpoint is an example of how some of these siting decisions have violated the law. Greenpoint in particular has a very high concentration of solid waste transfer stations. Under the State Environmental Quality Review Act, one would have expected a cumulative impact analysis of the effect of all of these solid waste transfer stations on the community. But because of some jurisdictional wrangling between the city and the state, no impact statement has been prepared, and therefore there really hasn't been a cumulative impact analysis, and one result of that is that Greenpoint is getting an over-concentration of this kind of facility.
All right, now we've talked about the problem. Let's start talking about some solutions. Ms. Shepard, I understand that the new city charter actually mandates a fair share plan. Tell us about that a little bit.
Well, the Fair Share Plan says that when they're citing certain waste management and transportation facilities, that they are going to take two major elements into account. One is the number and the number of other facilities that are similar, that have similar environmental impacts. They're going to look at the cumulative effect of citing this facility with other environmental facilities that might lead to increased noise, air pollution, that sort of thing.
Is this for real, or is this just on paper?
Well, we'll have to see. I know that a lot of community boards have not had the proper amount of time to effectively respond to the Fair Share Plan. There are a lot of groups and working groups that are looking at it, but certainly that would be important. I think the other thing we've got to realize is that when we look at an area like Williamsburg or West Harlem, we would not have those facilities if that criteria had been in effect.
All right, let's take another caller right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Okay, this is Joe Corley. I'm from Staten Island, New York.
Joe?
I'm really concerned about Staten Island. I've been a Staten Islander all my life, and I grew up primarily in a good area up in Toad Hill, and I was around a lot of clean air and all my life, and now my parents have moved from there, and I've maintained my residence on Staten Island. And I've got a family, and I live in Great Kills, and I'm very concerned. I look at the garbage dump, and I look at all the chemicals that come over from Newark, New Jersey, and float onto Staten Island. Now we've got the world's biggest garbage dump to deal with, and it seems like Staten Island is getting dumped on more and more. And that land that's out in Staten Island, I remember at a time when that was all beautiful wetlands, and New York comes along, and now they're dumping garbage in it, and it's no longer declared wetlands, but everybody else's property around it is declared wetlands.
Yeah.
Why are we stuck with the garbage dump? Isn't there another solution for this problem? Why do all Staten Islanders have to bear the burden of all the other tri-state, all the other boroughs' garbage?
All right, Mr. Gerard, that's a good question. Why is the only major functioning landfill in New York in one place?
There used to be major functioning landfills in other parts of Brooklyn and Queens, but they have been shut down because of environmental problems. It happens that Fresh Kills is a very large expanse of city-owned land which has been used for solid waste for decades. Both city and state law require serious recycling efforts, and the City Department of Sanitation is doing its mightiest at the moment to try to, at long last, institute recycling after many years of relatively benign neglect. But I have to say, to be frank, that I think it'll be many, many years before the Fresh Kills landfill is closed down. It is really a major resource for the city. There's no place else in the city that anyone can imagine siting a new landfill. The hope is that the amount of garbage that has to go there on a daily basis will be reduced through recycling and waste reduction, but there will always have to be some going to a landfill, and I'm afraid for a long time that'll be Fresh Kills.
Is this perhaps an old example of what you called environmental classism? Staten Island, perhaps at the time that Fresh Kills was cited, didn't have the political clout, maybe didn't have the middle-class residents that it does today?
No, I think it's I think in the case of Fresh Kills, it's more a matter that when the Fresh Kills was first used for waste disposal around the turn of the century, there weren't people there at all. And the facility has continued, but people have moved in. So that's not an example.
Despite the landfill.
Despite the landfill.
All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air. Do we have a caller? Okay, we'll get that caller in just a minute. Mr. Gerard, I understand that your group, the Bar Association, has also come up with a fair share proposal to counter the cities. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, we think that the city's proposal doesn't go nearly far enough and is much too vague. The city's proposal requires people to think about the fair share aspects, but doesn't get into much in the way of detailed procedure. We have called for a two-step procedure. First, criteria for the siting of facilities so that you site facilities in the areas that have the right kind of land use and population density and physical services for them. And once you've done that, take a systematic look at what other kinds of similar facilities are already in that neighborhood and try to avoid putting facilities that people don't want in neighborhoods that already have an overabundance of those kinds of facilities.
Mm-hmm. What would you say are the number 1 and 2 or 1, 2, and 3 neighborhoods in terms of an overabundance of facilities? We've heard about Harlem. Where else?
I think it depends on the particular kind of facility, but certainly in certain areas of Brooklyn you have a lot of homeless shelters. In certain areas of lower Midtown Manhattan there are a lot of homeless shelters that people don't like. The South Bronx has a lot of industrial facilities. We talked about Greenpoint with its solid waste transfer stations. There are relatively few areas of the city that don't consider themselves to be overburdened with something or other.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Shepard, what would you say in terms of what the city's plan does and what it doesn't do that you think is very important for it to do?
Well, I think it's very important to look at the cumulative impact, to survey what is there, and to really get some participation from the community in terms of siting, because we find that communities are cooperative and are willing to look at alternative sites if they're given a chance to participate in the planning process. I should also say, though, that Senator David Patterson, who represents Harlem and the Upper West Side, is looking to introduce legislation into the state legislature that would deal with fair share. Mm-hmm. And one of the reasons is, you might have heard that in the historic district of Mount Morris Park, the state prison, state corrections wanted to take 9 or 10 brownstones and tear them down and build a concrete front for expansion of a prison in a landmark district, which is almost unheard of.
And you're saying this wouldn't happen elsewhere in the city?
It certainly wouldn't.
Yeah.
It certainly wouldn't.
All right, let's take another caller right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi, I'm calling about the Staten Island Navy port, which I have just learned is their steam generating capacity is pumping each year 197 tons of sulfur dioxide, 253 tons of nitrous oxide. Now, interestingly, the political establishment positioned this in patriotic terms, in revenue-generating terms, in job creation terms, and so it received a very big welcome here on the island. What I'm curious about is if people like the prior caller, the Great Kills resident, will be up in arms about this additional sort of problem that we face in addition to the dump. Now we have 21 tons of particulates, being discharged into our airstream.
Mr. Gerard, what do you think about the environmental impact of the Navy home port?
There was a great deal of environmental litigation against the Navy home port, largely revolving around the wetlands impacts, and all of it was ultimately unsuccessful. It didn't focus so much on the air pollution as it did on the aquatic impacts. The failure of that litigation is a good example of why it's so difficult for the community organizations to make any leeway. The courts give tremendous deference to the judgments of administrative agencies on siting and on almost everything else. They will make sure that the agencies follow the correct procedures, but they will very seldom intrude into the substantive decisions. So if they didn't dot the I's and cross the T's in terms of having the right hearings and sending out the right notices, that could make it vulnerable. But if they did that but just put it in the wrong place, it's not vulnerable.
There's a difference, too, between being worried about the landfill and being worried about toxic fumes drifting over from New Jersey and something like the home port, where there are perceived advantages, economic benefits that might, in some people's minds, balance out the environmental risks.
Well, that's the major reason there was so much political support for the home port. Mayor Dinkins is against it. Then Mayor Koch was against it, but was for it. But Koch was mayor when it went through, and it has gone through so far, although there is still some prospect that Dinkins can stop it.
All right, let's talk about your fair share proposal. And again, let's go back to the North River Sewage Treatment Plant example. And the question is, how would this be done differently if your plan were adopted as is?
I'm not sure that the North River plant would have come out much differently, frankly, because the fair share proposals, at least that the city has, look at the proposals on a type specific basis. It would look to see whether there are other sewage treatment plants in the area, and there weren't, and so it would not have fallen down. What might have happened is that there would have been a greater look at the likely environmental impacts, and there would have been a search for other areas in the city where there might not be as many people in direct proximity. Another thing that would change is that one good aspect of the city proposal is it would set up facility monitoring committees where the community boards would be involved in following up on what are the impacts of the project. If we had that with North River at an earlier point, it might have been easier for the community to have an impact on the operations of the plant and therefore less odor.
Ms. Shepard, let me ask you the same question. If there was a good fair share plan in effect, how would the North River siting proceed differently?
I think that one thing that needs to happen for it to have proceeded differently is for the law to take into account density. As Mr. Gerard stated, perhaps what you'd want to have done was to have looked for a less populated area. People who are not so close, I mean, they're simply right across the street.
It's going to be hard to find in Manhattan.
There are areas, certainly.
Let me just follow up on that, if I may. I practice environmental law for a living, and there are lots of environmental laws that inhibit the siting of projects in wetlands or above aquifers or in historic districts or in species of endangered habitat. There are not environmental laws that say you can't site an undesirable project where a lot of people live, where there's a lot of population density. The way that that's supposed to work is you do a health assessment and you see if it's really going to endanger people. But it's so hard to prove an adverse health effect for most kinds of projects that really doesn't work.
All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment. Welcome.
Hi, I'm calling from Park Slope, Brooklyn, and I have two comments in terms of things positive. One is I think we need to look at, well, I've been working to fight the Brooklyn Navy Yard incinerator, and I think we need to look at it in terms of whether we want it at all. And the second thing is to look at, in terms of alternatives, how recycling is implemented in what areas and to what extent. For example, in Park Slope, we now can recycle metal, glass, and plastic. But if you look at those maps on the subways, there are other areas that have much less. And I'm just concerned about, how much money and how much effort is put into really giving citywide
Yeah, it's a very good point, and it's really the place where we begin, isn't it? Before we talk about where hazardous facilities go, we first have to look at reducing the number of hazardous facilities if there are environmental alternatives.
We have to look at waste reduction, personally.
Yeah.
The state legislature just passed an important waste reduction law which is going to require major industrial generators of hazardous waste to come up with plans for not generating so much. If that is really successful, you won't need as many hazardous waste disposal facilities, and the same thing applies to solid waste and all kinds of other facilities.
All right, let's go back to the lead issue. Ms. Shepard, I've read that an actual majority of low-income African-American children under age 6, and I think this is a nationwide figure, have elevated lead levels. Is that correct as far as you know, more than 50%?
I've read the figure of 40%, but yes, I think that...
So something in that neighborhood.
Something in that neighborhood is correct.
Yeah. Do you, Mr. Daniel, do you think that is way out of line? 50% of African-American children under 6 nationwide?
I think it's way out of line. I don't think that many percentage of any group is. I think, though, that if you look at New York City, the highest percentage of children found with lead poisoning are, in fact, Afro-Americans. The next highest percentage are Hispanic. I think this is, again, because of the type of environment that these people live in. We still have to get back to the fact that lead is the people most at risk are the people who live in buildings that were built and lead paint was used in.
Let's talk about the effects of this exposure. What do you see as the most devastating effects and the most common effects in children with elevated lead levels?
Well, I think the most devastating, and I don't want to use the word most common, but the whole reason that we're interested in lead poisoning is the effect that it has on the child's mental development and the effect that it has on the child's ability to exist in this world. That's why we're after lead poisoning. That's why we put the focus on it, and that's why we work with parents and do everything we can to reduce that.
It must be very hard to measure because some of these effects are subtle. If they bring ability to learn down by some percentage, it's very difficult to tell whether a child would have been there without lead exposure. How can we really tell?
Well, I think if you deal, each child is an individual, and if you have to look at each child individually to tell what effect it might have. I think what you can look is the fact that you are very definitely affecting the children who are at the lower end of the IQ scale and the children at the upper end of the IQ scale. This may not seem to be too important, but if you think of what effect that has on society, and if you look at some of the studies that have happened recently that indicate that many children with mid-levels of lead, which we consider to be fairly low, may never be able to progress into a college situation. Then you get a feeling for what this can do.
If you look at that EDF study, you'll also find that they found that something like 40% of youth who dropped out had elevated lead levels. So I think if we were to go and test some of these kids in special education, we would find that more than half of them are learning disabled because of lead poisoning. But I think we also have to look at another issue, and that is pregnant women. You know, lead settles in the bones, and through various hormonal changes, it lifts from the bones and leaches into the bloodstream, which then infiltrates the unborn child, the fetus.
How are the pregnant women being exposed, though?
Well, for instance, if you're exposed as a child, I mean, it settles in your bones.
The same people who were exposed as children and then later on. I
Certainly.
see. All right, let's take another caller right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment. Welcome.
Hello. The Bronx. My complaint is the city buses. Can't they put the exhaust stack on the top of the bus instead of the bottom where you're standing on the corner and get all the fumes when he accelerates?
All right, I think that's a citywide problem. Any comments on that briefly?
That may not change until we get alternative fuels, probably.
I think that there are, the city traditionally has not been as diligent as it should in the maintenance of the pollution control devices on buses, and that's certainly an important area for further work.
All right, and maybe with the passage of, or the agreement on the Clean Air Act the other day, some of those problems will begin to be addressed. Why is lead still a problem at this level 20 years after lead paint was outlawed?
Because it affects predominantly low-income and minority children.
So you're saying there's racism here. If this was a health problem for other segments of our society, then more of an active effort would have made to not only outlaw it, but get it out of the building.
I would dare say that once those levels are dropped, that you're going to see more non-minority children showing up with low lead in their blood. And let me also say something about adults. The other way adults get, I mean, you know, you are at risk if there's dust containing lead particles in the air.
So you would say this represents a failure of government?
Certainly.
Yeah.
Well, I can give an example of that. There's been a great deal of great flurry of activity in the last few years about Lyme disease, which is a tick-borne disease that is most predominant in affluent suburbs where people have large lawns. Lyme disease is serious for a small fraction of the population. For many more people, it's easily treated with antibiotics. And yet I think it's fair to say that Lyme disease has, in the last couple of years, received more statewide attention than lead poisoning, even though lead poisoning has far more serious health effects.
And more victims in terms of numbers?
And probably more victims.
Yeah. Mr. Daniel, do you agree with that? Is that a double standard? Is that a misplacement of priorities?
Well, naturally, I believe that any effort that goes towards lead is important.
Being in charge of the Lead Control Bureau.
No question about it, so I don't want to seem to overstate the fact. I think we have to look at the fact that lead is an economic issue as well as any other type of issue, and the fact that poor people are forced to live in areas where there are many problems, not just lead, but there are many problems in these buildings. Lead is what we're focusing on now. In fact, lead is what is being used to increase the living capability of people out there. My feeling is the other way around. We should focus on buildings, no matter who is in them. And if there's lead in those buildings and if they're peeling, then something should be done about that.
Would you say that there is racism in the government, whether it's intentional or unintentional, based on these priorities?
I cannot agree with that, no.
Why not?
I think that there are many priorities. I think that a lot of effort has been put into New York City. We're one of the few, in fact, we're perhaps the only area in the country that actually has a truly preventive measure. I take that back. Massachusetts has preventive measures. But we have a local law 1 which actually enables anyone living in a multiple dwelling to phone Housing Preservation and Development and have an inspector come out and actually do an inspection. They don't have to find lead. If it's a building built before 1960 and there's a child there, that building can be repaired. I think this is the time to look at the public and say that there are a lot of things out there that you can do to help you and to help us. And all I can do is ask you to do that.
All right, and we'll tell you a little bit more about the city's lead control program in a few minutes and what you can do to participate. Ms. Shepard, did you want to respond to that?
Yeah, I wanted to say that the problem with Local Law 1 is that it only applies to multiple buildings. And so we need to look at introducing some new legislation or an amendment, because we need to include all buildings, even 1- and 2-family dwellings. And we also need to increase the fees, the fees for landlords who don't abate. Because just because you find that there's lead paint or a child has elevated lead levels and you call the landlord up, landlord doesn't necessarily abate the situation. And he is supposed to be fined for each day he does not do that, but that is not really being enforced, and the fine is very minimal. So we really need to expand this to all buildings, and we need to make some sort of low-interest loans available to small homeowners to be able to abate that situation. I think we also have got to look at the Department of Buildings. And when you transfer property, or when you make certain building renovations, in order to pass that inspection for the permit, they do various kinds of testing, termites, asbestos, but not lead. Why?
Good question. And let's take another caller right now with a question about lead. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, my name is Karen, and I'm calling from Manhattan. I have a question about the welfare hotels. When they were housing families some years back, there was a real problem in some of those hotels with lead paint poisoning. And now that they're talking about reinstating those welfare hotels, I wonder if there's any program that's going to happen to screen some of these hotels so that the children there are not exposed to lead poisoning once again.
All right, and I think it's not only reinstating the hotels, I think they haven't gone by the boards quite yet. But Mr. Daniel, what about that? Is that in your domain?
That's not actually in my domain. We have worked on hotels. We would agree with you that there are a lot of reasons not to have children in welfare hotels, and lead is one of them. Most of the older hotels are buildings that use leaded paint. And there are programs now in which these buildings are inspected on a regular basis, and any time that leaded paint is found, it's addressed as soon as possible. I'd like to correct one thing you said. Very few lead-poisoned children were ever found in these particular buildings, but it's certainly possible for a child living in any leaded condition to become contaminated.
All right, let's take another caller right now. Hello, you're on the air. Hello, are you there?
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Kim, and I'm from Greenpoint, Brooklyn. I'm a member of GASP. I would like to ask Mr. Gerard, how does the community push to get a health study done? I am particularly concerned by our antique incinerator, which spews ash down upon our cars every morning. We've asked officials at numerous meetings why they won't test for dioxin. We know the reason they won't test is because we know there is dioxin coming out of those stacks.
What do they tell you is the reason?
They say that the city itself, the state laws, are not strong enough to, even if they are in violation of,
the standards.
The scientist knows as proper air quality, the laws are not in place to close it down anyway. So why bother?
So why bother to find out? What do you think about that, Mr. Gerard?
If it could be established that there really is a health hazard, clearly the laws do exist to shut them down. Often government officials will want to say that they don't have the authority when in fact they do. And I think that that's largely a matter of putting political pressure on the city and the state to get them to do that study. Another mechanism that won't help with that incinerator but will help with a lot of the other facilities in Greenpoint is that if you need a permit, or if you need a permit renewal, which that incinerator someday will, call for it as part of the environmental impact assessment for whether they'll get that. Participate in the environmental impact review process, and you can have an impact.
What about her question? And I guess this really goes for people in all communities in the city, in terms of how to organize, in terms of how to put pressure on people to get a study done if you think there are hazardous emissions. Well, how can people start from scratch on this?
Well, I think Ms. Shepard may be more of an expert on that, but what I can say is that government does, the squeaky wheels get the grease, and if a lot of people really make a lot of noise in a lot of forums, and if that preferably that noise will have some intelligent reasoning behind it, but even if it doesn't, government begins to listen.
Ms. Shepard, as a squeaky wheel yourself, how do you begin to get the grease?
Well, certainly you've got to organize, and you've got to have a community organization with some kind of structure. You've got to be able to speak with one voice. You have got to galvanize your legislators to support the issue. And then you've got to start dealing with these agencies, which is very difficult. But the other thing that I think we should start realizing is that there is a very large environmental justice movement that is gaining steam. There are funding sources and foundations that are looking to fund more grassroots activities, and certainly an area like Greenpoint and Williamsburg would be a key area that they would be looking at. A group like GASP, I think that's what she said, is a known group, and I think that they would have a very good opportunity to start, competing for funding.
Give a little bit
also
of
hospitals. I think we need to look at some of our municipal hospitals and look. Quite a few of them do have environmental health departments.
Let me take this one step further with you, because we're talking about empowerment of people all over the city and communities who may be watching tonight. As a co-founder of your group, West Harlem Environmental Action, what was step number one?
The first thing we did was to form a task force, and we invited all of the relevant elected officials, even citywide officials, and we made certain demands. That was the first thing we did. We sent telegrams to the governor and to the mayor. Those two people didn't respond, but some of our citywide elected officials did.
All right. Let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
I'm Irene Clemente from Brooklyn.
Hi,
and
Irene.
I'm going to address the same problem. Our water pollution control plant, as you know, is the largest in the city of New York and the whole of Northeast. In addition, it is simply divided by a chain link fence to the Greenpoint incinerator, which is out of compliance with the Clean Air Act. Now, we have worked very hard through the concerned citizens of Greenpoint, spoken to EPA, DEP, DEC, Attorney General Abrams, all our elected officials, yet no one wants to address a cumulative impact assessment. And if Mr. Gerard has some wonderful ideas for us, we would all be very happy to hear about it, because this is so urgent.
Yeah. Any wonderful ideas?
Well, the city is going through a process of getting renewals for its water pollution control permits for all of the sewage treatment plants. These are called Speedies permits, and there will be an opportunity to participate in those proceedings. And I think that that's the best opportunity to make your issues known, to try to file for party status and call for remediation of these conditions as a condition of the new permit.
Mr. Daniel, what does the city's lead program consist of? If somebody thinks that they may have a lead problem in their home but isn't sure, hasn't thought about it before, what should they do?
Well, if they think they have a lead problem in their home, the best thing to do is to call the Bureau of Lead Poisoning Control and discuss it with us. We'll either do what we can to address it, or we'll refer them to the proper agency that can address that particular issue.
And what do you do? Just walk me through it a little bit. If I call you up and say, I'm worried about my young child, I think she may be exposed to lead paint or lead dust or whatever, what are you going to do?
I think the first thing you should do, and this is whether you think your child has been exposed or not, is to have your child tested at least once a year. I think it's very foolish for any parent that has a child under the age of 6 not to have that done.
All children in the city, all children in certain neighborhoods?
I think certainly if you're living in neighborhoods with older buildings, you should do it. We believe that every child should be tested. And as the level drops lower, as Ms. Shepard has already said, I think it becomes even more important for every child to be tested. And the indication is the level may drop as low as 10 micrograms per deciliter.
Ms. Shepard, anything to add to that for concerned parents?
Well, certainly it should be mentioned that testing can be free. And
through the city?
Through the city, and also Hunter College, if you call them at 481-4355, they can also help you. But I think what we really have to look at is the coordination of the city services. You've got Department of Health dealing with the lead poisoning in terms of testing. You've got HPD dealing with abatement. You've got DEP, which will come out and test if you think there's lead in your pipes or something. And so I don't see any one body coordinating all of these different entities. I'm also told, too, by someone who had their apartment abated, that workmen appeared, did not know that they were abating lead, were not properly dressed. Lead, the dust from this stuff is going all over, which affects adults as well, even though it's slow,
So
and so there's a whole
being...
occupational health and safety issue here that certainly is being neglected.
All right, let's take another caller. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Yes, the question is for Mr. Gerard.
Go ahead.
You said earlier that state law forbids building a polluting facility on top of an aquifer.
Well, it's a little more complicated than that, but there are laws that make it more difficult to build certain kinds of polluting facilities on top of certain kinds of underground water supplies.
Now, I was wondering, because the city plans to put a combined sewage storage tank on top of an aquifer in Flushing Meadows, Corona Park. What do you think of that?
Well, I think that there are significant problems with that proposal, mostly from the effect that it'll have on the park and the tremendous disruption that it'll cause and the potential odor problems. Flushing Meadow Park, however, does not sit on top of what's called a sole source aquifer, which is the kind of drinking water supply that enjoys special protection under both federal and state law.
Mr. Daniel, let's get back to the lead question. And I wonder what kind of screening programs the city has in place. Are you reaching out to people? I mean, this is the first time I've ever heard a city official say every child under 6 should be tested. How come that information isn't more out there?
I think that information is out there. I think it's very difficult to address all. We're involved right now in 4 project areas, one of which is the area that you mentioned earlier, which is Washington Heights, in Bed-Stuy, in Jamaica, and in Tremont. We would like to be involved in a lot more and hope in the future to be so. I have to say that over half the cases in New York come from the borough of Brooklyn. We have plans to move more widely into the borough of Brooklyn. Everyone has problems and everyone has a lack of resources. We're doing what we can with them. As far as screening, screening is one of the great success stories in New York City. Since the CDC lowered their level in 1986, screening has increased in the city by 52%. Morbidity, or cases identified, by the way, over that period has decreased by about 42%. So, in fact, a lot of work has been done. Ms. Shepard will tell you, and I will agree with her, that a lot more needs to be done, and that's what we're here to talk about. And again, that's what we would like to talk to anyone out there about.
Do you at least agree, Ms. Shepard, that the city is going in the right direction and has been for a few years?
Well, it sounds like the city is now going in the right direction. I would just like to ask, what is the follow-up on the reported cases? And when you're testing, are you testing for anemia, and what is the follow-up on that?
We can identify not anemia, we can identify iron deficiency, and when we do, the physician is notified, and the physician follows up on that. We don't have the resources to do that. However, we do have the resources to make sure the physician knows, and we have educational efforts within the physician community to make sure they understand what that means. Getting back to the major issue, or the major question, which is what do we do? As soon as a child is identified with lead poisoning, we do 2 things. The first thing we do is we send out a public health advisor. This is a specialist that works with the family. They educate the family into how their child may have become lead poisoned, what they can do in the future, and then they make sure that the child gets whatever medical follow-up is needed. They may follow this child for a number of years. Even after the child's level drops below what is considered to be lead poison, that child still is followed. The second thing is a public health sanitarian does an environmental inspection. Environmental inspection at this time is primarily for lead in paint. However, we do take water samples, and we do counsel the parents about soil, dust, and other efforts.
All right, let's take another caller right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello. Yes, my name is Marion, and I'm from Flushing. And my question relates to children who have been found to have a high lead level, who are over 6 years old. And what is done for those children to lower the lead level?
Okay,
Can anything be done?
Well, something can always be done, even to you and I. I have to say, first of all, that very few children are treated for lead poisoning. Lead poisoning is primarily an environmental issue. In fact, less than a third of the children who are identified in New York City today can even be tested to see if treatment is necessary. The rest of them have to be handled environmentally, and what that means is to remove lead from where the child can get to it, or remove the child from where they can get to lead. Their body over a period of time will expel the lead. We would treat a child over the age of 6 the same way we would treat a child under the age of 6, with the same follow-up that I just talked about.
So whatever damage has been done once a child is found.
Well, there's something called chelation therapy.
If I can go into, I should make myself plainer. Chelation therapy is only available for children who are at the level of 25 or above, and in fact most children are at the level of 35 or 40 before it can be used. There's a danger to chelation therapy. In the city of New York, as I said, less than a third of the children are would even be able to be considered for chelation, and probably less than 20% of children are ever chelated in the city.
Ms. Shepard, I understand there's a lawsuit against the city right now pertaining to lead. Are you familiar with that?
I am familiar that there is a lawsuit that has been pressed forward by NYCL, the New York Coalition to End Lead Poisoning, and that they feel that there are some very major deficiencies with the city's testing system, and that because of that there have been some families that have definitely been very injured.
Mr. Daniel, is that your division that's being sued?
The City of New York is being sued. The Department of Health is one of that group.
All right. Any response to that suit?
Well, the suit was started in 1984. I think what I've already tried to say is that a lot of changes have gone forth, and a lot of the things that perhaps were true in the suit, and I can't comment because I wasn't present at that time, certainly are not true today.
Let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Yes, how do you do? First, I'd like to say that your program's great, and there should be more like them.
Thank you.
And I want to play the devil's advocate for a moment here and state that I believe the public outrage over certain systems in the city, such as solid waste stations, water treatment plants, outweigh the hazard that they present. In fact, I think the hazards that they actually present are minimal, and that the people should understand that these are necessary systems that perform vital functions.
Actually, I don't think anybody would take issue with that. In fact, the very first words that I spoke at the beginning of the program is that society needs a certain number of toxic facilities. Would you say that that's what you're talking about, as opposed to simply who gets what and making sure communities get no more than their fair share?
Certainly communities should not get more than their fair share, but certainly we shouldn't have to have some of these facilities. And until we have the national will to really set out a clear waste reduction campaign and deal with consumerism and deal with packaging, then things aren't going to change, and yes, we will have to have these kinds of facilities.
Mr. Gerard, do you think that there's, as the caller indicates, an excess of public fear about some facilities and some types of things that we do in society, substances we use, facilities that we cite, that are necessary, that come with some risk, but that the fear is perhaps out of proportion?
Certainly there are some instances of that. There are probably quite a few instances of that. But I would say that there are just as many instances where the actual dangers of facilities are not known, and therefore the facilities get less public opposition than they would if people knew more, and actually if scientists knew more. One of the things that the environmental movement has discovered over the last 15 or 20 years is that we only have tested for a small fraction of the chemicals that are emitted into the environment by all kinds of facilities, and we only know the health effects of a few of those. So pollution prevention is unquestionably the best way you can go, and it is far better to avoid building an undesirable facility if there are better alternatives such as waste minimization.
Shepard, Barry Commoner, the environmentalist, once told me that these days the environmental community is being split in two. There are the white wine environmentalists, who are the old line guys, and the mainstream environmental groups who are working with the establishment and making a lot of compromises. And then there's what he calls the Budweiser environmentalists, which I think are more people like your group who are working at the community level and trying to really draw the line and actually being less willing to compromise. Do you think he has something there? Is there a new strain in the environmental movement?
Well, I think that so many of us have always been activists to safeguard our health and our communities. Environmental hasn't always been in the title. We have a lot of groups that call themselves tenant associations that are doing incredible work in the South. But yes, there are more and more groups that are understanding what's going on, that are armed with facts. Going to Barry Commoner was the second or third thing we did. Mm-hmm. We went to Barry Commoner and got a study of the operations of North River. You've got to be armed with facts and statistics and know what you're talking about so you know the right questions to ask.
And from there we move on to the future. Mr. Gerard, Ms. Shepard, Mr. Daniel, thank you all very much. And for more information about lead exposure, you can call the Bureau of Lead Poisoning Control at 212-334-7893. And to reach West Harlem Environmental Action, you can call 212-234-5096. Join me again next week on Endangered, Our Urban Environment. Our topic will be development versus environment, balancing the needs. I'm Brian Lehrer. Good night. From Snug Harbor to Westchester Creek, from Crocheron Park to Central Park, New Yorkers cherish their open spaces. But the city also needs development that brings in tax money and provides jobs for today and tomorrow. Unfortunately, developers and environmentalists often knock heads over what to do with a given piece of land. Good evening, I'm Brian Lehrer, and welcome to Endangered, Our Urban Environment. Tonight's topic is environment versus development, balancing the needs. In a few minutes, we'll take your phone calls with questions and comments about environment and development in your neighborhood. Right now, let's meet our guests for tonight. Linda Davidoff is Executive Director of the Parks Council, a nonprofit group that works to create and preserve parkland in New York City. Marla Simpson is Director of Land Use and Planning for Manhattan Borough President Ruth Messenger. And James Stuckey is Managing Director of Gronick & Company, a real estate consulting firm. He was also a president of the city's Public Development Corporation during the Koch administration. Good evening to all of you. Thank you for coming in tonight. Ms. Davidoff, a lot of people say the 1980s was the decade that the city sold its soul to developers. Do you agree with that?
1980s were a time of enormous high-rise development, what we at the Parks Council often called overdevelopment. and mega development. And development, we thought, that often went in the wrong place at too great densities, not leaning on the city's wonderful mass transit, but pulling development out to the edges of the city where we felt it didn't belong. It was a time when we felt the dialogue between the development community and the environmental community was cut off, when we often found ourselves shouting at each other and winding up in court.
Why do you think that happened?
We think there's a chance to do better and to promote harmony between the two groups.
All right. What were some of the worst examples of excessive development as you see it?
Well, there's one that wound up in court, and that was a proposal to build a very high-rise tower next to the Queensboro Bridge, a community which has very little open space on the Upper East Side, which has, surprisingly to a lot of people, a fair amount of moderate-cost housing in rent-controlled units. A site that's close to the East River and presented, we thought, a wonderful opportunity to develop a waterfront park. And instead of that, there was use of just about every square inch of space for the tower and the shopping and the crowds. And we felt that the city should not have approved it. We're in court still today, and the case will be argued in the next couple of days on appeal.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Stuckey, what about you? Do you think the city sold its soul to developers in the 80s?
Not at all. I don't think we did enough. In fact, I think that New York City was responding to the natural growth of any city. And I think that you need to step back for a second. I don't necessarily think it's an issue of development versus the environment. I think it's an issue of how do you best satisfy people's needs. Development, people don't develop for development's sake. Developers don't do that. It's a very risky business, as we're now seeing in terms of the problems that savings and loans are experiencing and many development companies are experiencing as well. People or developers develop because they're satisfying a need. Every one of us here go home
developers
someplace.
develop for the sake of their profit margin.
Absolutely right. Just as bankers bank for the sake of
and then it's up to
profit as well.
government to balance the needs, as it were.
Yes and no. I mean, some can argue that some of the biggest mistakes that are made is because government interferes and doesn't let the marketplace just work itself naturally. So
what do you think were some success stories then from the 1980s?
I think, for example, that if you looked at the strategy which we plotted at PDC during the early 1980s, where we did an awful lot of good planning work at a time when the market was not very good, in anticipation of the next turn in the cycle, where we prepared sites in the outer boroughs to bring the jobs closer to home, to restore some of the traditional downtown areas in New York City, whether it be downtown Brooklyn or Flushing, Queens, or whether it be St. George and Staten Island or any of those other locations, as well as in lower Manhattan too. I think what you'll see is that there are many companies that theoretically could have gone to many other places because of telecommunications and other advancements in communications, and instead decided to stay here in New York City. The fact that Chase Manhattan Bank, Citicorp, Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, and I go down a whole laundry list of companies that we've kept here, created and retained over 100,000 jobs in New York that could have gone elsewhere, large numbers of them having gone to minorities and others who weren't working, I think is a major success story. And that's what development is about. Development isn't putting up buildings for the sake of taking away open space. It's the sake of trying to keep jobs, provide housing opportunities, and meet other basic needs that we as a society have.
Ms. Simpson, what do you think were some of the best and worst examples of development in the 1980s? Was it a decade of excesses? Was it a decade of excesses with some great successes?
Well, the issue that comes to mind that I think defines a lot of what was either good or bad about some of the initiatives that came out in the 1980s was the whole question of planning, the lack of planning, involvement by communities in planning for their own future, and the city's response or reaction to that. Again, by way of contrast to what we hope to see under the new charter in the future, you had a situation where, in many respects, the city had abandoned its involvement in planning, and whether it was simply a result of the pace of development or whether it was indeed a policy that encouraged that, you had city agencies simply reacting to the proposals of others, and you had long periods of time going where there would be huge bones of contention between the communities.
And the
yet
city wasn't
dialogue,
generating anything, is what you're saying. There was no overall plan.
There was no overall plan. There were piece by piece examples. I mean, the joke sometimes in our office when you talk about what does the city consider to be a comprehensive plan, well, maybe that's when they rezone 2 blocks instead of 1. We have a situation that, again, I think needs to change, and for better or for worse, the downturn in the market presents some opportunities for the city to take a more comprehensive approach and to try to involve communities much earlier in the process.
Mr. Stuckey, I would imagine that developers cringe when they hear the concept of a government developing an overall plan. You'd probably rather have it go project by project, yes?
I think I'd rather have it go area by area. And in fact, at PDC, we did it that way. I don't think that you can take a project out of the context of the neighborhood that it's going to be in. Equally, I don't think that you could take the entire city of New York and by any stretch of the imagination believe that what the needs of Sheepshead Bay are comparable to the needs of the South Bronx or Lower Manhattan. I mean, each neighborhood is distinct. It has its own character, it has its own strengths, and it has its own weaknesses. And the job that we try to fulfill at PDC, and which I think there still is a need for fulfilling, is to continue to take neighborhoods bit by bit and say, okay, what are the strengths? How do I build on those strengths? What are the weaknesses? How do I embellish those weaknesses to make it a stronger neighborhood? And then knowing that, how do I then plan a project accordingly? Downtown Brooklyn was done exactly that way. And downtown Brooklyn is a success story across the nation. There are other developments that we've done, even on the waterfront, which I know is sacrosanct to some, but in fact we have done some wonderful waterfront developments in this city that defy many others.
Tell us a little bit about PDC, Public Development Corporation. Probably a lot of our viewers don't know really what it is and where it fits into this puzzle.
Well, PDC is, Public Development Corporation is and continues to be the lead real estate development arm and economic development arm for the city. Its mandate and its charter is to basically help foster jobs, create taxes, and it does so by working with both the business communities and the development communities in terms of creating projects that help keep jobs here in New York City.
Ms. Davidoff, what makes a good development project to you? Can you generalize? Are there things that should go into it and things that should be left out?
It's located in a place where the infrastructure can comfortably support it. Take an example that doesn't work, we don't think, Hunters Point. There, the subway line is too far away from the proposed development. There's a lot of industrial jobs that are located nearby, just behind the waterfront, that are liable to be displaced when high-rise luxury and commercial development goes in. And the access lines to the waterfront with wonderful, magnificent views of Manhattan are going to be blocked by a wall of high-rise buildings. We think that's a wrong approach. We think a right approach is to place development where it belongs. For example, during the height of the building boom that created enormous growth and congestion on the Upper East Side, the City Planning Commission made, I think, a sound decision to try to channel development over toward the west. They may have overdone it, and maybe too much of a good thing, but it was clear that the infrastructure, the streets, the sidewalks, and the subways could support more development on the west side than the east. And so zoning, development controls, were used to keep development down to perhaps a reasonable level on the east side and to encourage it on the west. What doesn't work is trying to plunk down too dense development where the infrastructure won't support it and where it doesn't look right, feel right, or belong in the neighborhood.
Ms. Simpson, same question for you. When you work with Manhattan Borough President Messenger and you're thinking about whether a development project proposal is something you should endorse, are there specific things that you look for? Can you generalize about that?
Well, I think especially when we're dealing with public development, which a number of the proposals that we're looking at now involve, but I think to a degree with private as well, one of the things we look for is to find out if there are measures of accountability so that the promises that are being made, typically in the city's case, job protection, tax revenues, that the promises that are being made are going to be enforced and kept. One of the critiques that many people who have looked back at the 80s have found is that, in a sense, some of the larger projects that were heavily negotiated and very contentious, agreements or promises were reached, be they involving jobs, open space, different kinds of community amenities. There's some real question about whether any of those produce the benefits that were promised. There's a good deal of question about whether environmental mitigation to deal with traffic congestion, whether any of those measures were ever implemented, whether they would work if they had been implemented. So when we look at the development, we're looking from the perspective of balance. And obviously, just to use one example, one illustration, in this situation, we're very concerned about job generation, and again, if you're looking at as much of the development that is proposed in Manhattan involves areas that have been previously industrial in character, previously the subject of manufacturing zoning.
For example, what? Soho?
The West Side, Soho, the Greenwich Village waterfront, the Clinton and Chelsea waterfronts, and up and down those corridors, there are all kinds of proposals. One of the issues that our office has been very active in is to try to, first of all, document by doing actual foot surveys and interviews and getting out into the field, where are the jobs? I mean, we have a lot of choice in the sense about where we locate development in the future. It should not simply be a reactive process where a particular property owner says, I would like to build this particular type of commercial development at this particular location. It should have some relationship, as Linda said, to infrastructure. It should have some relationship to tourism draws, whatever the issue is. But there should also be some consideration about where are the present jobs, who's going to be displaced, which areas should we strengthen for industrial development, which areas should we open to commercial and residential development.
Right. Where does open space come into that?
Well, certainly if you're talking about the waterfront, as most of the manufacturing areas that we're talking, that we would be looking at in those types of proposals, the key element for us is the preservation and enhancement of the waterfront and making certain that that becomes a public resource and is developed as a public resource, and that it does not become either by the way it's defined and developed or in any other respect, it doesn't become private. Again, you can send a message by the type of development that you surround the waterfront with about whether it really is an open space for the public. And
Ms. Davidoff, do you see things being done differently in 1990? Is the Dinkins administration, is the borough president's office under Ruth Messenger doing things appreciably differently than they were done a year or two or three ago?
I think it's early. It's early to tell. The Dinkins administration, as we all know, has been battling the problem of the recession and the fiscal crisis and the crime problem to I think the exclusion of a chance to take a deep breath and think, how do we want this city to grow and to look? I think we ought to think our way back to the middle of the 19th century when a great development scheme was proposed by the city fathers and by Frederick Law Olmsted. Here's a development scheme. You lay out an enormous park in central Manhattan, far from where the city was then located. The city stopped at 14th Street for all practical purposes when Central Park was laid out. And Frederick Law Olmsted wasn't just talking about creating a beautiful green space, which would be healthy and wonderful for the citizens of the city for all the foreseeable future. He was talking about a development scheme, because he said, we lay out the park here, the real estate values on both sides of that park are going to soar astronomically, and the tax ratables are going to be magnificent to the city.
And of course it happened.
And of course it happened. And I suggest that the Dinkins administration, the new thinking for the 90s and as we reach the year 2000 and the environmental century, ought to be about creating brilliant new plans for open space, for amenity, for a livable city, and then the development will come.
Yeah. Mr. Stuckey, do you have any impressions yet of the Dinkins administration in this regard?
Well, I think that it's a mixed bag, and it's a mixed bag of signals. Interestingly, the administration did support Hunter's Point and helped push it through. The Audubon Ballroom project, which despite some, I think, uncertainties from the borough president's office, eventually was renegotiated and pushed through. I think, though, that you look at any number of other projects like Riverwalk, like the Navy Home Port in Staten Island, and like several others which have been talked about, and I think very strong signals have been sent that those are not necessarily development projects that are going to be supported. So am I comfortable right now about the future of development in New York City? Not necessarily.
Right, as you all know, we're going to take some callers from our viewers tonight, and let's go to our first call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered, Our Urban Environment. Welcome.
Hello. I would like your guests to speak about the appropriate role of the public sector in development in New York. In particular, I'm thinking of such projects as the 42nd Street redevelopment, where you have basically the public sector developing, very large projects with much higher densities and much higher floor areas than would normally be allowed under current zoning. And given the abundance or overabundance of office space in New York today, maybe that could work into your comments as well.
All right, Mr. Stuckey, let me give this to you first, because in fact Times Square redevelopment is a PDC and a UDC, which is the state version, project. Can publicly developed projects get away with more than privately developed projects?
Well, the answer is it doesn't get away with more. I mean, let's step back for a second and look at the 42nd Street project in its true context. The 42nd Street project was designed to stimulate a particular area that was extraordinarily weak. It was designed to help clean up a tremendous urban blight in terms of subway crime, prostitution, childhood runaways, and one of the largest areas where you find childhood runaways in the entire United States. It was meant to cure many, many ills. It was meant to preserve historic theaters that were being having tremendous development pressures putting on it.
And yet, if what the caller suggests is true,
it's not true, though.
You're doing that with more density than you might do in another situation.
Let's just step back, because again, it's an oversimplification. Just like going back to the 19th century is very easy to do, but it's just not real. I mean, the bottom line here is that you had a project where you stripped development rights from the theaters and you put them on the corners where they belonged. You took the pressures off the mid-block. If you look at the 13-acre site that comprised the Times Square development project, the zoning over that 13 acres is in fact less than it was before. It's just set out in a much different way to preserve theaters.
Ms. Simpson, I hope the camera caught you smiling wryly. Why are you smiling wryly?
Speaking of trying to return to reality, I mean, I think the 42nd Street project presents almost a textbook example of the excesses and some of the mistakes that that occurred in the 80s, and that I think, in a sense, we will have to be paying for a very long time. First of all, it's an extraordinarily expensive project. We're putting in enormous public dollars, and there is untold of tax write-offs and public subsidies that will go on for a very long time in that project. As the caller suggested, the density is enormous. It is overwhelming for the context, and I beg to differ with Mr. Stuckey. We're not talking about a neighborhood that is characterized by however you want to treat a particular couple of blocks right around Times Square. You're talking about a larger context, a neighborhood that historically has been a mixed income, a very ethnically diverse and vibrant community, and that is in many sense quite threatened with extinction because of the nature of the type of development that's being brought in at the edge of Clinton.
All right, now let's stay on this example for a minute, because I hear you saying go, 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 and I hear you saying put on the brakes. Where's the common ground here? Can we find any?
The one issue that I think the city should, again, if the city had really thought through some of these issues, look at what the private market is doing. This is not a project that required the level of public intervention and the essentially overkill approach that went into Times Square. I'm not suggesting that the area wasn't ready for additional development. I think
Did you want to let the private market continue to deal with that area piecemeal? I mean, we see what's happened to that area.
No, you can rezone, as Linda suggested, and push development over to the west side in a aggregate fashion. What the city did was to come in with a mega project at a particular location, city and the state. This is an issue, or this is an area where private developers are building today, consistent with the zoning, and there are some very viable developments that are being generated, and there are developers that are saying, we don't need these subsidies.
Mr. Stuckey, briefly, any common ground there?
No, because the facts are wrong. I mean, the city has not put a single dollar and will not put a single dollar of money into that project. Yes, it basically agreed to a tax deal, but the tax deal will be substantially higher. The new taxes generated will be substantially higher than the taxes there today.
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi, I'm calling from Manhattan, and I'm calling about the Arvern project in Rockaway, and I'm wondering what the panel thinks about the impacts of a 10,000 market rate apartment units on Barrier Beach with no beach replenishment plan, with the effect on water quality in Jamaica Bay, the wildlife in Jamaica Bay. And
okay, that's what I like to see.
Sewage treatment plants.
That's what I like to see. In Manhattan, I'm concerned about the outer boroughs for a change. Ms. Davidoff, what about Arverne?
Arverne is a development proposed for the Rockaway Beach section, and we at the Parks Council were very concerned about placing that many units on a barrier beach, looked at it very carefully, and in the end cautiously endorsed the project for the following reasons. First, it wasn't a matter of placing the development on a barrier beach that had, up to that point, had no population on it. The Rockaways are heavily developed with a good deal of existing subsidized low and moderate cost housing. Secondly, the project was carefully and sensitively designed. We're quite concerned now with the market downturn that those design protections are really going to be maintained. As Marla said, the question has to do with enforcement and making sure that promises are kept. If the dune protections for the beach and the relatively low density and the commitment by the federal government, because it'll have to be a federal commitment to replenish the beach, are renewed and are taken care of, then we think that it is by far the least worst and in some ways an admirable project of the 80s.
If we have agreement from all three of you, and I realize this is not a Manhattan project, that this is a good thing, this is an example then of the system working. Why did the system work? Can we generalize? What happened well here?
I think some planning took place, and that was a really crucial element. The Department of Parks and Recreation and the Planning Department sat down and looked at this stretch of beach and thought about what would be appropriate kind of development on it. They were influenced strongly by the arguments made by the Queensboro president, Claire Schulman, that because there was so much low-income housing in this area and that there essentially was no mix, that market rate housing would be appropriate. They also were very careful to respect the beach and its design and its development with the existing boardwalk and its beautiful stretch of magnificent oceanfront that was very underutilized.
Mr. Stuckey, do you agree?
It was a chance to do something good.
I do. I think that, in fact, the large number of development projects that have gone up in the last 10 years probably did not generate the opposition of the Parks Council and the Municipal Art Society. I think that some of the projects like Times Square and the Coliseum and a few others, in fact, are atypical and, in fact, generated a lot more.
But Arverne was one of the controversial ones, and in fact the plan was scaled down.
Arverne, by its sheer size, was controversial, although I think the ultimate project ended up somewhere in the range of what had been contemplated originally.
All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, hello. I'd like to ask Mr. Stuckey that in light of concerns regarding sewage treatment capacity in the city and sludge production in New York City, what is the development industry doing to safeguard our sewage system from overflowing?
Well, in fact, many projects that have to be built have to examine that particular issue as part of their environmental studies. In fact, one project that we were working on called Riverwalk, which I don't think is going to proceed, in its environmental studies began to run up against some real serious issues because of sewage treatment issues in the plant that's over in Queens as opposed to here in Manhattan. So typically the environmental process does require that those kinds of issues be examined, and where appropriate as mitigation, the plants need to be constructed.
That brings up for me the whole question of density. And let me ask you, Ms. Simpson, are there any guidelines as to how many people are too many in a given area?
I don't know that you can generalize a rule. Certainly, you have to look in this day and age, again, with the capital budget being reduced and the number of, again, this was the legacy of the 80s. We had not really paid attention to the needs of long-term maintenance for all kinds of aspects of the infrastructure, from the just the generation of additional sewage capacity. Water mains is a perfect example of infrastructure in Manhattan that is in perilously poor shape. The roadways, the capacity on the subway. You have to look very closely at capacity issues, especially if you're talking about development in a borough that's already as dense as Manhattan is.
Ms. Davidoff, do you have a feeling about that? How many people are too many for a given area?
Well, New York City used to be bigger, and it wasn't developed in the kind of intense point high-rise development that was, again, characteristic of the 80s. It was more spread out, and it spread farther and farther, and it filled up Queens, and it's starting to fill up Staten Island. we are under a serious possibility of a moratorium on development in the city of New York because the state environmental commissioner has said that if our sewage treatment plants can't handle the sewage, then we will not be able to build. And one of the things that the Parks Council and I think like-minded planning-oriented people are thinking about is if we continue to give permission for high-rise, dense, intense development at points that are threatening to rupture, literally, the water and sewer lines that they depend on, we are going to endanger the possibility that the small and medium-sized developers who are building an awful lot of units, a few at a time, filling in around lower-scale communities, are going to be suffering from the moratorium caused by that kind of overstream.
How good does the system work, do you think, in that respect? How much do developers have to take into account things like sewage and water mains before they can go ahead with a project?
I think a guiding assumption of the 80s was that the sky's the limit and we'll never have to really abide by any serious restraints on the ability to build. I think that was foolish, and I think that we're perilously close to the point where you could plow to a screeching halt, which would not be good for the developers, would not be good for the city.
Mr. Stuckey, do you agree? Are we in danger of overflowing sewage capacity? Or
well, I think we're in danger of straining our environment and our infrastructure in many different ways. And in fact, I think that it is a serious development problem, and I think that problem then comes back home to haunt all of us as well. The government agencies, which collect taxes and have to apportion those taxes, have not done, I agree, when it comes to infrastructure planning, the kind of planning that should be done to support the growth of the city. And if the city doesn't continue to grow, then I think it's going to have a devastating effect on our life in the city. So it is something where I think everyone needs to work together. I don't think this is a shadow on a park issue. I think this is a real serious issue that affects every one of us.
I'll speak up for shadows on the park.
That's right, but maybe later.
I like shadows too.
Let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment. Welcome.
Hi. Most of the large projects are subject to the city's environmental quality review process. And I was wondering if the panel thought that the process was meaningful and helpful in terms of disclosing potential impacts, and question for the development community whether or not they in fact change their action as a result of the impacts disclosed.
All right, Ms. Simpson, how helpful is the process, and is it changing?
In a word, no. It is not helpful. I think that the environmental review process has really spun into almost a game of tug-of-war between the various interests, where the operative assumption is if you just throw in some additional discussion into an environmental impact statement, and they can range from thin ones being only a few inches to volumes of environmental impact statements, which still in some sense tell you very little about the impact of the project, almost nothing about the cumulative impact of the development that's going on in the general region, and almost nothing about what types of mitigation or improvements can be done. I mean, even if you're talking about an issue like sewage capacity, there's a lot of discussion about the court orders and the status of the sewage plants and the city's plans to expand capacity. And there's generally, the types of things that are starting to change is maybe now for the first time you're starting to see some serious discussion of measures to reduce water usage, measures to to take advantage of ways of saving energy, ways of saving water that will in some sense lighten the load on the infrastructure. But it's still at a point where the environmental impact process seems to be driven by the fear of litigation and not truly driven by what one would have assumed the goals of the law would have been at the time.
Mr. Stuckey, what does a developer think when he or she is faced with filling out an EIS?
It's a disaster. And it's a disaster not because of lack of desire to comply with the environment. In fact, most developers understand that a project surrounded by a healthy environment is a very marketable thing to have. It's a disaster because you can end up in situations where you have myriad of agencies all telling you to do different things and having complete uncertainty on which of those things you really need to do to comply with the EIS. There unfortunately are environmental regulations at city, state, and federal levels. They don't necessarily work well with each other in terms of dictating what the EIS should be. I've had experiences in projects that we worked on where you would have to deal with 4 different agencies, all asking you to study the same topic, but all telling you to do it a different way, and in some cases in a competing way or a different way.
Do you feel that environmental groups manipulate the EIS process in some cases?
I think that they do. Absolutely, I think they do. I mean, I could think of countless numbers of lawsuits that we had for good projects in PDC where the EIS served one function and one function only, and that was to slow a project down by trying to hold it up endlessly in court.
Yeah, Ms. Davidoff?
I'd like to say a kind word for the environmental review process, two kind words. One is, even if our policymakers very often in the 80s didn't pay attention to the information that was disclosed in environmental impact statements, it was still at least open the door for a possible policy consideration of the environmental consequences because they were required to be revealed. Secondly, in a way, the environmental review process was used as a shorthand for planning. Since we weren't thinking ahead sufficiently about what kind of community we wanted to live in, at least we had the possibility of saying over and over again, pounding on some chests maybe, but you see that the damage to the environment's been revealed. Doesn't this make you think that we should change our ways of developing?
It was a surrogate for planning, is really what you're saying.
Yes.
Let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi. I'm wondering about the status of a group of apartment buildings that were going to be built on the waterfront in Greenpoint between the Brooklyn Navy Yard and the Hunts Point development. They were going to be 38-story tall towers, and they were putting them right at the foot of a landmark street, which seemed sort of absurd to me. And I just don't know what the status of the...
All right. Ms. Davidoff, are you familiar with that project?
Parks Council's just done a study of the Brooklyn waterfront recommending low-rise development, recommending public access to working industrial areas, recommending refurbishment of parks, and I recall there's a couple of proposals for private development in Greenpoint. I'm not sure which one the caller is talking about. I don't think any of them have gotten yet to the point of full land use review, and again, here's where the environmental review process comes in. I do think that some major questions will be raised about those proposed developments when we do get into the review process.
Mr. Stuckey, do you know that project?
If it's the one I'm thinking of, we looked at that last year, and in fact, we were not supportive of it because it would have required rezoning a manufacturing area. And one of the things we had responsibility for, trying to keep industrial jobs in the city, and we didn't see that being accomplished through rezoning manufacturing areas.
Ms. Simpson, where does the Environmental Bond Act that's on the ballot next week come into the development equation? Of course, people are going to vote on this yes or no, and you know, there was a survey that was in the paper this morning that said 45% of New York City residents don't even know about it, don't even know what it really does. How do you think it would affect the environment versus development question?
Well, for New York City, the Bond Act has a number of important consequences. We support the Bond Act, and we feel it's an important investment in the open space and heritage, in a sense, both natural and historic, in the city of New York. The expectation is that New York City would get a substantial portion of the Bond Act revenues, about $1.9 billion total, which New York City would get a portion of.
And would it set aside specific lands in Manhattan, for example?
Well, there are references in the Bond Act to specific items, although there is also a great deal of money that would be in the Bond Act for purposes of smaller organizations or neighborhoods, or being able to put together proposals for use. Certainly, the West Side Esplanade along the Hudson River is one of the major elements of the Bond Act, which would be of particular importance to people in New York City and in Manhattan. We're very hopeful, for example, in Manhattan, that the historic preservation monies that will be part of the Bond Act, which again is sort of part of our environment, and in particular, we're hoping that areas that have been, in a sense, under-designated, not looked at with quite the care, where we can rescue some of these wonderful buildings. For example, in northern Manhattan, the example was raised about the Audubon recently. We would be very much in favor of seeing the Bond Act revenues go toward trying to preserve additional
things for some cultural reasons as well as purely environment or open space reasons. Mr. Stuckey, how is the development community in New York City responding to the Bond Act? For the sense that I get from the developers who I've spoken to is that there isn't a lot of opposition where I thought there might be.
No, I don't see any reason why they would oppose the project. I think there's a couple of concerns about the Bond Act, but I think in general, it's difficult to support some of the goals that the Bond Act is trying to accomplish. The concerns really...
saying it's difficult to oppose some of those concerns.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, it's difficult to oppose wanting to preserve the Appalachian Mountains and timberlands and cleaning up the Hudson River. And I mean, that's something everybody wants. I think the concerns are, is now the right time when only Louisiana and Massachusetts have bond ratings less than New York, and is this something financially that we should be doing at this point in time? And I think that there are some concerns about prematurely going ahead and doing certain projects like the Esplanade on the Hudson River without having the plan that everyone here is asking for.
Do you feel that the Bond Act would tie the hands of developers, particularly on the west side and anywhere else in the city?
Well, I don't necessarily think it'll tie the hands of developers throughout the city. I think that the concern I'm expressing is what happens along the Hudson waterfront. I sat on a task force that the mayor and governor appointed to look at that issue. And that issue decided that, yes, there should be an esplanade. But it also was talked about doing an esplanade in tandem with a larger plan and in tandem with looking at development opportunities as well. It's been a year since a lot of these changes have taken place. I still don't see that plan. And I worry that by putting an esplanade in now, are we in fact foreclosing future opportunities that the city may itself want to execute at some future time?
Mr. Davidoff, how do you approach environment versus development in tough fiscal times? Mr. Stuckey referred to that. Do you go at it any differently from your concern about setting aside land for parks?
I think it's a classic issue of planning and vision which would benefit development. If we had a splendid waterfront park which ran from the Battery north to Albany, in fact, north of Albany to the Mohawk River, which is something that's envisioned now by this generation. It's a sweeping plan of a scale of Central Park, of a scale of the Appalachian Trail. Then we would help to create and sustain a city in which people would want to live and do business, not one that's eaten up by development in every square inch. This is a very dense city. We need our open space. On the fiscal capacity issue, Comptroller Holtzman, in speaking for the Bond Act, says, think about it for a minute. In all the years of American history, has there been a land acquisition program that we've regretted? The Louisiana Purchase, Alaska, Central Park, the Appalachians, the Catskills. There really has not been one that in the end wasn't a good investment in terms of development opportunities, and that didn't make an enormous positive difference in the lives of our people.
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment. Welcome.
Hi. My primary concern in this time of great fiscal trying times for both city and state is, can't this thing be funded? I understand it's going to cost $4 billion before it's done.
No, what thing are you talking about?
The bond issue.
The Bond Act is $2 billion, isn't it?
$2 billion.
It's 1.975 now, but I understand by the time repayment's done, you're saddling us with another $4 billion thing, and I agree that we always want these programs, and land acquisition is a wonderful program, but can't we fund this through user fees? Can't this thing be done in a much more intelligent way at a time like this? You know, New York City is now charging double, triple, quadruple over its water bills, for instance. Can't it use that money that it's gleaning from all the buildings and the water usage in the city and use that, for instance, to secure its reservoir system?
Ms. Davidoff, can we raise some of the money by some way other than borrowing?
Well, a couple of points. The caller was talking about securing the reservoir system through bonded indebtedness. In fact, Commissioner Appleton and his staff have been proposing that instead of causing us to build enormously expensive capital institutions in the future, we should act now to plan to preserve the Catskills watershed by using development controls to keep people from runoff and sewage and other pollutants in the water supply.
And in fact, we'll be talking about that on the show in a couple of weeks. But Mr. Stuckey, what about alternate financing for these worthy goals?
Well, again, I think that that's the choice that this government now has in front of it, is that we have many goals, but we also have dwindling revenue supplies. And I guess the point that I'm trying to make more than any other is that this isn't the New York City that it once was. And in fact, companies who do business here have alternatives to go to many other places. Middle-class homeowners now have alternatives to go to many other places. And in fact, many of those options are starting to look very attractive, especially given all of the other social problems that confront the city. We have expenditures that we didn't have in our last fiscal crisis for social problems like AIDS, like crack, like homelessness, and a whole host of other problems. And yet we have a budget which seems to be dwindling. And I think the point that the caller is making, and it's the same question that I've tried to raise, is that along with the planning of parks and open space and development and other types of buildings, there needs to be a market and a fiscal reality. What is it that we need? What is it that we can afford? How do we then prioritize this?
Ms. Simpson, does your office, does the Borough President's office prioritize differently in terms of open space and development in tough fiscal times than at other times?
I don't think the priorities change. I think that certainly the opportunities to engage in planning are thrust upon you in the sense where the developers are not beating a path to the city's door. I think that the critical issue, which again I think was raised by the New York Times in the endorsement of the Bond Act in its editorial, there is a time and a place or a role that continues for investment in the future. And what we learned perhaps from the 80s that was the mistake is we really took the short-term solution and we left the long-term considerations behind. And while obviously we have some terrible budget difficulties and those need to play a role not only in our reaction to development proposals but really to any of the issues that our office deals with, it is not the time to stop prudent investment in the future. And the Bond Act, for example, is one. It's a little different than the previous Bond Act. There are some different priorities that are articulated quite sensibly. There's a strong priority for recycling facilities. This is something that the city very much needs to proceed with, and that it will help in terms of the state's overall waste disposal.
All right, I think we have a call on this point. Let's go to that call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Yeah. I'd like to know how, if under the new charter there's going to be further balkanization of the city council by its mandated enlargement, is the city going to be able to master plan?
All right, let's give that to the Borough President's office.
Balkanization is a really charged word. We look at the charter as an opportunity to bring government and including the land use power to the level and to the scrutiny that is most available to the public. And city council people will be representing districts which hopefully will be drawn to correspond to normal communities, not all sorts of funny shaped districts. You will have there's a strong priority in the new charter to really have districts where people can know who their representative is and have some regular contact with them, and they'll be involved in land use planning. And nothing again, we've been operating under the new charter for a few months with the council at its present size, which is not tiny, and nothing in the council's process so far should lead one to be concerned. Indeed, I think the council is raising some very important planning issues in the deliberations that they've had.
Ms. Davidoff, what do you think about the new charter as it affects planning?
A couple of comments. First, I want to ask the camera, if it can, to zoom in a little bit on my Environmental Bond Act button, because it makes a point, an unpaid political announcement, because it makes a point that I think is very important that I'd like to try to counter Jim Stuckey on. The people who can live in suburban areas with big backyards and who can drive in cars to work without getting stuck in traffic jams can leave the city. And the only thing that's going to keep them here in the long run, it seems to me, is a sense that we've got public open space that competes with suburban grass and crabgrass.
What's going to keep them here is cleaning up crime, and it's keeping them here is going to deal with a whole host
decent
of social
schools
issues.
and control of crime,
right.
and all the social issues are
all
important.
All the parks in the world aren't.
But if you go to
good.
Central Park on a summer day, you know that part of the delight in living in New York, and there is delight in living in New York, is the ability to get relief from the
unless you're a
of it.
jogger getting mugged. I mean, and that's what's going to keep people here in New York City. It's dealing with the social problem.
But why do those two have to be in opposition?
Well, I don't necessarily think they are, but I don't want to make it seem as if we plant a lot of trees and build a whole host of parks. Look, I'm in favor of it. My kids play soccer in open space every weekend as well. But the bottom line is, I don't think that to suggest that by building parks in New York City, that's going to stop middle-class flight from New York or corporate flight from New York. It just isn't.
I disagree. I think it's a hard business argument that rich people who can live next to Central Park have got a residential deal that is incomparable.
Right, but they're the minority in the city.
Even in the suburbs.
They are the minority in the city.
So when you get out to the boroughs,
middle-class working people who've got access to to Flushing Meadows Corona Park for athletic events, and all of us who can get on the subway and ride out to Shea Stadium have got assets that you can't get in the burbs.
It would seem to be a basic quality of life issue that for the sake of the developers, for the sake of the property values, that if you're going to develop something, let's make the neighborhood nicer too and not just put up the buildings.
But I'm not disputing that point. What I'm saying to you is that it's misleading to believe that that's all you need to do. This city is being hard-pressed, and we could talk about the 80s, but let's be candid here, is that the people who are in office today were also in office in the 80s.
Right.
They were the same people who in fact, approved PDC's budget and the spending of money on many of the projects that we're now trying to step away from.
Right, but let's not duck away from the question of development versus open space and how they can be properly rationalized.
And what I'm suggesting is that
the crime issue is not what we're arguing about tonight. The question is, what kind of a city are we going to have, and can we plan for it? The point about the charter, I think, is a very important one. Your caller's question is crucial. The charter envisions two kinds of planning, two planning processes taking place at once. And Marla reminded me this evening they're complicated and they require a lot of paperwork, but they are crucial to our all being able to look at the future of the city. And they involve community boards and borough presidents having a critical role in planning from the community level up, and the City Planning Commission and its representation from both the 5 boroughs and from the mayor's office doing comprehensive, broad-scale planning that's related to the questions of crime and ill health and poverty, as well as open space and development.
And what about the City Council? I thought they're the big new player in this.
They're the big new player because at the end of the planning process comes the development approval process, and they now take the place of the former Board of Estimate, the late unlamented Board of Estimate, in having the final democratic say over what shall and shall not be built.
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on the air. Welcome.
Hello?
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 Yes, it's you.
Yes. I'd like to ask the panel why there is an underlying assumption that growth, constant growth, is necessary and desirable.
All right, Mr. Stuckey.
Well, because I think that we as a society are growing. Our children need places to live. Companies and their needs change with automation and technology, and the types of space that they need changes along with that. I think that we have seen a steady eroding of the United States when it's compared to international marketplaces, and there are a lot of very plannerly bodies who think along that line as well, like Dick Anderson of RPA, who realizes that we as a region are losing to other regions in this country, and that we as a country are losing to other countries, and that's a disastrous result. You need to grow. You need to provide opportunities. You need to give people work. You need to have places where they can work. Every one of us at nighttime go home to a place to live.
Ms. Davidson, Davidoff, what do we even mean by growth at this point? I mean, the Parks Council is not for no growth, I know that, but you also don't want the city to get any denser than it is in certain respects, in certain neighborhoods. What do we mean by this?
I think your caller's question is well taken. In fact, the city grew spectacularly for decades, then stopped growing, began to lose population, and now I think there's some question with the latest census about what the real numbers really are. There seems to be little question that we're going to have continued important waves of immigration that are going to change the kind of city we are, and there seems to be little question that we are going to continue to fill out the city to its boundaries. So we're talking about change and not necessarily population increase. I think we need growth in a lot of things, including employment and including health and including open space. We don't necessarily have to plan for a city in which we're going to be much bigger than we are. I think there's a lot of question whether that would be desirable.
Yeah. You're talking about targeted growth, essentially, and I think that with new waves of immigration, and even if you look at working people and the crisis in affordable housing, much of what we're seeing in a lot of neighborhoods is overcrowding. And so when we talk about the need for additional housing, you're finding that there are families who are doubled up and who cannot afford to move out. There is a need, whether we want to call that a growth or a movement or targeting of resources. There is certainly a need in this city to expand housing stock, to expand job opportunities, so that
the people,
to accommodate the people that we have,
right.
And we have lost some of the resources, both in the housing stock and in the job space, that previously would have been there for those people, and that's what we're trying to address.
Let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello. Is Mr. Stuckey aware that the development that did go on in the 80s was partially, because it's a very complicated issue, was partially responsible for the crime and the crack and the homelessness that exists today, because the development that went on with luxury building and with steamrolling people out of the way, and I would like to hear.
Do you buy that, Mr. Stuckey?
I don't dispute that development is the cause of some of the social problems that we have today. I think that if you look, though, again closely at the record as opposed to what's trying to be presented of what happened in the 80s, and you look at where the government did put its energies, in fact, most of the development, 98% of the development projects that we administered at the Public Development Corporation were outside of Manhattan. There were maybe 4 or 5 that got an awful lot of attention. But in fact, most of what we did was outside of Manhattan in communities that welcomed growth and that welcomed development, because they were looking for the jobs and they were candidly looking for it to be a lot closer to home. And they didn't want to see a Chase Manhattan Bank or other major companies leave New York and go to South Dakota like some other banks have done. But of course I realize that we've created some of these problems. We have tried through mitigations, through the creation of job training programs and a whole host of other things to deal with that. But to think that we're saints and immune from some of the problems that have been caused, the answer is absolutely. We've been part of the problem as well.
All right, Ms. Simpson, let me get back to the Board of Estimate demise and placement by the City Council in this process. Do you think that's good or bad for the environment?
Oh, I think if you take the whole thing in context, it's unquestionably good for the environment. The Board of Estimate was a non-representative, non-democratic body that threatened to vote no far more often than anybody actually did vote no. And the reasons for that are pretty self-evident, because at the point when you got a hold of a project as a member of a Board of Estimate, it was in its final stages, and you were given a very stark choice between accepting or not accepting a project that had been fully designed, whether, for better or for worse, whether it incorporated your concerns.
Ms. Davidoff, do you agree? Is the City Council better than the Board of Estimate for the environment in New York City and for the development process?
The central constitutional question was whether we were going to have a properly apportioned one person, one vote body. And I think given the powerful, passionate feeling for protection of the environment, a democratic representative body has got to be better.
What about for the developers? Are they happy about this change?
Well, I think that there's a lot of confidence in the leadership of the City Council and the fairness of that. And I think that, yes, many developers, in fact, realizing that a great deal of development is supported in communities. I think that there are some areas of the city where it's frowned upon, but I think overwhelmingly many areas of the city would like to see the growth. So I think that it will turn out to be a fair process. The fear I have is that with the 51-member council delegation and with a tendency of legislative officials to be more concerned about their own turf, which is much smaller in nature, there are going to be some larger citywide problems that are, I think, going to have increasing difficulty, like prisons, like homeless shelters, and the like, which really are the types of projects that nobody wants in their backyard.
All right, let's get in another call here. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, I'd like to talk about this Environmental Bond Act again. It's very interesting you say that 45% of the population isn't too aware of it. And I guess my question to the panel is, what safeguards are in this Environmental Bond Act that this money is actually going to go to environmental issues? I mean, I'm listening to the panelists. One is talking about it maybe being used for, purchasing buildings for historic value.
Right.
I've
All
heard
right.
some other things that there may be land acquired in Long Island to build oil-fired generators to replace Shoreham.
All right, how much of this goes to the environment? Maybe it's not a good thing to use it for historic development or preservation.
I think it would be a mistake to think of the environment without recognizing the importance of the human elements of the environment. Certainly our landmarks and the historic structures that we have throughout the city are tremendous resources and assets for communities and provide many of the same opportunities for relaxation and learning that we look to our open space and our parks. And I think what we've seen in the past, again, is that New York City has lost some of its most famous or most beloved treasures before realizing the importance of saving them and the advantage. And this is not new. This was the same way that the original the Bond Act from a few years ago was structured, and many wonderful landmarks in the city were saved
All
through
right,
the...
we only have a minute left. Let me go around
Okay.
here and have each of you give your message to the Dinkins administration in terms of what you would like to see them do regarding development and environment. Ms. Davidoff, very briefly.
I'd like to see the Dinkins administration create a plan for development in the right places at the right densities that would make it possible for the builders to go as of right into building communities that would be wonderful, beautiful places full of open space to serve the people of the city.
All right, Mr. Stuckey.
I think it'd be somewhat presumptuous for me to tell the administration how they should run their affairs, but I think the key point I'd like to make is that development and growth isn't something that necessarily is done just for the sake of development. It typically is done to satisfy very human, very real needs that we have, and that can't be lost in the equation.
All right, Ms. Simpson, in 15 seconds.
In a few seconds, I think that the plans that we have and the vision that we have are fully detailed in the Borough Strategic Policy Statement, which will be released under the new charter, one of its more marvelous innovations, the day after tomorrow, and we'll communicate that to the mayor.
Okay, and we'll be covering it. Thank you all very much for coming. I really appreciate it. Nice talk. And of course, it is a balancing act. Everyone wants a beautiful environment. Everyone wants a thriving economy. And those values don't have to compete, but all too often they do. Now, one last word. You have power in your neighborhood, so get involved with your local community board and other local groups if you want to use that power. That's it for tonight. Join me again next week on Endangered, Our Urban Environment, when we look at asbestos. It's everywhere. How do we manage it? I'm Brian Lehrer. Good night. Stand by. Asbestos is everywhere in our urban environment. A recent survey found it's in 2/3 of all buildings in New York City, and asbestos can be deadly, causing cancer and other fatal lung diseases. But the best way to handle asbestos remains in dispute, and in some cases, removing it can be more dangerous than leaving it in. Good evening, I'm Brian Lehrer, and welcome to Endangered, Our Urban Environment. We are here live with you tonight. We'll talk about asbestos with 3 experts, and we'll take your phone calls with your questions about asbestos in your environment. My guests tonight are Dr. Stephen Levin, Medical Director of the Mount Sinai Medical Center's Occupational Health Center, John Welch, President of the Safe Buildings Alliance, an association of building products companies, and Richard Mendez, Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Department of Environmental Protection. Good evening to all of you. Thank you for coming out on election night.
Brian.
And Dr. Levin, let me start with you, and let's start with the basics. What is asbestos?
Asbestos is a naturally occurring fibrous mineral. It has particular chemical and physical properties that have made it useful as an insulating material, and has been used in a host of different construction products and in other commercial products as well. In addition to its useful commercial properties, unfortunately, it has certain health consequences for those who inhale the fibrous dust.
All right, tell us a little bit about that. How can asbestos hurt us?
Well, there are two basic kinds of disease that will occur after asbestos is inhaled, and it's really the generation of a dust form that presents a problem. There's the scarring lung disease known as asbestosis, and this is a scarring process that involves the lung tissue itself and impairs breathing. The same sort of scarring can affect the lining of the lung and the lining of the chest wall, and this is very typical of what's seen after asbestos inhalation. We see it mainly in workers. There's a second category of diseases that worries us a great deal, especially these days, and they're the cancers or malignancies that are associated with asbestos exposure. And they include lung cancer. They also include cancer of the lining of the lung, lining of the abdominal cavity, known as mesothelioma. Also includes digestive tract cancers, which really include cancers of the mouth and throat all the way through to the rectum.
Now, who's most at risk? Who is the most likely to be exposed to dangerous levels of asbestos?
Just as with other cancer-causing agents, there's a dose-response relationship, and what we mean by that is that the more one is exposed to asbestos dust, the greater the risk of developing these diseases. Therefore, workers who disturb these materials who are nearby other workers who are disturbing these materials have greatest opportunity to inhale the dust, and therefore at greatest risk for both the scarring lung disease as well as the cancers that come from asbestos.
All right. Mr. Welch, as I said in the opening, asbestos seems to be everywhere in our urban environment.
Yes.
Why is that? Why is it so common?
Well, it is a naturally occurring mineral, Brian. It's found in rock outcroppings throughout the United States. It occurs naturally in ambient air and in many sources of drinking water as well.
But that's a tiny percentage of the asbestos in New York City, right?
I think that's probably the case, and certainly Deputy Commissioner Mendez could better speak to that than I could. There is, as the department study showed, substantial amounts of asbestos-containing building materials inside of buildings constructed here in New York City. These products were specified under national building codes for the period after World War II through the mid-1970s was the peak period of use, and they were specified for thermal system insulation, for fireproofing on structural steel, for floor tile, and a host of other products for the properties that Dr. Levin outlined.
In other words, this was found to be an extraordinarily useful material, so it became very common in putting up buildings.
Particularly true for building materials because it had thermal insulating properties, it was fireproof, it had soundproofing properties, so in that respect it certainly appeared to be an ideal product or an additive for these building materials.
Well, do you think that the figure that I cited at the beginning from one study is about accurate, that 2/3 of the buildings in New York City probably have asbestos?
That's certainly what the Department of Environmental Protection study showed. I think it was 68% of the buildings here in New York City. And there's a skewing in those buildings. I think that, as you would anticipate, most of the materials are going to be in high-rise office buildings where structural steel was used, or likewise the materials are going to be located thankfully in spaces that the public normally doesn't have access to, boiler rooms, mechanical spaces, and things like that.
Now, why did the construction industry finally stop using asbestos, or did it stop?
It did stop, and it was actually New York City in 1972 which first prohibited the sprayed-on application of asbestos-containing materials. The concerns at that time, Brian, did not relate to occupational exposure, that is, exposure inside buildings, but rather to what I would characterize as sort of environmental loading. I mean, you had people that were spraying asbestos on girders and people walking by on the streets, and there was just generally concern about putting asbestos into the ambient air. And as a matter of fact, it was the Environmental Protection Agency which followed New York City's lead in passing a law under the Clean Air Act which prohibited that on a nationwide basis.
Now, Mr. Mendez, from what I've read, people knew in the 1920s that asbestos was a health hazard when breathed in. Why did it take until the 1970s for New York City, or anywhere for that matter, to begin to ban it? It sounds like a scandal.
Well, I think there are a variety of reasons. One is it took quite some time for people to appreciate the extent to which asbestos posed a problem. I think a number of the studies that were done at Mount Sinai by Dr. Selikoff post-World War II really began to accumulate the evidence, the empirical evidence, that led to realization of the public health risk that was involved in asbestos.
And that's who Dr. Levin works with.
Yes.
Is Dr. Selikoff. Now, Dr. Levin, I know we can't change history, but how do you feel about that lag time? Should something have been done much earlier?
It was unnecessary that we had to wait so long to protect the public, and especially to protect the workers who encounter asbestos day in and day out, because in fact good information was available certainly from the 1930s on in the British literature, in part in the literature of the United States, indicating that there clearly was a hazard from asbestos exposure, both a scarring lung disease hazard and a cancer hazard. That information emerged really in the 20s and 30s. And there are a number of failures on the part of the medical community, failures on the part of the government and the regulatory community, but also failure on the part of the manufacturers of these products to either investigate or make public what was known from their studies as to the consequences of exposure to these materials. So Great Britain began to regulate this material in the 1930s. We waited a full 30 years more before we began to address the problem.
Mr. Welch,
I think that's unnecessary.
Do you have a view on that?
Sure. I think the issue, particularly with regard to asbestos in buildings, is not so much one of looking back towards the past, but rather looking prospectively as to what is the best way from a public health policy perspective to protect building occupants and building workers inside of these buildings.
I think you're right, and that's
asbestos.
most of what we're going to do here tonight. But on the historical perspective, did you have an opinion about whether society waited too long to deal with asbestos in buildings?
I think history is always a hard judge of everyone that's involved, and I think Steve has been very fair in his characterization. I think that retrospectively that both the scientific community and the regulatory community, I mean, when you think about it, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration didn't put its first asbestos standard in place to protect workers until the early 1970s. So there's plenty of blame to go around for everybody.
All right, Mr. Mendez, how much do we really know about the extent of asbestos in buildings in New York City? How much has the city really found out?
Well, the city has done probably the most intensive study of anywhere in the country. We looked at a representative sample of about 900 buildings out of all the buildings in the city, statistically valid sample, in all the different building categories, 13 different categories, and did physical inspections. And on the basis of that, we found, as you noted, that roughly 2/3 of all the buildings have some asbestos-containing material. Again, primarily in the thermal system insulation, in the boilers and the pipes of those buildings. Interestingly enough, in almost every building category, almost without exception, at least half of the buildings in that category have some asbestos-containing material. We also found that the preponderance of that material was damaged to some extent. Whether it was minor damage or major damage, it was generally in need of repair, and that's what caused us to go forward with proposed legislation.
And that, of course, is where the health threat comes in, when it's damaged, and so people can more easily be exposed to it. And we'll talk about that more in a minute. But there's a bill before the City Council right now that would mandate asbestos testing for all buildings in New York City, with the exception of 1- and 2-family homes. Does DEP support that bill?
Yes, in fact, DEP introduced that bill originally, and although there are two versions of the bill before the council now that differ in some minor respects, one is still an administration-proposed bill.
Mr. Welch, do you think that's necessary? Do you support the bill?
The legislation? Certainly the Safe Buildings Alliance has always been very supportive of rational regulation to deal with the safe management of in-place materials. I had the pleasure of sitting on the department's in-place advisory committee. I think the department has advanced a proposal which breaks new ground and which is very controversial. Richard and I have worked with the City Council on this for 2 years running. The difficulty with legislation of this type is to achieve what Dr. Levin would have it achieve, and that is to protect workers, but to do so in a way that doesn't create tremendous financial costs on building owners and the general public. And I think that's the balance that's currently being debated and hopefully will be struck in the City Council.
Dr. Levin, do you think that the City Council bill is a good thing? Does it go far enough? Is it what we need right now to find out about asbestos, the extent of the problem?
I think it's an excellent step in the right direction. In fact, it provides opportunity to identify where asbestos materials are in place in buildings, what their condition is, and generally requires that building owners and managers develop a plan to address the problems that exist from the asbestos that's in place in such buildings. Workers can't be protected, and building occupants can't be protected unless we identify these materials and do something about the materials that are in bad condition.
All right, now we get to the even stickier question of what do we do with the asbestos once it's found, and especially once it's found in a damaged condition. When is the best time to seal it? When is the best time to take it out? When is the best time to leave it alone? I'm
posing that one to me?
All right, you'll all get it, but I'm posing it to you first.
In general, my point of departure on this from a public health perspective is that if asbestos materials in place are not going to generate dust, either because of natural deterioration or accidental damage, whether it be by water or mechanical disruption, or by renovation or repair activities, if there is not going to be dust, then one doesn't have to worry about health effect. If dust can be generated by these materials that are in place, then in fact something has to be done. Now, whether materials have to be removed when they are identified as damaged in some degree, or at least vulnerable to damage, really depends on the specific circumstances. There are times when enclosure works well, so that human contact with dust generated or even disturbance of the material in place can be prevented. There are many circumstances where renovation activities are going to occur or ultimate demolition will have to occur, where the material will have to be removed. And it really comes down to a question of whether the dust that can be generated from the disturbance of asbestos is likely to occur. And that has to be the guide as to whether material has to be removed immediately or at some point in the future, because it's my opinion that ultimately it's all going to have to be removed. It's required by city ordinance that it be removed ultimately. So the question is when. And if it's damaged sufficiently so that dust will be generated by disturbance of any sort, so that humans will come into contact with that dust, then something has to be done, either removing it or enclosing it.
All right, Mr. Welch, what do you feel about that? When is the best time to remove it, leave it alone, seal it up?
I think that in the past, probably past year or so, there has been a scientific policy consensus that's developed pretty much around the parameters that Dr. Levin has outlined, and that is, one, removal is the radical surgery of dealing with asbestos. It's the remedy that should only be used as a last resort. In other words, you should look at managing it in place, repairing damaged areas, enclosing if enclosure is an appropriate remedy, encapsulating it if that works. But at bottom, both the Environmental Protection Agency and the Consumer Product Safety Commission in the past 3 or 4 months in particular have come out very strongly by saying removal is a last resort. It doesn't mean do nothing. I want to sort of parenthetically interject that. It means manage it proactively in place, but undertake removal very cautiously.
Mr. Mendez, does the city have guidelines as to when you do what with asbestos?
Well, the bill itself that's been introduced is designed to set up a systematic and rational program for deciding what should be done with the material. And the underlying philosophy of the bill and position of the city is similar, that the material can be safely managed in place, that it should only be removed if it's necessary because the material is either so extremely deteriorated it can't be repaired, or there's other renovation and construction activity. The city already has in place a law, and has had for several years, and a very extensive enforcement program to deal with those situations where material is going to be disturbed through some sort of construction activity. And we see the two pieces of legislation as fitting together and giving the city a comprehensive program.
All right, as you know, we're going to be taking some calls from our viewers tonight, and let's go to our first phone call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered, Our Urban Environment. Welcome.
Oh, hello, good evening. My question has to do with a more nuanced definition of disturbing asbestos, rather than gross construction work or something like that. I'm wondering if there are any studies that document danger to both the wiremen and for office workers in the environment near wiremen who run computer lines and telephone lines above drop ceilings in a typical midtown high-rise. that does have asbestos in its structural steel?
Yeah, that's a good question, because really we get into these shades of gray, and that's where the questions arise. Dr. Levin, what do you think about that?
Well, one of those shades wasn't really so much a shade of gray. And that, if we're talking about industrial electricians or communication workers who have to run lines above drop ceilings where there's been a sprayed-on application of asbestos-containing material, we know that those workers are at risk because we've seen them in a clinical setting and find evidence of scarring lung disease among such workers. They clearly are exposed because the nature of their work requires that they disturb these materials. It's impossible to run a line across an air plenum, an air return plenum, which sits below a sprayed-on surface and not be exposed to asbestos. What has not been studied well, and will be very difficult to study, is what's the consequence to office workers who are working at desks beneath such an activity. In order to study such a question, one needs a very, very large population of such people. We're not looking for scarring lung disease in office workers. That requires too large a dose of asbestos. But most scientists agree that there is no threshold below which one won't see some increased risk of cancer. So we believe that those office workers have some increased risk of malignancy, although it is a very small increase compared with the man or woman these days who's running that wire and disturbing asbestos directly.
All right, so that really brings up two questions. And one is, what do we do to protect the worker who's running the line, who's obviously going to have a gross exposure, or who you say is going to have a gross exposure, and what do we do to protect the office worker who might have a very low level but long-term exposure? Is it worth taking expensive steps?
Well, that's in part a theoretical question and a practical question. Theoretically, it's possible to protect the worker sufficiently so that his exposure, her exposure, is really minimal. Theoretically, that's possible. In fact, in the real world of day-to-day maintenance and construction activities, we know that even today, despite all the knowledge that's available publicly about asbestos, that workers are continually exposed to asbestos. That we've just spoken with communication workers recently in the New York City area, where their members are still doing exactly this kind of work, aren't informed that they are exposed to asbestos, are not protected adequately, and are not only exposing themselves but everyone else in the work area. The kind of law that we're talking about, we spoke about before, is an important first step. Whether we will ever have sufficient enforcement manpower to watch every worker who runs a line of the sort that we're talking about, to make sure that it's done in a safe fashion, both to protect that worker and others around, is open, I think, to real question.
Yeah. Mr. Mendez, it seems that it would be the city's responsibility, perhaps, to make sure that at least there is communication to workers about the risk, and possibly to suit these guys up so that they can breathe through something that avoids the asbestos if they're climbing around in the ceilings.
Well, the law that is in existence now started with workers who work in the most threatening kinds of environments and specified protections for those people. We have been refining that over time to deal with more and more situations involving smaller amounts of material. The new law really gets to the heart of the matter, which is dealing with maintenance workers, communication workers, plumbers, electricians, who deal with it on a day-to-day basis. And I think one of the advantages of the bill is that the steps that you take to protect the workers, the maintenance workers, are really the same steps you would take to protect the public at large. So you get a double benefit out of the same kind of methodology. Workers, maintenance workers, are clearly the first line of defense for everybody who's in a building. If they work properly and safely, and if they handle the material in a proper fashion, they protect all of the other people who use that building.
Anything to add to that, Mr. Welch, before we take another call?
Sure. First, on the risk issue that Dr. Levin raised, the distinction between building occupants and building workers, people that disturb asbestos, that's an important sort of clear, bright line that needs to be drawn. The medical and scientific community that has looked at the risks of in-place asbestos materials generally agrees that the exposures to those people, secretaries, white-collar workers, clerical workers, is sufficiently small that the attendant risks are negligible when compared to other everyday risks. In contrast, a communications worker, a plumber or pipe fitter, someone that routinely disturbs asbestos, and parenthetically, these are people who, there are federal laws, the Occupational Safety and Health asbestos regulations are intended to protect those workers.
So you're saying there's a clear, bright line there. Dr. Levin, do you agree with that? Because it seems to me that the debate these days is focusing on school children in the classroom, teachers in the classroom, white-collar workers. Is the line as clear to you as he says it is?
Well, there are 2 points to be made. One, The OSHA law does not protect such maintenance and construction workers because, in fact, there is no asbestos standard for such workers, only for factory workers and mining workers and other production workers. But the regulations on what is permissible for office workers, what's understood about the risks that are entailed from the exposures that occur in buildings, number one, are currently based on background air levels in buildings and not the kind of episodic disturbance that will occur when a maintenance worker has to disturb material and create a shower of dust for a very brief period of time. That takes no account of that exposure. It just looks at the general background levels in buildings. But even if we just look at the background levels in buildings, the numbers of excess cancers that are expected to occur to the entire workforce as a consequence of that relatively low background exposure is within the same level of risk that we now regulate for cancer-causing agents in drinking water. When we talk about several cases.
But that's very low. That could be 1 in a million extra
We're talking about
cancers.
several per million. That's exactly right. When one looks, for example, at all the school children in the United States, some 20 million school children, if we take some of the lower end estimates of what the exposures are in schools, not the episodic releases, but just the background levels in schools, we're talking about estimates of somewhere between 800 and 2,400, these are the boundaries of the risk, occurring as a consequence of 13 years in a school that has this background very low level. Is this inconsequential? As a society, do we say this is okay? In general, when we talk about the risks from drinking water exposures, other involuntary exposures, we say that's not okay. We want to regulate better than that. And so I don't agree that this is entirely something to be dismissed as a trivial risk.
All right, we'll come back to this question as the hour goes on. Let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Good evening.
Hi.
Hi, my name is Stephen Johnson. I live out in Seaford, New York. I work as an asbestos removal worker. And I'm curious about Dr. Welch. Exactly who is your foundation and who funds it?
Okay, you are Mr. Welch, not
Sure,
Dr.
I just
Welch.
got a promotion.
Right?
That's wonderful.
Got a degree.
My mother will be happy. The Safe Buildings Alliance is, to answer your question, is a nonprofit association of leading building product manufacturing companies that formerly manufactured asbestos-containing materials. And when the asbestos in buildings issue began to come to the fore in the early 1980s, these companies made a commitment to be responsive to the questions of architects and engineers and public health officials about what to do about the safety of the products and the safe management. As a consequence, we have been an information source to the public and to public policymakers since that time.
But you would also have a vested financial interest in making sure that the liability from asbestos and the costs of dealing with asbestos from here on in aren't too high.
Well, we have an economic self-interest, to be sure, but I think our economic self-interest is in full concordance with public health policy, which is to minimize exposures to asbestos abatement workers like our caller, to the general public, and to building construction tradespeople that disturb asbestos. To the extent that they contact asbestos diseases and we see them 30 or 40 years down the road in the courts, that's an unhappy outcome not only for the worker but for the companies as well.
And to be fair, Dr. Levin, people in the asbestos removal industry often push gross removal and things like that because they have a financial stake, right?
I have no question but that those contractors who engage in this work have a clear financial stake. From a social perspective or a public health perspective, it's my opinion that it's easier to regulate that activity, to monitor that activity. We train such people. We certify removal workers and contractors and inspectors before we permit them to do that sort of work. That doesn't prevent all shabby work. It at least gives us an opportunity to control it. It's more easily controlled than the individual jobs that are done building by building, plumber by plumber, electrician by electrician. And
you're saying
for
that's
that reason,
why we need standards.
That's why we need standards, and that's why the argument that, after all, we're exposing asbestos abatement workers, I think doesn't stand up because we can monitor those people more easily than we can the thousands and thousands of plumbers and other construction tradespeople, maintenance people who are operating in single buildings throughout New York City and throughout the United States.
We'll take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air. Welcome.
Hello, this is Mr. Nash from New Jersey.
Hi.
How do you do? My question would be to Mr. Welch. I'd just like to make a comment that it appears that your organization has a proactive approach towards asbestos maintenance in buildings. But my problem is that when we had the public hearings in Washington some months ago on public buildings, your organization declined from the establishment of asbestos management plans as being part of regulation. We all talk about how nice it would be to identify asbestos in buildings so that people would not get exposed. But how can you do that without an organized plan so that when people do come in to run those wires above the ceilings like you were talking about, they know exactly where it is?
All right.
Can you comment on that?
Mr. Welch?
Sure, I'd be happy to. First of all, I don't know that the Safe Buildings Alliance at any time in the 6-year history that I've been involved in it has ever opposed regulations regarding the management of asbestos-containing materials, so I would challenge the veracity of your statement at the outset. We have everything to gain by encouraging the safe management of asbestos-containing materials. I think we have a clear record. We have been more active probably than any other association in this country in pushing the training and accreditation of asbestos removal workers. So I don't know what the caller is referring to, but it doesn't sound like the same Safe Buildings Alliance that I've headed for 6 years.
All right, Mr. Mendez, we've been talking a little bit about asbestos removal workers and the dangers they face, and I've heard some real horror stories about fly-by-night removal companies who hire people off the street, don't tell them what they're going to be exposed to, all this kind of thing. How does the city regulate those companies?
We have a program in the city for several years now which requires that anyone who engages in asbestos removal be a city-certified asbestos remover, which means that they have to go to training at an institute that's approved and inspected by the city, and that they have to pass an independent examination that the city administers. And we have enforcement people who go out into the field, visit jobs, inspect those jobs to make sure that they're being done in a proper manner, that the workers are all certified, that the protections are all in place, and that the regulations, we have almost 100 pages of regulations dealing with how asbestos removals must be done, are being followed.
I've read that some asbestos removal companies in the city were indicted recently for trying to bribe federal inspectors to overlook some of the violations on the work sites. Do you know about that?
There was a case that went back some years, really predated the city's program, and involved, I believe, an EPA inspector. And there was some allegation of bribery dealing with demolition of buildings. One of the things that points up, I think most clearly, is that without a credible field presence, I mean, there was one inspector for the EPA to deal with the whole region, which included New York and New Jersey and Connecticut. Without a really credible field enforcement, no regulations are going to have any effect that's worthwhile.
If there was one then, how many are there today?
I don't know. I know the federal government has added inspectors. We have about 60 people just in our own program in New York City that deal only within the city.
So you're saying the city has picked up a lot of the slack here where the federal government
I think within New York City, the city is the enforcement presence. Yeah. And in fact, there are state laws that the State Department of Labor have in place, and we act as the agent of the state within the city of New York.
All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. We are going to have to change our pipes, our water pipes, which are covered with asbestos, and the choice we have is either to remove those pipes and the asbestos or put a parallel line up. Either way, I don't know whether what the dangers are.
Okay.
And can it be done safely?
Let's get some advice around the table. Mr. Mendez, what do you think?
Well, the answer is yes, it can be done safely if it's done by trained workers in a reputable firm. Whether the asbestos should be removed and the pipes taken out, or whether new pipes should be installed, is impossible to decide without knowing the condition of the material and the accessibility of the pipes, and whether economically there's much life left in those pipes. And that's a decision that really should be made with a trained and certified asbestos investigator who can give those kinds of judgments. But any kind of work involving asbestos can be done safely if you use proper people.
How do you find the right people? How do you find the credible people, the people who are going to do a decent job, who are licensed?
Well, you should first of all check the licensing and make sure that they're licensed by us. If they're going to work in the city, that they're licensed by the state of New York. Beyond that, you can check with us or with the state or with the EPA to see if they have a record of violations in the industry. There are certain firms, and again, like in all kinds of regulated activities, generally firms that have been around a longer time, have a track record where you can check on the work that they've done for other people, are the ones that you should be looking to.
All right, Dr. Levin, I've read that the asbestos problem may actually be greatly exaggerated because of the way the testing is done. In other words, we take these bulk samples, as they're called, a handful of asbestos. I know it's not that grossly done, but a chunk of asbestos out of a pipe or something, and then of suspected asbestos, and test to see if that's what it is, as opposed to testing the air, which is really the way people might be exposed. Nobody gets up into the pipes and breathes there. They breathe the air. What do you think about that?
Well, I think that the bulk sample analysis that you're referring to only answers one question, and that is whether this material in place contains asbestos fiber. That's the only question that answers. Doing air testing, on the other hand, doesn't answer the question as to whether or not there is a risk from that material either, because the real issue there is whether, in fact, air testing will occur when the material is disturbed. It's one thing to do air testing in a room or in a building that's under relatively still conditions when the material is not being disturbed, which can essentially put people to sleep over the issue. Who comes and tests when the plumber disturbs the insulation material? Who comes and tests when that individual runs the wire? Who does the kind of testing that has to be done when, in fact, other renovation and repair activities occur? No one is there to do the testing, and that's when the most significant exposures occur in buildings. It's the episodic release, the intermittent disturbance of asbestos that generates the dust, which we think is likely to be hazardous. We see evidence of that in the kinds of workers who do this kind of intermittent disturbance. We see it in their x-rays.
Do you have a feeling about this, Mr. Welch?
I have a very strong feeling about it. Dr. Levin may be a very good physician, but he doesn't know the laws about asbestos protections. There is an asbestos construction standard, the purpose of which is to require initial monitoring and air monitoring of those episodic type disturbances. Now, there is as well a growing body of law in states that embraces the concept of indoor air standards for asbestos. There are a dozen or so states around New York and throughout the United States who actually measure the amount of asbestos under typical building operating conditions and use that not as the sole point by which to make a decision to remove or not to remove, or to protect workers or not to protect workers, but as another piece of information to enhance and better inform the decision-making process. It's air monitoring or quantitative numbers are very helpful also in communicating to tenants. And I would agree with Dr. Levin that that data should not be used to lull people to sleep or into a false sense of security. Rather, it's intended to, it's like a speed limit, or it's like the radon action level.
It's something one among many guidelines.
Exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Okay, my name is Ed Bracco. I'm from Little Neck, Queens, and one common source of asbestos in a typical one or two family home is the asbestos tile. I have such a condition in my basement, an asbestos tile that is in good shape, but still, when it comes to dust being generated and recommendations for removal, I mean, what would the advice be in a situation like that?
All right, Dr. Levin, do you have a feeling about this?
There are now some studies in the literature which indicate that when these asphalt asbestos tiles dry out with age, and when they are sanded down or in some other fashion disturbed so as to generate a dust, in fact do release asbestos fiber, and there have been some studies that show that the fiber release can be considerable. The ordinary release under ordinary household conditions from such tile materials is very, very low because the fiber is bound in a matrix that doesn't permit easy release. Nevertheless, when these materials are dried out and during renovation activities, if dust is generated by churning up the now dried out tiles, there is some hazard, and as a matter of fact, there are recommendations now that kind of work be done in such fashion as to, under wet conditions, for example, to prevent the release of dust. But generally, in an ordinary household circumstance, it doesn't represent much of a source of concern because it doesn't release much dust.
Mr. Mendez, why does the city draw the line, or why does DEP in its recommendations in this new bill draw the line at 1- and 2-family homes? Why doesn't at least it recommend for owners of 1- and 2-family homes to test?
Well, actually, there are provisions in the bill for 1- and 2-family homes. They're a little bit different than the provisions for larger buildings, given the nature of how much material is in homes, which is generally a small amount and where it's located. What the bill provides is that for 1- and 2-family homes, there are two aspects. One, the department is obligated to have an outreach program and an information program. Homeowners find it very difficult to deal with this. It's very difficult for them to deal with the industry because the job involved is so small that many times the larger firms simply don't want to get involved. Secondly, the bill provides that at a point of sale for a 1- and 2-family home, once the bill becomes in effect, that there is a required inspection and disclosure to the purchaser. It does not require an operations and maintenance program as for a larger building. Since there are no maintenance staff, there are no other people generally going down in the basements of 1- and 2-family homes. So it does require that a buyer know what is in that home and what condition it's in.
And the seller is responsible for that testing?
That is between the buyer and the seller, but the testing and the disclosure is a requirement for the sale.
One way or the other. Okay, let's take another call. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Claire Williams. I was wondering what you think should be done about asbestos found in colleges that is not in good condition.
In colleges, did you say?
Yes, colleges.
All right, which brings us to the whole sticky wicket of schools in general. Dr. Levin, you want to tackle this first?
Well, you know, some of our first information about the hazards of asbestos in buildings came from a college circumstance. The Yale Art and Architecture buildings had a sprayed-on asbestos material, and the maintenance activities and various other custodial activities were found to generate considerable amounts of dust, and that those buildings had to undergo remediation and removal, and that taught us some of our first lessons.
When was that?
Oh, I think that was probably back in the early 1970s, but I'm not absolutely sure of the date. But it was certainly well before 1980. We know that just as in any other setting, asbestos that's in place, if it's going to be disturbed, represents a potential hazard. One of the problems about schools, and again we've learned this in part from the New York City experience, is that where there were exposed asbestos surfaces, where students could get access to these surfaces, one could see documented evidence of finger marks raked across ceilings, pencils that had been thrown into these sprayed-on surfaces. In gyms, you saw imprints of basketballs that had been bounced off the ceilings. This is clear indication, it's sort of a historical record almost, of disturbance of materials that left a showering of dust for a brief period of time. No one has done a study of students who attended schools where such exposed surfaces were present as opposed to students who attended schools where no such exposed surfaces were present to see the differences.
What would you study?
You'd look for the occurrence of those diseases which we know asbestos can produce, lung cancer and mesothelioma. There are certainly now
20 or 30 years later.
That's right, and one has to then reconstruct in the case of a mesothelioma, a cancer that occurs practically never without asbestos exposure. One would have to reconstruct where did that individual go to school and what were the conditions. And now, because there are enterprising attorneys who see, you know, also self-interest, are beginning to reconstruct some of those patterns in individuals who develop these asbestos-related cancers where there is no other history of asbestos exposure and have gone back to school records and sometimes school photographs, interviewed co-students, fellow students, who can recall disturbance of materials and how handfuls of the material will be scraped off of ceilings.
You're saying that is being done, or that needs to be done? That is currently being done. One sees evidence of that now beginning to appear. And it's not the medical community that's taking the lead on this, it's lawyers who are pursuing legal cases. Nevertheless, I'm quite sure that some of their reconstructions are accurate. It's a very difficult problem because, as you say, there's a long time that has to elapse between the exposure and the development of these cancers. Mr. Mendes, what's your feeling about this? I mean, somebody who works in the field of asbestos consulting told me that as far as she knows, there has never been a diagnosed case of mesothelioma in somebody who was merely a tenant in a building that contained asbestos.
I don't believe that's true. I've seen reference to some cases, one in England, an elevator operator, one in an office building, federal office building in the Midwest. It's very difficult to reconstruct over the lifetime of an individual where and when they may have had that exposure, as Dr. Levine indicates. And to reconstruct a person's 30-year personal history is a challenge. But there are indications of such cases, and I think now that people are more aware of it, we may see more of those coming to light.
Mr. Welch, what's your view on this?
I don't think we're going to see that many more cases. Hopefully we won't, but The studies that have been done to date, Brian, indicate very clearly that exposures inside of buildings are very low over the working lifetime of a typical building occupant, and therefore that the risks or the likelihood that they're going to contract these diseases is similarly very low. But in many respects, that almost begs the question, because it brings us back to the department's position, and certainly the position that we would articulate, and that is that you need to know where materials are located and they need to be managed.
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on the air. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I think you partially answered one of my questions. How long is the incubation period for a person that's been exposed to asbestos, and how does this impact on any legal remedies that he might seek in the future?
Okay, that's a good question, because for one thing, the incubation period is very variable, isn't it?
Well, in general, one doesn't see asbestos-related disease until at least 15 years has elapsed from the onset of exposure to the dust. More commonly, one sees scarring lung disease or the cancers that come from asbestos only after 20, 25, even 30 and 35 years have passed since that individual began exposure. And we see this occurring largely in occupationally exposed groups. That's where we can study this issue the best. When one looks at insulators, for example, who work day in and day out with this kind of material, their cancers, their scarring lung disease tends to occur somewhere in the order of 20 to 25 years after the onset of exposure at the minimum, and more often even 30 and 35 years after.
So what about the other part of his question? That must make the trail to the cause, and therefore the legal remedy, very difficult.
Well, I think that lawyers are very clever. I've learned that in the course of my past several years in this area of medicine.
I don't think anyone here will doubt that, right?
They have been able to reconstruct, as most workers who work with asbestos can ongoingly trace where they have worked, even construction workers who work in a number of different sites, because money changes hands in payrolls and contractors have to maintain records. Generally, one can identify where individuals have worked, and reconstruction can be made of what materials were purchased, sometimes what specifications for what materials were required, and they've been able to reconstruct what materials have been the source of exposure.
Now, Mr. Welch, this is a big problem for the industries represented by the Safe Buildings Alliance, because there are all kinds of suits against asbestos manufacturers for exposures that took place 15, 30, 45 years ago. Where do you think the line should be drawn?
The line for what, Brian? I don't understand your question.
Well, how do you think that they should be able, the line of where proof is? What is proof in terms of proving whether your asbestos exposure and your disease was caused by your workplace?
That's a legal question. I'm not a lawyer. Thankfully, none of us are lawyers here, and I'm, hopefully we're as clever as lawyers are. But that's really a question that's to be debated by clever lawyers, and I certainly don't have a view on it. Unfortunately, it does nothing or does very little to sort of enlighten what the public policy response ought to be to public or asbestos in public and commercial buildings. The fact of the matter is that if we could turn the clocks back, we would have, I think, the medical and scientific community and others would have done a better job. We didn't. We're living with a legacy of the past. Let's be sure that we don't create a legacy of the future.
How do you feel the legal process is working in these cases, Dr. Levin?
Very slowly, inadequately, and in fact there are many individuals who will develop asbestos-related diseases over the next couple of decades, who will in fact find, if they attempt to recover for the harm they've suffered, that there are now empty pockets facing them. Because many of the manufacturers who have been found to be liable for this in courts of law either have gone out of business or now declare bankruptcy, protecting their assets, and there are a number of other devices that they have developed. And the workers who have worked with these materials without having been warned, even when there was knowledge that potential harm could occur, those workers who have developed diseases and will develop those diseases over the next couple of decades may find that there is no recourse for them, and it's a very serious problem. And what social measures we take to address this problem have yet to be developed.
All right, let's take another call right now. You're on Endangered, Our Urban Environment. Thanks for calling.
Thank you. My name is Louis Montalvo. I live in a co-op building on Queens. And I believe pretty much observed, excuse me, the boiler room and the pipes around the basement, they are containing asbestos. As a handyman on the building and all the men working in the area, how much of the exposure do they have to the asbestos when the boiler is running?
All right. Mr. Mendez, can we answer that on a general basis?
It's a difficult question to answer. Again, it depends upon the condition. If the material is in good condition, if it's wrapped, tightly secured, that it is not breaking off or peeling off, then as long as the workers don't consciously disturb the material, they should have a minimal exposure to it or no exposure to it.
What should he do if he wants to find out more specifically?
Well, first of all, he should ask the manager of the building, or the manager of the co-op in this case, whether they have had the material investigated, what steps they've taken, whether they have an operations and maintenance program. Many buildings do, even without the law. Whether they bring in certified workers whenever there's a disturbance or there needs to be a disturbance to make a repair, and to make sure that the co-op has planned. In dealing with asbestos in buildings, really the secret, the key, is having a plan ahead of time. If you wait to the last minute to deal with an emergency, you probably run the risk of exposing people unnecessarily. But if you're managing a building, if it's a co-op or a condominium or a rental apartment, and you're a good manager, you will plan ahead of time what to do when certain situations occur and instruct your workers on how to deal with that material. The law we're proposing would institutionalize that, but even without that, it's just a commonsensical approach for people who run buildings.
And let me just remind our viewers that at the end of the program, at the end of the hour, we're going to give you some phone numbers that you can call to get more specific information about asbestos in your environment. So get your pens and pencils ready. Let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Robert Stein, and I'm with a company that has a Midtown office in Manhattan. And we moved in early in 1986, at which time the landlord did a complete renovation of our space. And we didn't find out until about 3 years later that there was asbestos everywhere above the drop ceiling. And we've since had a company come in and do an examination of it. We've been told that it's mechanically friable. And I'm interested in knowing now, what is the landlord's obligation insofar as either cleaning this up or testing it or maintaining it is concerned? And what can we do? What rights do we have to see that the landlord fulfills this obligation?
Okay, that's a question for a clever lawyer, and I think Mr. Mendez working for the city are the closest thing we have tonight.
I don't approximate either being a lawyer or particularly clever. That's one of the most difficult situations for us to deal with in the city. We have a very good handle when the material is being disturbed because we have laws and regulations and programs to deal with that. For material that's not being disturbed, in-place material that's just sitting there, really we have to deal with that on a case-by-case basis, and usually only in cases where it's really an imminent danger. That's why we have been so active and so hopeful that this law would be passed. It would give us a systematic way to deal with it within buildings.
All right.
Because right now it's pretty much unregulated.
Dr. Levin, what would you advise people who are trying to get their landlords to be responsible for this kind of thing?
Well, I'm not sure about the tactics to bring landlords into a position of responsibility. That's, I think that the more people, organize among themselves to create fuss, the more likely they are to get attention. But this situation of a sprayed-on material above a drop ceiling is so prevalent in commercial buildings throughout New York City and every urban center. And it represents an intermittent hazard because while nothing is likely to result from the material sitting above that drop ceiling, it's when relamping occurs, when a lighting fixture has to be disturbed, when a wire has to be run or replaced. That's when disturbance occurs, and there's probably no office in the city where secretaries or other office workers won't describe someone coming in, removing one of those panels, dumping a shower of dust all
where
over
that won't happen
desk.
at some time. So you're saying that eventually all asbestos is going to have to be removed from all buildings.
You're going to have to do that ultimately, and I'm sure Mr. Mendez would agree that the ordinance says that that's going to have to occur before demolition occurs.
Mr. Welch, what's the bottom line here? If we did what he's talking about, what would it cost us?
Plenty. The department's own estimates for an asbestos bill would be, 18 months ago, was $9.5 billion.
To do what?
To put into place a management program and an abatement program that would not call for wholesale removal. I have to commend the department in that regard. They're not at all suggesting that this be a wholesale removal program. The concerns that the City Council has had about the bill, and building owners as well, is whether or not once this bill is put into effect, whether it'll be a runaway program, whether it will result in runaway costs, and instead of being $9 billion, it may be $15 billion or $25 billion.
Who pays that bill? Is that the taxpayers?
It's unfortunately, well, the taxpayers through increased rents or what have you, but it's not going.
I think I really need to modify that. That's a very conservative number, and that's a number that's spread out over many years. But more importantly, that's a very aggregate cost number. And in looking at environmental dangers and trying to deal with the economics of environmental dangers, in the past, we've been all too ready to put a price tag on dealing with these without looking at the costs of not dealing with those problems. And those are costs we haven't really quantified, but there are costs. There are health costs, there's lost productivity costs. If people don't deal with the situations in buildings, if maintenance workers continue in the future to be sick and to be non-productive and to have health care costs. And those all have to be deducted from whatever this gross cost may be. In addition, there are many people, many people, especially organizations that manage large amounts of buildings, that have already taken these steps and are incurring these costs already because it's a good business decision on their part.
Is there anybody doing the math in terms of what are we spending on each cancer prevention? Are we spending an inordinate amount of money compared to, say, other ways that our health dollars might be spent?
That's something we've just started to look at the request of the council, to look at what the other side of that equation is.
Dr. Levin, your colleagues at Harvard University say that the public fear of asbestos far outweighs the actual health risk. Maybe that's the case, and maybe the price tag for this, the way you're describing it, would be excessive.
You use the term colleagues loosely, perhaps, there, because I'm not sure we're in collegial relationship on this question. In part, the question is who's to pay? Because as many people now realize, those who knew that asbestos was a dangerous material and yet sold it on the market for use in buildings now find themselves in some courtrooms around the country defending what they did and sometimes paying out for the costs that building owners have incurred to remove this material. So it's not as if the public pays directly always, and the issue of litigation on this is an open question. But the other point to be made is that if we do not spend some of this money to abate the problem, reduce the risk that comes from asbestos in buildings, it's not as if that money now saved will go towards protecting the public health in some other arena. I think that's a naive view of what happens to those dollars that are not spent. That Harvard group said, oh, there's $150 million that's going to be spent on the removal of asbestos unnecessarily, and indicated there are larger public health concerns, as if that $150 billion were going to be spent in protecting child health.
You're saying it just would not be allocated.
It's preposterous to create that equation.
Private hands.
There's no way that that will occur. Right. And in fact, those who are responsible for putting the asbestos in place probably ought to bear some of that economic burden.
Let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Mr. Lara, I'm Mr. Keller of Queens.
Hello.
As a concerned homeowner of a 1 or 2 family home, or perhaps a landlord of a 1 and 2 family home, what can I personally do if I have pipes that maybe 1 or 2 things are out of order, and I personally want to encapsulate? What material do I buy? How do I do it? And am I liable if I do it?
All right. Mr. Mendez, I'm going to give that one to you again.
Thank you very much. I never encourage people to handle the material themselves. And I know it's difficult for the owner of a 1 and 2 family home to think about getting involved with some sort of professional person to do that. But I would not do it, and I would not recommend to anybody I knew who was a friend of mine to do that. If the material's in good condition, I believe you can get professional people to make the repairs that are necessary. Keep it in good shape. But the best thing is not to disturb the material yourself under any circumstances.
We only have a couple of minutes left. Give people the general guidelines as to how to go about choosing an asbestos remover, or how to go about determining whether anything should be done in their own dwellings or buildings.
Well, there's public information available from the EPA and from us and from other agencies, particularly oriented towards homeowners, to try to make an assessment of the material. There's nothing really magical about it. I think you can make a pretty good judgment yourself just by looking. Is the covering torn? Is the material hanging or peeling? Is the wrapping intact? If it's not, then it's a matter of getting someone in to take care of that material if it's so far deteriorated, or if you're going to be doing some changes, then that might be the time to remove it. If not, it's the time to take care of it.
Dr. Levin, very briefly, what about for people who can't see the asbestos, some of the white-collar workers you're talking about and others who might be concerned? What should they do?
I think in general it's important that they not panic unnecessarily. Because in fact, in general, in office circumstances, other building circumstances, those who don't disturb the material directly or aren't around the materials being disturbed frequently are at very low risk, in fact. I don't want to trivialize that, but it is a low risk. The main thing they have to do is be vigilant, that if maintenance activities or renovation activities or other activities that are going to disturb asbestos will create dust, they've got to make sure that they're protected.
All right, and Mr. Welch, a closing word in our 20 seconds remaining?
Thank you. I think the bottom line is that the mere presence of asbestos in building is not a cause for panic or concern. The exposures in most buildings are very low, and therefore the risks are very low, and that removal ought to be undertaken as a last resort.
All right, Mr. Welch, Mr. Mendez, Dr. Levin, thank you all very much for coming, and we appreciate your turning out. Now we can all go home and watch the election returns. And yes, asbestos is all around us. Most people agree that we should learn how to spot it, find out where it is, and take steps to protect ourselves. The debate on the best form of protection continues. For more information on asbestos in your environment, you can call the Department of Environmental Protection's central complaint number at 212-966-7500. To find out about asbestos where you work, contact NYCOSH, the New York Committee for Occupational Safety and Health, at 212-627-3900. And the Safe Buildings Alliance publishes a handbook about asbestos that you can get by calling them in Washington, area code 202-879-5120. Next week on Endangered Our Urban Environment, we'll be talking trash, what to do about our garbage crisis. I'm Brian Lehrer. Good night. When Mayor Dinkins announced his budget cuts last week, one of the areas to feel the bite was the city's recycling program. That's not the only problem with recycling right now. Sanitation Commissioner Stephen Poland says the entire mandatory recycling program is in big trouble because of high costs and low compliance. Also, there are signs that Mayor Dinkins may stage a political flip-flop and support trash-burning incinerators for the first time. He has long been opposed to former Mayor Koch's plan for an incinerator in every borough. All of this comes as the Fresh Kills landfill approaches full capacity and as we New Yorkers continue to generate 14,000 tons of garbage every day. Good evening, I'm Brian Lehrer. Welcome to Endangered Our Urban Environment. We're here with you live tonight to talk about the city's garbage crisis. In a few minutes, we'll take your phone calls. My guests tonight are Alfred Del Bello, a partner in Del Bello and Lynch Associates, a solid waste consulting firm. You may remember Mr. Del Bello as the first lieutenant governor under Mario Cuomo. Stephen Poland, the New York City Sanitation Commissioner. And Jim Tripp, General Counsel for the Environmental Defense Fund. Good evening to all of you. Thank you for coming in. Commissioner, let's see where we are right now. How close is Fresh Kills to actually being full?
Well, there's no easy or simple answer to that question. It depends on how much of New York City's waste, which is actually about twice as much as you suggested. It's really closer to 30,000 tons a day, including the commercial sector. Depends on how much of that waste actually goes to Fresh Kills. A large part of it right now is being diverted outside the city by the private carting industry. But most importantly, it depends on how successful we can be in diverting waste through other means, particularly recycling. I'd say in the worst case scenario, we have another 8 years to go. In the best case scenario, it can last a lot longer than that.
Where does our garbage go right now? What percentage goes where?
Well, approximately a little bit more than half of the city's waste is going directly to Fresh Kills. A little bit is going to the city's sole remaining other landfill at Edgemere. Some portion of it is going to the 3 existing incinerators. Approximately a third of it is going out of state, or at least outside the city.
Tell us about the incinerators. I think some of our viewers probably think we don't have any incinerators in the city right now. Where are they?
Well, we have 3 incinerators in Brooklyn and Queens. They are the relics of a day when the city used to burn a lot of its trash. We once had 19 incinerators operating in the city. We now have 3. We are in the process of bringing those 3 incinerators up to the standards required by the Clean Air Act. It's a major investment for the city.
And there's a plan in the works for another 5. What's the status of that?
Well, the Koch administration had a plan to build 5 resource recovery facilities, or that is incinerators that burn garbage and turn it into energy. That plan is no longer operative. The mayor has asked me, as the new sanitation commissioner, to review the role of resource recovery as part of what's called the solid waste management plan, which is underway and being developed pursuant to state law. That plan is going to take a look at how much we can realistically do through the better means of dealing with our trash, namely waste reduction and recycling, before we get to incineration or landfilling. And we'll be developing that and proposing it in 1991.
So do you want to take a shot at what percentage of our garbage is going to go where 10 years from now? Can you look that far down the road?
Well, 10 years from now, I think we should be doing a lot better in the area of waste reduction and recycling. Those are not easy things to accomplish. They don't happen overnight. They require not only the efforts of the city, but the state and the federal government as well. We're going to be working to accomplish the kind of changes both in the legislative forums to effectuate what's really required to get people to reduce the amount of waste, as well as to create the markets which are necessary to convert recyclables into actual recycled products.
All right, Mr. Tripp, where do you see us 10 years from now, and where do you think we could be?
Well, I think we will be, this is my own prediction, and it's going to require a lot of changes in the way the city is doing things, some changes that we've been advocating. But I can see the city at the 70 to 80% level in terms of waste reduction, recycling, and composting. A fair portion of the waste stream is food waste and yard waste, which is not going to be recycled as such. It's going to be composted, and that material is going to have to be reused. But the city has been doing a waste composition study. We've all looked at those figures. The vast bulk of what's in the commercial, institutional, and residential waste stream, paper, plastics, food waste, wood, metal, glass, and so on, that material is potentially recyclable. There are potentially markets out there. Steve is right that those markets have got to be developed. But when firms, industries in the state and elsewhere in the country become convinced that New York City is going in a big way towards recycling and will make large quantities of waste materials available, they will start making investments. It will be very attractive.
So if you see 70 to 80% through recycling, waste reduction, and composting 10 years from now, where are we right now? What percentage combined for all 3?
Well, from the residential waste stream, and this is really from the city's figures, we're somewhere around 6 to 8%. The unknown to some degree.
All 3 of those combined? Recycling and composting?
We really haven't reduced any waste yet.
Yeah, we haven't reduced much waste. The unknown is really the commercial sector. How much of that waste is being recycled, whether it's a quarter of that material, a third, there may be thousands of tons there. It's a bit hard to say.
Yeah.
We're just getting started. The city started its recycling program only really about a year and a half ago.
Mr. Del Bello, where do you see us 10 years from now? Are Mr. Tripp's predictions too optimistic?
Well, I think they're very optimistic. It's going to be hard to achieve those levels of reduction in recycling unless we get a much greater commitment from the federal government and the state government. Reduction of waste really depends on cooperation from the production all the way through to the use of materials. And unless we get packaging type legislation and incentives at the federal level to reduce the amount of waste that is truly generated through various systems of production, we're not going to gain those levels of reduction. In recycling, remember, a product doesn't become recycled until it becomes reused. A lot of people confuse recycling with separating. When we separate in the street, we haven't recycled. All we've done is take a recyclable material like glass or tin or metals out of the waste stream. It's not until that product is reused in a constructive fashion that it becomes recycled.
And that's a
so
problem,
that depends
right?
on markets.
Right.
That depends on industry being able to reuse that, and that takes a little time. We're getting new pulp mills developed, obviously, but they're very expensive. They're $300–400 million projects to build new pulp mills. Just a de-inker on a pulp mill is a $30 million project. We have a new pulp mill going in upstate New York. I think there's another one going in the New England region. That'll help greatly in getting newsprint recovered.
So what happens to all the stuff that we're recycling now? I mean, people are starting to separate cans and bottles and newsprint and so forth. Is it going somewhere and sitting because there's no market for it?
No. A couple of things are happening. First of all, a lot of it is going overseas. Most of it is being shipped out. The Port of New York, which is still the largest port in the United States, has as its major export item paper and metal. We're exporting our waste materials mostly to Asia.
It just shows how valuable they are.
What's happening is in Asia it's being converted into products with cheaper labor and being sold right back in this United States to compete with our own manufacturers, which is a sin, an absolute sin. We ought to be using our own materials to reduce the cost of our products in addition to saving our raw materials and our energy costs.
And only the shipping industry would disagree with you. Mr.
I
Pollak,
don't want to suggest, by the way, that achieving the level I'm talking about is an easy task. It will be a very difficult task that everyone in the city is going to have to cooperate. Costs have got to be controlled. There are all kinds of things that we're going to do.
I think one thing we all agree on is that we have to see some better developments in the market area. And it's not enough to say that if the city offers this huge volume of supply that the markets will necessarily result. It's a question of federal tax policy. It's a question of relative transportation costs, question of labor markets. It's a question of consumer preferences. It's a very complicated decisions in terms of the manufacturing industries. We have to make decisions as to the use of recyclable material versus new virgin material. Obviously, the city offering a long-term and steady stream of supply is part of that equation and a necessary part of that equation, but it isn't the only thing that's going to determine whether we have success in the marketplace.
I don't see a federal commitment. I don't hear anybody in Washington slamming down their fists and saying we've got to start this reuse and recycling and reduction and we're going to do it as a national priority. I don't hear that.
Traditionally, garbage is a local concern, and they're unwilling to change that.
Well, there are some efforts in Washington. Senator Gore has something called the National Recyclable Commodities Act, which is a modest first step in the direction of creating some federal incentives for recycling markets. Regrettably, the Bush administration opposes that legislation. But I'm hopeful with the efforts of lots of cities and lots of advocates in the environmental community and elsewhere that we can see some federal action in the next couple of years.
Certainly the federal government can play a major role in the procurement end of things, as can all government.
Would it cost the government a lot of money? I mean, we saw the Urban Summit end here today with 35 mayors in New York City saying the federal government can get involved, and Mayor Dinkins saying not everything has to be expenditures from the federal government. They can do things without spending money. And he mentioned the gun control bill is one thing. Can they do things to encourage recycling that will not cost an arm and a leg at the federal level?
Sure. The federal government can, as I was just mentioning, in a variety of ways increase through its procurement program. The General Service Administration, the Department of Defense, all the agencies of the federal government
things they're buying anyway.
To buy items that have an increasingly higher level of recycled content. It would really help to stimulate all kinds of markets, and it could be done if it's done in a phased-in basis without any significant additional expense.
The economics of recycling is very hard to understand because initially it looks like it's costing us a lot of money to collect and to separate and to handle this material. And if you look at it in the municipal budget, there is a cost impact right now. Again, what the federal government has not done is truly explain to people the savings that's incurred, at least at an energy standpoint, in reducing the need to generate new materials from raw materials. The energy savings to this country could be immense if we recycle, and that alone is justification. Particularly today with the Mideast situation.
That's right. Now, Commissioner, you just issued a report that said our recycling program is, in fact, in deep trouble in New York City. Tell us why.
Well, I think what I said is we have problems in the program. I think, as Jim said, it's a program which really is in its infancy. One of the issues that I identified is I think it's very important in the government that we learn to crawl before we learn to walk, and it's important we learn to walk before we learn to run. This program has been started up pursuant to a local law which mandated a very rigid set of objectives in terms of bringing the city on board at a fairly rapid pace. Some people thought it wasn't fast enough, but from a management perspective, I think it was a bit too fast. It drove the department toward decisions which, in terms of the long haul, were probably not the correct decisions. So I think we have to be patient in terms of the ability of the citizenry to get up to speed in the program and the ability of the government to effectuate such a massive cultural change.
Well, let's get into that a little bit, because one of the things the report said was that people in the city are only recycling about half as much as was originally projected by now. Mm-hmm. Why is that?
Well, first of all, we have to look at whether the original expectations for a second and third year of the program were realistic. In retrospect, they weren't. I think that it's always important to have ambitions which outshoot your techniques, but it's not appropriate to set goals which can't be obtained, and then when we don't obtain them, we criticize the program as being a failure. And that's not what I've done. The program is not a failure. The program has got lots of problems. They need to be solved. In terms of the way we go about solving those problems, I think the department itself has to do a better job in terms of public education. It's not enough to mail one piece of literature to a household and expect them to change cultural habits which have grown up over an entire lifetime. Advertising, marketing is expensive. The city's in a budget crunch, so those are kinds of things that have to be traded off. But this is a high priority for the city, and if we're going to do this program, we should do it right and at a scale that it can be done right.
Mr. Tripp, do you think that the original program was too ambitious? And if not, why do you think people aren't recycling as much as we expected?
Well, the city's recycling program, to some degree, got started before the passage of the city's mandatory law, Local Law 19.
There was voluntary recycling.
Well, the department itself had put together a program, but you've got to remember that to some degree Local Law 19 was a political response to what had been the city's solid waste program, which was to build 5 or 8 incinerators. So one could say it was crude in certain respects, but it was an effort to redirect the city's attention away from sole or primary dominant emphasis on incineration towards recycling and waste reduction.
The point being, before we go to incineration, let's see how much we can recycle.
Let's see how much we can go. New York City is not a homogeneous suburb. It's not a rural area. Introducing large-scale, comprehensive recycling and composting in New York City is very different from doing it in Westchester County or Long Island or lots of other places. And as Steve said, we've got to do, all of us, including environmental groups, have got to do a much better job of informing people about this program. That includes tenants, landlords, store owners, and the like. Because if we're going to have a successful recycling program, everyone is going to have to separate their trash to some degree. At the very least, we've got to separate food garbage from everything else.
So you're declining at this time to be critical of the city.
I'm more interested in moving ahead from where we are now. The way I read the report, not everyone in the environmental community reads it this way. I'm willing to read it as a realistic, hard-headed assessment of where we are and what we've got to change and do different to move us ahead.
Mr. Del Bello, any garbage consultant's advice? What can the city do to make this fly?
We have designed a number of recycling programs, and we've designed them for rural areas and cities. We're designing the city of Mount Vernon's recycling program. The city of Mount Vernon is like the 7th most densely populated city in the United States. And there's a dramatic difference, as Jim says, between rural or suburban areas and urban and densely populated areas. Small villages in which there's an esprit de corps and everybody on Saturday morning goes to the local recycling drop-off center and drops it off. They get a lot of cooperation. Whereas when you get into urban areas and people living in apartment houses particularly, you don't get that sense of cooperation, volunteerism. So it's an extremely difficult thing. And in my judgment, it's got to be started on a relatively small scale in specific demonstration areas and make a success out of a neighborhood, make a success out of an apartment house, show a couple of good examples of success, and then replicate that success in an orderly fashion. If you try to bite off too much and it doesn't work and people don't see the effects of what you're trying to do, it frustrates the whole program.
Right. So the goal that we have on paper right now of 25% recycling by 1994, too ambitious?
Extremely ambitious, but we have to set those ambitious goals, because if we set lesser goals, we're never even going to get close to it.
Is it attainable?
I don't know whether it is or not. In 1992, we have mandatory separation coming into the state of New York. Residential, commercial, separate.
Statewide.
Statewide. Now, that should be a law that's effectively enforced, so we at least get that separation throughout the entire state. Once we get that separation going, now we've got product moving to market at least. That ought to help us get close to 20,
Commissioner, are you giving up on the 25% goal by 94?
Well, I've said with what we know right now and in terms of the 6 materials we have designated for recycling, we will not meet the 25% goal. But let me be clear that it's a 25% goal that we're going to pick up tonnage, which constitutes 25% of the waste stream. It has nothing to do with whether that tonnage is turned into marketable products. And that's the area that we've got to focus on. I would much prefer to reach 20% and see the market development than have 25% and have a bunch of material sitting around in warehouses or being shipped overseas.
All right. Anything to add very briefly?
Well, I think it is doable, but I'm personally more concerned about where we're going to be 6, 7, 8, or even 10 years from now and putting the pieces together so that we can get there. Let me mention the report, for example, mentions is a real problem in New York City. For legal reasons, New York City cannot offer economic incentives to householders to separate their garbage the way they're supposed to. A lot of other cities and communities can. That law ought to be changed. There are ways of giving people signals to do the job right.
All right. As you know, we're going to be taking some calls from our viewers tonight, and let's take our first call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment. Hello.
Yes, hello, good evening. I have a question, and it concerns, I'm a Pratt student, and I am interested in making a difference. I have the idea of starting somewhere, even if it's a small, even if we have to start from a small community. I'd like to know how should we approach as a single person, how should we take the approach on speaking to people, on speaking to a building.
To increase recycling?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
To make them aware of what it is causing.
All right, now let me tell you and let me tell all our viewers that at the end of the hour we're going to put some phone numbers on the screen to tell you how you can make a difference individually. But Mr. Chip, let me give that question to you. And
do you live in New York City, in an apartment building, in a single house,
yes,
or where?
I'm a Pratt student, so it's a pretty much big community, and we all, we are all a big community that wants to do a big difference. And I feel that it is a good idea to start somewhere, even if it's a small community, which is my neighborhood.
Right. Well, the city's recycling program is being implemented in phases in different community boards. And to really answer your question, I'd have to know what community board you live in, and then find out exactly what the status is of the city's recycling program. But what you need to do is to find out from the Department of Sanitation, and we can all help you do that, exactly what the status is of that program, and then urge your neighbors to separate their garbage, whether it's putting newspapers here and bottles and cans there, talk to the super in your building, and those kinds of things to cooperate and make that program work. Plus, simply encourage people to recycle. Recycling is good. It's a way of reusing resources rather than throwing them away.
Commissioner, anything to add to that? Because there's a lot of people out there who want to make a difference.
Well, we've seen a lot of examples around the city of tenants in buildings who actually enlist the support of sometimes reluctant superintendents to make the program work in their building, involving discussing where the receptacles should be placed, where the literature should be posted, monitoring those who abide by the regulations, those who don't, and having tenant committees talk to folks who might not be cooperative at first. So there's a big role for tenant organizations or cooperative boards generally in seeing this program be a success in their building. There will be numbers posted at the end of the program, so those of you who may live in recycling districts, either Manhattan or elsewhere, who want to know what we are collecting in their neighborhood will have an opportunity to call in and find out exactly what the story is in their neighborhood.
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi, good evening. I'm calling about a question that I had regarding private industry possibilities in the area of recycling, because some friends and I had been thinking of starting a business, especially with glass, collecting glass, and I just was wondering what the gentleman thought of the markets. You touched briefly before on the markets.
All right, Mr. Del Bello, maybe this is a good one for you. Is there a market out there? Is there a recycling industry?
The economics of recycling, as I said earlier, is very difficult. It's very hard even for professionals who've been in the area of scrap recovery for years to turn a profit on, for example, glass. That's a tough area. Now, glass is very marketable. As long as it's separated in colors, it will sell. But you have to be into the industry to know how to spot the markets and be able to supply the material at the highest price to wherever the market is moving. It's almost like the stock market, the futures market. You got to know what's moving, where, and how you sell it. I've worked very closely with paper brokers, for example, and they're selling all over the world, and they get daily prices all over the world, and they send the products out. For this fellow, I would encourage him very much to get into this business. I think there's a big industry developing in the area not only of waste, but of recycling, recovering, and reusing materials. I think there's a phenomenal opportunity as a new industry for people to get in on the ground floor. I would encourage them, though, to get experience from people who are already in the field and then go out on their own. Don't try it on their own in the first instance. Go with a company that is professional and knows what they're doing, and then go out on their own and start their own company, and I think they can do very well.
How do we get the markets to grow? How do we get companies to start using recycled glass, for example, when they may not be thinking about doing that right now?
Well, remember, these companies are going to respond to the economics, the profitability of it, you know, and that's the way it should be. These raw materials have to be available at, first of all, a quality that they could use. Quality control is probably the biggest issue. When they get these materials, they have to be like raw materials. They have to be clean and exactly the quality that that company needs to produce. Otherwise, there's no economics if they have to redo, re-clean, reprocess the material. Secondly, we have to get it to them at very competitive prices. It's got to be economical for them so that they can turn a profit by using these materials. And then we also have that national policy. A peer pressure, a market pressure kind of thing, which says if it is a reusable material or a recyclable material, or if it has recyclable content in it, it sells better than other products. So when it's on the shelf, it's more marketable because it's environmentally in tune with where the people want to go in this nation.
So it's going to take an effort on government's part, it's going to take an awareness on industry's part of what their self-interest is and why it makes it to their best interest to put out a recyclable product in the first place. Yeah.
But it's got to be profitable. We have to give them product that they could use. We have to give it to them in good form.
All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Marion. I'm from Brooklyn. My teachings have always been we are motivated for self-gain. Now, how does the public who live in an apartment building gain by separating their garbage? Having the onus put on the landlord for separating a garbage is ludicrous, because how can I be accountable for someone else's behavior? But if you had a program wherein a person would benefit from doing what you're asking them to do, then you would succeed. People are motivated for self-gain.
All right, Commissioner, what about landlords and tenants?
Well, let me just say, on a broad, general level, the more we can recycle over the long term, the more we're going to avoid the exorbitant costs of other means of waste disposal. So at the bottom line, this is going to affect everybody's taxes, whether this program is successful or not. But that's not really responsive to the caller who's concerned about how it works in their building. In the first instance, the city has placed the onus or the obligation on the building management, the building owner, to enforce the law, which means that the building owner must provide a place or a bin for separate collection of the recyclable material and post signs in the hallways. If the building owner has done that, the building owner has fulfilled his or her obligations.
That is the law.
At that point, the building owner, if people are still not participating, can invite the department's own recycling enforcement group in, and our enforcement people will, in fact, look through trash, try to identify who's not recycling, and if people are found not to be recycling, after warnings, they are issued summonses.
So what you're saying is there's an incentive because there may be penalties if they don't go so far as to post the signs, but there's really no incentive for them to get so far involved as to call the department if the tenants aren't complying.
Well, and if our enforcement agents find a building which is putting out huge amounts of recyclable material mixed with their garbage, we will issue tickets against the building owner. His defense can then be that he did everything he could, and then we will look to the tenant. So there's a lot of incentive for building owners in the first instance, and subsequently the tenants.
Actually, I thought
given the peculiarities of New York and some of the particular problems the others have addressed, it was probably the best means available to try to enforce recycling. But as Jim suggested, those cities around the country that have had the greatest success in recycling are those that actually charge homeowners and apartment dwellers for garbage collection services, provide differential rates. We have to find substitutes for those kind of economic incentives in New York, at least for the present time.
You have to remember that nobody in the city, at least that live in homes and apartments and so on, no one has any idea what they're really paying for the disposal of their garbage. We're used to putting it out the back door or down a chute or someplace like that.
It feels like it's free.
It feels as though it's free. It's just all rolled into property taxes. There are no bills. Now, the city has embarked on a program for metering water, so people are going to begin to know what the cost of water is. And one thing I think the city needs to do through the city waste planning process is to look at ways, and it may mean changing the law, the city charter and so on, of letting householders know what it is costing to pick up garbage. And if in fact we can set up a good recycling program, it may be cheaper. Or if somebody does what is expected of them and does it right, or a whole building does it right, then your trash pickup bill is 50% of what it is for another building. Mm-hmm. So there are ways of giving economic incentives and price signals that would be very beneficial.
All right, so maybe Marion from Brooklyn's negotiation might actually pay off.
That's right.
Commissioner, how much did you lose to the Budget Acts last week in terms of the recycling program?
Well, the current program as we are running at the city didn't lose a thing. What we lost was the ability to expand the program for the next 6 months into some new districts around the city. The program has essentially been frozen in place as of January 1st, 1991. That was driven by budgetary concerns, but just as importantly, I think it's not necessarily a bad thing for the recycling program. I think that, as I said before, the program has been coming up to speed too fast. Mistakes have been made. We have to have some time to learn from those mistakes before we repeat them. So I'm not unhappy with what has happened in terms of that portion of the department's budget. I think for the long haul, it's going to make for a better recycling program.
Mr. Tripp, I'm surprised to hear him say he's not unhappy about the recycling budget getting cut. Are you unhappy that he's not unhappy?
Well, Steve's point is that there may be some changes that need to be made in the structure of the program to control its costs. The way collection is now being done in the city is very expensive. The regular garbage trucks go out, and in addition to all the regular garbage trucks, all the recycling trucks go out. It adds to the cost. So one can argue that there's a reason to sort of pause and look and see what's going on. The problem from an environmental point of view is, does that mean that the city is going to jump in and start thinking seriously of building incinerators, whereas they've been on the back burner, so to speak, for a while? They're going to come forward. And that's where the budget is important, because when we're thinking about building an incinerator with some private company's money, it doesn't really appear in the operating budget. All the money being spent, most of the money that Steve's talking about is money being spent now. It's in the operating budget.
So there's one other issue which is a cause for concern in any kind of programmatic delay. That is the signal it sends to the markets in terms of the reliability of the city's collections, in terms of entering into long-term arrangements, which are absolutely essential to foster markets. So as we have this hiatus or stall, little bit of a stall in bringing the program up, we are very interested in exploring long-term contracting arrangements. So the market side of this equation has confidence in the city's long-term commitment to the program.
Let me say that's absolutely essential to do. Absolutely essential.
Forgive me, but it has somewhat of the ring of a setup, and that is that the Dinkins administration, the mayor himself, has put a 5-year moratorium on going ahead with incineration plans, but now all of a sudden there's this study that comes out that says the recycling plan isn't working, it isn't going up to speed. We have a budget freeze, and the next step, theoretically, is to all of a sudden have you say, or have the mayor say, well, maybe we need to take another look at incineration right now.
Well, let me say this. I don't think that your characterization of the mayor's position on incineration is quite accurate. What the mayor has said is that the old incineration plan, that is one resource recovery facility in one borough, is not something that he's ready to endorse. That plan did not come out of a solid waste, a solid planning process which took account of aggressive recycling effort potential, aggressive waste reduction potentials, and a rational process for siting facilities in the city, whether they be resource recovery or composting or processing centers to separate recyclables. So he's asked the department to develop a solid waste management plan which will try to set out over a 20-year period what is realistic by way of waste reduction and recycling. After those two objectives are met in an economic and environmentally sensible way, then we fall to the next preferred options in the waste management hierarchy, which are resource recovery and finally landfilling.
Well, let me say
this sounds to me like a change in position. This sounds to me like we're no longer having a freeze on incineration, we're having a freeze on that particular one per borough plan, and now all of a sudden we may look at incineration again.
No, the mayor has always said that we would look at resource recovery through the solid waste management planning process. He deferred funding of any possibility of resource recovery from the current fiscal year budget to the 1993 budget, consistent with his position that all of this had to be looked at again through this planning process.
Mr. Tripp, is this a change in your eyes?
Well, it is a subtle change, and the question is exactly what it means. But let me state what the dilemma is. Steve has just said we want to take, under the state law and indeed it's city policy and the mayor's policy, we want to see how far we can take waste reduction and recycling, composting, and so on, in an economically responsible manner and an environmentally responsible manner. Fine. How long will it take us to find out how to do that, how far we can go? Let's say, under my scenario, it will take us 5 or 6 years or maybe 8 years to find out. Meanwhile, Freshkills landfill is filling up. And if it's going to take us a few years to find out how far we can go, maybe we can go to 70 or 80%. But is the pressure going to be on in the meantime to start building incinerators? Those kinds of decisions may have to be made soon. They may have to be made at the end of this waste planning process when we don't have a lot of answers as to how far we can go. And that I see as being a real dilemma for the city. My own belief is that we can solve these problems. We can get people to comply with the law. We can develop markets. We can process materials. We can site facilities. We can reduce collection costs. But it's going to take time. We can't do it immediately.
So
and I want the city to have the time to do it.
We have to wait before we go to incineration to give it that time.
If the city's position is, and I think it's a understandable position, if it's going to take us more time to figure out how to put together a responsible recycling program, then we're going to have to postpone making decisions about alternatives that are further down in the so-called state hierarchy.
Mr.
Like,
Del Bello, does that sound reasonable to you?
The lowest priority in the hierarchy is landfilling. And I think Freshkills is becoming a national disgrace, the highest mountain on the eastern seaboard. And also the fact that New York City and New York State is shipping so much waste into other states, into other communities. And I think that deserves the same kind of attention as everything else. We have to get garbage out of the ground. We have to stop putting it in the ground, except as a last resort when there's no other alternative. So I see this planning process as working both ends against the middle, that we have to look at the fact that nobody here has said we can reduce or recycle 100%. There is some fraction, and we better deal with at least a piece of that fraction to start closing in from the other side.
Right, but the hierarchy isn't as clear in your eyes as it is in his eyes in terms of recycling over incineration.
No, it is in my eyes, yeah. But you haven't heard anybody say we could recycle 100%. Right. So there's still a fraction that has to be gotten rid of in some other way.
Our time is flying by. I want to go back to the phones right now and take another call. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi, my question concerns resource recovery, in particular in the Brooklyn Navy Yard location that was proposed. Now, that's been shelved for the time being. What are the considerations that are taken into account with regards to resource recovery? especially with concern to toxic ash and emissions. Has that been a factor in determining that we will not use resource recovery?
Okay, now's a good time to talk about that because everybody is concerned about the possible health hazards from resource recovery. Mr. Tripp, he mentioned the two main concerns, air emissions and the ash that it generates.
Right.
How much of a health hazard is it in your view?
Well, we have been a party to the Brooklyn Navy Yard adjudicatory hearings under the auspices of the Department of Environmental Conservation, the state agency. You can sit and look at data concerning air emissions from so-called state-of-the-art resource recovery plants and the quality of the ash and so on. There are a couple of problems. One, with respect to materials of health hazard like metals and organics, dioxins and so on, there's relatively little data. The data that does exist may indicate, well, it may be acceptable, but then you get into a question of the operation and maintenance of these plants. We can look at other kinds of city facilities where there may be operating problems. So you have to be confident that any plant that if it's built, it will be operated in accordance with specifications. With the ash, you still have to landfill it. Al was just saying, well, Fresh Kills landfill is a disgrace. It is. But the city's plan, if it has one, is to take the ash from any of the incinerators it tends to build and probably take it to Fresh Kills. The real value, though, for recycling is not so much, or not only that it has fewer environmental problems than incineration, but it's a positive good. It means that we're taking materials, metals, glass, paper, food waste, and so on, and reusing them.
All right, I think everybody agrees about the priority, but what about the health hazard? I mean, we have 3 incinerators that are up and running. We have emissions, we have ash.
Those are serious.
Where's the disease?
Well, all those air pollutants get mixed into the city's air, but you can talk to people who live around those 3 old incinerators. Those are ancient incinerators. The city is upgrading them at the present time. Mm-hmm. There are tremendous amounts of emissions. They're a disgrace.
Commissioner?
As Jim said, I think that the city's 3 existing incinerators require substantial investment to bring them up to Clean Air Act standards. If and when they're brought up to Clean Air Act standards, then they will be facilities that do not pose any substantial or serious health risk to the public, so long as Jim mentions they're operated with that technology in the best possible way. That's our responsibility as a city to do. It's a critical issue, and the city should not be in the business of operating incinerators unless it can do it. We're convinced that we have the ability to do that. We have to demonstrate it every day to the folks who are concerned. In terms of any new incinerator facility or new resource recovery facility, the same issue will be true. If the facility is operated with the best available control technology, the emissions do not represent a substantial problem. But again, we must operate it as efficiently as it is designed for. That represents a challenge that we have to meet.
Let me say, I may not totally agree with that statement. The fact is that incinerators will increase the loadings of various pollutants to the air. It is undesirable if other alternatives can in fact be pursued, such as recycling.
All right, let's take another call, and I think it'll be on the same topic, so you'll get a shot. Hi, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hi, good evening. I'm calling about the incinerator in Coney Island. Does it burn medical waste, and why does it burn it only in the evenings?
All right, now, is there an incinerator in Coney Island?
The Southwest incinerator?
Yes.
You're referring to?
Yes.
It does burn medical waste. It does not burn what we call red bag medical waste, which is the infectious medical waste. It burns only that portion of the medical waste which is separated at the hospitals and is non-infectious.
Mr. Del Bello,
which is really normal waste.
That's right.
The red
just
bag
happens
is
to
the
come from a
infectious
hospital
type of waste. The other is from the cafeteria and the office uses and so forth. No, I was just going to say on this whole subject of incineration, I do think that, again, we need a national state commitment on advancing the state of the technology that we're using. I'm really not convinced we're using the best technologies that this nation could invent for the purposes of disposing of waste. And we were talking just a little earlier about composting as being a wonderful alternative to a lot of this. But composting needs a great deal more technology applied to it, plus a marketing problem of getting rid of the materials after you compost and create these materials. So even though there may be some incineration needed in large cities like New York City, we do have to develop more technology in this field. We're still, I think, at the very early stages of technical development.
It's happening. You're absolutely right. This is a society that has buried its waste for since the beginning of civilization, and we're just now turning the corner into alternatives. There are a lot of people out there that are investing money in developing new technologies. So where we are right now in 1990 is not going to be where we are in 1995. Or 20 years from now, it's going to be a different world out there. And we're just really at the cutting edge, and we have to deal intelligently in this environment of uncertainty and acknowledge that there will be technical advances made, not suggest...
Force them. Let's force the technical... Just think of this fact. 100, 200 years ago, we used to recycle. You know, the farmers recycled an awful lot of their product. We used to bury the waste, and we used to burn it in the 50-gallon drums in the backyard. Today, we recycle, we bury, and we burn. The only difference is we do it with a little better technique than they used to do it then. Well, but we really haven't discovered a better way to get rid of waste. And I think we're capable of it in this century and in the 21st century.
Ironically, if you go to a third world country, you'll find that they reuse everything out of necessity.
Absolutely.
Right?
I've been on scientific exchanges to China and to Japan and so forth. And particularly in China, the waste that's generated is so minute compared to what we generate in this country. They use everything.
Let's take another call right now.
We're generating a lot of waste in this country.
Oh, we generate the most in the world. We're the greatest generators of waste. That's your reduction. We have to reduce that.
All right, we have another call on incineration, and we'll get back to waste reduction in a minute. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hi, regarding the incinerator permitting process, I would like to know if Commissioner Poland thinks incinerator ash should be classified as hazardous waste or as special waste by the state.
Well, you're talking about a subject which is being actively litigated and considered through the federal regulatory process at EPA. It was recently considered and then deferred as part of the Clean Air Act. I'm willing to live with whatever the EPA and the scientific expertise that they're going to be developing over the next few years comes out with in terms of ash disposal techniques and how it is characterized. I'm not prepared to say right now what the New York City Department of Sanitation position is on that issue. We're looking at all the available scientific evidence, but ultimately it's a federal question and we have to defer to them.
In fact, Mr. Tripp, that's your lawsuit, isn't it, to define ash from incinerators as hazardous waste?
Well, the Federal Resource Conservation Recovery Act divides all waste into two categories, hazardous and non-hazardous. I'm personally more concerned not so much with the characterization, whether you put it into one of those two magic modules, but how it is handled, how it is transported, how it is disposed of, and all those kinds of things. The whole purpose of the hazardous waste regulations, both state and federal, is to prevent leakage of or releases of those kinds of waste, metals, organics, and other kinds of contaminants in ash into the environment. And however it's labeled, you know, it's our job at a group like the Environmental Defense Fund to make sure that the handling, transportation, disposal processes will prevent any releases to the environment. That's one of the reasons incineration is going to be very expensive.
Commissioner, I read, and tell me if I'm wrong about this, that in fact the city would be prohibited by the state from going ahead with any incinerators unless we recycle 25% by 1994. Is that true?
Well, the city is obligated to comply with the General Municipal Law of the State of New York, which has a variety of requirements, which are somewhat different than Local Law 19, and those things are in conflict, particularly on the issue of source separation. The percentages are somewhat different, the measurement techniques are somewhat different, but what is very clear is the City of New York, if it ultimately chooses to go forward with any new resource recovery facilities, is not going to do so without a very, very substantial commitment to recycling. That's the bottom line. Recycling has to be done as a matter of economics and environmental sensibility, and resource recovery is going to follow.
What about the upside of this, Mr. Del Bello? We hear the terms incineration and resource recovery interchangeably. I guess it must recover some kind of resources.
Well, it does. The systems that are used today, the only acceptable systems and the ones that meet the federal and state priorities, are the burning processes that recover energy, recover a valuable resource such as energy. So these plants are designed to produce steam and electricity out of the steam generation, or to use steam directly. The Brooklyn Navy Yard plant is designed to use steam exclusively. That's a valuable resource. So at least the material, that net product that you can't get rid of any other way, is being turned into something of value for society. rather
Mr.
than
Tripp,
just-
this sounds like an environmentalist design. You take garbage and you turn it into energy. Is it?
Well, energy is a useful product. The benefit of recycling is you get much more from the waste stream than you do from an incineration plant. You're right that the term resource recovery was somehow captured by the incineration industry. Recycling and reuse are all different forms of resource recovery.
Yeah, they're also called waste energy plants. That's another acceptable term for them. But the point is, it's better than burying it, where nothing comes from it. I mean, that's total
Well, but we get methane out of landfills
Yeah, we
and
could
so on,
recover
so there can be some
methane,
kind of
that's
recovery,
true.
and eventually
Yeah.
we may start mining our landfills to get useful materials out of them.
So it's not clear to you as to whether it is better, in fact, to burn than to bury.
Are you advocating burying rather than burning?
I'm not advocating either one. No matter what you do, if you burn, you're going to end up with ash that you have to dispose of. Even with very comprehensive recycling and composting programs, you may end up with some residues that are going to be landfilled, at least for a while. That may be the legitimate use for a landfill.
All right, let's take another call. Hello, you're on the air. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I was wondering who should take the lead in advancing new solid waste disposal technology? Should it be public, private, federal, city, state?
Okay.
I think the technological advances in this nation have largely come from the private sector, sometimes with government seed money, sometimes with government encouragement. But the innovation, realistically, is going to come from the entrepreneurial sector that has an interest in advancing the technology in the interests of profit and any other motivations that they have. The government, for all the good the government does, technological advance has really not been the government's cachet.
Yeah, but let me put a caveat on that, because I'm one of the only ones who's worked on the government side of the waste issue and on the private side of the waste issue. The private sector is willing to advance the state of technology, invest a lot of money, and take chances in developing new technologies, environmentally exciting programs. The problem is that government, to whom these technologies apply, are unwilling to accept new technologies. And they put all the risk on the private sector, and they want to take no risk at all on the government side. I think government has to be a partner in the process and has to say, okay, if you're going to try something new, I'll share part of that. I'll put it online.
You want government to share the economic risk of developing resource
the
recovery?
willingness to put it online and to try it. The governments, because they're dealing with taxpayers' money and because they're risk adverse, they can't take risks really, will only buy or contract for known, proven technologies, which tends to just keep replicating the old technologies with small advances, particularly in the air areas.
And that seems
but a
to be
major
true of,
breakthrough is very hard to get placed into government service.
That's true of government in many, many areas.
Yeah. Well, excuse me, I do think the federal government, though, in the military and in a lot of other areas, does induce experimental programming. Yeah. And I do believe with federal help, state help, municipalities could be induced to take on some more advanced technologies to see how they work.
Commissioner, is there a lot of economic pressure to go toward incineration or resource recovery? Is this a lot cheaper for the city?
I really don't think so. I mean, every means of waste disposal available to New York over the long haul is going to be very expensive, and they're all getting more expensive every day. Resource recovery is incredibly expensive.
Then what's the pressure? The pressure, is it just the pressure from the incineration industry because they want their products used?
No, the pressure, if any, is really the city has to come up with a responsible waste management plan that deals with the predicament of Fresh Kills closure sometime within the lifetime of everyone in this room. We can't wait to see that hypotheses come true, whether they be on waste reduction, whether they be on recycling, whether they be on advances in technology. We have to protect the citizenry of New York against really what would be a catastrophe if Fresh Kills closed and we had no alternatives in place at the turn of the century. So that we have a pressure to deal with this problem responsibly. It is not a pressure to deal with it in any particular technical form.
And incineration gets rid of a lot of bulk of trash.
It offers that possibility.
Right. All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air. Welcome.
I had a couple of questions to ask. One was about, are there any recycling programs coming up for recycling plastics? And also, will styrofoam be phased out and eliminated completely? Are there any laws that are going to be put in place to do that?
Okay, Commissioner?
Well, we are seeing advances every day in terms of plastic recycling. The department right now has introduced the collection of plastics in some districts around the city, and we are seeing entrepreneurs out there who are willing to buy that plastic. But they are new, they are startup organizations, they are advancing the art right now. In all the areas of recycling, as contrast plastic to, say, paper and metals, where the markets are fairly well known, although they need to be expanded. Plastics are really, it's in its infancy. People are experimenting in lots of areas of plastic, but I'm optimistic about the long-term potentials in the plastic area. With respect to styrofoam, I really need to compliment Jim and Environmental Defense Fund in terms of the work they've done over the past years, but culminating most recently an announcement by one of the major hamburger chains, McDonald's, to phase out styrofoam. That was a magnificent achievement. I hope to see other major users of styrofoam follow suit. There are efforts around to recycle styrofoam, but it's better that people don't use it in the first place.
Mr. Tripp, I know that when we talk about plastic, your first priority, your first preference would be to reduce the amount of plastic generated in the first place. How can we move toward that?
Well, certainly I want to see a reduction in the amount of plastic. I want to see a reduction in the amount of packaging and all kinds of other things to get a handle on our waste stream.
In fact, that's everybody's first priority, right? Waste reduction is number one.
You know, there are the plastics that the department is now recycling are, or that are being recycled under the bottle bill in the state, are hard plastics, container plastics, and those kinds of things. There are also so-called film plastics, which, at least by weight, are a larger portion of the total plastic waste stream in the residential and commercial sector. Now, I would think a fair portion of the so-called film, that's the loose plastic, are the garbage bags that we use in this city. They're big and bulky. And I think one of the things we're going to have to think about in the city is what to do about that.
What do you recommend?
Well, I think through recycling programs and so on, we're going to have to come up with either a recyclable or compostable garbage bag.
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hi, you're on the air.
Hi. I want to know how much of the city's waste is actually going to other states, and to what states, and why the city, the Department of Sanitation, isn't sending any of its waste to those states.
All right, Commissioner, are we?
Well, the department is not sending any of the waste it collects outside of the city. It is all going either to Fresh Kills or to Edgemere, or as an intermediate step to one of the 3 existing incinerators. All of the trash that's going outside of the city is collected by the private carters. We can't quantify that because we don't know exactly how much they are collecting every day. Some of their trash is still coming to Fresh Kills, some of it is going outside the state. It has to do with the economics of their business. We charge $40 a yard to tip at Fresh Kills. If they find a cheaper place to go, which together with the transportation costs did not reach $40, they're obviously going to choose that option.
Should it go somewhere else, Mr.
I think we
Delbello?
ought to point out there's like 5,000 or 6,000 tons a day of that commercial waste in the city, and I would think a small portion is going to Fresh Kills. An awful lot of that goes out of the state.
Right.
You know, there are probably 5,000 or 6,000 tons per day, somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,000 to 8,000 tons per day going out.
And that's a lot of waste.
Yeah, that's not going to continue probably for a while longer.
In fact, I understand that the building incinerators, and there are, 2,200 of them around the city, are going to be illegal. They all have to be shut down in a couple of years?
Yeah, they're going to be phased out in accordance with local law. Again, we are, every year, and for good reasons, we are reducing the options we have in this city for waste disposal. We have to create new avenues, new options, and that's what we are aggressively trying to do through the planning process we're into, but more importantly through the recycling program and lots of other programmatic initiatives. But the bottom line is, for the last 40 years, the city has been reducing waste disposal options. Now we have to create new ones.
All right, we only have about a minute left. Let's go around the room. And Commissioner, let me stay with you. You're going to issue soon a major solid waste study, is that right?
That's right. In pursuant to state law, we are required to, but as a matter of sound public policy, we should. That will be released sometime in early, middle 1991. It'll be subject to a full public review and discussion, ultimately be submitted to the State Department of Environmental Conservation.
All right, Mr. Delbello, in about 30 seconds, where do we go from here?
Well, first of all, I think we have to put a greater emphasis on bringing to the public's attention the true cost of waste disposal. The public gets deceived, as we indicated earlier, and we've got to levy the exact cost of refuse to energy and of landfilling and of all the other uses. In addition to which, I think we have to extend the greatest effort possible to recycle, that is, recover materials, using as much mechanical and technical expertise as we can to lessen the burden on the homeowner and on the businessman. We can't ask them to change their way of life. Totally.
Mr. Tripp, where do we go from here? 30 seconds.
Where do we go from here? There's a lot the government can do to move us towards recycling and waste reduction, but ultimately, I believe that how we move in the city is a question of personal choice, what people want. If we are going to have a successful recycling waste reduction program, which I think we can have, and it would be to the economic benefit of the city, it could create jobs and make our city healthier. Everyone is going to have to get behind it. That's very important.
And we'll tell you how in just a minute. Alfred Del Bello, Jim Tripp, Commissioner Poland, thank you all very much for coming in tonight. And yes, we are one of the most wasteful societies in the world, and that's why we have this debate about what to do with all that garbage. The debate will only intensify in the next few years as the city makes basic decisions about what road its garbage management policy will take. Now, for more information about the city's mandatory recycling program, you can call 212-240-4842. And for a brochure to find out how you can recycle on your own, call 1-800-CALL-EDF. Next week on Endangered Our Urban Environment, Urban Uproar, how noise pollution affects our health and our sanity. I'm Brian Lehrer. Good night. Good evening, I'm Brian Lehrer. Welcome to Endangered Our Urban Environment. You might say it's the forgotten pollutant. While environmental groups battle the hazards of air and water pollution, you hardly hear a sound about noise. Yet noise pollution is constant in New York City. It affects nearly all of us, and the effects can be serious. In a few minutes, we'll take your phone calls and help you minimize the noise in your life. We begin tonight with this report on noise from Craig Gropper.
New York. It's been serenaded as a city that never sleeps. But how could it? Just listen to the lullaby of Broadway.
I know you can film things in it, but you can't film people.
So just how is all this noise affecting us? Our bodies respond to noise the same way we respond to being frightened. Our heart rate increases and we become tense. This reaction can lead to stress, high blood pressure, ulcers, and chronic headaches. Studies link noise with urban problems like rising crime rates and declining work efficiency. But noise's greatest threat is to our hearing. Audiologists agree we need to become aware of the dangers of noise. Dr. Maurice Miller heads Lenox Hill's Center for Communications Disorders.
That noise is dangerous, noise is a stressor, noise damages hearing, noise produces all kinds of non-auditory effects that are undesirable, and we must avoid it.
Audiologist for New York's League for the Hard of Hearing, Ellen Pfeffer, is an authority on the ears of New York.
Hearing is one of those things you don't really appreciate until after you don't have it anymore.
While not all noise is harmful, exposure to everyday noise can be. Sound is measured in decibels, like feet and inches for distance. The instrument used to measure decibels is the decimeter.
A person can listen to about 80 decibels of sound for a period of 8 hours before damage occurs to the ears. A person can listen to 115 decibels for only 15 minutes before damage occurs in the ears.
Using our own decimeter, we're going to find out just how loud it is in New York City. Right now in Times Square, the general level of noise is above 80 decibels. That's louder than the noise a vacuum cleaner makes in your living room. 90 decibels. Inside that bus, it can get up to 92. That's louder than the alarm clock that woke you up this morning. 84 decibels. It's 94 decibels. Prolonged exposure to noise like this will cause permanent hearing damage. Decibels. If you thought Central Park was a safe refuge from the city's noise, think again. At 60 decibels, it's about as loud as a busy office. In New York City, even where it's quiet, it's noisy.
The entire inventory will be reduced.
The city responds to New York's noise problem with the deployment of noise inspectors. They enforce the city's noise code.
Store is presently closed.
The outdoor speaker blasting away is illegal. It's against New York City noise pollution codes. For sound reproduction device to be heard out onto the street. Is it too loud, women? No, it can't be heard at all. Not at all. This is a violation. It's going to be sent out.
This shop's use of an outdoor speaker is in violation of the noise code. The owner could face a fine of up to $1,000.
The doors will reopen again.
Steve O'Connell and Frank Chavon work for the city's Department of Environmental Protection, seeking out unnecessary noise and answering noise complaints.
Now, that's the building. They've got more crazy stuff there. When they moved in, they installed all those things and that, and even if you sit on my bed, you can hear it. Sometimes sound is, you don't exactly, it's crazy. You don't exactly know where it's coming from.
Fine, well, let's let them take a read and see what's happening.
So the area noise with it off was 62 decibels. When it went on, it only went to 63. Which means only adding 1 decibel to the sound you're hearing.
Yeah, but it's thunderous at night, okay? That's all I can
Her neighbor's air conditioner is loud, but in the daytime it's only barely louder than the area noise. According to the noise code, a specific noise must be at least 3 decibels louder than the area noise to be a violation. Inspectors will return at night when the area is quieter to take another decibel reading. It's this general noise, that collective noise of business and traffic, that the noise inspectors aren't able to curtail. They can respond to just one noise source at a time. And although noise from cars and trucks accounts for much of New York's noise, inspectors don't have the police power to interfere with traffic.
The greatest effect that we have is upon stationary sources. As you just said before, if a car with a loud radio goes past, there's not too much that we can do about it.
Calling the noise inspectors is just one way of coping with the noisy city. There are other ways of keeping the noise at bay. When the din of the streets below interrupts his writing, Carl Hausman drowns it out with a white noise generator. This displaces noise from traffic, horns, and car alarms with the sounds of surf, a waterfall, or rain. When white noise won't do, Carl uses cassettes.
I will treat you to a selection of sounds of the tropical rainforest. Unfortunately, in a city like this, there's too many people in too small a space, and you can't overcome that. You can't open the window and say, hey, you 40,000 people on Bleecker Street, shut up, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. They don't respond to that, so this is probably the best alternative.
Another alternative is hiring a specialist like Alan Firestein. He's an audio consultant. He'll show you how to insulate your home from outside noises.
So I'll come in and measure the noise on the walls, floor, and ceiling, and see exactly where the sound is going through and in what proportion, so that I can make recommendations that don't waste the customer's money. Sometimes there isn't anything practical to do except to move, but usually there is some degree of soundproofing that can be achieved.
But perhaps the most efficient means of keeping noise from getting to you is earplugs.
You go into a noisy subway, instead of putting on your personal stereo headsets, use these earplugs and read a book. And protect your hearing, because you're going to need it now and in the future. Noise pollution should be viewed as just as serious as air pollution or water pollution, but generally the public does not give it the amount of attention that it requires until it's too late.
And that enlightening, if somewhat noisy, report from Craig Gropper. Thanks, Craig. I'm Brian Lehrer with you live here on Endangered Our Urban Environment. And let's meet our guests for tonight. Dr. Thomas Fay, the Director of the Speech and Hearing Department at Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center. Alan Firestein, President of Acoustalog Incorporated, which helps people solve their noise problems. And Samuel Stempler, Assistant Commissioner of the New York City Department of Environmental Protection. And we want to invite your phone calls right now. The number is 212-669-2222. And you can call us with questions about noise in general or questions about the most troubling noise sources in your life. And my guests will do their best to tell you how to get relief from that noise that's been bugging you. Thank you all for coming in tonight. And Dr. Fay, give me your best definition of noise.
Unwanted sound. That's the simplest one.
Unwanted sound.
Unwanted sound.
There's no actual definition in terms of loudness. It's an emotional thing.
That's right. Each person is going to define that and the situation in which that person is found.
There's not an absolute number involved in it. The sound that would disturb you in the evening, late, early morning hours, you won't even hear during a normal business day.
Why is that?
Because the ambient noise is much larger than the sound that was disturbing you. The dripping faucet at 2 o'clock in the morning won't be heard in the daytime. The fluorescent light that is humming won't be heard in the daytime. When everything else is quiet, you will hear that.
Because everything else is humming.
It's relative.
In the daytime, everything's buzzing. Then what's a decibel, Mr. Stempler?
A decibel is the unit of measure of sound pressure. It's the unit in which we describe the relative intensity, really, for all purposes. I might say that if a sound had a certain decibel level and it was increased by 10 decibels, it would be perceived to be twice as loud as it was originally.
Because it's a geometric scale. So
not a linear relationship.
Right, so 10 means twice as much. 10 points is twice as much.
In this particular way, these units are working.
Right. Well, let me stay with you. And what's the legal definition of noise? Do we have one in the city?
Well, there are absolute measures for legal definitions where the sound level, for example, for a circulation device, air conditioner, if you will, may not exceed 45 dBA. There is also the prohibition of noise after a certain time without any regard to the magnitude of the noise. There are standards in the Noise Pollution Control Code that I call thou shalt not, period. You may not use a public address system to draw attraction to your business. You may not engage in construction activities except between the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. on weekdays.
Everything else is relative.
Where you have absolute noise standards, they deal with disco noise, with air conditioners, paving breakers.
Mr. Firestein, you're a private noise consultant. What do you get called on most often?
Well, I get called from either tenants who are bothered by noise that might be caused by a commercial tenant, or perhaps another neighbor. If people are hearing the piano from their upstairs neighbor and want to do something about it, they'll want to figure out some way of soundproofing as much as possible for the least amount of money, if it's practical.
Mm-hmm.
But I also might get called by someone who's been served a noise summons for a noisy air conditioner, if they run a restaurant, for example.
So you would help them to figure out how to reduce the noise that they've been ordered by the city to reduce.
That's correct.
Yeah. Dr. Fay, we know that noise can be irritating. We've talked about some of the conditions under which it's more irritating, but is noise really a health hazard?
It is most assuredly a health hazard, and in many, many different ways. You noticed that Mr. Feinstein referred to noise, and was it you that was saying that in the film that we saw at the beginning? It might have been the person who made the film, that stress and fear are essentially the same reaction. And if we were in a state of fear for any length of time, I think everyone realizes how debilitating that would be. But noise is doing the same thing to us.
That's kind of almost a psychological interpretation, right? It's
yes,
a health
but it can
hazard
get
on
physiological. I mean, the only way you're going to be able to demonstrate it is with physiological measures,
right,
such as increases in blood pressure.
Right. But as an audiologist, you're measuring hearing loss. Now, how does sound actually damage our hearing? I mean, if you're talking about toxic chemicals like most pollutants would be, then they actually get in there and there's a chemical that reacts with another chemical in the cell and it actually causes damage. How does sound, which is just sort of out there, damage our ears?
I would love to be able to describe that in terms of what actually is going on there, but we don't really know. But the cells are being worn out in some way. They're being overdriven, and there are limits to which any particular cell can be stretched. And hearing damage comes from too much pressure from sound. Sound is pressure, changes in atmospheric pressure, and it gets into the hearing mechanism and eventually gets turned into electrochemical changes at the cell level.
Some of the things that I've read about noise in terms of health hazards actually look pretty unbelievable, that noise could be related to high cholesterol and birth defects and blood problems. What's really been demonstrated outside of hearing loss?
Well, a great deal of that neurogenic destruction, I don't mean neurogenic, because that means it was generated by the nerves.
Right, neurological.
But neurological damage, but there is chemical damage from, for instance, too much adrenaline discharge. If the adrenaline is continually being pumped into the system, that can cause actual chemical damage.
All right, we're going to try to get in as many phone calls from our viewers here tonight as possible and talk about what noise sources they're most concerned about. So let's go to the phones right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hi, my name is Michael. I live in downtown Manhattan. I have a restaurant that moved into my neighborhood, which is right outside my window, the back of the restaurant. And there's a very large exhaust fan on top of the building, which echoes into the alley where my window is. With my windows completely closed with double pane windows on there and with earplugs on, I still can't sleep. And sometimes in the middle of the night, my earplug falls out and, I wake up. Sometimes they shut it off at 2 o'clock and the cleaner comes in at 4 o'clock and turns it on as a loud squeak. I wake up and then the fan's going and I can't sleep again.
All right, have you called the city?
Yes, I've had the Department of Environmental Protection, I think it was, the noise control people down, and they said it was 2 or 3 decibels below the limit after they turned it off. I've talked to the owners of the restaurant begging them. I even threatened to picket the restaurant telling them what they're doing to the neighbors.
All right,
and I've also called up neighbors nearby that are closer to the source of the noise, which would definitely be above the limit, and they're afraid to complain to anybody.
All right, this sounds like a case for the audio consultant. What can he do?
Well, the thing that I would suggest he continues to do is to talk with his neighbors regarding the feasibility of perhaps bringing some action against the restaurant, but also complain to the restaurant in a reasonable way and give them a reasonable opportunity to try and do something to solve the problem. If the noise inspectors were there at a time when the ambient noise was too high, they may not have gotten a good reading to give a violation, which could be a very good incentive to make them do some treatment to the air conditioner or exhaust fan. But if you can convince them to come back perhaps at a later time at night or on a day where there's less ambient noise, you might have more success in getting a violation that could prompt some action.
Mr. Stempler, this must be very frustrating for him because he called your department. The people came out and said, even though this noise is driving you crazy, it's not against the law.
That may or may not be correct because I don't know the exact measurement, the numbers that were perceived during the measurement. The code specifically prohibits noise in excess of 45 dBA. If the ambient was 45 dB and the machine was making 45 dB, you would barely perceive a difference. However, if the ambient at night, when this caller reported the problem was most severe, if the ambient drops down to 30 decibels, a real quiet neighborhood, and the machine is generating 40 decibels, he would be driven up the wall probably by it, but still it's in compliance with the code.
Right, so there's nothing more that you can do.
In a
if it's
situation, legally, in a situation like that, the person's equipment is in compliance.
All right, let's take another call right now. And let me mention that you might have noticed on our table here tonight, do we have the wide shot? You might have noticed on the table that we have some toys and we have a decibel meter. And later in the hour, we're going to look at some common toys that are given to kids for the holiday and how they might actually be damaging to the child's hearing. So let's take another call. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I'm calling in reference to see if has been any studies done of the cul-de-sacs in the area in Manhattan.
Now, when you say the cul-de-sac, what are you talking about?
Okay, I live near Riverside Drive, and sometimes there's an upper drive and a lower drive. When you have an upper drive and there's a fence or some sort of brick fence or something along there, the sound seems to bounce off the buildings and travels up, and it's louder than it would be, say, if you were on the avenues. It's almost like you were in an amphitheater or something.
All right. Mr. Stempler, familiar with that?
I'm not quite sure I understand the purpose of the question.
All right,
yes,
so what kind of noise, if the caller is still up, what kind of noise is disturbing you because you're in that kind of a situation?
Okay, if it's children playing or music being played or anything that's being played outside in the area, you can hear it all around the block. It's almost as if there's a loudspeaker system going on.
All right, Mr. Feinstein,
This is quite that uncommon. In the ancient time, they designed theaters. They didn't have audio amplification, and they would design the stage to get reflections off the surfaces.
They didn't have our fire department sirens in those days either. Mr. Feinstein, is this something you hear? Is this a unique situation that occurs around the city in those kinds of environments?
Well, it happens in all environments. Just the other day, I got a call from someone who had purchased a very expensive condominium on 2nd Avenue near 72nd Street. So the traffic was the main complaint. And the last caller also could keep in mind the fact that soundproofing can consist of more than just one what they call thermopane type window. Very often thermopane windows are pretty poor, and if this woman would investigate the possibility of getting an additional set of storm windows, they can be very effective at reducing sound that comes in through the windows, providing that there's no leaks around the air conditioner or other parts of the window frame.
In a way, soundproofing is a lot like insulating for cold, right? Because sound travels on air?
Well, as Dr. Fay was saying to me before, there is a lot of myths going around about soundproofing being either something you can do 100%, which of course is not true, or that you can't do any soundproofing, which is also not true. But soundproofing is a process by which you improve the insulation of sound of your apartment or a machine that you are operating.
All right, let's go right to another caller. Hello, you're on the air. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. I live in Manhattan, and I have a question. I'd like to know, how is it possible that it's legal for the garbage men to pick garbage up at 4 o'clock in the morning?
All right, Mr. Stempler, how about that? We've all had that complaint.
Yes, we've all suffered in various times from it. The problem really is that there is nothing in the code that prohibits garbage pickup in early morning hours. And I don't know that this is unintentional. In Manhattan, where the problem is most prevalent, if these large garbage trucks were making their rounds during the business day, the traffic congestion that we now have would be probably tied up so that you couldn't move at all.
So it's the lesser of two evils from a policy point of view.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Dr. Fay, there was a study recently, I wonder if you're familiar with this, of children in a school near an elevated subway line in the city, where one side of the school got the noise and the other side didn't. Do you know about that case?
Yes, I do. Dr. Arlene Bronzaft was the author of that study, and she and I have served together for many years on the Noise Committee of the New York City Council on the Environment. She did a beautiful job there, Would you like me to describe
Please,
briefly what
please,
was
yes.
done? Well, children were separated into two groups in this particular school. Those who were on the quiet, actually play yard side of the school, and those that were on the elevated transit
Subway
authority, elevated tracks on the outside. And reading scores were measured on these children. They took the ones from the year before, when there was no exposure for these children, and the ones in the back they were at least 1 year in advance from the ones that were in the front.
So the quiet side of the building seemed to correlate with better learning.
With better learning, that's right. And then after the Transit Authority came in and put rubber isolators on the rails, and the Board of Education quieted down several of those classrooms on the track side, and the measures were repeated, those disappeared, the reading scores.
Mr. Stempler, yeah.
Just, prior to that study, the Department of Environmental Protection did a noise survey in that same school in 1973.
Where is that? Tell us
in
where
the
that
Bronx,
school is.
PS98, I believe.
Okay.
And we found that the elevated rapid transit line ran alongside of the school, and we made measurements of the sound of the trains passing by. And between the hours of 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. in normal school day, the sound levels were above 65 decibels 11% of the time, which means 11% of the time the students couldn't hear the teacher speaking. So that if nothing else, they were losing that, plus the problem of being interrupted. Every time a train would go by, the teacher would pause, and now you have to gather the attention of the youngsters again.
I'll bet my office is 65 decibels when there's a lot of people around and the phones are ringing and people are talking, yes?
Yes, but usually you're sitting close to other people and you're able to communicate. Teacher may be 20 feet away from the student.
All right, let's go to the phones again. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Yeah, I want to ask that guy, the Al guy. I got a
The Al
rock
guy.
band. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I play in a band, like in our apartment and stuff, and like the neighbors keep complaining. So like we close the doors and like we turn the guitars down, and like it's a studio apartment, but they keep calling the super, and then they come upstairs and make it turn us down. It's like I bet if we were a bad band and playing like rotten music, but it's really good. How come I can't play? And like they told me I could play and stuff, and
All right, it's loud, but it's good, is what you're saying.
yeah, like it's good and everything.
Mr. Stempler, let's. All right, well, he asked you, so let me give that to you. How do we make peace between these neighbors?
Okay, I understand exactly where that caller is coming from. The problem is that, like they say, one man's music is another man's noise. So in that particular situation, you have to realize that if he lives in a rental apartment, he could be evicted if the people complain to the landlord or perhaps start a rent strike. He can soundproof and make a music practice room, a rehearsal room. And if he does it for business, in other words, if he's going to be a full-time musician, then he will fall under the auspices of the commercial music law, otherwise known as Local Law 92, which offers up to $8,000 penalties for someone who is playing or recording or rehearsing music and causing more than...
the penalties are actually stiffer if he's a professional.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's interesting. Why is that, Mr. Stempler?
It was originally called the disco bell. The law was enacted in response to the problems we were having with noise from discotheques, which were not affecting the patrons, but the nearby neighbors.
That's pretty new, isn't it?
It's about 3 years old.
About 3 years old. People probably have a visceral reaction when they hear him and he's in a rock band. But I've heard of cases where it was somebody like an opera singer and people still complained. Does an opera singer have the right to practice in his or her apartment? And my boss's fiance is an opera singer, so you better give the right
Nobody
answer.
has the right to disturb their neighbor.
Okay, let's go back to the phones. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello. I live in Brooklyn on a traffic circle, and my question is, I've seen different neighborhoods where there are signs on the streets that this is a noise reduction area or some sign like that. How do you go about getting that installed or that system working like the way I live on a traffic circle with 2 bus routes?
All right, now, are you familiar with that sign? A noise reduction area means what?
Those signs were put up perhaps 20 years ago, and they're still there. The only signs that the department currently is arranging to have installed are don't honk signs, which warn you that if you're hung unnecessarily, and there has to be an imminent danger before it's considered necessary, you may be subject to a penalty of $220.
Okay, now we get into the whole question of enforcement, because I know about the horn honking law, and horn honking drives me crazy, but it's not enforced.
It's enforced to the extent that all the laws are enforced, to the extent that you have the resources.
I hope some laws are enforced better than this one is.
Unfortunately, there are 42 people to cover the city 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, enforcing the Air and Noise Pollution Control Code. And
so how do you prioritize?
We prioritize on our ability to provide relief. Horn honking is a transient mobile situation. We know we can provide relief for people who are impacted by noise from stationary sources, a noisy air conditioner, which usually is noisy because poor maintenance. Bearings have worn, other parts of it have degraded. So that we're concerned about that. Basically, we're mainly driven by those which will have the greatest potential adverse harm on the community, and those which we feel we can provide some measure of relief.
All right, let's go right back to the phones. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hi, yes, I hope you can help me. I'm Director of Food Services in the school system, and the first 4 hours of the morning I'm in a kitchen where I'm listening to the noise of blenders and processors and the fan and exhaust system. And the next 3 hours I'm supervising a cafeteria with numbers of students and the noise that goes on there, the bells, the changing of periods, etc. I want to know what I can do to protect myself while I still maintain my job. That's the first question.
Okay.
And the second is, where do you suggest people go for hearing testings? For instance, children, how you can have children tested.
All right, Mr. Firestein, the first part is for you. What can she do to protect herself?
I think Dr. Fay should show the EAR plugs which he brought with him, because they will allow her to converse with people at work. It won't prevent her from hearing at all, but it will reduce the noise a good 10 to 25 decibels, somewhere in that range. And they're very comfortable and very inexpensive.
All right, we'll show those in a second. What about the other part of her question, which is where people should go to have their hearing tested?
Well, the person who is licensed to test hearing in this state and in most others are the audiologists. And audiologists can be found in any number of work situations. The New York League for the Hard of Hearing, for instance, is a freestanding facility and is not associated with a medical facility other than with consultants. I happen to be the director of the Speech and Hearing Department up at Columbia Presbyterian Medical Center. We're testing children all day long up there, not just children. We test from womb to tomb, we like to say. Any age, a person that has the hearing sense or does not have the hearing sense, we can still try to test.
All right, why don't we show those earplugs, or EAR plugs,
All right.
Mr. Firestein called them. I think I know what that spells.
Well, spells EAR, spells ear, doesn't it? All right, now this is a little tiny compressible plug. Is that visible now? See what I've done to it? It was in the shape of a cylinder. Here's the original cylinder right here. Now, I just mashed it flat. Now, that would have a hard time getting into your ear canal. So obviously, that is not the way to do it. You need to roll it down between your fingers and your thumb, applying the pressure evenly, making the cylinder smaller and smaller, but keeping the cylindrical shape. And finally, when you have it down as small as you can possibly make it, then your task is to keep it compressed in that shape, holding it carefully. Now, here's the trick. You reach around, catch hold of the top of your ear by the opposite arm, lift it up, because that will straighten out the ear canal very nicely. Keeping this under pressure, insert the tip of it, and it slid right in. Now, I don't know whether the camera can see that or not.
This is almost as much fun as putting in a contact lens.
It takes a little skill to begin with, but if you do it properly, you will be beautifully protected from the sound, but at the same time, you'll still be able to hear, and listen carefully, you'll be able to hear any sound that you could hear in the noise without the earplug. And actually, you'll hear it better.
Meaning that you can hear the people who you want to hear talk to you, you can hear the radio, you can hear what you want to hear. It's only the background, the stuff that's annoying, that's going to get blocked out by this?
No, I'm not saying that at all. This earplug hasn't the faintest idea what it is that you are trying to listen to in that noise. But your brain does, and if your brain could process that came in through your ears along with all of the rest of the sound, and you could pick that out in the noise without the earplug, you will do a better job of it once the entire pattern of sound is brought down. It doesn't alter this, and this plug doesn't reach out and pull one sound down. It pulls them all down by essentially the same amount. Now, if this sound was the one that you were hearing, and here's the noise right here, but this one is just a little bit louder, see? You could hear that in the noise, but it's very unclear. And this ear is a microphone. And if all of this shouting is going into it, it's very much like shouting into a microphone that's going to rattle and distort the sound. By pulling the whole sound pattern down, the rattling stops, the distortion stops at the ear, and that clarifies it and makes your task easier. This is still the signal, and this is the noise.
How effective are those? Let's say that I'm working in an 85 decibel environment, which is technically hazardous over an 8-hour workday. How many decibels will that bring it down?
Maybe, as you said, 10 to 15 decibels. If it's a good tight fit, it could, in the high frequencies, affect it by as much as 35 decibels.
Which really means you're bringing it down 50% up to maybe 3 times.
Probably.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Depends on how well you've placed them.
Just remember the numbers we discussed earlier. If you reduce it by 10 decibels, it will sound half as loud as it was
Reducing
before.
it by half. So that's a lot. 10 decibels is a lot, and 30
Absolutely.
decibels is 3 times.
But people always fight when they fight me with the idea, but I don't want to put earplugs in because I will not hear everything I want to hear. That is an absolute myth. If you could hear it, and there's one exception to that, and that is if you have a very marked, serious, high-frequency hearing impairment, but good hearing in the low frequencies, you won't be able to understand. You'll be able to hear the sound, but you won't be able to understand it if it's speech.
Mr. Feinstein, when you're consulting, do you ever tell people to wear earplugs?
Oh, yes. Sometimes I do that. But, you know, there's 3 ways to stop sound from getting from point A to point B. It's called the source barrier receiver, source path receiver theory. You can stop the sound at its source. I won't advocate that people go out and buy a gun, but that's one way to stop the sound. Or you can improve the barrier that the sound takes as its path from getting from the noisy neighbor to the aggrieved neighbor. Or finally, you can stop the sound at the receiver. That means if you're being bothered by noise, you can wear earplugs, you can put in better windows, you can drop a ceiling in your apartment. Or sometimes it's, I've talked to psychologists about this, and they say stimulus barrier theory shows that some people are just not bothered by the same noise that other people are bothered by.
Interesting. All right, let's go back to the phones and take another call. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment. Welcome.
Hello, I'm calling about housing laws in New York City. I have a tenant above me with a 5-year-old daughter who recently moved in, and I don't know what kind of protection I have in the housing. I also heard that there's an 80% rug law that says that if I'm getting noise, the landlord can ask them to cover their floor with 80% rugs.
What's the noise that you're getting? Is it just the sound of the child's feet on the floor?
The child running back and forth all hours, early in the morning. The people upstairs won't listen to my complaints. They think I'm just being ridiculous.
All right, Mr. Stempler, first of all, on the law, is there a rug law?
Not that I know of. There is a presumed rule related to the habitability, that the landlord is supposed to provide an apartment that one can live in. But that is not part of the noise
Is this something that you would ever send the noise inspectors out on? Would they go in there and listen to the sound of a 5-year-old upstairs running around?
There is no section of the code we can say that they're in violation of.
Yeah. Mr. Feinstein, what would you do in this case?
This is so typical of many of the calls that I get, and I would say that any co-op that doesn't have an 80% or 85% carpeting rule should, because the ones who have it are saving themselves so much aggravation and grief and money. Because if one tenant decides to stop paying the maintenance because they're not getting their money's worth, everyone else is going to have to foot the bill for the legal costs.
All right, but if they don't, and he's had difficulty negotiating with his neighbors, can you go a step further?
Yes, he can put in a treatment to the ceiling or walls. It's not always that the sound appears to be, is coming from where it appears to be. I got a call recently from someone who was absolutely certain and had won a case in court against the upstairs neighbor, dropping things on the floor, making these bowling ball type sounds. But in fact, when I got there, in fact, they called me because they wanted to get a contempt of court verdict, a judgment against these people for still continuing to make the bowling ball noise, even though they'd been put out of the business, which they had ostensibly been doing. I found out the noise was coming from below, from the apartment below. And low-frequency crashing and banging sounds are not often, they're not always coming from where you think they are.
All right, let's go back to the phones right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi, I recently moved to Manhattan in a very noisy neighborhood, and I've been suffering from chronic headaches. And I've tried to pinpoint them in a number of ways, and I haven't found a source of them. And I was wondering if there's any way you can kind of determine whether it's sound that's causing your headaches.
Dr. Fay?
Causing a headache? Would you repeat that question? I want to know exactly what you said.
I heard in the very beginning of the show that it's possible that noise pollution can cause chronic headaches, and I've been suffering from headaches, and I was wondering if there's any way of determining that sound causing the headaches.
Well, if you're exposed to sound and you were annoyed enough, you may have a tension headache, but then tension is a part of the stress response. I would certainly try to explore that medically. If you have a situation where you're getting headaches that are very painful and seem to be chronic, I'd explore my entire health condition rather than trying to lay it to the particular noise. It might be it, but it might not.
So
I think you need
she
medical
should go
advice on
to a family doctor, a general practitioner?
For advice as to where to go further, because I don't think that the general practitioner is going to have a handle on precisely that kind of thing. You may need a referral to a neurologist or something like that.
Mr. Firestein.
I'd just like to comment that perhaps she should talk to her neighbors and see if any of them are experiencing similar types of problems, and perhaps try to notice if there's a difference if you move to a different area or take a vacation for a week, say, because it might be related to other factors other than sound. But talk to the neighbors, and you can do a little experiment that way.
All right. All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi. I live in Manhattan, and I live on the ground level, so I get a lot of noise. It doesn't bother me so much during the day, but at night when I'm going to sleep, it does. I read an article about this famous actress that doesn't travel anywhere without her white sound machine. I looked into this, and it's a machine that makes waterfall, rainfall, and I also discovered something called a sleep sound generator that makes a whooshing noise. I want to know, do these work, and where can I get one?
All right, Mr. Firestein, do these really work?
I use one. They work great.
You use one?
Yes.
In what environment do you use it?
When I sleep.
When you sleep?
Yeah, if you hear noise of passing traffic, it's intermittent. To some people, like myself, that intermittent traffic, an occasional car or a truck passing by, that disturbs me. By having the continuous noise, it's better. There are more advanced machines these days than the original old white flying saucer type that used an electromechanical motor. And those are available. I know one's available from the Sharper Image. People always call me up, ask me where they can get these from. And Hammaker Schlemmer makes one. And they're about $100, and they have various pleasant sounds to listen to.
Is there a way to know which one is better than another one, or is it just the sound that you find the most pleasant?
Listen to it in the store. They also make cassette tapes you can play.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, noise is unwanted sound, and you're going to replace one sound with another one. It might be called acoustic perfume. What really is going on is simply that you're masking one sound or set of sounds with another one. Pick one that you like. Otherwise, you'll be sitting there being angry at your own sound,
all right,
which then becomes noise.
I'll tell you what, we'll go back to the calls in a minute. Why don't we play with the toys now? Since the holiday season is coming up, many of you are going to be giving toys to children, whether it's for Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa, whatever you're celebrating. And some of the toys that seem pretty innocuous may actually be noise hazards. So Dr. Fay has brought in some toys, and Mr. Stempler has brought in a noise meter. Mr. Stempler, you want to take the noise meter and make sure the meter itself is facing the camera over here, okay? And now pick up that little squeaky thing, Dr. Fay. Now this looks like the most harmless toy ever. Squeak it for us.
I might want to point out that the sound level meter is said to read at a level of 90 decibels, which would require in an occupational environment hearing protection.
Okay, don't show me, show the camera over there. Just tilt it a little more. All right, is that good? All right, now, why is something like this hazardous?
Well, it certainly doesn't look hazardous, but it's very colorful, and it has a nice shape to it, and it actually has a good smell to it. Smells like rubber.
So we get thumbs up on several of the senses here.
All of the senses, yes, but it also makes a sound. Now, if you give this to a very young child, there'll be quite an exploration of all of those sensory inputs: the color, the shape, the feel, the smell, the taste, and then there's one more major sound input, one more sensory input. Now that's the sound. And when you don't put sound in your mouth or in your nose or in your eye, you put it in your ear. And there you're going to experience the maximum sound. Now, if I did this into my ear, I wouldn't like it at all, and neither would you. If you as a parent or a grandparent or anybody who's going to go out and buy a toy for a child, I would want you, before you bought that toy, to pick it up, make sure that it's operating or that you know how to do it, and put it right up by your own ear and give it a good blast.
But what you're saying is that the child, and we don't think about this as adults, what you're saying is that the child is going to tend to take that and put it right up to his or her ear.
Not just tend to do it, it's going to happen, and it's going to happen over and over and over again. If you put this toy in the crib, I maintain that that makes the crib the workplace for that child. And there ought to be a law against hazardous noise in that workplace.
How loud would the ear perceive the thing to be?
Well, let's take a look at it.
All right,
now.
let's do it. Now, this is a surrogate ear here. So we're seeing this noise meter is set at 90 as the base. So when it's going up all the way to 10, it's 90 plus 10, which is 100 decibels, which is incredibly loud. That's an illegal noise level in the workplace.
In the workplace, one would have to take precautionary measures to protect the ear.
I wonder how many people have realized what they have put into the crib of the child and given them.
How long would a child have to be holding that up to the ear to suffer damage? I mean, it seems like, it still seems a little bit hard to believe that kind of thing, for the short frequency with which kids play with a given toy, would actually be damaging.
Who says there is a short frequency? Have you been there to watch? A child who is fascinated by this is going to squeak it all day long. And if the pleasure is from putting it by the ear, oh my, that's quite a sensation. Note that the child, the infants, older siblings, love sound. Otherwise, they wouldn't be pumping it in or hosing it like with a fire hose nozzle down the ears, such as these amplification devices do. Or when they go out to discos, where only a tiny fraction of the output of a loudspeaker is going into the ear canal. You bring the loudspeaker to your ear, and it really is like a nozzle of a hose. You're forcing tremendous amounts of energy down, highly destructive.
Let's do one more toy. Why don't you take that the little machine gun thing, or either gun.
Well, here's one. It has a whole series of sounds that it goes through.
We're way over 100 there.
110.
All right. And all it's missing is the flippers, right?
It may not be that loud when you're just playing with it 3 feet away, or you're watching your child play with it a few feet away. But when you put it right up to your ear, the sound gets twice as loud every time you move it twice as close. It goes up 6 decibels every time you reduce that distance by a factor of 2. So that can occur, that doubling of distance that halving of distance can occur 5 or 6 times for a 30 dB increase.
All right.
I don't want anyone to take home a toy that they haven't tested themselves and put right up to their ear. And if you can tolerate the sound yourself, then buy it and take it home. If you can't, leave it where it is.
That's just what I was going to ask you. That's the guideline.
That's
simple
the guideline.
All right. All right. Why don't we take another call right now? Now that we've got Christmas and Hanukkah and Kwanzaa all taken care of here, let's go back to the phones. Hi, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hi, I'm calling to ask about car alarms. I really wish they were illegal myself, because they don't seem to serve any real purpose usefully. But I'm calling to ask if they have a legal limit on the amount of time that they're allowed to sound.
Yeah, in fact, we have a brand new law about that, Mr. Stempler, don't we?
No, you don't.
Don't we at the state level?
You have an old law about that. The law that you may be referring to, the new one, is about the loudspeakers. But the gentleman is talking about car alarms specifically, which have been in the law since 1973. Car alarms are required to automatically turn off after they've been on for 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Now, am I mistaken? Does anybody else make the same mistake, or is this there's something to this, that the state just passed a law and Governor Cuomo signed this? I'm pretty sure I read this somewhere.
Yes, you did.
That it's now 5 minutes
You may have. I'm not aware of that, frankly.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you were referring to the new law that was passed on the boom boxes.
That's the other. That's the other piece of that law. That radios in cars cannot what?
The only difference, I might say, is that we do have an enforcement presence. We attempt to do something about it, and the police are authorized to react to car alarms that aren't turned off. But again, in all fairness to the police, they are usually involved with more, what are perceived as more heinous problems.
How can we enforce that law? How can the police enforce that law? If a car alarm is going off for 15 minutes, Mr. Firestein, what can the cops really do anything about that?
Usually I see effective results in things like this when a crackdown is done, because the crackdowns make news, and then people see it and it's disseminated over the mass media. Because then you see TV and the newspapers can show people, a lot of people who don't know the person who got the summons, what can happen if they don't get their car alarm to conform, if they don't turn their stereo down or at least keep their windows up when they drive through traffic. I'd like to see on Canal Street a crackdown, get 10 or 15 or 20 and the people who are blasting the bass so loud that even inside with your windows shut, it's shaking your office or shaking your home.
If I may expand on that, it's difficult to have a crackdown on car alarms because they're sporadic and all over the city. As far as what Alan has been saying about Canal Street, we have done just that relative to the boom boxes and automobiles and have issued a significant number of violations for that operation.
All right, let's go back to the phones right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. A comment and then a question. You mentioned the ear foam plugs. I've used them and just about everything else, wax foam, etc. And there is a foam plug called Quiet Space, which I find to be really superior to ear. They inhibit more noise and they last considerably longer.
You don't happen to manufacture that brand?
No, I have no pecuniary interest in this whatsoever. This is just a call of sympathy.
Why? Do you know what makes one thing work better than another? Is there a certain characteristic of it?
It may be the compressibility or the density of the foam. I'm not sure. And the question, it concerns earphones, anywhere from Walkman earphones to the better earphones that people use for stereos and hi-fis, and what seems to be painless. I'm just wondering if, in fact, long-time use of that can lead to diminution or any...
All right, Dr. Fay, what about guidelines for Walkmans or Walkpersons, the non-sexist headphone device? What can people do with these while they're wearing the stereo?
Remember that I said that this will enhance the listening experience by preventing the overdriving of the ear.
But you could just turn down the Walkman.
Yes, you could if you're interested in doing that. But if you're not, and if you want to depend on someone else, this is someone else. You can put the earplugs in and put the Walkperson on top of it.
Is it definitely hazardous? Is it always hazardous to be wearing the Walkperson?
Yes, when you have it turned up full blast.
When you have it turned up.
If you can hear in the person standing next to you in the elevator or walking down the street, you can be certain that that person is in the process of destroying his or her or their hearing.
All right.
The other way of doing it, as I see it, is if there were regulations that prohibited the importation of these instruments that can generate those kind of sound levels. The audio chamber, the volume is known. You hear about these cars that have speaker systems designed for the car. Well, these earphones are designed for the ear, and it should be possible to require that the levels not exceed the harmful.
There could be standards as to the maximum volume.
And this cannot be done at a local level.
Right.
I do want to say one thing about the earplugs. If you put the earplugs in and then put the Walkperson on top of it, what's going to happen is that you're going to shut yourself off from the outside world, because these are very effective not only for the sound that's right close by, but it'll be more effective for the sounds that are farther away. You can render yourself into a very hazardous state from other kinds of damage, like being plugged in the back, or jumped, or mugged, or something like that. What you're doing is shutting off your whole sensory system to things that you should be aware of. So if you're going to be out running around in a public space, you shouldn't do this. But if you're going to be listening quietly, put the plugs in, and that'll protect you. For instance, if you're riding the subway and listening to the thing,
Always
it's
a bad time to wear the Walkman.
It's always a bad time, but then a lot of people do that, and they think that they're protecting themselves from the noise outside. Remember, they're only masking it.
Yeah.
But this would be a good place to do that, but then be vigilant.
All right. Mr. Feinstein, did you want to add to that?
Well, we're talking about music. I was recently at a rock club, and although I design discos and I design rock clubs and work on their sound systems and acoustically treat them, I have to point out that a lot of kids aren't aware of the danger of standing next to speakers that might be at ear level. And kids, I was a kid once, and we don't like to admit that we're sissies and we can't take the pain involved of standing next to a speaker. But it's really stupid to subject your ears, which cannot be replaced, and we don't have any way to cure deafness, to the type of deafening sound levels that occur when you're right next to speakers. If you feel any tingling, if you hear any ringing in your ears, that's a warning. And get away from it immediately. Move back, double, triple, quadruple your distance away from those speakers.
You could have permanent hearing loss even from one intense exposure.
And I think the rock club owners should be aware of the liability that they put themselves in by having speakers that are close enough to the dance floor that people can get as close as we demonstrated that toy to the sound level meter.
All right, let's take another.
May I add something here?
Yeah.
It's a cumulative effect. Sound and time and decibel levels. The decibel levels and the time. The longer the time you're exposed, the more damage you're going to do. And the higher the level, the less time it takes for that damage to occur. And every time you are exposed to these loud sounds, you lose some hearing permanently.
Just like any other kind of toxin, a dose response.
That's right. And what it is this cumulative buildup, and it's really a cumulative destruction, a cumulative tearing down.
All right, let's take another call right now. Hi, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm calling from Manhattan, and I have a problem here. I live right next door. I share a common wall, actually, with a restaurant bar that has a rather loud speaker system that goes on through all hours of the night, maybe 3-4 times a week. The walls literally vibrate. The windows, when I walk by the restaurant bar, sometimes 2 o'clock in the morning, just to check it out because I just can't believe what's going on, the windows are vibrating. I've spoken to the police. I've spoken to the community affairs officer in my precinct. They visited the place. They've asked them to quiet it down. They haven't. I've even got in touch with the EPA. They sent an inspector, and of course, that particular night that they were there was no sound at all. I've been dealing with this for over a year, and I'm really very frustrated because nothing can be done. Apparently, the owners of the bars, quite frankly, they don't seem to care.
All right, here we are back to the music problem. Mr.
Complete
Feinstein?
frustration.
What you have to do is you have to keep calling the ECB. Frankly, the bigger the pain that you make yourself to them, the more likely they'll schedule you for another return visit. They understand about the situation. They're short-staffed. And as soon as they can, if you continually call and show that that the problem hasn't gone away.
May I correct that?
You don't want them to make themselves pains to you.
No, I want to give the proper place to call. The Environmental Control Board will adjudicate violations. They do not have an enforcement capability. You should call 966-7500, which is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week complaint number.
That's your department.
That's our department. And we recognize that when a complaint is lodged with us and we make an inspection, we don't always find a violation. In this particular case, as you reported, the night our inspector arrived there, for one reason or other, the music wasn't playing. But we do come back. This is why I mentioned earlier in the program that we are able to effect relief from stationary sources.
Right.
We didn't get them the first time, we'll get them again.
And we're going to give you a number of numbers to call right at the end of the program, which is just a few minutes from now. Dr. Fay, who is the most at risk? Where do we see hearing damage from noise most in our society?
Well, probably in the workplace. 8 hours of the day, we're there. But we live for 24 hours a day. And if you happen to work in a noisy place and then go home in noisy transportation without protection, and get home to a noisy recreation period, or if you're hunting or other spare time activities produce noise, you could be as much as 18 and 20 hours of your day exposed to high level noise. So it's not just the workplace. It's around the clock, really, that we must protect.
If I can expand on that, Noise is very, very insidious. You mentioned earlier about air pollution, which often can be visible, not always. Water pollution. You don't feel, see, or touch noise. You hear it, and it's taking its toll, and you don't always realize that you're paying a penalty.
Mr. Feuerstein, who's most at risk? What workers do we see with the most hearing damage? Do you know?
Well, I'm not the expert on hearing damage, but the people who are bothered enough by it that they are going to the point of suing their neighbors and withholding rent are tenants in New York City. Quiet areas, noisy areas, old buildings and new buildings.
All right, we just have 20 seconds left. Mr. Stempler, I understand we're on a record pace for noise violations this year. Real quick, why is that?
I wouldn't say we're on a record pace. On average, for the past 2 years or more, we've been issuing approximately 1,100 violations a year for various violations of the noise code.
All right, and that is where we're going to have to leave it. Dr. Fay, Mr. Stempler, Mr. Feuerstein, thank you all very much for coming in. I know our callers appreciate it too. And there you have it. We won't be living in a quieter city anytime soon, that's for sure, but at least you've heard a few tips here tonight on how you can coexist with the noise and keep your hearing and your sanity. Now, if you want to register a complaint and get the New York City Noise Police out on your case, you can call 212-966-7500. That's Mr. Stempler's bureau. For a free brochure about noise, call the Council on the Environment of New York City at 212-566-0990. And to contact Acoustalog Incorporated, Mr. Feuerstein's consulting firm, call 212-925-1365. Next week on Endangered, Our Urban Environment, New York City's drinking water, facing more pollution from upstate. I'm Brian Lehrer. Thanks for watching. Good night. New York City's drinking water is the best in the country, according to many taste and purity tests. But the days are over when we can take our water for granted. Good evening, I'm Brian Lehrer. Welcome to Endangered, Our Urban Environment. New York City gets its water from pristine reservoirs in rural areas upstate. But with those communities developing more than ever before, the purity and supply of the city's water is truly threatened for the first time. That could mean war with our upstate neighbors over development and water rights issues. Also, many buildings in the city have lead in their pipes, and New Yorkers are beginning to use water filters and bottled water to get around drinking from the tap at all. We'll do two things tonight on Endangered Our Urban Environment. We'll talk about the conflict between New York City and the reservoir communities, and we'll give you advice on keeping the drinking water in your home as clean as possible. And in a few minutes, we'll take your phone calls. Right now, let's meet our guests for tonight, David Heim, Assistant Managing Editor of Consumer Reports magazine. Also, Assemblyman Richard Coombe, a Republican who represents many of the people living near the city's reservoirs in the Catskills, and Albert Appleton, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Environmental Protection. Good evening. Thank you all for coming in.
Right.
Commissioner, why don't you begin by telling our viewers where we get our water from? I think most of our viewers probably do take it completely for granted.
All right. The city uses about 1.5 billion gallons of water a day. About 10% of that comes from reservoirs in northern Westchester and Putnam County. And if you drive upstate through 684 and any of the parkways, you will see these large lakes. And that's actually water the city is drinking. The rest of our water, about 90% of our total supply, comes from the Catskill Mountains. And the city has 6 large reservoirs and 2 watersheds in the Catskills. And they feed down the city through these 2 underground aqueducts solely by gravity. That is, the city's system is a marvel of engineering unseen since the time of the Romans that brings the water down to the city with gravity and with enough power that we can get it up to the top of a 5-story brownstone totally on its own pressure.
Which is really amazing to think that this water is coming from 125 miles away in some cases, and we don't need any pumps or anything to get it all the way down here.
That's correct. And not only get it down here, except for high-rise buildings, you don't need any pumps to get it into your building either.
And yet, it sounds very inefficient in a way to bring the water from so far away. How did we ever come to be so dependent on water so far away?
Well, because there's just not enough water and not enough potable water for a city of 8 million people to rely on what we did say in the Revolutionary War period. There used to be streams through Manhattan and wells they took, and this was not enough water and it was very polluted water. So starting in the 1830s, we went to the Croton watershed in Westchester. In the 1880s, we went farther north into Westchester, and in 1910, 1920, we went into the eastern Catskills, and in 1950s and 1960s, we went into the western Catskills.
What makes the water so good? I mean, it can't just be the fact that we're getting it from rural communities.
Well, actually, we're getting it from an environment that loads almost no pollution into it, and it's pristine, natural surface water. And the water the city gets, it gets an incredibly small amount of treatment compared to the water of most major municipal areas. We give it a little chlorine. Occasionally we have to give it something to settle out turbidity. And that's it. It's unfiltered, it's largely untreated, and it's nature's best product. It's basically rainwater taking a trip down to visit us.
Assemblyman, anything to add to that? You live around that water. What makes it so
I happen
pure?
to live in a community, Brian, where there were 4 hamlets that were in underneath these reservoirs when they were originally built around out, and along with that the Neversink. And the Neversink, I guess, is the cleanest in the system. It's just absolutely pristine. And of course, it's our agriculture, it's our forestry, it's our tourism. Brian, it's our low density use of those particular 1.2 million acres, which are the Catskill Delaware watershed regions for the state, that I think gives you that pristine and clear water down here that Commissioner was talking about.
Neversink is a great name for a reservoir,
Great
isn't
name.
it? Do your communities use the water too, or is it reserved for New York City?
It's reserved for New York City, but along the aqueduct and the communities along the way can hook in. Obviously, within my rural area, the headwaters of your water system, if you may, in the Catskills, we use the groundwater and/or the surface water out of springs. I know on my own farm, my brother and folks are still using a spring. Myself, I have a drilled well, which is just about 175 foot deep. So we are using the same water, but these are within the watershed regions itself.
Yeah, but Brian, it's important to know that on the way down, in fact, 1 million people north of the city use our water. That's 85% of Westchester County, for example, is on the New York City water system. Orange County is increasing its use. Putnam County and even Ulster County There's some towns that tap into our water system.
Because they have the right, don't they, to take that water as it flows by their communities?
Any county, it's not the town, any county through which our waterworks pass has a right to take as much water as the population of the county times our per capita use.
All right, now we've been painting a pretty rosy picture of our water here tonight, and yet a state Senate report recently said that it is in grave and immediate danger. Do you agree with that?
Well, I'm not sure I agree with immediate, but I certainly agree that it is in serious long-term danger. And to use Dick's phrase, we're talking about an area that was once low-density use, but is now changing. And it's changing with land use practices that are particularly wasteful and pose a particular threat to environmental resources. And even farming has changed in the last 30 years in the amount of chemicals it uses and the amount of pesticides it uses and the kind of runoffs. So that what we now have is a problem of how do we steer development in those communities, steer land use practices in a way that is not environmentally destructive and really does not impact on the water supply of the future.
But Brian, there is a problem there, and that is we really don't have good microbiological data on really where the nutrient levels come from, et cetera. We know, obviously, a farm with concentration.
Just to be clear for our viewers, when you say nutrient, those actually are the pollutants.
The pollutants. For example, phosphorus. A high nutrient content would be phosphorus, and maybe it comes from a dairy farm, okay, maybe from cornland, et cetera. And the city's own data show we have a precipitous decline in the number of dairy farms, for example, in the Cannonsville watershed, and yet at the same time the phosphorus tends to be, staying up, and it doesn't make sense. So that's one of the concerns I have that I think the city should understand, and that is we have given you clean water. The population Delaware County, which is the size of the state of Rhode Island at this time, is only about 400 more full-time residents than it was in 1900. Obviously, with second home development, et cetera, it's what the commissioner's concerned with. But we have given you great water. My concern is let's not, in the name of protecting that water, force further development, subdivision, and along with that, higher density use. And that's one of the major concerns I have as a person that resides there.
All right, we'll get back to that concept in a second. Mr. Heim, did you want to jump in on this?
Is it increasing population? Is it increasing land use? Or is it an absence of effective regulation on the byproducts of that use,
all right, Commissioner,
waste and so on?
What do you think? What's the real threat to the water?
Well, I think you've got to distinguish. It's very easy to portray this as an upstate-downstate conflict, but I want to take a step back for a minute, because there's different upstates and there's different downstate interests. In the Croton area, for example, which is a heavily suburbanizing area, many of the towns feel we're not going far enough protecting the watershed because they see the watershed regulations as a way to help protect against destructive development. In the eastern Catskills, which are not primarily agriculture, which are looking at kind of recreational land use development, this is a straight kind of second family development against the city. And second family development is a threat because they tend to want to sell amenity. They want to sell water views, they want to sell high peaks, they push roads straight up hillsides that become raceways for erosion. Dick's community, the Western Catskills, which is a much more farming community, is a land use we really want to protect. Our concern is that as that land use declines, and we don't find ways to reverse that decline, it will turn over to the kind of development that we know will be particularly destructive.
Why is that development taking place now, if it didn't take place in all these previous years?
Because farming is declining. They can talk to this better than I can. But
certainly, the increase in land values that have occurred there, because remember, Brian, how they got to how the city came to the Catskills originally was simply for the clean water, the fresh air, et cetera.
And the
Liberty,
hotels,
Liberty was founded in the hotels, Grossinger's, et cetera, because of tuberculosis, for health, for fitness, human fitness and disease. They noticed our water too, and of course the water came from there. Our concern is that with agriculture facing very difficult times nationwide, but certainly in Northeast, especially in the dairy industry, and along with that logging, the same thing, that there are land use pattern changes. Along with that, the just heady growth we had in the 1980s made it so many individuals could afford a second home, and of course they wanted to go to an area where they might have visited as a child or something like that, one of the hotels might have worked in. So we've had a lot of second home development up there. Obviously, that puts pressure on the farm, and one of the things that I'm very concerned with is right-to-farm legislation so that new people come in because of smell or slow-moving vehicles, et cetera, wouldn't push farming out. But
so in a
basically,
sense,
that's
you're
what the
on the
Commissioner's
same.
concerned
In
with.
a sense, you're on the same side,
Well,
and in a sense, you're not.
I was pleased that the Commissioner brought up upstate and downstate. I don't see that. What I do see is a need for the city to recognize they have something that is pristine and pure. The Commissioner actually did an excellent job in describing the Catskill and Delaware watersheds. And I'm simply saying, Lord City, all of you listening public, 8.5 million of you, add upstate the 9 million Orange County, et cetera. Don't kill the goose that laid the golden egg. You should be doing everything to encourage low-density use, and that includes cost sharing, that includes helping agriculture help itself, et
Encourage
cetera.
farming use so that
Exactly.
we don't
But
have
you
more
can't be
development.
low density everywhere. If you keep your area low density, the people who want to move there for whatever reason are simply going to go someplace else. Isn't that transferring a problem that can impact public water supplies just to another county, to another state?
No, because not every county is a watershed, and not every county is a watershed for the most important city in the world. And if you look at it in pure economic terms, if we were ever forced to do the kind of filtration that has been done across the nation for most other cities, that would cost the city a minimum of $5 billion. $5 billion in the world's worst growth scenario for the Catskills translates into a $100,000 a house subsidy. That's just plain nuts. You've got to stop externalizing these costs of development.
All right, I want to talk more about filtration in just a minute, but right now I just want to remind our viewers that we are going to be taking your phone calls tonight, and in fact you can call us right now if you have questions about your own water and how to best protect it, about water filtering systems or anything at all. Mr. Heim can answer some of those questions, or if you want to talk
So
about...
can I, actually.
And the Commissioner can too, and
Happy
maybe
for
even
your help.
Assemblyman Coombe. But also if you want to talk about the problems and the threats to the drinking water in the watershed, you can also talk about that. Our phone number, 212-669-2222. Give us a call. Now, Commissioner, what about the filtration? We are actually filtering some of our water now,
No,
right?
We are not
None at all?
filtering. None of our water is filtered. We are going through a planning sequence in terms of the Croton, because the suburbanization pattern that's happened in the Croton makes it very likely that we will have to filter that particular water. What we are looking to do in the Catskills and Delaware, we see the mistakes the city made in the Croton watershed, and we are looking to avoid them. And they really made two mistakes. First of all, they made the mistake of inaction, but they also made the mistake, and this is where we hope people like Dick can help us, of not reaching out to the local communities and not trying to create a partnership for both economic and environmental growth. And what is really key, you've got to understand, is that, and I think this is why it's very important to have someone like Dick on this program, many urban people do not understand the rural economy and the rural roots of where their water comes from. Many of the public health specialists, for example, who are putting pressure on us to tighten standards, are very concerned with cyst-borne disease of a kind that any animal activity makes them very nervous, very upset. And now we personally think that filtration does not make a lot of sense as a protection against that, but we're much more interested in preserving ecologically balanced land
Now,
use
we're actually
patterns.
getting pressure from the federal government, aren't we, to filter our water? Don't they want all municipalities at this point to filter?
No, the federal government in 1986 passed something called the Safe Water Drinking Act. That basically required all surface drinking water supplies to be filtered unless you could show you meet certain avoidance criteria. These criteria are a testimony to water chemistry rather than ecology, because first we have to add more chlorine to disinfect. Then we've got to get more of the chlorine byproducts out. Then we've got to add corrosion inhibitors to deal with lead, which lower the effectiveness of the chlorine, which means we've got to add more chlorine. But we're going to do this because we've got such good water, we can make this very funny water chemistry mix work. But we don't like this particularly in the city because we think the pure water of the city is best treated with very few chemicals. But it's a problem with public health people because they really believe humans can do it better. And
better than nature.
Better than nature,
Yeah.
and
Well,
I'm not sure I'm convinced of that.
According to the feds, there are more bacterial problems, more microorganism problems in the water than people realized, at least around the country, and I'm not sure specifically for New York City, but problems of waterborne diseases from Giardia is a common one, Cryptosporidium. You're saying that that's not the case in
We
New
don't
York
see
City?
any of that in the epidemiological data, and Cryptosporidium in particular is vectored many different ways. And house pets are probably a much more important vector of Cryptosporidium. The basic
When you say vector, you mean a source.
source.
Where it comes
Giardia clearly is a travel related. The epidemiological data does not show this, but you get a lot of people who are kind of afraid that, gee, golly whiz, if there's 10 cases and we can't show we've done something to stop this, maybe we ought to have this filtration
So,
system.
in other words, you're afraid of using a sledgehammer to kill an ant, and that sledgehammer may have...
It certainly should be, Brian,
negative
because you take Giardia, for example, beaver fever, that was found in campers way up in the mountains of Colorado, where rarely is it traversed by humans, and certainly no agriculture industry there or whatever. So we really don't know a lot about the microbiology of our water, the microorganisms, etc. And that's one of my concerns. And of course, when you said the sledgehammer, that's one of the concerns in our region. We feel we have been good stewards of your water. We feel that we have worked in partnership with you. After all, through eminent domain, you took the valleys and put your reservoirs in and moved us up to the hillsides. We're concerned with is to meet Federal Safe Drinking Water Act regulations, and maybe to avoid the cost of filtration, which we have no problem if they cost share, that we certainly don't want to be hit with a sledgehammer, namely the people that live up there. We honestly think we're the best stewards for the drinking water, the high-quality water. And that's an important point to get across for the people who have never been up to the Catskills.
All right, Mr. Hahn, a quick comment, then we'll start taking some phone calls.
One other point, and you can amend me if I misspeak. Contamination like Giardia and the sort of contamination you were talking about a minute or so ago does occur, but my understanding is it's not a chronic condition in most municipal water supplies, and certainly not in a New York City water supply. It's also the kind of problem that can easily be corrected, and corrected quickly, if the managers of the water treatment plant are even halfway on the ball.
Well, I think the thing about Giardia that is worrisome about cyst-borne disease in terms of patterns in the Catskills, the land use pattern till recently has been good for us. On the other hand, the kind of things they're doing in the Catskills in terms of putting salt on roads, we're seeing a huge spike in the sodium content of city water. The kind of erosion patterns that follow from development are turbidity and cis-hitchhike and turbidity. And one of the reasons our water system is so good is because the reservoirs step down and settle out things. So that you're right, if the managers are on the ball, but ultimately they've got to be on the ball on source protection. Let me just add one quick thing about the sledgehammer. The sledgehammer, if a filtration in a city like New York, is really a very flawed sledgehammer, because we filter the Mississippi River, but no one likes to drink water in New Orleans. To filter the water of the city, you would have to build a couple of plants that would be so big, they'd be bigger than the total of all 14 sewage treatment plants currently in existence. This would be an enormous new point of vulnerability for the water system. Think of what happens if something goes wrong in the filter plant, or there's a breakdown or a strike. I mean, you are basically mortgaging your future to your ability to make the system.
Consider how Perrier had the benzene problem. They were filtering the water. They forgot to change the filter fast enough, and I believe it was the filter itself that introduced the benzene into everybody's favorite
So we don't want to
sparkling
get
water.
to that point where we have to rely on the filter. And besides everything else, we haven't mentioned the fact that it would make the water taste worse, right?
Absolutely.
Tastes different.
But
well, I guess
clearly
worse
lower,
is a subjective judgment.
No, I would make it taste worse because you would treat it a lot more, and the water coming down would be a worse product.
All right, let's take our first phone call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, my name is Peter Martin. I visited the Catskills this summer. I've noticed that it was very easy to get to the reservoirs. I would like to know, is there something that could be done to have an increased police patrol of the reservoirs? Because when I was visiting there, I noticed people were dumping various things into the water, like motor oil.
Terrific. Okay, Commissioner, what about that?
We actually are stepping up the number of watershed police we have, and we catch actually quite a few people doing that. The motor oil problem, motor oil is actually a big problem throughout the city. People dumping motor oil into the sewers, people dumping motor oil. There's only so many of those people you can catch. It's public education that's really very critical. But we are adding to the watershed police, and we are adding to the watershed inspectors.
Are we drinking this motor oil?
No, the motor oil is long gone before it gets here. We have actually only seen 2 instances of that in the last 5, 6, 7 years. And basically most of our land is actually fenced and posted. And we're pretty prompt at getting in, because we patrol it regularly with radio cars. And we're usually pretty prompt about nailing such people. But if you have, if you see something like that, we have an action number in New York City, 566-1235, in the 212 area code that you can call, and we'll get it up to the communication center in the watershed and do something about it.
And we'll be giving some other numbers too at the end of the program, so you can find out more about how to protect your water. Mr. Heim, let me bring you more into this, because you've written an interesting article in Consumer Reports, or edited the article, and you wrote that many companies prey on people's fears about safe drinking water. How do they do that?
Well, they use a fair amount of mumbo-jumbo, assuming that people know less chemistry than the salesman does. That's usually a
fair
safe
assumption, right?
They essentially scare people. They raise questions about the health and well-being of your children, of your family. They'll pull out old newspaper clippings to show you how just god-awful the water can be. It's a tactic that's similar to the tactics land salesmen use to unload swampland.
And yet, some water filters and other home water systems are legitimate and do have practical purposes, right?
Nearly everything on the market is legitimate, and that's the real crime. The stuff could be sold on its merits. Water filters, reverse osmosis devices, water softeners, they do serve a legitimate need. They do work. The trouble is, most people don't need them.
And we'll get into talking about how you know whether you need a water system as we go on here this hour. Let's take a phone call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, I'm calling from the Bronx, New York,
We've heard of it.
and I have a problem with excessive rusty water. And I've called the EPA, and they told me that was a very common problem, that I shouldn't worry myself about it.
All right,
When it
Commissioner?
gets to this point, I'm afraid to use the water. I've already had it clogged up my washing machine.
Have you done anything else? Have you gone to a private testing lab or anything like that?
No, I don't know who to get in touch with
All right.
to
Now,
test the water.
when you say you called the EPA, do you mean the federal EPA or the city?
No, New York City.
Yeah. Okay, Commissioner, what would you do with someone like him?
That sounds like a problem with your internal piping. That is, our water does not come through Brown, but many people find, particularly, it's very common, for example, for people, even new apartments, this happens in my own home very occasionally, that when you run something and you change the water pressure, suddenly you get a slug of sediment or brown coming through the pipes. That's a problem with the pipes in your building. It's not a problem with the water that we are supplying you.
What's his best recourse? Does he go to his landlord?
His best recourse is to go to his landlord.
And what happens when his landlord says, "No, you're crazy, our water's perfectly clean"?
Then you've got to show him what it really looks like.
But what's the enforcement mechanism? Is it your department?
No, that is actually a buildings department, city buildings department issue, because that goes to whether or not the internal plumbing is in code compliance.
All right. Mr. Heim?
I would add that it could be worth spending $70 or $80 for a water test if the problem is severe enough to cause you the kind of aggravation it seems to be causing you. You would know exactly then what's in the water and how much of it is in the water. It might also tell you where the contamination, the rust, is coming from.
Is that a health hazard?
My understanding is that things that make water brown, iron rather, manganese, aren't health hazards. They make the water look bad, but they're generally not bad to drink, at least not in the levels normally found in water.
What do you think about that?
Well, whether it's a health hazard or not, most people don't like drinking such water that looks that way. It is a problem in the city with the piping in many older buildings and that sometimes the landlords do not keep it up to code.
Right.
It is a problem for me as commissioner that if people have any kind of problem with water, whether or not the water problem is a problem with the water system or a problem with the building, they tend to come to us. And they tend to think it is a problem with the water and overlook the fact that the internal plumbing is really the last crucial component. We deliver water at what's called the service connection, which is where the building pipe means the water main, that is basically lead-free, pH balanced. It's very soft. And very, very, very occasionally after a rain event in Croton may have just a little touch of either turbidity or algae because of the overflow.
So you deliver it to the building, basically.
Right, but once it's in the building, then the building's got to distribute it to the apartments. And that's often where not only the breakdown occurs, but when people have old buildings that have been improperly lead soldered, or they still have lead pipes, or have the wrong brass fixtures, then they can get lead problems in their water.
Mr. Heim, would a water filter be right for somebody with his problem?
Well, there are a number of kinds of water filters. The most common thing people think of first is a charcoal filter, which isn't going to help get rid of iron at all. There are other filters, they're called sediment filters, and they're actually very inexpensive, easy to install, and easy to maintain. They can remove certain kinds of iron. There's more than one kind of iron, I'm told. If it's soluble or insoluble, visible or invisible, depending on the kind this person has, he may need something even beyond a sediment filter that would use yet another chemical, not charcoal, to remove the iron.
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hello, my name is Karen. I'm calling from Staten Island. I'd like to say hello to the commissioner and the other gentleman. My question is, my father has been an avid fly fisherman for years, and he belongs to several gun clubs, hunting and fishing clubs, and he's always admired the Catskills and the rivers and streams upstate around the Roundout, the Ashokan. What happened to the Environmental Bond Act that was up on the ballot this year? Nobody seemed to know anything about it, basically.
Well, we know it got defeated.
Yes, we certainly know that.
Just a comment to the caller. I think the Catskills, certainly, we have a couple of blue urban trout streams, Willowee-Mock and the Beaverkill, and the fly fishermen and other fishermen have done so much to protect our water. In fact, they made it so the city would allow additional releases in drought years, et cetera, to provide adequate flow to protect the fisheries. And also, it's an important safeguard, I think, for the standards that we have to meet in terms of the quality of our surface water in these streams. So your father and others have done a great service in protecting our water in the Catskills. On the other side of the coin of the Bond Act, of course, the Commissioner and I were on different sides. We're on a program on radio on this particular station just before. And a major concern of mine in the Catskills was land acquisition and the lack of being a good neighbor and guaranteeing a payment of taxes on that. But I think you're absolutely right, Karen. Most people didn't even know it was on the ballot. I think a poll showed 70% were unaware of it before.
That's right, but the bond issue was going to be used partly to protect the watershed. So how does the defeat affect us?
The defeat doesn't affect us so much because we're committed to protecting the watershed, and the city will have to use its own funds now, but we will find the funds in our capital budget to do so. The Bond Act went down for the same reason David was suggesting, that many people who don't need to buy bottled water. There was a lot of snake oil out about the Bond Act, and a lot of preying on people's fears. There's some legitimate concerns like the ones Dick raised. But I have to feel that the people of New York, and I think as the dust is settling, people are already beginning to come to this realization, really shot themselves in the foot, because what makes New York New York is the kind of things, the trout streams, the mountains, the seashores, the meadows, the barrens, and...
Right, you know what, I don't want to re-debate the bond issue because it's a dead issue. It lost
no, it's not a dead issue. It's not a dead issue.
Why not?
Because you still need those things.
Yeah, I'll throw one thing in. Brian, $200 million would have had to been paid for in order to finance that Bond Act. That $200 million would have had to go no matter what happened with the economy. I'm a member of the legislature. I think that $200 million ought to be appropriated. I think it ought to go into the non-revolving fund with regard to water. I think it ought to pay for the Great Lakes. I think it ought to pay for landfill closures. I think it ought to pay for the recycling aspects. And by the way, there's enough money to do all of those things that would have been there. And we would have been doing it up front without paying another dollar for each dollar for interest. So we have an opportunity for common sense environmental concern. And those that say that people aren't concerned about the environment are misreading everything. The environment is right up at the top of everybody's concerns. But we want to be fiscally responsible and use a common sense approach to these issues. We should be moving on in Albany with dealing with environmental issues.
Commissioner, one of the suggestions that people have for dealing with the watershed, all this area around the reservoirs that you're afraid is going to get more polluted, is to just buy up the land. I've read an estimate that it would cost about $1 billion to buy all the land that you're talking about, and that compares to $5 billion for filtration. Is that viable?
Well, first of all, it would cost a lot more than $1 billion. For one, if for no other reason, the last 50,000 acres would become astronomically priced. But secondly, it's neither politically viable nor necessary.
That's wrong.
And that there are many I don't completely agree with Dick when he says we were good stewards of your water, but I don't disagree with that premise either. And I think there is certainly a basis here to work out a partnership for the environment and for the future. And that's the best course of all. And the city really is only looking to buy land when we're forced into a position when we really have no other alternative but to do that.
Why isn't buying land something that you would be interested in? Because that way the communities would get money and the watersheds would be protected.
Brian, I wish other callers would call in. Most of you, many of you have visited the Catskills. They're beautiful. My roots go back to the Revolutionary War in those hills. We have certain rights along with property rights. They're basic to our country. But the thing is that it just isn't right. There is a personal aspect as well as a physical aspect, a human side to those mountains. I live in a community that's so small, it's unbelievable, about 3,000 people. Town of Neversink's a political subdivision. 2 reservoirs round out Neversink. There were 4 hamlets in those reservoirs. The people were moved bodily out of those valleys in order to give you your water. And I think it's important to realize that it just isn't right to just ups and move us out further of the watershed area in order to protect it.
Yeah, hold on.
No one
is talking.
together.
Yeah,
I know that, but I mean, if you go that far, it's not right.
Yeah, but let's not emotionalize this issue in terms
But they're real people up there, Al.
But I know they're real people, Dick. They're also real people down here drinking this water.
But what happens if the city were to buy up all that land in the watershed? I mean,
it's like the argument about why don't we cure the federal deficit by simply selling off assets.
But
you can buy up the land only once. And then where do the people go? It had been farmland. It had been, productive, taxable, useful land. If you need more land, where do the people go?
So
what happens? It's a short. It strikes me as a short-term solution to a long-term problem.
But it's been in the media by many people that they want to buy up all the land, not from the people sitting at the place, but it has been in the media that that's a cheaper way to do it, and I think that's wrong. It's not right.
No, it's not wrong. It's just silly.
All right, let's take another phone call. I want to take another phone call, and I think that it's on this topic. So, hello, caller, you're on the air.
Hi, my name is Martha. I'm from Manhattan. We happen to own some property on the Rondout Reservoir. And the question that I'd like to ask is exactly what is being proposed to be done. We certainly want to do anything we can do to aid in the conservation of water in the watershed, in the Catskills, and so on. Exactly what is being proposed.
All right, Commissioner, you did issue some specific new rule proposals this fall. Tell us about them.
Well, the rule proposals basically do 3 things. They set up buffer zones in which certain environmentally dangerous activities cannot take place. Secondly, they require prior approval of sewage disposal and septic systems for any new development. And third, they set up notification systems for activities that are okay if they're done in certain ways but present disaster potentials. For example, oil storage. If there's an oil storage accident near a stream and a discharge of oil into a stream, we need to know about it immediately so we can contain it, clean it up before it gets into the reservoirs. So basically our regulations do 3 things. They set up buffer zones, they set up approval standards for sewage disposal, and they set up warning and emergency procedures.
Assemblyman, which of those, if any, do you object to?
My great concern is the fact that basically, if enacted as proposed in a discussion draft, I believe that that would force further subdivision in the Catskill region. Let's take agriculture, which I know best because I'm a farmer with a farm within that watershed. That basically they're originally are saying no grazing of animals within the watershed because, of course, that was in the July 20th original draft.
No, it was.
Yes, it was.
That wasn't, it was not in the draft that put out.
Okay, but it was there.
I don't hold you to every idea your staff proposes either.
Fair enough, and I'm glad. And I think it was important that the commissioner put it out as a discussion draft, and I feel that's very important. But Brian, then they went in terms of grazing, saying, look, we should eliminate runoffs from our pastures, zero runoff. You can't do that. It's impossible. If you visit the Catskills, any of you, the valleys are narrow. We tend to farm the land along the creeks. Our cattle are up on the side hills predominantly. They suggested berms are best management practice. There's a way around this. Basically, it's using grazing capacity. I've said that before. Certainly in
What does that mean?
Okay, grazing capacity would say you would be allowed a certain number of cattle per acre, and that particular, you could chew down the grass they could to a certain level only, and that would disperse them somewhat. That's a much more logical way to go, because I think the commissioner and myself concur that low density use is good for the watershed, and I certainly hope the people recognize that. That's why you don't have turbidity in your water, etc. But on the other hand, if he goes so far as to talk about putting in berms, there would be on the side of a hill putting in a physical barrier to the water running off. The average dairy farm in Delaware County for the last 5 years has been $26,172 family income. That might be more than one family. That's what they're living on. They can't afford these additional costs, and of course that brings in the cost-sharing issue. Now, obviously, I think we're going to have a meeting of the minds here as time goes on, and the discussion draft will be changed dramatically vis-a-vis agriculture. I certainly hope so. And I think they did very well vis-a-vis logging already, and I would hope that would stay there, because there are two major land use patterns that we have in the Catskills.
The whole thing, in a way, is kind of unfair, isn't it? I mean, the city has the rights to all this land around the reservoirs.
But we own it and pay taxes on it.
But you own it and pay taxes on it.
No, well, it depends on what is unfair by this. 85 years ago, a decision was made that if the state of New York wanted to have a city of New York, it had to have a source of pristine water. That process was done with a minimum of unavoidable dislocation, and it was done in areas that provided this resource that the whole state drew from. What is now being said is that people who want to practice development in a certain way are saying it is unfair for us to have a responsibility to this larger public. I think it's important to keep in mind that at this point in land use regulation debates, people always say three things. First of all, it's illegal, immoral, and fattening. Secondly, we will go broke doing it. Thirdly, it's un-American. What happens is we fight these things through. We work out, people like Dick and I negotiate things. We sort out what makes sense from what doesn't. We come up with better ways. And we wake up one morning, we find we outlawed child labor, and the country didn't come to a screaming halt. The abolitionists used to say in the South that if you abolish slavery, you destroy the economic basis of American society.
Right.
We always have this kind of rhetoric, and it is always overblown, and it always plays to the emotion. And we find a way to do it, and life goes on, and we've made progress.
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hi, you're on the air. Welcome.
How are you doing there, gentlemen? My question is, I have two questions, first of all. My first question is, who's in charge of monitoring the local municipalities? I'm calling from Rockland County, which is on the other side of the Croton, so I don't think we get our water from the Catskills directly. But I just want to know, because just recently we've had a report in our local newspaper that the DEC has come out and said on record that some of the groundwater, which comes directly into a hazardous waste site, which is being closed by the state, has been contaminated for 5 years. That's one of the sites, and there's another site right now which they're checking also. But
what's your other question?
And my other question is, some months back there was a test or a survey that came out, or results of a test that the FDA or somebody did in regards to fluoride in the water. I want to know if there have been any tests done with chlorine. I mean, chlorine is a chemical and it is a poison, and that's the one reason why a lot of people are switching from tap water to bottled water, because of taste and because of the chlorine.
Okay, those are two very good questions, and we'll get into both of them. Let's do the reservoir monitoring first. Commissioner, who's in charge of that?
Ultimately, the State Department of Health is, the state DEC is responsible for monitoring certain environmental threats to that. Groundwater, particularly in suburbanizing areas, is under tremendous pressures. Actually, groundwater in the state is actually more threatened than our surface water at the moment. In terms of chlorine, one of the safe water drinking standards calls for the removal of chlorine byproducts, particularly trihalomethanes. One of the reasons we in New York City are going to be able to meet that standard is we use so little chlorine compared to most municipal systems that when the water goes into the building, the level of chlorine is at the minimum of detectable level in terms of current water chemistry. We use really just a touch and nothing more.
Mr. Hunt, some people are concerned about chlorine, and as he says, that's why some people are going to bottled water. Do you think that, considering New York City's water quality, that switch is unnecessary?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There are people in other parts of the country who object to that chlorine swimming pool kind of taste. It's not really a health hazard. It's just
well, some
unpleasant.
people would say that the byproducts are a health hazard. You mentioned trihalomethanes.
Yeah, certain byproducts, but again, those byproducts aren't necessarily chronic parts of a water supply. They too can be removed. They don't have to be there in dangerous quantities in the first place.
What are the most common pollutants in New York City that water systems or bottled water can help you avoid?
For New York City?
For New York City.
I don't know specifically. My hunch is there are very few contaminants in the New York City water.
What about the lead that sometimes gets into people's water in the building?
Again, as the commissioner said, that's a problem with an old building that was put together with materials we now know present a hazard. Lead is a major problem with drinking water, and it's a pernicious problem. You can't taste it, you can't see it, and you can't smell it.
So there's no way for you to know.
Not unless you have your water tested. There is, fortunately, a very low technology way to reduce lead levels in your drinking water. Let the water run for a couple of minutes, especially in the morning, before you use it. There are now also some filters that are quite effective at removing lead from drinking water. They're relatively low priced. Again, fairly easy to install.
What does relatively low priced mean in this field?
Under $200, as I recall. Certainly, if lead is a problem and you can't bring the level down any other way, I would say that would be a very, very wise investment.
So you advise that people let their water run, especially if it's the first thing in the morning. I live on the 18th floor. Do I have to let it run for 15 minutes?
I'll let the commissioner answer that. He has more experience with
over the next couple of years, we're going to try and help devise some testing protocols. You may not need to let your water run at all. The best water to do is what we call first flush in the morning. And you don't even need to let it run as long as you don't use that for drinking water first thing around.
If you flush your toilet in the morning, that's going to get the water going in the pipes, and it's the same difference?
It's the water that stands there in the pipes overnight and has more time to act on the lead if there is lead there. So basically that's right. As you start showering, you start flushing your toilet, that water gets cleaned out of the system, because until it comes into your, depending on what riser it is on in your building, you get rid of that water. Another very good tactic, and it's very important for mothers of small children, if you're not sure your building's water is lead-free, what you can do is you can put water at the end of the day in, say, a half-gallon jar and store it in the refrigerator, and that can be the drinking water you use overnight.
Right.
That water, even in old buildings, will be virtually lead-free.
And that's also why people drink from the cold water tap, or even for cooking, use water from the cold water tap and not the hot water tap.
Exactly,
right?
exactly. I was going to ask the commissioner what resources your department or the health department might have for New York City residents who would be concerned about, let's say, lead levels in their drinking water.
We are actually just gearing up a lead program now, and we're doing it in conjunction with the State Health Department. And starting in January, we are actually going to put out on the street some information, some public education. We're going to target it at groups that are high risk, particularly pregnant women and family with small children. Lead impact is much more serious for them. Now, to put this all in context, you should know that according to the City Department of Health, we've been testing for lead in the city for 20 years. We've tested more people than ever before at lower detectable lead levels than ever before, and we have fewer people showing up with lead exposure than ever before. And also, what Woody Myers will tell you is that the lead in water is a concern. The main pathways for lead are still building paint, and contaminated building debris, and atmospheric lead.
But this will be a problem in individual buildings in certain parts of the city.
That's right.
And the older your building, the more likely it is to be a problem?
Or if the building has been renovated, say, in the last 5 years, and depending on the plumbing company and whether they're conscientious about the kind of solder they're using, but also very elite buildings that are using brass fixtures. American brass fixtures are 8% lead. European brass fixtures are 0.1% lead. I don't want to add to our trade imbalance, but...
but that's a paradox, because just when you think you're safe if you live in a new building or a luxury building, here comes this information.
That's exactly correct. And who knows what the luxury building, what else is going on there. There's lead service lines coming in. We are looking actually into whether or not the city should start a program of selective replacement of service lines, because service lines are a major source.
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hi, I'd like to bring the topic back to chlorine in the water, and my comment is directed towards Commissioner Appleton. Commissioner, when you claim that there is a minuscule amount of chlorine in the water, it strains my credibility, because when I turn on the water in the morning, the smell of chlorine is so powerful, it makes my eyes burn. More than unpalatable, it's frightening, because I let the water run. I let it run for 10 minutes. I let it run for 15 minutes.
Where do you live?
Chlorine is still really powerful.
What neighborhood do you live in?
She doesn't have to say that on the air. Yeah. What I would like you to do, if that is actually the situation, is I would like you to call our communications center at the number I gave earlier, 212-566-1235, so you don't have to put the name on the air if you don't want to, and we will send someone out and take a look at the water, because if you really have that kind of situation, it sounds very asymptomatic, but there are asymptomatic situations.
All right. And Brian, that's one of the good things about being here in the city. We have such good quality water coming out of the Catskills. It is a liquid gold. It is a finite resource. Many people don't understand that. And any time that we're talking about letting the water run, et cetera, I like the Commissioner's idea of taking your water at the end of the day from the tap and putting it into the icebox rather than allowing the water to run, because this is a precious commodity that we take for granted.
And we haven't talked
it's
about...
very costly.
We haven't talked about supply here at all tonight, but that really is an issue, with droughts apparently happening more frequently.
Well, if the greenhouse effect is right, we in fact could have droughts having more frequently, but the city actually has the world's largest water conservation program underway, and over the next 10 years the city will spend over $500 million on water conservation, and we're going to save several hundred million gallons a day in terms of water use. And the culprit in water use is the toilet. 75% of all domestic water use goes to the toilet. And as we introduce better engineered low-flow fixtures, that is going to make an enormous difference in water consumption in the city.
All right, let's take another phone call. Hello, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Bill Cleary from Staten Island. My question regards the quality of water in Staten Island in connection with the water in Manhattan. I noticed that the water in Manhattan tastes much different from the water in Staten Island, and I wonder if they come from the same source. Could you please address that question?
Absolutely. Same source. Some of it comes from the same pipes. Most of the time when people get different taste, it is because of the particular piping of the building or the buildings they're drawing it from.
All right. Mr. Heim, how do you know if a given water system is right for your home, especially if a salesperson approaches you?
Well, the first thing you should do is not necessarily take the salesman's word for anything, but have the water tested by an independent lab, or contact the local water department, contact Commissioner Appleton's department, to find out what, if anything, is in the water when it arrives at your building or in your tap. Only then can you really know if there's anything you should be doing to your water. Now, there are things that simply make the water unpleasant, like the chlorine smell, turbidity, that kind of cloudiness that sometimes comes into the water. And there are certain things like lead contamination that you can't know exists, but they can be lethal.
Now, when you get a water test, do you have to ask them to test for certain things? Or can you just say, here's my water, what's in it, or you know what the common pollutants are in my area?
There are 2 or 3 labs that service the entire country. You can mail a sample to these labs via overnight express, and they will run a broad spectrum of tests. The broader the spectrum, the more the test costs, but they're all fairly reasonable, and they will look for the most common contaminants. They'll look for the most worrisome contaminants.
So you don't have to know all that much before you send your water
the good
sample
thing
out.
about each of these labs is that the results come back with a long explanation, so you don't have to have a chemical engineering degree or be a Master of Science in Public Health. They'll tell you what's there and tell you what it means. Very good services.
Let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Yeah, my name's Mark. I'm a little bit further south than where Richard lives, upstate there. My question is 2 parts. The first part is increasingly Long Island is coming under, their water resources are coming under increased pressure. And there's been talk of them tying in somehow with the New York City system. And constantly we're reading about some of the counties upstate, particularly Orange County, that are having problems. And also in conjunction with New York City's relatively high per capita consumption, about 10 years ago there was a project under study, which was the Tox Island Dam project.
Okay, and you want to know about that? Yeah.
I think that was put on the back burner until the year 2000, and it would be reviewed again. What is the possibility of bringing that on?
All right, let's take that one first. What was that project, and is it on the back burner?
Tox Island is dead as a doornail.
Absolutely.
So there's no point in talking about that any further. And it was not a water project for the city, although some alleged it was. The first thing about Long Island is Long Island's water supply is getting to be in very serious trouble because of the misuse of the land and the fact that Long Island's water is a sole source aquifer.
Wait, for our viewers who don't know what that means,
That
what
means
does
it's
that
all
mean?
groundwater and only groundwater. There's no surface water used on Long Island.
And
for
it all
drinking
comes
water.
from one aquifer under
From
the
a
ground.
series of interlocked aquifers that are layered underneath the clays on Long Island. Now, the suggestion that Long Island would use New York City water is really, from our perspective at this point, a suggestion that New York City should bail out the misuse of land on Long Island with Dick's water, basically, if you adopted Dick's viewpoint for a second. This is nothing that I think makes either Dick or myself very excited. I think before you could ever talk about sharing our water, you would really have to talk about Long Island bringing its environmental standards up to the kinds of standards we apply in terms of our own water supply and in terms of our reservoir system.
And if I could just jump in on the Tox Island issue, DEP and myself, before Commissioner Appleton testified together separately, but same side of the issue, down Trenton, New Jersey, with the Delaware River Basin Commission, that's what DRBC is, about their number 17 proposal, a study proposal, which would have basically pumped the groundwater in the Catskill region to augment the flow of the Delaware. And the Tox Island would have been a dam project to hold water and, of course, ultimately to augment the flow at certain seasons. Interesting point, we're both on a panel up in Liberty recently, and the DRBC wants to raise the standards of their streams, and that's the west and east branch of the Delaware River, which is very important to your Delaware part of your system down here. And the reason is the level of the water is so high, it's above their standards, they'd like to raise the standards to keep it high. Gives you an idea just how good that water is that you're getting from our Catskill Mountains.
All right, let's get in another call here. Hi, you're on the air.
Hello, yes. My name is...
Hello, go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm from the Bronx.
Yes.
Queens. I'm calling
Bronx,
about...
Queens.
Huh?
Go ahead, you're from two boroughs.
Okay. We had a drought a few years ago, and I wanted to know if there are any monies that will be used for building new reservoirs.
All right, do we need new reservoirs,
The
Commissioner?
The cost of building a new reservoir is so much larger than conserving water that what we've got is $500 million in conservation. What you should think of as a reservoir is all the water we could save in the city with better water conservation. That's the reservoir we're going to build, and that's the reservoir we're going to get our new water from.
I'm one of those people who runs around the Central Park Reservoir, and sometimes as I'm running, I am just amazed that we store our water in the middle of the city like that. Is it safe, and is it clean?
It is safe and it is clean. The Central Park Reservoir is a part of the Croton water system. Actually, we don't really need the reservoir for much longer, but it's a nice thing to have. It serves some balancing functions, and it is safe and it is clean.
All right. We have under 2 minutes left. Let me just go around and get some closing comments from each of you. Mr. Heim, for the consumer, what should they look out for? What should they do?
They should look out for fast-talking salesmen who are trying to sell them equipment they may not need to solve a problem that they may not have. They should come armed with knowledge about what, if anything, is in their water that could be worrisome.
All right. Commissioner, in about 30 seconds, where do we go now that you've proposed these rules for the watersheds?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say it's particularly true in New York that you probably don't need this stuff most of the time for most problems. And whatever is talked about, this is still the country's best urban water. Where do we go from here? We either go to constructive solutions or we go to people digging in and wasting a lot of time and money. And a lot of that's going to depend on Dick and his folks and whether or not we can forge a partnership with them.
And he passes the baton to you.
And certainly for you, the 9 million listening public out there, I beg of you to realize we've been great stewards of your water. As Al and I work through these regulations from discussion draft to final draft, keep in mind that let's help keep the low density utilization of land area, the 1.2 million acres in the Catskills. It's crucial.
All right. Assemblyman, Commissioner, Mr. Heim, thank you all very much for coming out tonight. And as you can hear, it'll take a lot to keep New York City's water as pure and plentiful as it's been in the past, and it'll take education on your part to know what to do about your own drinking water. If you have questions about the water in your tap, you can call the Department of Environmental Protection Central Complaint Number at 212-966-7500. And the January 1990 issue of Consumer Reports magazine has an extensive article on home water systems. Next week on Endangered Our Urban Environment, what to do about oil spills. I'm Brian Lehrer. Good night. Ever since the Exxon Valdez dropped 11 million gallons of oil into Prince William Sound last year, Americans have been sensitive to the problem of oil spills. But right here in Brooklyn, there's a spill that's even bigger than the Valdez disaster. And in the waters between Staten Island and New Jersey, Barges and oil tankers leak oil just about every day. Good evening, I'm Brian Lehrer. Welcome to Endangered Our Urban Environment. We're here with you live tonight to talk about oil spills, their effects on health, the environment, and the economy. And we'll hear about a new government plan just announced for preventing and containing oil spills in the city. In a few minutes, we'll take your phone calls and meet our guests for tonight. First, let's take a look at New York Harbor and talk to some people who know it well.
In New York Harbor, we have approximately 1.2 million barrels of petroleum product moving a day, and that equates to 500 million gallons of petroleum product that is moved in barges, ships, and pipelines through the Port of New York. Approximately 75% of that oil moves through the area called the Kilvan Cull, and that is the waterway that separates New Jersey from Staten Island.
The biggest hazard in New York Harbor is the amount of traffic that we get. It's a ship coming or going from New York Harbor every 6 minutes.
There are approximately 100 transfers of oil a day. That is, in other words, a hose being hooked up from a barge or a tank ship to a facility ashore.
The only type of oil that I've handled myself is when the Nautilus ran aground and there was just chunks of the oil floating around. It was just really bad.
On the oil spill from the BT Nautilus, this oil was very unique in that it was a very heavy oil, and it mostly stayed right in the Kilvan Cull area. The oil, in some cases, was approximately 2 or 3 feet thick, and when the oil cleanup personnel, some of them were standing in it up to their waists, actually using vacuum hoses, and the most that they could pull out was where they put the hose. We still have a couple of hundred people that are working in various areas. The concentration of the oil is a lot less, and we're down to more of the hot water washing and the scraping of the rocks.
Well, these guys are they're using steam to clean up the oil and the rocks from the oil spill about 3 weeks ago with the BT Nautilus.
How does it look to you?
It's pretty, the oil's real thick. It's almost like, it kind of looks like chewing gum almost.
It's terribly difficult work. It's manpower intensive, it's very sloppy, and it's also very dangerous.
The area that we're in right now on the western side of Staten Island is a feeding area for the herons, egrets, and ibis that nest on the islands in the Kilvan Cull and the Arctic Kill. It produces quite a bit of small marine life, which is their principal diet. The fiddler crabs you see along the bank here are the principal diet of the yellow-crowned night heron. The yellow scum or brown scum on the water is an oil residue. Whether this affects the crabs or not, we don't know yet. Shooter's Island in the Kilvan Cull has got a permanent boom around it now, I believe. That's to stop any future oil spill from flowing onto the shores, which helps to protect the wading birds in the pilings and the debris that have washed up on the shores. The barges that are located at the south end of the island are a nesting area for the gulls and cormorants out there. And this is a new species of bird for us to have breeding here on Shooter's Island, the cormorants. The way the oil affects the wading birds is it adheres to their body. When they go back to feed their young or to sit on the eggs, the oil is then transferred onto the eggs, and it will suffocate, or the poisons in the oil will penetrate the eggshell and kill the embryos. Another oil spill, to me, is disheartening to the fact of losing our local birds. Once they're gone, you can't tell a bird to come back.
This is Endangered Our Urban Environment. We're here with you live in the studio tonight. In a few minutes, we'll take your phone calls. My guests for tonight are Dr. Roberta Weisbrod, Special Assistant to the Commissioner of the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, Nina Sankovich, Senior Staff Attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council, and Commander Richard Softy, Alternate Captain for the Port of New York, New Jersey for the Coast Guard. Good evening to all of you. Thank you very much for coming in. Dr. Weisbrod, my figures say that there are 6 spills a week in New York Harbor. How is this possible?
Well, some of the spills are small, but that indeed is a approximately correct figure. That works out to the 250 spills a year that we are aware of. Some of the spills are very small. They're reported sheens, but some of the spills are large. This year, which was a year that we had a lot of spills, we had well over 1 million gallons of oil spilled.
How does that compare with other years?
Other years were what, in the 250,000 range, I would say?
Yes, considerably lower as far as the amount, but the numbers were approximately the same. We've had a small increase in the number of spills in this past year.
I mean, it sounds incredible, Commander, that there would be 6 spills a week on average in the harbor. This says to me as a layman that somebody's doing something wrong. Are they?
When we talk about the spills, we're talking about the numbers that are reported. And of course, a lot of those will be an unreported sheen. Some of them may be redundant. Those that actually come to the Coast Guard, and I believe that's where most of us derive the figures, because the Coast Guard is the primary agency for reporting oil spills to, we wind up having to investigate by law every report that comes in. So, and especially with the consciousness, as you had mentioned earlier, as a result of the Exxon Valdez and what have you, we get a lot more reports now, which lead us to, in some cases, larger spills.
So there's a lot more publicity about the oil spills today, even though they're happening in the same numbers they were 2 or 3 years ago, because of Valdez?
I would say so, yes.
Yeah. Ms. Sankovich, what do you think? Is the number of spills that we have here unusual for coastal areas of the country? And it still seems incredible to me that there can be some kind of spill virtually every day.
Well, it may not be unusual. It's certainly incredible, and we find it unacceptable that there are that many spills. The main cause of spills is human error. Underlying human error is the problem of these spills, and we believe that there have to be a lot of prevention measures to make up for that, for the human factor.
Well, I've read that the main cause is supposed to be human error, and I find that a little strange also, because what does that mean? Does that mean that the oil companies are hiring bad people?
I think it can mean even things like failure to maintain the equipment. It can mean poorly trained people. It can mean people who are not attending to their business while an oil transfer is taking place. And
see, it sounds like an excuse to me. It sounds like if we're blaming human error, we're saying that the people are bad, and I have a hard time believing that the people are really bad. What must be the case, it seems to me, is that the systems are not sufficient, or the hardware is not sufficient to allow normal people to do this normally without all these spills.
I think the issue that we've grappled with and come to the conclusion is that the issue of standard of care, that the people aren't necessarily bad, but they don't know the best way to do things, and they're not attuned to the importance of the way that you should do things. And that's what we've been trying to put together in this bi-state effort with the oil industry. What is the best way to do an oil transfer, to maintain your equipment, to train your people, to staff them properly?
Well, there's been a declining standard of care in the harbor. I think that there's no doubt about that. And there's also been an inability of the regulating agencies to carry out the inspections that are necessary to make sure that a higher standard of care is reached. I think the bi-state conference that Roberta spoke of.
And we'll talk more about that conference, but Commander, do you agree with that? Do you agree when she says that there's a declining standard of care in the harbor?
Well, the standard of care has something to be desired. There's no doubt about that.
Is it changing, though? Is it getting worse?
It is not. I don't believe it's getting worse. There are a lot of indicators that are showing that it's getting better. My people are out on the waterfront every single day, inspecting barges, inspecting waterfront facilities, monitoring the actual transfer operations, and we are seeing changes in procedures. We are noting the fact that people are getting more training. As a matter of fact, some of the companies are training people and then they're moving on now that they've received some new training. So we are optimistic that things are changing, but we do have a lot of room for improvement. There's no doubt about that.
The Coast Guard itself has admitted that they don't have enough inspectors to carry out the inspections that are necessary of vessels and of facilities. And we we try to bring pressure on Congress so there's more funding for the Coast Guard. But this gives greater responsibility to industry to act in a responsible way and to act up to a high standard of care. Instead, I think they are acting within the standard that they can get away with, which is not good enough.
Do you agree with that, Dr. Weisbrod?
To an extent, I think that has been true. We do see change. We do see the willingness to change.
All right. Now, your department, in conjunction with the New Jersey DEC, just issued a report with a lot of recommendations for improving things in the harbor, for improving these standards of care. Tell us the essence of that. What's the biggest thing?
Well, first, I want to say that it was a bi-state effort, but with the Coast Guard played a major role, and the EPA and the industry. And the report had several components. The major component is the setting up of an audit system by which companies will be checking themselves against a very high standard of care that we jointly developed. And then there will be an independent consultant who will review those audits and make site visits and interview people and write a facility-specific report. And the unique feature, and almost revolutionary feature, is that those audits will be made accessible to the agencies.
So that's the backbone of this.
That's the backbone.
Audit, a very
There's a
thorough audit of
scoutmaster
operations.
standing behind that, and that scoutmaster gives the campers 120 days after they receive their audit to correct what they can correct and let us know what those things that they corrected were.
Who's the scoutmaster?
We are the
state?
scoutmaster, and we will get those audits, and when we see that there are outstanding violations, we will enter into an enforcement agreement.
All right, Ms. Sankovich, do you think that this is a significant step? Is this meaningful, or is this a piece of paper?
It is. It's a very meaningful step. But what must be remembered is that not violations may be identified, but also will be identified are ways to improve spill prevention and response in the harbor that currently aren't regulated. So recommendations will come out of the audit. It's important that the pressure be kept on the industry. Right now they're cooperating very well. They are interested in improving spill prevention. I think it has a lot to do with the public relations image, but it's very good that they're doing that. We have to keep that pressure on so that when recommendations come out of the report, they implement the recommendations.
Commander, what do you think is the worst of the standards in the harbor right now as they're being practiced? They probably asked you this in researching the report, but what do you think are the real problems here? If they're going to audit a lot of elements of how oil is moved through the harbor, where are the real problems?
Well, let me just back up 1 minute and tell you how the Coast Guard has pursued this. This question has been asked for a long time now, and under a board of inquiry called the Henn study, this is Rear Admiral Henn, who conducted this back in June, I believe. We had a jury of experts come together and then had people from industry and various government entities. I believe both of you spoke at that. And what we did was we analyzed the whole system, as you had mentioned before, the system of transporting oil. And we've identified some of the problems. And they come back again to the training, and of course the amount of oil is tremendous. That 1.2 million barrels a day that move through the port, 28,000 vessel movements. So there are a lot of recommendations that came out of that, looking at the system as a whole, and some of them around training and procedure type things.
All right, so do you want to get specific a little bit and say which areas you think are the most important to shore up?
I myself look at training because I am a trainer, but I think that's the route. Just as we teach our children to do better, it's the same thing here. Right. We want to look over the whole system, and then throughout that system provide training in the use of the hardware, the system of just having the correct number of people to come together and coordinate. We've found some problems in communications.
Okay, do you want to get specific here? What do you think are the worst problem areas?
Well, the majority of spills occur during transfers. So the problem area centers on the transfers. Are there enough people monitoring transfers? The standards for how many people should monitor a transfer were set a while ago when not such large cargoes were coming in. It may be that now too much oil is the responsibility of one tanker man.
So when you say transfers, it's being transferred from
a barge to the shoreside facility, a refinery or a storage tank. Then there are also problems with the equipment involved in transfer. A number of spills this year happen from the hose or loading arm. So that's another. It's all issues of transfer.
All right. As you know, we're going to be taking some phone calls from our viewers tonight, and I'd like to go to our first phone call right now. Welcome. You're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you taking my call, and I also appreciate the fact that you're handling this matter so sincerely, because as a Staten Islander, I feel it's very, very important to all of us. However, I cannot agree where all of you seem to state that the issue here is that the producers or the distributors or the people who are handling the oil that is polluting our harbor and our kill are not aware of the issue of standard of care. I honestly have to say that after all these years, they are aware of the fact that they are not taking sufficient care. We have had Exxon with their pipe where they overruled even their own monitors, where their monitors indicated there was a serious spill into the coal. And they ignored it. Human beings went in and punched out those alarms and bypassed them. We have, to the Coast Guard representative there, I would ask the question, we had recently here where we had a barge sink at a pier where the barge hadn't been registered or licensed for, I believe, a period of 6 years. And yet the Coast Guard just says that he believes in training and he believes in inspection, and his men are out on the waterways every day doing the job. They're obviously not doing the job.
All right, Commander.
And also, if I may, just one more
very
point
briefly.
To Ms. Westport. She claims that the new bi-state or the bilateral commission that's coming out now, they're going to have the companies checking themselves. How do you have companies checking themselves when their employees are turning around and bypassing alarms? When the companies...
All right, let me stop you right there because we want to keep this moving. But, you know, he asks tough questions, and he is good to, he's right to ask tough questions.
Very good point.
What about the one for you?
Well, since we are public servants, I have to explain what we do. You know, my zone extends all the way from the Canadian border down through the Hudson River, through the port to Toms River, New Jersey. In that zone, we have 248 facilities. And as we mentioned before, the 28,000 vessel movements and all of the vessels in the port. I have a 70-man staff that's out there on a daily basis. Matter of fact, I have them out this evening, you know, doing surprise inspections. So we are out there, but it's a tremendous task. And as a result of the Hen report and also the support through the bi-state, we do need more people in this area. That is recognized.
He implies that there is awareness on the part of the companies of a standard of care, but they just don't live up to that standard. And he mentions the pipeline rupture, which is the big spill that you probably remember from last New Year's Day when 500,000 gallons leaked into the Arthur Kill from a ruptured pipeline.
Mm-hmm.
Now that spill, Commander, took place even though there was an alarm going off, because there was a broken alarm for 2 years that nobody fixed.
12 years.
12 years?
Yes.
Dr. Weisbrod?
Oh, you're going to let him off the hook?
I'm not about to speak for Exxon.
Right, and I should mention, by the way, that nobody from any oil company or the Oil Industry Association agreed to come on the program tonight, so nobody can really speak for them. But if you're monitoring this out in the harbor, it says that, you know, maybe you know some of this that's going on. I mean, I've heard accusations that the Coast Guard is too easy, has too close a relationship with the producers.
Well, I've heard those same things, but I have to tell you that in no way, shape, or form is the Coast Guard, you know, into cahoots, as they say, with industry. We are on those facilities every day, and we are looking at the systems every day. We have regulations through our 33 Code of Federal Regulations that say that every transfer, you know, must be monitored. Everyone must have various checkoff lists for agreements and communications and the hookups, and we do monitor that on a daily basis. And when things such as the Exxon spill happened, the moment we found out about it, we had every resource we could on scene for the response aspect. So I'm not going to say that the Coast Guard did not do a good job. I'm very proud of everything we did there. But you know, we again have the same, you know, limits as everyone else with money and personnel.
All right, Ms. Sankovich, what do you think about that particular accusation that the Coast Guard has too close a relationship with industry, not only in New York but around the country in oil-heavy harbors? Is there something to that? Is that part of the reason for the spills?
Well, I think that it can cut both ways. I think the Coast Guard has a very close relationship, and that can be dangerous because then they will be more empathetic to what the concerns of the industry are and just the day-to-day getting the job done. But on the other hand, Commander Softy has special knowledge of what the industry is doing out there. They are out there every day. And in fact, NRDC turns to the Coast Guard to get such information. I do think that there have to be organizations who, like NRDC, and then there has to be the state agencies also involved to make sure that there's nothing too cozy going on.
In a sense, I think a problem may be not merely the inspection issue, but the enforcement issue what actions do you take when you find that there are repeated violations with
and
the
enforcement
company?
has been too lax in the past?
I think, the one example we see that has been egregious is the case of the Frank family, and I'm very proud that our agency did a summary abatement and put that barge company out of business. There's been administrative hearings. They're concluding in a few weeks. There will be a judgment rendered, but they may be out of business.
Right, right. And this is the one, if you don't know, that the paper's referred to as the Dragon Lady of New York Harbor, right? But Ms. Sankovich, is that a good sign to you? Is that a sign of a change in attitude? Would the Frank family not have been put out of business a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago?
Perhaps not a few years ago. I think that it's a very good sign. I wish that a stronger message could have been sent out, in that I would have liked to see, even though she is very old, would have liked to see some sort of jail time, just to send a message out.
She's 75 years old, isn't she?
She's very old. But there is a message that has to be sent out. There are a number of barge companies. In fact, you bring up an interesting issue, which is the barge issue. A number of very serious spills occur from barges, and the barge industry is a very peculiar industry. It's run by a lot of small companies and a few large ones, and they're harder to regulate, more independent. And
I want to get back in a few minutes to the barge issue, because there's a difference between barges and tankers, which a lot of people don't know, but which is very important to the local water. So we'll come back to that in a few minutes. Right now, I want to take another phone call. So hello, you're on the air. Hello, are you there, caller?
Hello.
Yeah.
My name is Robert Clark. I wonder about the Oil Pollution Act of 1990, which the President has just signed, authorizing $4 million over $3 million over a 4-year period for the Coast Guard Oil Pollution Minimization Project.
All right, now that brings us back to the barges pretty quickly. But tell us from your point of view what that law will do, the new federal law.
Oh, the new federal law is very good. There are very good provisions. Coast Guard now is working on implementing regulations, and it's a good act. You can
All right,
probably
Commander, what does
I'd
this mean for the Coast Guard?
Sure. The traditional role from the Federal Water Pollution Control Act put the Coast Guard in a coordination role. And it's very strict to say coordination. We're not commanding the situation. So now with the new verbiage in the new law, it says we will direct cleanups. And that changes our role tremendously. If just looking at the words of coordinate and now direct. So it has changed the Coast Guard's role considerably. I'd like to make just one more comment back onto the leniency or whatever we were talking about with the Coast Guard. A lot of people fail to realize that, and we don't dramatize this or put it before the media or what have you, even the issue before regarding the Frank family, we had shut down part of that operation just the week before, and once they came up to regulation once again, it was back into operation. There were 3 barges that had certificates removed, and they were removed, and we put that part out of operation. We do this on a daily basis. I sign captain of the port orders very frequently, putting various parts out, but we can only enforce to the level of regulation. All of the intents here through the Bi-State Commission and the various other initiatives going on right now are all looking to raise that standard of care above what we have to do as regulation. And I'd like to say we enforce to regulation.
What that says to me, Dr. Weisbrod...
Yeah, and I wanted to answer the first speaker's second question.
Yes, and I want to get back to that, because that's about the voluntary compliance, which is a very important question. But I just want to stay on this point for just a second, because if he's issuing orders and tickets, or whatever you call them, to the companies on a regular basis, and then they get it back up to compliance, and then they go out again, and then they're down under compliance again, what does this say? Doesn't this say that the standards or the enforcement by your agency are not strict enough, because this becomes the cost of doing business for these companies?
By my agency? Our agency has a very limited handle on the barge company, which we've now used. And our limited handle is the fact that we license the barges. And it's really has been a tax collecting, fee generating method. But we have now moved into that with a sense of authority and using that licensing as an authorization. And by virtue of that, now are able to do this summary abatement and take a more active role.
Then, Ms. Sankovich, who has the responsibility for really enforcing the sanctions, for sanctioning these companies when there are serious violations, so that it is not the cost of doing business?
Well, the Coast Guard has inspection and enforcement powers over the barges, but there's another factor to throw in here, and that's who's moving the barges. For intraport movements of vessels, you don't need a licensed pilot on board. And if you have a licensed pilot on board, if they get in trouble, you can't bring an action against them because they weren't operating under their license. If you have an unlicensed pilot, you can't bring action against them because they have no license whatsoever. So not only do we have the problem of barges not getting, not being kept up to par, but we have the problem of pilots not bringing the barges and the other vessels the way they should in and around the port.
All right. Now I want to give you the opportunity to answer the second part of the first question. And I had the same question because this set of recommendations that you just issued really involves voluntary compliance. And that's a euphemism to me.
There's two parts to that.
Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Okay. First of all, those that don't enter are going to be the first ones that we enforce again. They will be subject to our scrutiny. And this is something that those participating facilities requested of us. They said, we're going to do this, and you're going to let the ones that aren't participating get an advantage on us? No. And we agreed, and we said, yes, we're going to subject those facilities that are not participating to great scrutiny. Secondly, the speaker asked the question, that you're letting these facilities audit themselves? Ha. No, that's not the case. The facilities first will do an internal audit, and then there will be hired a consultant team of auditors, and that hiring process will be a joint government and industry process, reviewing and hiring and overseeing that consultant team. And the consultant team will go from facility to facility, writing facility-specific reports, which we'll get. And they will also do analysis of the harbor in general.
But I want to go to a call in just a second.
So there's an independence there.
The bottom line is, who's going to be there to say, you're in trouble if they don't comply? What kind of trouble can they get in if it's voluntary?
We can take the full force of our scrutiny and examine the facilities, and if there are any violations, obviously we will take the full force of our enforcement capability.
You sign off on that? That's okay with NRDC?
Well, of course, the audit is good because it probably will point out some problems, and the facilities are going to be doing a review with an outside consultant coming in. The question is then, will enforcement come in? I mean, enforcement's been a problem all along. There still isn't the magic bell that's going to now start enforcement. A problem is funding. New York State doesn't have funding to start a whole new enforcement division.
We basically decided not to let that hamper us. And we have just moved our resources around and directed them in that direction, and have really the industry may have noted that there has been a very marked increase in inspections in recent months, and they will note, if they have not already, that there is a marked increase of enforcement activity.
All right, let's go to another call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Yes, I'm calling and direct my question to the Commander of the Coast Guard.
Go ahead.
Under the old Under the old Coast Guard rules and regulations, the Coast Guard was responsible for the maximum hours of work. For example, on the Exxon Valdez, they approved reductions in manning, and then the National Safety Transportation Board came out with a statement that the men on the Valdez have been working excessive number of hours. Under the old law, they had 12 out of 24. Under the new, it's 15 out of 24. If they don't enforce the existing laws on maximum hours of work, the men are going to be fatigued.
All right, Commander?
That's a very good point. That is being analyzed at the national level. The United States right now is not signatory to STCW, which is the Standards of Training and Compliance in watchstanding. And the Coast Guard is looking at that very strongly right now. We have study groups that are looking at, tankerman hours. We're looking at those that handle the actual transfers, and we're also looking at those that actually navigate the ships. And in some cases, those positions are pretty close, if not the same, but they work very closely as deckhands and also people to do the transfers. So the Coast Guard is looking at that, not singularly in this port, but we're looking at it over for the nation, and of course, you know, the initiative through the International Maritime Organization. I know our commandant was in London just this past week talking about this very subject.
Well, the caller raises a very good point, which is that manning and number of hours crew is being asked to work may certainly be a problem in New York Harbor. We've spoken with many trade union representatives who have said they are being asked to work much longer shifts than before, and that there are less crew on shifts, and that certainly would account for a lower standard of care.
All right, let's go to the phones again. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hello?
Hello, welcome.
Hi, maybe you can help me. I was wondering about maybe some preventive maintenance, such as maybe a double hull on the ship.
Okay, now the double hull, Commander, is
Yes,
mandated by the new federal law.
That is correct. By the year 2015, which is just like tomorrow, you know, dealing with the marine industry.
Week.
Well, it's when you look at an industry steeped in tradition and the way we used to do things. It is a very short time period, and indications are that some of the new bottoms that are being constructed now the orders are coming through for double hulls. So we are actually starting to see some companies that are taking that initiative now.
One of the problems that I understand exists with this is that the tankers have to have double hulls, but the barges do not. And it is the barges, the smaller ships, that actually move in our waters. Is that a problem?
It is a problem. Double hulls have shown, we've shown on a number of incidents that if there was a double hull, we probably would have minimized the amount of oil spilled. But all vessels are covered under that new legislation to the 2015 time period.
Is that right? All vessels, Ms. Sankovich? The federal law covers barges as well as tankers for the double hulls?
Tonnage requirement.
Yeah,
Isn't that right?
there is
Up
a certain
to
tonnage, and I'm not
below
familiar.
a certain tonnage, double hulls aren't required.
So will that cover most of the ships that go through the New York, New Jersey harbor?
I can't answer that for sure. I'm
the
not
new
sure.
legislation is so encompassing and it's so complex. I wish I could answer every question on it, but
I realize in both of the state recommendations and the federal. So you would probably say, even as a critical environmentalist, that there's significant movement in the last year at the state and federal level, and something meaningful is taking place now.
The first steps have been taken. There's no question about that. But the steps that will stand, the stones haven't exactly been laid. The outline's been laid. Now the stones have to go down. Things could stop now. And for example, we're moving into the busiest season in the harbor. Winter is the busiest season with home heating oil coming in, that sort of thing. And I can't say that we're better prepared at this point for preventing a spill and for responding to a spill. We may be a year from now when all the progress that went on this year is implemented over the next year.
Dr. Weisbrod, can you say with any certainty...
I can't even disagree slightly.
Go ahead.
I'm going to disagree slightly. We may not be better prepared to prevent a spill, or not magnificently better prepared to prevent a spill. We are better prepared to respond to spills. And unhappily, it's in part because of all the exercise that we got in responding to similar spills in the same place. So we knew right away where to throw the boom and that sort of thing.
Can you say with any confidence that this year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, there's going to be a smaller number of spills and a smaller tonnage or volume of spill?
I would say with confidence that there will be a smaller number of spills in the future, even in a near-term future. In a year or two, I think we'll start seeing a difference. It's very hard to say whether there will be still that big one. Might be difficult to prevent. I think we'll be better able to respond to that big one.
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi. I'm a consultant in the petroleum terminal industry, and I've managed terminals myself. And I wanted to address a couple of the points that were made. Number one, an oil transfer operation is not an intrinsically unsafe procedure. The main problem with it is that the terminals are poorly maintained, they're poorly manned, there's inadequate training, and a lot of the people that are doing the procedures are incompetent. There's a lot of circumventing of regulations, particularly the Coast Guard's requirements of the number of personnel required. And I think the major problem is the enforcement at the state level, in many cases, is appalling. I've been in facilities escorting state inspectors, DEC personnel, and they've just walked by in major violations without even realizing what they're looking at. They have no knowledge or experience in terminal operations, and they're really not qualified to inspect these facilities because they really don't know what they're looking at.
Dr. White, stay on the line for a second,
yes,
caller,
I
but go ahead.
think the caller has touched a point that we would agree with. One of the items identified in one of we had 6 subcommittees were in this bi-state effort, and one of them was called the Oversight Subcommittee, and there was a joint agreement that the quality of inspectors needed to be increased, and there was a commitment by industry to help provide training for inspectors regarding terminal operations. So I would agree with what you've
All
said.
right. Is the caller still there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to ask you, as somebody who's been involved with this, you seem to agree with a lot of the problems that have been identified by our panelists tonight. What do you think the most important solutions are? What steps do we most need to take as far as you're concerned?
I think the most important solution at this point is the existing regulations are not bad. They address real problems and they provide real measures that can be enforced. I think the major problem at this point lies on the state's end. The Coast Guard and the state divide up their responsibilities, and the Coast Guard more or less is concerned primarily with the mechanics of transfers themselves, but the actual design of secondary containment and the maintenance facilities and the testing of tanks and that type of a thing, bearing in mind that a lot of these terminals date back to the 20s and they have original equipment in them.
So that's where it needs to be
I think
sorted out.
basically
Yeah.
what needs to be
All right.
more experienced inspectors.
Okay,
Yeah, Brian,
thanks a lot.
I'd like to make
Commander,
a
go
comment
ahead.
since we're drawing the battle lines here. I just want to make sure everybody understands that there are different areas of jurisdiction on each individual facility. The Coast Guard is responsible for the vessel and the actual waterfront facility to the main shutoff valve, shoreward. And I would like to say that every facility in this port is up to the federal standards. The people that I have that actually go out there go through a 12-week training course. After the training course, they go through a very rigorous training program within the captain of the port office, and then after another 6 months, we actually give that person certification to be an inspector. So we take pride in the actual training of the inspectors that go out in the field.
And I know that the Coast Guard does a lot on a very limited budget, and I know how understaffed and underfunded you are, and I think considering that, everybody should be real proud of the Coast Guard. So
I appreciate
I'll
that.
say that. Okay, let's take another call. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Yes, hello. I'm calling on behalf of those of us who enjoy the New York waters and beaches. And I have a couple of questions. First, what are the environmental effects of the oil spills that have occurred in New York Harbor to date? And secondly, what would be the effect on the New York-New Jersey coastline if a spill the size of the Exxon Valdez spill occurred here?
All right, Ms. Hankovich, let me give that to you. Where are we almost a year after the Exxon pipeline rupture in terms of the birds, in terms of the marshland, et cetera?
Well, it's difficult to assess environmental impacts. It takes a period of time to assess them. But I can say that oil has very lethal impacts, lethal upon contact and sublethal, meaning as they accumulate in the environment. Now, as we know, the Arthur Kill has been the site of so many spills this year alone and in the past that we can say with certainty that the environment of the marshlands, the harbor heron's habitat, has been impacted. How much we won't know.
Commander, how long have you been out in the harbor?
In this particular harbor, just 2 years, but I've been in the spill response business for 17 and a half. I would like to say the impacts from this spill, I'm very pleased to see from my people that are out there on harbor patrols every day that we still have the birds and we're still seeing people fishing. There's undoubtedly impact, but I think because of the response actions, and as Roberta mentioned before, we are getting better and better. Unfortunately, it's because we've had spills, but now we have even another organization called the Multi-Agency Local Response Team, which comes together as a group, and we know each other. We know each other by our first names, and when things have to be done, we can bring those forces in a lot quicker.
Dr. Weisbrod, we saw in the tape that there is a new species of bird in the harbor in recent years, the cormorant, which is a beautiful bird, by the way.
It's actually
I've seen them
touched
close
on
up.
my favorite bird.
And they're wonderful birds. But my question is all of this just sensationalism? Is all of this, are people just being too excitable about the harbor? If we're attracting new bird species, how bad could it be?
The water quality in New York Harbor has increased over the past 2 decades, and it's increased because of the upgrading of sewage treatment plants, primarily. Not even upgrading, there have been 2 new major plants put in where there was where there were no plants. So 2 major plants have been recently put into New York Harbor to deal with a significant amount of raw sewage. So there is less raw sewage going into the harbor, and there are other measures taken to reduce pollutant inputs. We still need to go a long way. And
so the big picture you're saying is that things are actually improving.
Yeah, species diversity on the benthos, and abundance of species in the benthos, the bottom organisms, and on the water, and sensitive organisms. And the benthos have all increased. We also see that the harbor herons 10 years ago, I mean, they only started coming back 10 years ago. Those are the egrets and the herons.
Right.
But then there are the cormorants, and I think they've come in maybe for another reason, and that might be sort of the change in, this is possibly my own theory, but the change in temperatures, average temperatures, a little bit warmer here, and they've been seen sort of moving north.
Then maybe all the money and effort that we want to spend on this environmental problem is misspent. Maybe this isn't where we need to put our money. Maybe people are concerned about this because it's very visual, it plays well on television, but the harbor seems to be improving if what she says is true, and maybe we're better off spending our money on asbestos control or air pollution or whatever.
The improvements that have happened in the harbor are even a stronger reason why we need to stop oil spills. It makes the oil spills that occurred this spring even more reprehensible. We don't know what the impacts of the oil spills were this past spring. We won't know that for a period of years. It may be that next year no birds come back. It may be that cormorants come back and can't lay eggs. There are problems that we don't know about, but we've seen oil spill impacts in other areas of the country, and they are severe. There's no excuse. The standard of care the industry is exercising now is low, and there's no reason to let industry get away with that. They have to respond to spills now. It's money that they spend now. It's money they pass on to consumers. Why not spend the money on prevention? It's just a better way to spend money.
All right. Dr. Weisbrot, I want to bring up another topic. It's related, but it's not in the harbor, and that is the big oil leak beneath Greenpoint, Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this over, 40 or 50 years has been 17 million gallons, half again as much as the Exxon Valdez spill. How in heaven's name did all that oil get under the ground?
Leaking pipes, leaks over a long period of time. What we've done is put the oil companies responsible on consent order, and they had to come up with a monitoring plan to determine the extent of the oil under the water, the plume of oil. They have a schedule for putting in monitoring wells. They have a schedule for putting in developing a remediation plan and beginning remediation, recovering of the oil. And at this point, I'm told by our people in the field that the companies are adhering to the schedule. There was also, I might add, in the same area of Greenpoint, a spill of kerosene at the mobile facility in late January through early February, several days. 50,000 gallons of kerosene. It was not reported for 2 days. We slapped $500,000 fine on the company for the failure to report that spill.
All right. Ms. Sankovich, did they act well, in your view, after that spill was not reported? Is that enough?
Well, my question is, where are the $500,000 going? You have to make sure that when money is received, that it's then used to improve the harbor.
I would agree, and I can't answer that question, but in general, we certainly agree and try to structure it, and very often we have companies provide monitors, so they pay for our inspectors who go and continuously visit to make sure that the proper actions are taken. In addition, I think we've done something unique for that particular community. The companies have to go before the community groups on a regular basis and explain what they've been doing. And
what is it that's in Greenpoint, actually? Is it a mobile refinery?
I believe only storage tanks.
Just storage tanks. So these are leaking storage tanks.
That's correct.
And how long were they leaking before anybody discovered it? It must have been decades.
That's correct. I can't give you the history about when they were first discovered to be leaking.
I know that Mobil did agree to be responsible for at least a large share of the cleanup.
I believe Amoco as well.
And what is that going to cost? A lot of money?
Probably. I have my rule of thumb that at least for spills on the water, if you think that oil costs about $1 a gallon, the cleanup costs go about 100 times that, $100 a gallon, and with disposal it can be $150, $200 a gallon. So the cost of cleanup is 100 times the cost of the oil, and certainly
I believe it.
hundreds of times the cost of any prevention methods. If we gold-plated our audit process, and the companies were afraid to say numbers, and I guess because they don't want gold-plated consultants coming in, it would be several $1 million gold-plated. Right. The cost of cleaning up 1 million gallons is easily $100 million. So.
Let's go back to the phones right now and see if we have a call on Greenpoint. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello. How many New York State Environmental Conservation Police officers are in the city, and what do they do in terms of enforcement and prevention? And do you think that number is adequate, or should there be more Environmental Conservation Police officers? Thank you.
Dr. Weisbrot.
Okay, well, there are about a dozen. They serve a variety of functions, from fish and wildlife and selling of endangered species to bottle bill to various types of violations. They're part of an enforcement team. They're one component. They're the police, but we also have the inspectors and the attorneys. No, we don't have enough. And it's hard to know what the number would be. We try to maximize our resources. We do work with other entities. Our people are fairly astute and know where to look. But
is that where you would like to see them spend more money, or spend more of the money that they have? I don't think more money is coming.
Right. Well, no, there should be funding of environmental monitors. We also think that there should be funding of long-term spill studies. Often throughout the country where spills occur, short-term damage assessments are carried out to assess the damage just for the purpose of reaching a settlement with the polluter. But long-term studies are never carried out, so we don't really gain any knowledge about how to respond to spills, what the long-term impacts of spills are. Then, if we knew what the long-term impacts on a marshland were, we might respond to the spill in different ways. So we'd like to see money go to that. We'd like to see money go to increased public awareness of the harbor. I'm sure it came as a surprise to most of your viewers that there are herons, cormorant, all of that out there. When I first went out to the Harbor Herons area, it was so breathtakingly beautiful, and it was just right across the harbor.
That's Proles Island Bird Sanctuary that's out there in the Arthur Kill. Is that where it is?
Yes.
Can people actually go and visit that? Is that open to the public?
Well, not really,
no.
And they shouldn't, and that's partly why it's a sanctuary. It's not a place, quite frankly, you'd really want to visit. It's in the middle of oil terminals and refineries, etc., and that's what's allowed the herons to thrive. There are areas called the Harbor Herons Preserve, that areas that have been identified that we do want people to have public access, and that's certainly a goal of most of us. The Trust for Public Land identified these areas, and it's something that we would dearly like to see.
So if Proles Island is not for human enjoyment, it's maintained because it's such an important habitat for these birds?
That's correct, but we do want other areas that the birds visit to also be accessible.
Open to the public. Let me ask you one more question about Greenpoint, and that is, why should we be spending so much money on this if the oil is going into the ground? We don't drink the groundwater in New York City.
Well, I mean, I can answer that two ways. First of all, the immediate answer is that the people of Greenpoint are really suffering because of that oil that's in their basements, and they can smell the fumes. I mean, this is a problem.
So it really is getting into people's lives.
We are working to restore the Brooklyn Queens aquifer. It was depleted until about 40 years ago, and parts of it are still being used until very recently in the Jamaica area. Then it was there was some saltwater intrusion, stopped using it. Then it was repleted, in part because of leaky pipes, and we see high nitrate. But we want to see that Brooklyn Queens aquifer restored. We can use the water. We can use the water, initially for watering things, but we want to see that aquifer restored. And also the water can leach out, migrate out into the surrounding coastal water, and there are a number of initiatives ongoing now. The Harbor Estuary Program, jointly led by the 2 states and EPA, that seek to restore the water, and this is one of the ways that...
All right, let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on the air. Welcome.
Hi, my question has to do with what the individual can do to bring pressure on the grassroots level to politicians in government and to the industry in order to get them to act more responsibly and more specifically to provide more funding for enforcement and regulation within the Coast Guard and within the DEC.
Okay, Nina Sankovic, let me give that one to you first.
Okay. Well, it's one of the answers is the same old answer. You have to write to your representative. On the city level, it's very important, as on the state level, as on the federal level. Those are the ones who are making decisions about funding, and those are the people who make decisions about where penalties go to also. There are a number of penalties being gathered right now in New York Harbor for violations. Write to your state representatives now saying, we believe oil spill penalties should go to improve the harbor, not into the state treasury where they will disappear. So writing to representatives, joining an environmental organization.
I would say that I was going to add the latter, that there is certain organizations beside NRDC, the Audubons, as well as groups like Soundwatch and Littoral Society, that it's worthwhile to join with like-minded people. That letter carries a lot more clout when it comes from an organization. So.
One of the things the Coast Guard has done in this light is to include, which many people look at the Coast Guard as being somewhat bureaucratic. You know, we have a military organization. This Mallard concept, this multi-agency local response team that we've developed, we have reached out to include the person we call the baykeeper, and we look at him as being our touch, you know, to those local interests. As you can imagine, when you have a very complex spill, you have a person in charge, and that happens to be the captain of the port, Captain Larrabee in this case, and he's at the top, and he has to make all these big decisions as to where to go. Well, he wants to make sure that if that interest comes up about that sandworm or something, he wants to make sure that is brought through the right system to realize that that is the big issue. And if it is the big issue, we'll be able to respond to it. But if we get all of these little bits of information coming through without a system, then we can't make the logical decisions. So that's how we look at the input of the grassroots level.
Commander, let me ask you something about cleaning up oil spills, because I have read that, yes, oil spills are somewhat preventable, and a quick response is very important to contain as much of it as possible from getting out, but that cleanup is a joke. That for as much effort and as much money as goes into cleanup, you really can't clean up all that much.
It all depends. It depends on the weather at the time. It depends on the stage of the tide, the type of oil that's been spilled. We just had a recent spill up the Hudson River, 138,000 gallons of product. We cleaned up the amounts of a few thousand gallons out of that. Most of that evaporated and went into solution and was absorbed into the shorelines. You look at the BT Nautilus spill, which happened in the Kills. We had more than 75% recovery, but it was a very heavy oil. Whereas most of the time you have 10, 15, 20% max of a cleanup of a lighter oil. So is the money well spent? Well, the money goes towards cleaning up that which can be cleaned up, and all of the initiatives also out of the Oil Pollution Act are towards how can we do this better in the response? How can we boom quicker and better with more effective equipment?
All right, let's take another phone call. Hello, you're on the air.
Yeah, hi. I have a question I'd like to pose to the panel, but I guess basically to the Coast Guard. The oil spill response time, especially in the urban area like the Arthur Kill and Kilvan Cull, has been extremely long, in my opinion, anywhere from 3.5 to 5 to 7.5 hours response. I'd like to know if that has improved any, and if there's any provisions in the new federal law concerning the Pollution
Response
Control
time.
Act.
All right, Commander, the response time was a big problem in that Exxon pipeline rupture, wasn't it?
The response time, once it was identified, happened quickly once we were able to identify somebody who was responsible, a responsible party. We started to bring the equipment in. As you can imagine, when you have a spill and you have no direct knowledge, those people that should be looking out on the water, if it's not yours, you're looking around for it. And we're convinced that people were in fact looking for it. I had my people there, and we were looking here and there. Once we identify the problem, then we can bring in the appropriate equipment. In that particular spill, it was long. And as we've gone through time, as was mentioned earlier, we've gotten better. Unfortunately, it was just because we've had so many spills, but we have gotten to the point now where by state initiatives and some other initiatives where we're actually having equipment on scene so that when there is a spill, it can be deployed. We have requirements for more people to be on night watches, for instance, to be able to respond to
All right, we only have about 2 minutes left, and I just want to go around the room and ask you all where we go from here. Nina Sankovic, NRDC puts a lot of pressure on the government. You've got a major state response, a major federal response this year. Where do you go from here?
Well, we also try to keep a lot of pressure on the industry, and one of the callers asked how to do that. You keep pressure on the industry by boycotting industries that you feel aren't doing a good job, writing letters to industries you feel aren't doing a good job. We will continue to try to bring pressure on the industry. As I've said before, it's industry that's going to have to carry through on these bi-state recommendations, and it's industry that's going to have to raise their standard of care.
All right, in 30 seconds, Dr. Weisbrod, you've got these recommendations out now. What do you do?
We intend to implement them, and we intend to see that those audits are implemented, that the initiatives begun by Governors Cuomo and Florio and my commissioner, Commissioner Jorling, and Commissioner Yaskin, will be carried through. We intend to do that. We've set up a schedule. It will be done regular reporting on a monthly basis and a quarterly, more extensive reporting. So we intend to hold the feet to the fire.
Right. And in 30 seconds, Commander, where do you go from here?
Prevention. You know, we're looking towards better prevention, and we're looking at improving the systems. One of the things that we've done just recently, a matter of fact, it starts tomorrow, the vessel traffic system in New York has been brought back. It was terminated in '88. We reinstate it as of tomorrow with a vessel traffic control system to look towards preventing that catastrophic type of a spill.
All right. Commander, Dr. Weisbrod, Ms. Sankovic, thank you very much for coming in tonight. An interesting discussion on a problem that, judging from our phone calls, people are very, very concerned about. Thank you all. And yes, it's all too common in our world that nothing gets done until there's a crisis. It takes an Exxon Valdez or it takes a major spill off Staten Island to get our leaders to act. Now action has begun. Hopefully it will be enough to save the harbor of New York and New Jersey. Next week, the final edition of Endangered Our Urban Environment, ranking the risks. Which environmental issues are really the most important? I'm Brian Lehrer. Thanks for watching. Good night. Good evening, I'm Brian Lehrer. The price of oil is at an all-time high, and smog levels in New York City are now the second worst in the country. And yet, Congress has killed the Clean Air Act for another year, and the president refuses to order any conservation or alternative fuel strategies. That leaves it to New York City to come up with its own energy policy if it expects to bring down costs and clear the air. Tonight, we will talk about efficient use of oil and the prospects for alternative fuels. In a few minutes, we'll take your phone calls on the topic. My guests tonight are New York City Transportation Commissioner Lucius Riccio, Cheryl Trench, Executive Vice President of the Petroleum Industry Research Foundation, which does research for the oil industry, and Robert Watson, Energy Specialist with the Natural Resources Defense Council. Good evening to all of you. Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Brian.
Mr. Watson, let's talk first a little bit about the extent of the air problem in New York City. When the government says we have the second worst smog problem in the country, what does that mean?
Well, generally what they're talking about is the fact that New York routinely exceeds the ambient air quality standards that were set by the federal government about 10 years ago through the Clean Air Act. And these ambient air quality standards are what we're trying to make more stringent, because it's not clear that the levels that have been already set up are protecting public health.
What would you say are the major health effects from this pollution?
Well, there are two kinds of effects that you have to look at: the chronic effects and the acute effects. The chronic effects are sort of the day-to-day exposure to lower levels of pollution, and the acute effects are those that are one-time shots when you get a massive dose of air pollution, like during an episode.
For example, what diseases? What are we talking about most commonly as a result of air pollution?
If you're older or developing, you have the risk of getting lung damage. You can have severely diminished comfort levels. You can get colds. You can reduce your immune system. And athletes, for example, can't run. That's why they tell you to stay indoors. And in fact, they've shown that, for example, children growing up in Los Angeles, their lung capacity is severely diminished by continually being exposed to elevated levels of air pollution.
All right, Ms. Trench, how much do you think that oil industry sources contribute to this pollution?
Well, Bob, I bet, has better numbers than I do. In fact, he's really the expert on the environment. In New York City, of course, we are very dependent on oil. The Northeast in general is much more dependent on oil than the rest of the country for a number of different things. One of the things, though, that the country uses oil a lot for is transportation. And in New York City, we have a better developed public transportation system than in the rest of the country. So that's one difference between our oil use here.
And yet, despite that, the government says we have the second worst smog problem in the country.
I'm not disputing what Bob says, or even what the government says, although I'm sure Bob is aware too that the government's levels of exceedances are measured in such a way that even a very brief exceedance that is too much higher than the standard puts you into a different category.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Commissioner, how much would you say that the air pollution problem that we have in the city is caused from transportation sources, from cars and trucks and buses?
Well, the environment and transportation are inextricably linked. We believe that about 90% of the carbon monoxide problem in this town comes directly from vehicle emissions. So if we are to comply with the federal standards, and we do want those standards to be stricter because we want a cleaner environment here in the city, and Mayor Dinkins would like us very much to have much stronger, much better air and much stronger policy on this, we need to make very strong initiatives to improve our transportation system here, to improve mobility and improve air quality. What we want is a comprehensive mass transportation strategy which encourages more people to get back into the subway system and to use alternate means, even carpool or ride a bike or take a ferry boat to work, anything that could improve the environment.
And we'll talk about all of those things in more detail as we go on here tonight. But the city has been out of compliance with the Clean Air Act now for 13 years. Why is that? Aren't we trying?
Well, actually, we've made great progress. The air quality is much better today than it was about 15 years ago, although in recent year or two we have seen a slight uptick in the air quality. So we have to be totally vigilant at all times on this matter. We believe that the most recent uptick in air quality is due to the fact that automobile usage seems to be up in recent years. There's about a 2% increase in automobile usage in this area every year. That doesn't seem like a lot, But when you figure over a 10-year period, 2% compounded over a 10-year period is 25%. That would mean that by the year 2000, we'll have 25% more vehicles in and around New York City, and as it is right now, all the roads and bridges are quite clogged. It's hard to imagine that.
And that's part of your job, isn't it? To get people out of their cars, into mass transit, onto those ferries and bicycles.
Precisely. Mayor Dinkins wants a strategy that can encourage people into mass transportation. And I talk an awful lot with mass transportation advocates, and they have wonderful ideas, and I'm going to try and implement as many as I can. But actually, I would like people who drive to write to me and tell me what it's going to take to get them out of their cars. What are your ideas to get out of your car? What do I have to do to encourage you to try the much improved subway system and the improved bus system?
Let's turn to Mr. Watson and ask him that question, because with NRDC, you're in the business of coming up with ideas that you hammer away at government with. So does NRDC have an energy strategy, either at the national level that would affect New York City or at the city level itself?
Well, clearly one thing that needs to happen is we need to see some increased federal funding of mass transit. And the government has been subsidizing roadways and highways massively, and also the use of automobile through tax breaks for commuters and the like. One way you can help get people out of their cars is to make it a little bit more expensive to get in their cars, and that could include taxes at the pump, increased tolls. Of course, these are not very politically popular methods. The other area is to induce them out, like Lou was talking about, in increasing the attractiveness of mass transportation alternatives. And just a couple of fun facts is that per capita, New York City area people use half the gasoline that the rest of the country does, and in fact almost half the entire transit miles in the country are in New York City. But the fact that we have such a high density of population makes it very difficult to improve the air.
Ms. Trench, how do you feel, how does the oil industry feel about that kind of a strategy? Do you have any problem with trying to get people out of their cars?
Well, I don't have a problem with that. I think that we're going to end up with a mix of strategies to do a number of different things in the country. I don't believe you're going to get people in Montana out of their cars. But I think here in New York City, just as I was saying, we have the option. We have a better developed public transit system. And I think, Lou, you're absolutely right. Trying to find out how to get people out of their cars is critically important. There's no doubt that Americans have a real visceral relationship with having a private automobile and having that independence. We see it all the time with the way they react to gasoline prices. When you do something to cars, people want to know about it right away. People went back to larger cars after we had gone through a period of more moving toward more efficient, smaller, downsized cars. They went into larger cars. There is no doubt that there is something in the public's mind, the public's heart, that has to be tapped here in order to move into the more efficient strategy.
Commissioner, where do alternative fuels come into this? I haven't heard you mention that. I know you're driving a natural gas-powered vehicle these days. Tell us about that car.
Well, first off, as we were saying, the best strategy here is to get people into mass transportation, but there will be some usage of automobiles in the future, and Al Appleton, the Environmental Protection Commissioner, and I are co-chairing a task force on the use of alternate fuels, and Mayor Dinkins has been very, very strong on the issue of alternate fuels throughout his political career. We believe that the fuel of the future is probably compressed natural gas. The automobile that I have is on loan to me by the Brooklyn Union Gas Company, by the president of that company, L. Larson. And it's a wonderful automobile. It's like any other automobile. I ask people to come on and look at my natural gas-powered car, and they say, oh, it looks like any other car. Well, it is.
Take them for a drive? How does it handle?
Take it and drive. It operates exactly like a normal automobile. As a matter of fact, the car that I have is dual-powered. You can throw a switch, you can be on gasoline, and throw another switch, and you're on compressed natural gas. And you can't tell the difference. You could drive with me, and you really can't tell the difference. But it's a much better fuel. About 90% less carbon monoxide, about 50% less nitrous oxide, about 33% less ozone precursors. You can put your handkerchief up against the tailpipe and you get no dirt or soot. I had an interview with another TV station at the tailpipe with the engine running, and you couldn't tell that there was an automobile running there.
Mr. Watson, maybe this is more of the solution of the future than mass transit, because considering the visceral reaction that Ms. Trench says accurately that we have with our automobiles, shouldn't say we, I don't own a car, but considering that emotional connection, maybe the real solution is going to be to switch over as opposed to getting people into buses and subways.
Well, when you talk about a solution, I think Cheryl's point is that there's not going to be one solution. And if there's going to, you have to talk in terms of time scale. Certainly over the medium term, natural gas is a very viable fuel, particularly for urban areas. But the fact is that we're going to run out of gas just like we're going to run out of oil. And the question is what renewable types of fuels are we going to be able to produce in the long run? And certainly for New York City, one of the overlooked alternative fuels is leg power. I mean, bicycles. If we were more like Europe and used bicycles, I can't tell you what improvements would be made in the quality of life here.
How common is that? I read this all the time when I read on this topic, and they say that people in European cities use a lot of bicycles. I think that the image that a lot of New Yorkers have of bicycles is something that people in rural China use, and it's not seen as a very attractive thing.
Well, I think the problem is that when people look at bicycles in the context of New York City, they look at having to vie with cabs and trucks and all sorts of hazards on the road. And unfortunately, because the roadways get such heavy use, the roads aren't in that great condition, and plus the fact that you're subject to elements, and you don't have the same sort of cocoon feeling of a car, regardless of the fact that you're sitting in it for 2 hours at a time.
Commissioner, is this pie in the sky? Could we ever be a bicycle-oriented commuter city, or at least have bicycles as one of our major forms of getting to work?
I don't think there's any question about it. Of course we can, if we want to make the commitment to it. I meet regularly with bicyclists, transportation alternatives, and other groups. And the key thing that they tell me is that what they need is access to buildings, that in this country you need to have a secure location for your bicycle, that there would be thousands of people who would be willing to bike and take some of the risks you were talking about if they could have a secure place in their building of work, where they work, to secure their bicycle. And I would like people who manage buildings and own buildings to step forward and say that they're willing to make that commitment to help bicyclists. And I've told the bicyclists that I will shut down any lane in the city from traffic dedicated to bicycles if you can give me 500 bicycles an hour. If you can give me 500 bicycles an hour, I will make one of the lanes of any one of the East River bridges dedicated to bicycles. By the way, on the East River bridges, those bridges were built as mass transportation bridges. They were built for trains and trolleys. They were built before the automobile. And somebody 50 years or so ago had the brilliant idea, let's take the trains off and open those bridges up for automobiles, thinking that would improve mobility. Serious problems happened as a result of that. And today, for example, the Williamsburg Bridge, which in its heyday with trains on it, which many more trains than it has now, carried 500,000 people a day, only carries 250,000 a day now, half as many, because cars just don't carry as many people as trains.
Okay, you heard it here, bikers. If you can get 500 an hour, the commissioner will open up a lane for you in Midtown Manhattan. As you know, we're going to take some calls from our viewers tonight, and let's start doing that right now. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment. Welcome.
Yes, good evening. I'm directing this question to the commissioner. I've got a 84 Crown Victoria. It's got a V8 and a 305cc engine. I use about $5 to $7 of gas a day, and I'd like to figure a way to be able to convert it to your form of transportation using natural gas.
Yes.
How much would it cost, and where could I go to get it?
Fine. Right now, it'll probably cost you about $2,000 to convert that car, and you can call my public affairs office, 566-3255, and we'll hook you up with the Brooklyn Union Gas Company, or you can call them directly, and they can probably make arrangements for you to make that conversion. Let me just say that right now, the price of natural gas is about half of that of gasoline on a per mile basis. And if you're interested, I think you could make a real savings. If you live in a home, by the way, it's the same gas that you use to fuel your stove. So if you have a garage, all you'd have to do is buy a little compressor and you can gas your car up right in your own garage. So it's a safe fuel, it's a good fuel, and please call. Let's do it.
I would just mention that one of the things that does happen with gas and oil prices is they do tend over time to end up equating. Now, natural gas, it doesn't get as high as gasoline. It gets as high as heating oil and that kind of thing. When oil prices come back down, you would expect that they'll be a lot closer together. So you don't want to do the economics of your conversion on the prices that we see today.
Although
I don't think that's a long-term trend.
Do you think, though, that over a several-year period, knowing what we know, let's say about the last few years in terms of natural gas and oil has been cheap in the last few years, once the conversion is made, and that is a lump sum outlay, but once the conversion is made, do you think a motorist would be better off economically using oil still, using gasoline still?
It's awfully hard to tell what is going to happen to the prices, because a lot depends on what happens in the Middle East and how it happens.
What about the pollution questions? Do you dispute at all their assertions that natural gas is so much cleaner for the environment?
Well, there are lots of advantages to natural gas. There's no environmental advantages. There are some places where it's more of a problem, but in general, I don't think that most people would dispute it. I think also we have to be realistic about a number of things that are coming down the road. We've got greenhouse problems. We've got, all of Europe is concerned about climate change. We in the United States haven't moved in quite that direction yet, but we're going to be. I think that there are some changes that are going to be coming down the road. My guess is that natural gas vehicles will be more popular, though, for fleets, as it's easier to fuel them, that kind of thing.
Because the big cost isn't changing over, right? So if you're driving a lot of miles...
Not really. If you, I mentioned a figure of about $2,000. That's because there isn't an industry here geared up to do those conversions, number one. If enough people came forward, the price would probably come down to $300 to $500 a vehicle. By the way, if Detroit made them as natural gas-powered cars in the first place, it wouldn't cost a penny more, because it's essentially the same car. It would cost you $300 or $500 to convert to gasoline, go the other way. So it's really not that costly for the society to move in this direction. You take a country like Italy. Italy has 300,000 natural gas-powered vehicles. We have 30,000 in this country right now, and we're moving very, very rapidly towards the fleet business. Buses, we're pushing very hard for natural gas-powered buses.
Refueling is much easier with a fleet. That's part of the reason that fleets are the more popular target.
Well, it's actually
you must think that that's a bad idea for Detroit to convert to putting out natural gas-powered cars. Is the oil industry working against that? Is there any serious consideration of this in Detroit?
Oh, there's a lot of serious consideration of all kinds of alternatives in Detroit. There's no question that they have to be exploring alternatives all the time. I think that these kinds of vehicles are going to end up filling a special role. There are different ways that we use energy in this country. A city doesn't use it the same way that a rural area does. A suburb doesn't use it the same way that either one of those do. So I think that there's a role for all kinds of alternatives. One of the things that we see is there's no one answer to everything. Nothing happens right away, so forth and so on. You wouldn't want Detroit. That's right, and you wouldn't want Detroit to make only natural gas fuel vehicles. That wouldn't make any sense.
Mr. Watson, I
would agree with that. I think they should make all natural gas powered vehicles at this point. Let's make a few gasoline powered vehicles for Montana.
I think that you'd find, though, that the infrastructure was a lot more expensive than you thought. We've spent a really long time developing an impressive infrastructure for delivery of gasoline, and I think in general
that's an important question, the infrastructure question, because we're talking about investing billions and billions of dollars in creating an alternative fuels infrastructure, whether it be for methanol, whether it be for natural gas. And frankly, that money would probably be better spent giving it literally to the automobile companies and making them produce more efficient automobiles, because that's really the first step to any kind of long-term energy strategy. Simply because if every car, for example, were twice as fuel efficient, then our existing resources, whether they be oil or natural gas, go twice as far.
Now I have to say I'm a little surprised at what I'm hearing here tonight, because I would expect the environmental group to take the strongest position, the most radical position, if you want to call it that, for the most radical change. And yet I think I hear that coming from you. Is that more of a conservative position, to try to work with what we have, work with the gasoline, rather than going to something entirely different?
Not necessarily, because no matter what alternative fuel you look at, you're still going to have to make the efficiency changes first. Again, what we're trying to do is provide transportation services for the public in general, mobility, whatever you want to call it, getting people from point A to B. And we want to do that at the lowest cost to society as possible. Okay, so the first thing we have to do is to make the cars more efficient so that it takes a lot less fuel to get us from point A or B, then we can start arguing about what kind of fuel to use. And in the short term, the best investment that society can make in enhancing society's mobility is to go with the efficiency of the vehicles, because no matter what, you're going to run into supply problems if we just take our 30-mile-a-gallon vehicles and suddenly switch them over to natural gas. All of a sudden, there's no way we can supply all those vehicles with natural gas without billions and billions of dollars in investment in infrastructure.
Well, our first caller definitely generated a lively discussion. Let's see what our second caller has to say. Good evening. You're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hello.
Hello. You're on the air.
My question is, I know that a lot of city vehicles in the city of New York are changing over to some sort of a gas. I believe it's methane. What I'd like to know is, what does this do as far as the atmosphere is concerned? Does it damage the atmosphere?
Okay, that's a good question. Now, that brings up another alternative fuel, because he said methane, but I think we think he meant methanol.
Methane is natural gas, compressed natural gas, and methanol is also being experimented with. Both of these fuels are generally better for the environment. Compressed natural gas appears to be substantially better across all of the different types of pollutants. Methanol seems to be better in some and not so good in others. It also has some problems, it appears, in the maintenance of the vehicle, causes some problems with gaskets and hoses. But we're experimenting with these because we do believe that they have great promise, particularly the compressed natural gas. We've recently received a grant from the Urban Mass Transportation Administration for the federal government to purchase 12 compressed natural gas buses. And we think that's a real step forward. If we can move toward compressed natural gas buses, this will be a tremendous improvement for the environment and a tremendous encouragement for people to get back into mass transit buses, if not in the subways at least, which are, with compressed natural gas buses, they'd be virtually non-polluting.
Let's address his question directly, if we can, and that is, I'm not saying you're avoiding the question, but part of his question was about the pollution potential of these alternative fuels. And let's talk about methanol, because some people say methanol is very dangerous.
Well, it's one of the primary emissions of burning methanol is formaldehyde, and formaldehyde is classified by the Environmental Protection Agency as a probable human carcinogen, and clearly that's not something we want to get a lot of in our air. And while what Lou pointed out is true, that methanol has some improved characteristics for certain pollutants, it does have this other formaldehyde emissions that might be simply trading one emissions problem for another.
Right. We also, the extended period of use for the methanol car hasn't been very well tested. It seems that its pollution characteristics get worse as time goes on. The oil industry has not been at all pleased with the notion of being forced to go into methanol or the various mixtures for methanol because of all the reasons that Bob and Lou have mentioned.
Although California is going towards methanol in a big way, which surprises me because all the figures that I've seen point towards compressed natural gas. And you mentioned earlier about the gasoline infrastructure, the delivery of gasoline. We have the natural gas infrastructure throughout New York City already. Almost every home in New York City has natural gas as its the fuel for its stoves. And it would just require a certain placement of compressors. Con Edison has lent us 2 portable compressors so that we can convert some of the vehicles in our fleet to experiment with this, and I've seen real successes with compressed natural gas.
That you're making relatively small trips and returning to a home base.
Yes, that is the one drawback with compressed natural gas is the range of a tank full. My car, which has half as much fuel storage capacity as it would if it was just purely a natural gas. It's a dual-fueled car, so I have compressed natural gas tanks and gasoline tanks. If I took the gasoline tanks out, I'd have more compressed natural gas. I can get 50 to 80 miles per tank full.
Which is really not very much.
Well, it's fine for several days of urban driving. For a long trip.
It's not what we're used to. That's really
It's not what we're used to. However, if I got the gasoline tank out of there and put a couple more compressed natural gas tanks in, I could probably go to 100 to 150 miles, and that's not all that bad.
And when you consider that the average trip in the United States is about 8 miles, then you're all of a sudden talking about a transportation system that looks a lot different, one that is more geared toward the shorter length of trip. Maybe you have a small urban vehicle, maybe a 1 or 2 passenger vehicle for commuting, or a larger car for larger trips that might be fueled by some sort of hybrid, either natural gas or gasoline.
And again, the solutions are different here than they might be in, to use your example, Montana.
Of course.
Let's take another call right now. Hi, you're on the air.
Hello. This is a question for the commissioner, really, about the mass transit vehicles in the city. Most of us who walk down the streets of New York City feel that we can't breathe, basically, because of the garbage coming out of the buses, even more than the cars. And I wondered if the pollution devices that we were forced to put on cars are also on buses, and the trucks that come through the city with this god-awful black stuff that comes out of them.
Yes. Very good question. First off, there has been tremendous improvement in automobile pollutants over the last 10 years. Unfortunately, it appears as though we haven't made as much progress in buses, but we have. I also serve on the MTA board, and Alan Keeper, president of the Transit Authority, has looked into this problem and has found a startling statistic that approximately 30% of the buses do spew out an excessive amount of pollutants, and they are, and right now, in the middle of a crash program to get those buses into line, stop the major pollutants coming out, the stuff that you can see coming out, and I think you'll see some real major differences. If you see a bus that is spewing out pollutants, don't be afraid to take down the number and write to Alan Keeper, president of the Transit Authority, so that they can track that bus down and do the proper maintenance on it. In the future, we want to be very aggressive with the introduction of compressed natural gas buses, alternate fuel buses. The TA is moving towards trap oxidizers for its diesel buses. We think that's an improvement, not as much as compressed natural gas. And so we hope that over the next few years you'll see tremendous improvement in the quality of that, so no one will think twice about getting into a bus and recognizing that that's an air quality improvement move rather than getting in their automobile.
There are also some new technologies that are available that use catalysts such as platinum, rhodium, other fine metals that can either be applied to the fuel line or applied to the air intake. And tests have shown, like in Mexico City, where they have the worst air problems probably in the entire world, and also in the Soviet Union, where they've reduced the opacity of, which is sort of the black sooty stuff that you see, of diesel buses by 70%. So these are also another short-term possibility. They only cost in the range of $200 to $500 per bus to install, and can be installed in 20 minutes or so.
And yet, no matter how bad it looks, Commissioner, I guess the bus is still a less polluting vehicle than if we had all those people who are on the bus in their private cars.
Yes, one of the shocking statistics about automobile usage in this town, among many shocking statistics about it, is that over 50% of the vehicles coming across the East River bridges and the tunnels, are single-occupant vehicles, single-occupant cars during the rush hour, and that's outrageous. What has happened here in the last 30 years is there's been a 26% drop in subway usage and a 50% increase in the number of vehicles coming to Manhattan. 900,000 vehicles come to Manhattan every day now. That's
Just
an outrageous number of vehicles. We need to get people out of their automobiles or get them to carpool. Do you realize if everyone left their car home just one day a week, we'd have a 20% reduction in the number of automobiles, and it would be wonderful here. That's about the percent reduction we get whenever President Bush comes to town or Nelson Mandela comes to town, and I put out these alerts, don't drive your car, and everyone is very nice for one day. If they would be that nice every day, it would be wonderful here.
If you put out a gridlock alert every day, we'd be in good shape.
Why don't I do it?
All right, I want to come back to this question.
Jump in one quick
very
point.
briefly.
If everybody left their car home one day a week, we would eliminate the equivalent oil imports from Iraq and Kuwait.
All right. We're going to come back to this question in a little while of the single occupancy car use in New York City, because it's very important. But right now I want to take another call. Hi, you're on the air.
Hello?
Hello.
I think when I heard the lady say that she thinks that someone should be punished by taxing them with their cars. Commissioner, you really must travel on the subways and leave your car at home, because if you did travel on those trains, you wouldn't have to ask anyone why they are now leaving the trains and going by car. You have men who are sleeping there, taking up 5 seats, I was in a carriage. I wondered why it was empty when I got in. It stank, absolutely stank. No one could even stand near this human being. So that it was crowded. It was rush hour. Everybody was in the other car, standing on top of each other.
Yeah.
There
This really shows.
People coming by with the baby in her arms. She was in the newspaper a week ago.
All right. I think we all know about the conditions. The conditions on the subways. Commissioner, this really shows how the city's problems are all tied together. You can't look at the air pollution problem without looking at poverty, without looking at homelessness, without looking at what's going on the streets.
Well, let me first up. I do ride the subways. When I was appointed to this position, I started riding the subway more often than I have in the past, and then when I was appointed to the MTA board, I make it a regular practice. I commute to work 2 or 3 days a week by subway, and I ride it, by the way, in the evenings and the weekends or buses to get feedback exactly what's happening in the subway system. So I do use it, and I have found that it is greatly improved. Is it perfect? Absolutely not. It's still a long way to go. But the cars are much better. The dependability is much better. The stations are improving. Yes, there are still many problems, but Alan Keeper and his fine staff of the Transit Authority are trying to make improvements. There are many advocate groups who are keeping the pressure on them to make sure that they make those kinds of improvements. I think the subways have improved. Yes, we need to improve them even more, but I think a lot of people who left the subway system over the last 10 years should come back, take a good look at the subway system, and I think ridership would be up and there would be more revenue brought in as a result of that and more improvements could be made.
Mr. Watson, given the fact that we have a budget crunch in the city, does NRDC advocate taking money from anything in particular and pouring it into the subways to make this more attractive, to get to cleaner air in New York City?
We don't. Very simply.
Not your area.
No, not really. Although it's clearly getting people around this city is what makes it work. It's a very high priority. If I were to take it out of anything, I would certainly take it out of the structures that benefit automobiles or get additional revenues from automobiles through increasing tolls on roadways, because frankly most of the people coming over them don't live in New York City. They don't even live in the state of New York. And what the heck, why should New Yorkers be subsidizing them through the daily misery of gridlock and pollution and not having them pay for the quality of life?
Actually, what's interesting, a couple of things. One thing that's interesting, most of the people coming across the East River bridges and the tunnels are New Yorkers. It's not a suburban problem. Most of our traffic problem is not created by Nassau County and Suffolk County people coming in. It's people in Brooklyn and Queens, the Bronx and Staten Island, who have opted out of mass transit over the last 30 years and into automobiles. That's our problem, is to convince New Yorkers to get back into mass transit.
And it's got to be nearby New Jersey also.
Well, New Jersey's, yes, that's true also. But as far as getting people into the subway system, that's really the key to reduce our traffic problem here in New York and our air quality problem, is New Yorkers themselves. Years ago, 30 years ago, people used the subway. Much greater percentage of people use the subway.
All right, so how do we do it? Because
let me ask you something.
Go ahead,
to the extent that the problem where, we've got problems with East River bridges, for instance, and you've cited a number of different things, high traffic and so forth. People in Brooklyn, I bet, I happen to live in Manhattan, but people in Brooklyn, I bet, are forced more into their cars than I might be in Manhattan, because their mass transit system isn't as dense as mine is. I got lots of choices on the Upper West Side how I'm going to get someplace. People down in Brooklyn don't. How about if you worked a system where you improved mass transit specifically over the East River bridges, allowed them to drive in their boroughs to a spot where they could then take a real easy, comfortable van ride, any number of essentially interim
like they often do in the suburbs, park and ride.
Yeah, there's two things. First off, we are going through a rebuilding of our East River bridges, and I've asked David Steinberger, my Deputy Commissioner for Bridges, to look at the possibility of, as we rebuild those, what are the chances of putting more trains back on those bridges. It's a very difficult problem from an engineering standpoint. It might be very costly, but it's something worth looking at. If we're going to spend $1 billion over the next 10 years on those 4 bridges, let's not miss any opportunity. Secondly, we are currently looking at a total mass transportation strategy which makes better use of our road surface through express buses. If you took a satellite photograph of New York City, you would find that 30% of the land area is road surface. How do we use that road surface? Well, not very efficiently. We just let anybody get in their automobile and drive anywhere they want on that road surface. Well, we're looking at the possibility of dedicating more and more of that road surface to express buses. So people would have that choice, a comfortable bus ride into Manhattan, a quick bus ride. There's a wonderful program through the Lincoln Tunnel with express buses that works extremely well.
And people love the ferry from Jersey.
And the ferry from Jersey, multimodal trips tend to be somewhat of a problem, although 35,000 people use the Staten Island Ferry every day. It's a wonderful way to arrive in Manhattan by ferry boat with a smile on your face.
Okay, let's take another call. Hi, you're on the air. Welcome.
Yeah, in lieu of the Long Island's dependency on oil for generating electricity, don't you feel that it's a mistake to prevent the Shoreham Nuclear Power Station from coming online and operating, and therefore reducing Long Island's dependency on oil?
All right, Robert Watson, let's give that one to you first.
Well, right now, the cheapest energy resource, and we're talking about electricity right now, for Long Island is, again, using energy more efficiently. If you look at the cost of generating a kilowatt hour from Shoreham, it's probably in the 12 to 15 cents a kilowatt hour range at this point. Well, you can reduce your energy consumption in your home, your office, and other buildings in Long Island for probably about 2 to 4 cents a kilowatt hour, and less in new buildings. So if we're talking about supplying new uses of electricity from a new source, why don't we invest in the new source of efficiency rather than running a power plant which might have the horrible ramification of having an accident and then stranding millions of people on the other side of it.
But Mr. Watson, every energy source has its risks and its benefits, and we've been hearing so much bad about oil in the last few years because of the greenhouse effect, which has suddenly taken the public's attention after scientists talked about it for years and years and years. Aren't environmental groups taking another look at nuclear power? I mean, some environmental groups are talking about a new generation of nuclear power, and maybe this has to be part of the mix.
None of the environmental groups I talk to talk about nuclear power, and let me tell you why. Because basically, between the choices, the options available for efficiency and renewables, there's really no need to go to nuclear power, even, quote, passively safe nuclear power, because basically it's too expensive. It's going to be 20 or 30 years before even a prototype reactor is available. The efficiency option is here available now. If we're going to sink billions of dollars into an alternative, we might as well sink it into renewables, get the cost down, and again, we're talking about renewables that have no greenhouse effects, they don't have the waste problem, and they're likely to be less expensive.
Give me some examples. What renewables are you talking about?
Okay, we've got photovoltaics, which research, the recent white paper that was released by all the national labs predict that within 20 years the cost of electricity coming from a photovoltaic will be between 4 and 7 cents. That's competitive with today's costs. Now the other problem is that nuclear power is not a renewable resource unless you go to plutonium, which is bomb material. Now if you're talking about regular old uranium and you go to a full-scale nuclear strategy, the resources of uranium that this planet have are only going to last 50 to 70 years, and then we're going to have spent billions and billions and trillions of dollars on a short-term solution. If we're going to spend that kind of money, we might as well do it on a solution that's going to last us indefinitely.
Ms. Trench, how do you feel about nuclear power, and how do you feel about photovoltaics? Is that a realistic alternative in your view?
Well, let's do Shoreham first. Shoreham and Seabrook, too, are two examples of bad planning on the part of the government, on the part of maybe the utilities, too. But it's one of those deals where you're going to pay for it whether you use it or not. And it is crazy that that plant was allowed to go along as far as it did before the governor stepped in. And Seabrook has had similar problems, Seabrook in New Hampshire. However, nuclear power does not distress me. New England is very dependent on nuclear power, and it got its nuclear plants early, and they're relatively small. They are incredibly reliable. They have much better burn rates, reliability rates than other larger plants, newer plants in other parts of the country. But as we know, we've switched very substantially to nuclear power in this country. We've backed out oil in doing that. We don't, however, have a nuclear plant that has been slated for construction in ages. We've got a few that are close and so forth. But I don't want to rule out nuclear. I'm not convinced that something that would be good, say, for 70 years is such a terrible alternative. I think that lots of things change and evolve, and we don't have to expect a particular industrial facility or a particular plant to last. Generations. I agree with Bob that renewables are important, and quite truthfully, I will leave the technical side of photovoltaics to him.
Okay, then let's take another call on the telephone. Hello, you're on the line.
Hi. I just wanted to say that before I give my question, that I still think they don't know what to do with the nuclear waste from the nuclear plants. They haven't solved that yet, and I think until they solve that, there's no point in...
I think we're all in agreement about that, right?
No problem.
I wonder if you would explore the possibility of electricity for cars.
All right, Commissioner, what about electric
vehicles? Well, let me
vehicles?
just first say I am not in favor of nuclear-powered buses. Nuclear-powered buses.
How about the tiny little generator in place of the gas tank? You don't like it? Tiny reactors?
Electric cars would be wonderful. They would be virtually non-polluting. However, the producing of the electricity at the source has to be controlled, and that's a problem, especially as we're talking about nuclear power plants or oil-burning power plants. And then you have the problem of even though batteries can be made to be renewable or rechargeable, at some point you create a waste disposal problem for batteries. But General Motors talks regularly that they're going to produce an electric-powered car. I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen it mass-produced. So I think in the immediate future, I think the compressed natural gas is the best bet from an environmental standpoint, and maybe as the technology for batteries improves, we'll see electric power cars to turn into.
What's the state of that technology right now? If somebody wanted to produce an electric car, and I know some people are working on that, how long can a battery hold a charge?
Well, my understanding is that you could probably do about as well as you can with compressed natural gas, get about 50 miles a charge, so it might be good for fleet vehicles. And that some batteries now can take up to 1,000 charges. Was the last figures? Those are the last figures that I had seen. Perhaps Bob has new figures.
Mr. Watson, do you have a feeling about that? I mean, I know that I've read at least one article that says there's an inventor out there who has developed a very workable electric car. The auto companies, today's automakers, are trying to squelch it, or they bought it up and buried it. How feasible do you think this is?
My guess is that over the long term, and probably right around the time when we're all old and gray, we will probably see a lot more electric vehicles on the road than we do now. Probably electricity from renewable resources fueling these vehicles is the most viable alternative if we're going to continue our individual car ways. We might have some sort of hybrid that runs on both electricity and some fuel or other, be it compressed natural gas or methanol from biomass or some other thing. But my guess is that over the long haul, we're probably going to see electric vehicles produced from renewable sources. And if we're going to continue having the number of cars on the road that we do, that's the only way we're going to do it.
All right, Ms. Trench, go ahead on this.
I was just going to say, with respect to large corporations burying the ideas of single inventors, I really do believe that markets work, and I really do believe that if there were a market for that car, that it could get produced. The Wankel didn't last very long.
I never even heard
that was an
nice
engine, right?
Yeah.
It was an innovative engine design. But
markets also confer power on certain people and certain companies in certain positions, and there is a lot of power in the oil companies, in the automakers, and if they want to buy up a small inventor's product at a price that will make that person happy for the rest of his life and then bury it because they don't want the competition, they can do that.
But I don't believe that they do things because they don't want competition. If, in fact, it was going to be a profitable product, that is, the market was going to buy it, they would develop it. What interest would they have in burying it? It wouldn't make any sense.
Part of one of the problems is that the full cost of the way of doing business right now is not captured in the price. I mean, nobody talks about what the price of urban air pollution is. Nobody's talking about the several $million a day we are spending keeping our troops over in the Middle East to protect our sources of oil. Nobody's talking about the costs of oil spills and what they do to the environment. So until these kinds of costs start getting entered into the equation, people are going to continue to think that the way of doing business currently is the cheapest way. Just as an example, if you took a lump sum of money and put it into an automobile, say about $1,300, you could get that standard automobile up to about 40 to 45 miles per gallon. Okay. Now, if you take all the fuel that car saves over its life and divide it by that initial investment, you're going to end up spending about 50 cents a gallon as opposed to fueling your car with God knows what price of gas is going to be, but it's going to be more than $1, probably $1.50 to $2. And in that sense, the market does not work because it's not capturing all the costs, and people are not making their decisions based on life cycle costs because the time horizons are much shorter.
Well, in fact, Commissioner, not only that, markets are often determined by the companies. Markets can be created and not created. And unfortunately, in this country, all too often, we've allowed the Japanese to take the lead, the leadership role in creating markets and creating new products. And we in this country have to look to the future. And the future is transportation vehicles that are non-polluting, that take advantage of the latest technology and take advantage of the latest knowledge about fuels. And if we don't take the lead, somebody else will, and it'll be the Europeans or it'll be the Japanese who will come up with the natural gas-powered cars.
If you wanted to, Commissioner, you could get thousands of people, maybe tens or hundreds of thousands of people into the subway every morning by putting a $10 toll on the East River bridges. Why wouldn't you do that?
Well, our policy is to look for ways to encourage people to use mass transit rather than forcing them to use mass transit. We think that first off, there could be a tremendous economic dislocation for tolls or congestion pricing. Secondly, it could disproportionately.
When you say economic dislocation,
well, it could chase a lot of business away from New York, especially at this time when we're suffering a little bit here with some economic problems. But in addition, it could. The figures I've seen is that by making, if you wanted to have a significant impact on the number of vehicles coming to Manhattan, you'd have to make a toll be so high that you would force out certain classes, economic classes of people, and that would be unfair. It would eliminate the opportunities for certain groups of people to take advantage of the economic opportunities.
Why is
in
that
Manhattan.
true if the subways are so cheap? I mean, it's cheap to get on a bus. It's cheap to get on a subway. It's cheaper for the poor
well, it might be
people in New York.
Cheap for you and me. It's not cheap for everybody to
but it's cheaper
ride the subways.
It's cheaper than for them to take their cars.
Yes, well, but on the other hand, people sometimes have a need for their automobile, or they carpool and take an automobile. And every time you put an extra restriction on people, rather than being encouraging people to come to Manhattan, which is what we want. We'd actually like to have more people to come to Manhattan, but we want them to come by mass transportation. We want to encourage economic activity, but we want it to be healthy economic activity, non-polluting activity, good activity. And if we had better mass transportation, and if we go through with the plan that I was discussing earlier about taking better use of the road surface, getting more express buses, we can actually get more people to come to Manhattan, have a livelier economic, more vital society here, yet also have better air quality.
All right, let's take another call right now. Hello, you're on Endangered, Our Urban Environment. Welcome. Do we have a caller?
Yes, hi, this is Annette.
Hi.
Hi, my question is for Commissioner Riccio. I have two questions. One, first of all, has DOT initiated any surveys to determine the specific concerns of commuters, why they take cars as opposed to mass transit? And secondly, is DOT considering any specific programs that would positively induce people to not drive and take mass transit, meaning carrot versus a stick instead of high tolls, offering them, tax rebates or anything of that nature?
It's really just what you were talking about.
Yes, actually, there have been a number of surveys. The MTA has taken a number of surveys of why people choose their automobile. And there's some very obvious reasons, such as the comfort of an automobile, and especially now with car phones and car computers and fax machines, there are a lot of reasons why people choose to get in their cars. But there are other subliminal reasons, you might say. There's one that crops up in a lot of surveys, and that is people have a sense of status associated with their automobiles, that they feel as though it's more prestigious to ride a car into Manhattan, no matter what kind of jalopy it may be. What we need to do is reorient people's thoughts about the subways and make sure people understand that it can be a good experience on the subway, and that they should want to do that and make it more convenient. Now, we're looking at several programs, not only the ones I mentioned earlier about express buses and things like that, but we need a lot of people's help to change the tax laws in this country. We have a tax situation where an employer can provide an employee with a parking space in Manhattan and deduct fully the cost of that parking space. But if that employer wants to pay for the mass transportation of his or her employee, they can only deduct up to $15 a month. We need to have a letter writing campaign to go to your senators and Congress members and the president to say we want that law changed. That if
so, there is a tax deduction right now that encourages people to take their cars to work.
No question about it. They can subsidize parking, but you can only to the full cost of it. But you can only subsidize mass transportation up to $15. And we have a program to encourage employers to take advantage of this program, but it's not as good as if they could deduct the full cost of paying for their employees' mass transportation.
Right.
So
Ms.
please
Tench,
write to your congresspeople.
Do you have a problem with that kind of switchover?
No, I think, as a matter of fact, I think it makes good sense. I worked for the city back during the Arab oil embargo, and I remember the old transportation plan, the idea to get people, get cars out of Midtown. They were going to have a 59th Street to 34th Street, and they were going to change parking garage laws, and they were going to do a lot of things. The city went back and forth and back and forth and back and forth with the state and the federal government over this, and it doesn't particularly distress me to think of this kind of an option. I'm a New Yorker. I mean, I live here. I own a car, but I do not drive it in the city because I have mass transit as an option. And this kind of thing, it seems to me, makes eminent sense for the problems that we face in New York. I mean, it's a special environment.
We are really at the mercy, Mr. Watson, of the federal government in large measure, aren't we?
On transportation, that's definitely true. For example, New York has no say over the efficiency of its automobiles. That is regulated on the federal level. States have a very limited role in the pollution characteristics of their automobiles. California is an exception because they were, number one, a big state, and they already had pollution laws when the Clean Air Act was enacted, so they got special dispensation. They also have worse air problems, especially down in Los Angeles. So on one level, there are very limited things that the city can do to improve its transportation situation in terms of cars, but certainly the pulling or the carrot of making the mass transit system better is one option available. But that we
need federal mass transit dollars.
You also need federal mass transit dollars, exactly.
Right,
and you have to get rid of tax disincentives as
That's part of the same equation.
Right.
That's right. Yeah. All right, let's take another call. Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, hello. I have a question of the commissioner, and I guess the panel in general, concerning natural gas in the vehicles.
You're a popular guy tonight, Commissioner.
I've read some articles concerning the power that the engines generate. I've heard that it's much less, and the economy of natural gas wasn't as good. And also that the natural gas seems to be just as bad for the ozone layer, and I was wondering why it's being pushed as a fuel.
Well, I don't know where you read those things. Everything I've seen indicates that it is much cleaner and much better for the environment. Let me just say my personal experience, because I have a car that is powered by compressed natural gas, is that it has the same power performance as gasoline. Matter of fact, it has a higher octane rating. And its fuel economy is better, particularly because of the recent run-up of gasoline prices. So on a per-mile basis, it's cheaper to operate. It operates with the same level of efficiency, from what I can tell from my experience. We've had one experience with some natural gas-powered buses that have not worked properly, but we know the reason. The reason is that it was the engine itself was undersized for the size of the bus. It was not the fuel, it was the was the engine itself. I've never heard anything, though, about the things that you mentioned about the air quality impacts. I've only heard the most positive things.
Mr. Watson, what about that? We're hearing about this as the super fuel of the future. Right. There must be some environmental drawbacks.
Well, again, we have to, one, it is methane by itself is a very powerful greenhouse gas, as are the combustion products, carbon dioxide from burning natural gas. They don't affect the ozone layer. That's mainly chlorofluorocarbons. But the natural gas does produce less carbon dioxide per mile of driving than gasoline does.
Consider 90% less.
Right, but but methane by itself, if there are releases of methane, for example, they have a much larger global warming impact than carbon dioxide does. So we have to be very sure that when we are filling our cars and stuff like that, that the connections are very tight, not only to prevent global warming, but also other kinds of warming that happen when you ignite a spark in a enclosed space filled with natural gas.
More acute types of warming.
That's right. That's right.
So really, natural gas is far from a panacea from an environmental standpoint.
Well, not only, it's also a medium-term measure, because as with oil, we're going to run out of natural gas. It's a fossil fuel. It has the same biotic sources that oil does. It's just in a slightly different form. It's going to run out eventually, and unless we start using it more intelligently, we're going to run into the same supply problems that we currently have with oil, and the price going like this all over the place.
We've only got a minute left, and Commissioner, let me ask you what you would like our viewers to do on a personal basis and perhaps in terms of contacting their congresspeople.
Well, first off, use mass transportation. Get out of your automobile if you're using an automobile, or carpool, ride a bike. Oh, those are wonderful things to do. You should write to Washington to say that you favor mass transportation. Here in New York City, we're 40% of the mass transportation in the whole country. We get 20% of the federal dollars for mass transportation. We need to have an improved balance.
Mr. Watson, we have
I would echo exactly what the commissioner said. I would also say, if you're going to buy a car, make sure it gets at least 40 miles a gallon, because we've got some folks over in the Mideast that are fighting for your cars.
Okay. Commissioner Riccio, Mr. Watson, Ms. Trench, thank you all very much for coming in. And as you've heard, it'll take major changes to get New York City's air pollution problem under control, and yet, as you've also heard, the solutions seem to be out there. The question for government and the public now is, do we have the political will? Thanks for watching tonight. Join me next week, right after Race to Save the Planet, when our topic will be environmental racism. Do minorities and the poor suffer more than their fair share from pollution? I'm Brian Lehrer. Good night. Good evening, I'm Brian Lehrer, and this is the final edition of our 10-part series, Endangered Our Urban Environment. Tonight we'll try something a little different. Instead of looking at one particular environmental problem, we'll talk about all of them and which ones really pose the greatest threats. You know, a lot of scientists say the things we fear are usually not the things that will kill us. So tonight we'll find out what the experts think are really the environmental problems that we should worry about. And we'll compare those to the things that the government is spending the most money on. The results should be interesting. And of course, we'll take your phone calls in a few minutes. Right now, let's meet our guests for tonight. Professor Miro Todorovic is the Executive Director of Scientists and Engineers for Secure Energy, and he's a physics professor at Bronx Community College. Also, we have Michael Golobter, Assistant Commissioner for Environmental Quality at the New York City Department of Environmental Protection. And in a few minutes, we'll be joined by Eric Goldstein from the Natural Resources Defense Council. Gentlemen, good evening. Thank you both for coming in.
Good evening. Thank you.
And Mr. Golobter, I think a good place to start might be to find out just what the city government does spend its environmental protection money on. Can you single out something that is the -- item in your budget?
Absolutely. The #1 environmental protection item for us is water pollution control and sewage treatment. That's been ignored as an environmental issue for the last 3 decades as a result of the works of our forebears. But at the turn of the century and through the early parts of this century, wastewater and the disposal of sewage in cities was clearly one of the largest environmental hazards and a real risk to the public health. And a large part of our budget is spent at 14 sewage treatment plants around the city treating sewage.
So that became the #1 priority some years ago, and it's still that today.
That's right. It's in terms of budgetary allocation. That's right.
Yeah, Professor Todorovic, does that sound like it should be at the top of the list in your view?
In a very concentrated urban area like New York City, obviously we have the greatest back-end problem of whatever we produce on the front end.
The back-end problem really being the sewage treatment as opposed to the water, drinking water quality.
No, I mean, drinking water in New York, we are, I think, very privileged that we had early in the game those reservoirs built all over the city, around the city, and so I think, as far as I know from my travels, the water here is one of the best that you can have to drink.
Okay. Well, let's go down the list a little bit. What do you think might be the second and the third areas?
Well, the second area is clearly our drinking water. We bring a lot of it in. We spend a lot of time making sure there's an adequate supply, which in and of itself brings environmental benefits in terms of cleanliness and the ability of people to consume water in industry and stuff like that, as well as a large chunk of our money is spent on protecting the watersheds upstate and the quality of the water in the city. So those are our two biggest functions.
So really the two biggest functions are water outflow, the sewage treatment, and water inflow, the drinking water.
That's right. But we have other functions that I think are start ranking up there. Certainly the control of air pollution, the control of hazardous materials in the city, as well as a variety of other smaller functions, noise, noise pollution control and things like that.
One of the interesting things is that you're comparing, in a very real sense, a health risk, which is the drinking water pollution control, and an ecological risk, the sewage treatment, which, correct me if I'm wrong, is not that much of a risk to health, but fouls the waters, fouls the Hudson River, and so forth. How do you make a comparison between those two in determining which is more important?
Well, I don't like to make those kind of direct comparisons. I don't really think it's appropriate to rank the risks that are really different. I mean, remember the first reason we treated sewage was to get it out of the city safely, and originally that was a public health risk. The reason we treat it now is to clear the waters surrounding the city, which #1 can in fact pose a significant public health risk in terms of just the availability of putrescible matters in the water, as well as the reduction of risk to fish that might be consumed by people in the city or people in surrounding areas. But in fact, a lot of the focus in terms of the effectiveness of our plans has been focused on reducing the environmental and ecological risks to the environmental and ecological systems. The two are very connected in a city particularly so surrounded by water like New York, as is New York. And I guess I don't like to rank them per se. I think they're both things that we have to pay very close attention to, particularly given the magnitude of wastewater that we treat from the city.
Professor Todorovic, the federal EPA a few years ago did a comparison of what the public considered important with what its own scientists considered important in terms of cancer risk. And they found some very interesting things. I have some notes here. The public was most concerned with hazardous waste disposal, water pollution, and chemical plant accidents as the top 3. And EPA's own scientists were concerned with lung cancer from indoor radon, skin cancer from ozone depletion, and urban air pollution. That's fascinating. Why such a difference?
Well, we have the response of the public dependent on the education that they are getting. Now, it just comes so that certain things from the point of view of the media, which very often have an entertaining component, are more close to be attractive to present.
Yes, we hope that we can be entertaining as well as informative.
Well, but you see, radon is a totally invisible thing, while a smokestack belching smoke is something that you can project. I just saw at the introduction of this little segment.
Right, with the smokestacks and the cars and the fumes.
And so, unfortunately, then very often the visual, the entertaining overpowers actually the factual. And on the other hand, I think it's the duty of the scientist to precisely be there, and not just as teachers, researchers, but also as public educators. And that's why my wife told me, well, I am allowing you to go there tonight because it's a very important function. I'm very rarely at home, you see, so.
Yes, the professor's night out to be on television tonight. Mr. Globetrotter, is that a problem for you working in the environmental field in government, that the public wants you to focus on things that you don't think are the most important?
In some ways, yes, I guess, and in some ways, no. I think there are a lot of different ways to stress the environment and the people, and a lot of different ways in which people experience a stressed environment. If we were to look at what the greatest risks were to humans, we might not spend a whole lot of money protecting areas that most of us don't spend a lot of time in, wilderness and other places like that. But people are concerned about those areas anyway, and they're concerned about the health of their ecosystem and the system that they live in. Those concerns can be for aesthetic reasons, they can be for reasons of just things that they believe they're sensitive to or that they're particularly concerned about. I think the public's feelings about what is important need to be respected, and they do conflict with some of the things that we have to do and some of the things that can cause the greatest environmental damage. On the other hand, I think they are very often fairly right on. Hazardous waste, for example, very difficult problem to quantify its risks to human health. At the same time, if you had a truck dump some in your front lawn in an accident, you'd be extremely concerned. And in that kind of proximity, it does become a real problem. So while hazardous waste might not be a problem for people who live in suburban, might not be as much of a risk for people who live in suburban areas where there's more space for spills to happen, people, I think, are very concerned about things that happen in their front yards. And in New York City, for example, we have a fairly substantial hazardous waste program because we're in close confines, and those kind of events can have more substantial effects.
All right, we'll talk more about that in a couple of minutes. Right now, I want to turn to our viewers and invite people to call up and tell us which environmental risks are the most important to you. It'll be interesting to see some of the comparisons, to see what you think is very important in terms of environmental protection compared to what the people on our panel here think tonight. And our phone number is 669-2222, 669-2222. Call us up and tell us what you think are the most important environmental areas for the government to be spending its money on. Professor, go ahead.
Just comment a little bit on this question about the perception and what creates a perception and how the consequences are. You remember not so long ago the travel of that barge with some
garbage
which made half of the world around. It finally came back to Queens or wherever and was safely buried here. For a scientist, all the time, this was kind of a comical operetta. There were even cartoons about the flies flying over that barge somewhere in the Caribbean while the thing was completely dry, packaged, and so on. And the only end of this whole story was that probably when the garbage came back to New York, every pound of it was worth in gold weight because so much money was spent on something that was really totally
the question being the hazardousness of the material that was in there.
As projected by some kind of impressions rather than what the scientist really sees.
Well, joining us now in our studios is Eric Goldstein, Senior Staff Attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council and co-author of the New York Environment book. Mr. Goldstein, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Brian.
And let me bring you in on that point because that was a very visible environmental episode to the public, the garbage barge floating around from port to port without being able to find a home because everybody was afraid of the supposedly hazardous material that was in there. Was that blown way out of proportion?
I don't think so. I think that I would differ with the professor respectfully on that one. The garbage barge was a symbol. But symbols are very important in the environmental world and in politics generally. And it was a symbol both of our inability to deal with garbage generally as a problem in New York and the United States, and it was also a symbol of the United States exporting its problems. Maybe that garbage barge didn't have hazardous materials, but as a routine operation, the United States exports hazardous materials and tries to have them sold in other countries, tries to have hazardous waste that can't legally be disposed of here, buried in other countries. So while the garbage barge itself only symbolized those issues, there are some very serious solid waste issues behind it.
Professor, do you think that sometimes scientists who focus on mathematical risks and very quantitative aspects and scientific aspects of this can sometimes lose sight of the symbolism, the equity concerns that environmentalists like Mr. Goldstein might be more concerned with?
I think that progressive and purposeful politics in the past was aware of a degree of symbolism in most of the political matters, and I don't think that scientists like myself is oblivious to that. But the question is always to what extent something takes over and pushes the thing to an extreme where then one start thinking whether those monies spent on the symbol are not depriving some real life problems of being addressed, where with the same amount of expenditure one could do much, much more necessary good rather than only to highlight something that can be highlighted in some other ways also without really having the show, a guerrilla theater.
I don't see how the garbage issue is an improper expenditure of money. I mean, we have half of this nation gets its water from underground drinking water systems. For years, we deposited most of our trash into unlined landfills, and so that many of those systems around the nation now are unfit for human drinking consumption. That's a very real problem. So I'm not sure I see the professor's point on that.
All right, Mr.
May
go
I
ahead,
just
Professor, please.
right of response, as I would tell to one of my students, you have misinterpreted what I had said. Not that the garbage problem is one which is not of importance, but rather that the symbolism that was attached to a non-problem of a particular kind was misplaced.
All right, I don't want to go around and around on this one issue, but Mr. Globter, I believe you were working for a congressional committee at the time of the garbage barge, if I'm not mistaken.
It was actually a little before that, but that's all right. I'm familiar with the incident.
I was just wondering how people who were concerned about the environment on that particular committee looked at that, and for that matter, how you, even in your current position, would use, let's say, quantitative risk assessment, a mathematical risk assessment, to determine spending priorities as opposed to what people are emotionally concerned about?
Well, that is I think that's there's a problem in doing that, really, in the sense that many of the ways in which the country as a whole and many of the ways in which we have our spending patterns have been determined have arisen in a somewhat haphazard fashion through environmental legislation and regulation. So a lot of the money we spend has in fact been predetermined through the political process, through laws that pass Congress. Again, I don't think that's an illegitimate way of determining how to spend the money. We do live in a democracy, and people have a right to decide what they think the important issues are. On the issue of the barge itself, I think it illustrates that problem a little bit, the problem between localities and the federal government, where a lot of the policy is set. Garbage is a problem where we claim to have a priority of needing to reduce solid waste, to reduce waste generally. We need to recycle it. We need to then perhaps incinerate it, and then perhaps landfill it. In that order, and there's a hierarchy there that we that we tend to prefer. New York was blamed for that barge. The real blame comes in the fact that the government has set the regulation in just the opposite way. The rules about landfilling are now the most certain. We know how to landfill garbage. We're having trouble doing it, finding places to do it, but we know how to do it. And so people use that for 30 years. We are now getting more certitude in the rules about incineration, and people are using that. And in fact, there's still no standards and still no regulation of source reduction or recycling, which means that industry and government agencies like my own are having a lot of trouble putting those tools in place to protect the environment. They're cheaper, and they're better, and they reduce risk more effectively.
All right, let's go to our first phone call right now. As I mentioned to you, we're going to be taking calls from our viewers tonight, and let's take our first call. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Hi, I live in Manhattan, and I'm sorry to jump from topic, but I'm going to ask something about air pollution.
We'll be jumping from topic to topic all night on this show. Go ahead.
Yeah, I live in Manhattan, and I work in Midtown, and I'm always concerned about the air pollution. It's on site every day, and I'm wondering about the quantity of lead in the air from regular gasoline. Is that a problem, or I know that it's going to be phased out eventually, but I've always been wondering.
All right, let's deal with that, Mr. Goldstein. This is one of the great successes of environmental protection in the last 2 decades, isn't it?
It sure is. And in a nutshell, the federal government has now reduced by about 95% the amount of lead in gasoline. Back in the early 70s, as many as 250,000 tons a year of lead were being discharged into the nation's air. That has largely been reduced. Lead remains a problem in New York City, primarily because lead in paint in older homes in poorer communities and in communities where people of color reside. That is still a continuing issue. But in terms of lead in the air, that has been a success story.
All right. Do we all agree on that? Professor, do you agree? The lead in the air has been reduced, and that was worth spending money on and regulating?
It actually didn't cost that much to do. We are actually looking now at the Department of Environmental Protection at how to reduce the last vestiges. In fact, about 0.1% of the gasoline sold in the city is still leaded, and we're not sure what the percentage is coming into the city from the suburbs. Given the density of the city, that may still be a little bit of a problem, and we're looking at it. It's been reduced by by several orders of magnitude. Well, a couple of orders of magnitude.
All right. Now, Mr. Goldstein brings up the problem of the remaining lead hazard, which is primarily to children living in the poorer communities in the city. And I wonder if this isn't a good example of the problems with the way government decides how to allocate money. A few weeks ago, we did a whole program in this series on the problem of environmental racism, as some people call it, where the people who are poor in the city, which turns out to be the people of color in the city, don't have the clout. So the money is not spent on the lead problem that might be spent on other problems, even though the risk is so widespread among the poor children in our city. Do you agree?
Yeah, it is really the issue of lead in the environment is one of the lead beyond leaded gasoline is one of the tragedies, I think, of environmental protection work. Lead poisoning at lower levels than we used to see in the 60s and the 70s continues to be a pervasive environmental health problem, and it's one that's really entirely preventable. The problem is that getting rid of lead in paint is almost as difficult as getting rid of asbestos in housing. I really don't know why we haven't paid more attention to the issue, as much attention to the issue of lead in paint as we have to asbestos, except for the fact, of course, that most of the victims are poor people who live in dilapidated housing.
Dr. Todorovich, you're saying that's the reason?
Yeah, obviously, it's the squeaky wheel has gotten the grease, and what's been left behind are the children of color and the poor in New York City who have the least political clout.
Professor Todorovich,
well, I don't know how to respond to that. We lived most of our lives in this building, where we are now built in 1912. I have no idea what kind of paint is on the walls or under the walls. We had 2 children. We tried to educate them not to eat that paint or anything like that. And the educational component under such circumstances as under the circumstances of asbestos, which, for example, in many respects should not have been tempered perhaps, but just kept there and covered and so on. This kind of understanding of what is between possible options, the better one, is, I think, an aspect which also should be given a lot of attention.
Meaning that parents should be educated on how to educate their children?
Well, we try to educate them on AIDS and all that in massive ways. I think when there is a lobby for that, you can accomplish it.
Do you think that this is a risk, because we're talking about ranking the risks tonight, do you think that this is a risk that's getting too little attention compared to how widespread the problem is?
Well, if I can really now mention something that my friend to the right-hand side will not be so happy, perhaps. is that rather than put so much effort on essentially non-existing problem of apples and Allah, which finally every school in the country heard about after all the programs that were given there, if one would put even a portion of that on this question of lead in paint and the importance and so on, I think one would have put the money again in a better kitty.
I'm going to hold the ALAR question for a moment because we'll get into that later, and I don't want to start a whole discussion on that and lock out our callers. So let's go to the phones again and take another call. We will get back to the apples question, but hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
How you doing? My question is directed to Michael Golofter. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay. I am doing a term paper for school in reference to the Environmental Protection Agency. And I've been stonewalled when I went to the building at 270 Broadway, which I believe is...
All right, now that's the federal EPA, isn't it?
270 Broadway?
Yeah, New York State building.
Yeah, it's a state. It may be the state DEC.
That's the state DEC.
Yeah. Okay. I wonder if you can tell me exactly where we can register complaints in reference to the environment in New York City in particular, or other major cities throughout the country. Actually, in New York City in particular.
All right, help him with his homework.
Also, are there any representatives in that building that we can talk to?
Well, at 270, I'm not sure. The DEC main offices in this region are in Long Island City and in Queens, but other than that, we would be happy to take your complaints about the environment in New York City. Depending on what kind of complaint it is, you need to address yourself to the federal government, to ourselves, or to the state.
All right.
Incidentally, the federal office is at Federal Plaza, which is just up Broadway from 270.
What's the most common complaint that you get?
Gosh.
When the public calls the DEP, what do they call about?
I guess because of our large water function, they call a lot about water problems, whether it's a water main break or foul water or sewer breaks. We get calls about noise. We get calls about air pollution. We get calls across the whole range, really. So.
Can I tell you what an environmental group gets as its two top calls?
Please.
Recycling, and how to recycle and why enough recycling isn't happening, and pollution from buses and trucks. Those are the two that we get the most of here.
I'm sorry, what was the second one?
The second was diesel pollution from buses and trucks.
Right.
And we get a lot of calls about smoke, too.
Which brings us back to the air pollution question that the first caller brought up. This is got to be one of the top.
But you see, this is a question that is beyond simply the budget of the city of New York, and that's why probably when you asked Mr. Golopta the question at the beginning, this was not there because it's not a budgetary question. When the West Way was supposed to be built at one point so that it takes some of the truck traffic from the center of these streets, avenues to the outskirts, the monies I think were basically state or federal money.
A lot of federal and air pollution
I
control.
think here we are hitting on something very significant, which is, I think, not properly addressed. If these trucks and other vehicles which bring things down in town Manhattan, where there is a garment district and so on, have to stop every red light and diesel or whatever, and then speed up and again stop. This is a multiplication of the problem that would not be there if these vehicles could just somehow go roundabout and come straight in without stopping.
Well, I'm going to have to jump in on that one, because you can say what you want about the West Side Highway project, but you can't justify it on environmental grounds. There's a discredited theory that if you just build more highways, you'll solve the pollution problems of motor vehicles by allowing them free access. What reality shows is that every time you build a highway, you attract more traffic to it and more congestion. And the Westway project, aside from attracting huge amounts of new traffic, had it been built, would also done grave damage to the Hudson River, which is one of the most productive estuaries in the United States. There was damage to the marine environment, and there would have been damage to the air from that destructive project. It was traded in intentionally so that we could get additional money for public transit, which is how 9 out of every 10 people who come into Manhattan travel.
So, Professor, you're saying that we would have had less air pollution if we had Westway because there'd be less stop and go for the trucks. And you're saying there would have been more because there would have been more vehicles in the city.
Absolutely.
I'm talking about the vehicles that are anyway coming into the city. I don't see how building the Westway will there be an increase in commerce in downtown, which is already pretty much saturated. And I do think that what Mr. Goldstein said was essentially the position of his organization, which was not agreed with the governor of the state, at the same time the mayor, the labor union, and a host of other...
I think I think your disagreement is clear on that, and I don't want to spend too much time re-arguing Westway.
I would like to clarify that this mayor had his doubts about Westway from way back, and that there is a concern about whether building additional capacity will clear the air or worsen it. And I think at this point we're pretty clear that what we don't need is more traffic. We do need to take care of the traffic situation and get traffic moving better.
And you say it wouldn't create more traffic.
Here, if I can add, our organization from 1979 was in favor of fast development of electrically powered vehicles for the inner cities, and I think this is the ultimate solution.
Probably all
but
agree
this has
on
not been done.
That. All right, let's take another phone call. Hello, you're on the air.
Yes, I'm calling about indoor air quality. I know the EPA, the federal EPA, has a number of regulations on outdoor air, yet for indoor air problems, there are really no regulations that directly tie in.
All right, good question.
I think that's a real problem.
Yeah, Mr. Goldstein, let me start with you on this. Are we too concerned about the outdoor air, because everybody thinks about the outdoor environment, when we spend 90% of our time, city dwellers do, inside?
Right. I don't think it's a question of too concerned, and I don't think it's an either or. We don't want to sort of trade off clean air for pure water, and we don't want to trade off bad outdoor air for clean indoor air. But the caller is right. We haven't spent enough time on indoor air pollution. People spend a lot of their time in indoor air pollution, and I think even the professor will agree that the risks of indoor air pollution are especially high from sources like indoor smoking, from radon, and from other interior uses that we have in our homes all the time.
And again, Professor, this is what the EPA, in that survey that I mentioned before, ranked as the #1 cancer risk by its own scientists, is radon.
There were many of these scientists who early in the game emphasized that the push that was for quite a while to so enclose the buildings because of the energy crisis that there is almost no circulation. Even the little holes from the electrical contacts were supposed to be plugged, are actually going against, in a cross purpose, against this other threat, which is quite significant.
Because if you have better ventilation, then you have less of a threat from radon.
There is never an absolute good. There is a good, and one, of course, is in contradiction with the other, and one has to maximize
that. Except that many of the problems that are in the indoor environment are, again, man-made. If you seal yourself in a tightly sealed natural cave, the only real problem of this sort that we're going to run into is radon, and that's a problem that can be resolved through proper building engineering.
Yep.
So there's no I don't think it's a trade-off. I think it's an issue, again, of needing
trade-off between that and what I hear all the time from Con Edison now, because it's popular, enclose your things so tightly, we will tell you how to insulate it.
I must say, with all respect, that is another real misnomer. There is no conflict between having clean indoor air and having energy-efficient usage in your apartment. When you have a very tight seal on your home or apartment, you're closing off the air exchange by about 35%. That is dwarfed by the amount of air exchanges that occur naturally, which could differ even in apartments by several 100%. It simply is not true that you have to trade off energy conservation for indoor air pollution control. And if you're concerned about indoor air pollution control, the main thing you do, as Michael has said, eliminate the source. Don't have indoor smoking, deal with your radon problem, and get rid of particle board with formaldehyde and things like that.
Mr. Goldstein, I would appreciate if this kind of opinion your organization were willing to put at the test and judgment of experts, and then abide with to that.
Well, what are you skeptical of there, Professor?
There's an example, for example, with the proposition, whatever the number was in California, the big green so-called. It turned out that during the campaign of last fall, 3 professors in Berkeley, economics or whatever, wanted to make an economic analysis of the situation, so to see the trade-offs, which of course some other deny they exist. It's interesting that it's coming to the surface that there was a very hard political pressure made by the organization, the NRDC, through the political system, to prevent these professors to doing the research and publishing it when they want to publish it.
I only wish that NRDC and the environmental community was as powerful as the professor suggests.
Oh, you are very.
Well, on this issue, the issue of energy conservation versus indoor air pollution energy is by far and away the use of energy, the production of energy, the mining of energy, the greatest environmental despoiler. To put it as this kind of trade-off is a little misleading.
No, we're talking about houses. We're not talking about.
But if you don't insulate houses, you use more energy and you increase environmental pollution where the materials are mined, where the energy is created, and where we breathe the air, which is right here. We're not. I don't think it's a trade-off again. I think we make too many oppositions here. It is.
But there is some technical trade-off, according to what I've read, that if you seal up your house better and you have a high radon level, you're increasing your risk from that radon. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying you have to acknowledge that.
The federal government, the state, need to increase information to the consumer about the kind of products they use in their homes to reduce pollution.
Professor, are you skeptical of the need to conserve energy? Are you of the mind that we have plenty of fossil fuel for all of time and this is not an issue?
First of all, I don't smoke, because this was mentioned before. I have a solar panel on top of my house, in a summer house, because I think whatever is available should be used. I am by nature, I was brought up in Wotan, Europe, very conducive to not be wasteful on anything. But you see, again, taking this as a fetish and only working on that as being the most important and so on, while when people do the analysis, they find other trade-offs which are important to do.
Energy conservation is what you're saying is a fetish.
Energy conservation as a cure for all and as a thing that should be absolutely overpowering everything else, like in the question of how much to enclose the house or not, I think is a wrong approach.
Let's take another phone call right now. You're on the air. Welcome.
Hi. My question is, what is New York City doing to, aid in the prevention of global warming? Why haven't they adopted a tree planting system?
I'm glad you mentioned global warming, because we were just talking about the problems with energy. And Mr. Goldstein, in your book, you rate global warming as the #1 environmental threat in the world. Is that your position?
Well, I think it's the position not only of NRDC, but of the National Academy of Sciences and of most independent scientists who've looked at the issue. The threat, in a nutshell, is burning fossil fuels like oil and gas will result in is already resulting in a gradual warming of the planet. And the best scientific projections now are between 3 and 7 degrees is the increase in temperature we will experience by the middle of the next century. That will create all kinds of significant environmental problems, and it's one reason, but not the only one, why we have to reduce the amount of energy we consume.
Professor, how important is global warming in your view?
First, there is definitely the increase in concentration of carbon dioxide and other pollutant in air, which do contribute, according to the theory, to the retention of solar energy. Despite of that fact, however, it is not correct to say that there is any hard evidence as of now, and I'm not with that trying to poo-poo the need for being careful, but as a scientist, I like to call the spade a spade. There was not yet determined anywhere that there was an increase in warming, which may come, it may not come because of some other cooling effects of the Earth and so on and so on. But when it comes now to the question of solutions for that problem, we are very excited by what, for example, the French have done by converting their entire electrical production exclusively to nuclear and hydro, and therefore have reduced the CO2 production in their country and in Europe to a significant amount. Now, people in the United States, for various reasons, seem to be very skeptical of nuclear power, afraid of radiation and so on. I find, however, very interesting that even the members of NRDC, when they travel to France, never feel in any way endangered. They like La Belle France and Riviera and everything, although they are closer to a nuclear installation than any else in the world.
Let me answer the caller's question, which is what the city is doing about this problem. Mayor Dinkins has put forth a fairly aggressive conservation agenda, both a short-term conservation agenda to guard us against possible shocks in oil prices this winter, as well as a long-term conservation agenda that involves negotiating with Con Edison and other utilities in the area to promote energy conservation in the city in the long run. And as we know, energy is again the largest contributor to the problem of global warming. In addition to that, the mayor has put forward a fairly aggressive alternative fuels program, and many alternative fuels reduce the contribution to global warming from automobiles. Within the city, on the issue generally, I'm a little torn as an environmental scientist. I think at the time and scale that we're talking about, global warming is a very serious problem. As a city environmental official, however, I think that we need to continue to focus on the health and the well-being of the citizens of this city as well as the citizens of the country. Global warming is an issue which I think has been taken up on all sides as a way of globalizing the environmental debate, as a way of once again turning our attention externally on problems that do not immediately impact on people in this country.
But does that have the effect of being a distraction, again for the sake of symbolism, I think, on the part of environmental groups, a distraction from the real issues that the city has to deal with today, lead in children and so forth?
Absolutely. I mean, I cannot compare lead poisoning to global warming. I think lead poisoning is a far greater tragedy. We're losing the vitality of our youth every day. You can't put numbers on either of those risks. I think the attention, though, that is being put on global warming compared to, for example, the tragedy of lead or the tragedy of urban air pollution is misplaced.
Yeah. See, that's one of the problems of government generally, is its difficulty to focus on more than one problem at any one time, so that government will lurch from addressing one issue to another one. And under Commissioner Appleton at DEP, the city has really made some progress, at least in the philosophy of solving problems. But I would disagree with Michael here, because we don't have a choice of whether we want to just deal with the lead problem or global warming.
But Mr. Goldstein, what I hear you saying over and over again tonight is we don't have to choose between conservation and radon risk. We don't have to choose between lead and global warming.
Well, we don't.
We have a very finite budget, and the budget is going down, not up. We do have to prioritize.
But that suggests that all of those are expenses that we have to pay out. And for example, the city dealing with global warming could do a number of things that would save it money. It could insulate all of its buildings properly and save money on utility costs. It could convert its fleet to get 50 miles to the gallon for the several thousand cars it has in the fleet. I think it's something like 20,000. I don't know the number for sure, rather than 25 gallons. So there are initiatives that the city could take to save money on global warming and deal with the problem that way. They would also then be sending out a signal to the state and the federal government and the international community that it's an important project that has to be launched. After all, if the temperature increases, I know it's difficult for the city to think in terms of 50 years. It's sometimes hard at any city government to think even 5 years in advance. But there will be widespread flooding throughout the United States, including our airports right here in New York and many low-lying areas in Brooklyn and Queens.
Eric, in all fairness, I think I agree with you. I think there is not an issue here of shutting one issue out versus another. And clearly global warming will have a major impact that our agency is looking at, not just on our ability to treat our sewage, but on our ability to provide drinking water.
But again, perhaps there's a political agenda on NRDC's part when it lists that as the #1 environmental issue, and you're still dealing with containing lead in children.
That's right. Our hope is, I'm not. Again, I don't think it is a real disagreement.
All right, let's leave that one right there.
We have to do more with as little as we have, which is unfortunately.
And let's take another phone call right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello. I'd like to know why the government doesn't encourage people to do things on their own to make changes in the environment. Like I think, for instance, like the government does nothing to encourage people riding bicycles. And I think that if a lot of people rode bicycles in the city, it would significantly cut down the air pollution. But the government decides that people will not ride bicycles.
Right. That's
and then they discourage people from riding them, and I think it's too bad.
That's a good one for the Transportation Commissioner. But what about the role of government in general in encouraging people to be more environmentally sound in their own lives?
Well, I think that is an approach that this administration is really trying to take. I think recycling, which although it was started in the prior administration, the public education effort on that has really been stepped up in this administration. Our Department of Environmental Protection has had a long history of reaching out to the public on water conservation, and as a matter of fact, we've really adopted an approach of really relying on the public for our future water supply.
Mr. Goldstein, is this a good thing? I would imagine that NRDC might say, no, don't tell people what to do in their own lives, because that's going to be a drop in the bucket. What government's role is to place regulation on industry, on cars, things like that.
Well, there's a mixed picture on that. Obviously, to solve some of these problems, we ultimately need the public to understand what the issues are and to understand the importance of them. And so for things like energy conservation and others, we really need the public to understand the issues and to begin the efforts themselves. That doesn't mean that the government doesn't have a significant role to play. In this case, if you're talking about energy conservation, the single most important thing government can do needs to be done in Washington. They are really the folks who have to pass national energy standards that would increase gasoline mileage for vehicles, because now if I want to buy a car that gets 60 or 70 miles to the gallon, I don't have that choice. So there are some things government has to do and some things we all have to do.
All right. I think Mr. Goldstein should probably know that there are serious questions as to how far can you push the mileage without reducing dangerously the safety of people driving in the cars. And I'm not saying this because I want to just make things
Explain what you mean by that.
Well, to increase the mileage, you must reduce the weight of the car. To reduce the weight of the car, you must go more and more from the sturdy old building of a chassis and the body and make all one thing out of aluminum.
Now, this is a very interesting issue because, again, along the lines of ranking the risks, what you're saying is there are a lot more people dying in automobile crashes from unsafe cars and unsafe driving practices than there are people dying from air pollution. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and in addition, I heard already twice here the statement that global warming is mostly produced by energy production. This is by no means correct. The agricultural production produces a large percentage of the gases that go into global warming. There are certified data that the burning of the grass in Africa, for example, contribute in that area much more to the increase of CO2 than anything else. So I think that here we are then, pardon me, in a myopic way, again, narrowing the focus to one thing, we push it, and we disregard the other
Let me just quickly respond to that. The United States is the single largest country in contributor to global warming gases. We consume so much more than other nations that it's not even worth discussing. And we have got to clean up our own act.
Sir, it is worth discussing, and the rest you can say, but don't start with such statements.
I'm going to have to agree with Eric. This country produces 25% of the greenhouse gases.
But there is not worth discussing anything else. That's what I'm saying.
There's a basic consensus in the scientific community that the United States, which has our highest standard of living in many respects, although certainly not all, is a major consumer of energy and therefore is a major contributor to the global warming problem. And the energy and the transportation sector alone is a major source in the United States.
But what about the health risk question? If a lot more people are dying in car crashes than are dying from air pollution risks, maybe we need to compare the two literally rather than just say we need to do this and we need to do this.
Maybe we do, but I'm not sure that the environmental advocates and the government scientists who are saying we've got to do more to increase gasoline mileage would be saying trade-off. Again, I don't see the trade-off. No one is saying do this overnight, and no one is saying do this without planning. Yes, first of all, if everyone wore their seatbelts and if everyone met speed limits, we would do a vast amount to reduce deaths now. No one is minimizing the danger to Americans from the automobile. But again, it's not an either-or situation. And Volvo, to cite just one company, has already designed a car that meets and exceeds safety standards and gets over 50 miles per the gallon, but is not in production because there hasn't been a mandate to do that yet from government.
I mean, that Volvo, which was on that advertisement, supported by some special strut, so there was a big scandal. But let's put that aside. May I just add one more rectification of the thing? This story about the United States being the bigger consumer of energy and so on without qualification. We are also one of the biggest producer and exporter of food for the world. And food in this country, production, is a very energy-intensive proposition. So we do use, yes, a lot of energy. We're an entire continent, but part of this energy is re-exported in those goods which the other countries.
So you're drawing a connection between hunger around the world and energy consumption in the U.S.
Of course.
In all fairness, I think that this really represents the dilemma that we as environmentalists face. The issue of car safety, for example. For a long time, Detroit fought and continues to fight real advances in automobile safety. At the same time, when it's convenient because it's more painful to fight the controls on air pollution, they're now saying that automobile safety should be the primary concern and we need to keep our big chunks of steel. This is really not a proper way to set an environmental agenda. Environmentalism is not something that goes counter to advancement, to living comfortably. It's something that we need to learn to integrate with our way of life today in this country and around the world.
All right, let's take another phone call. Hello, you're on Endangered Our Urban Environment.
Yes, gentlemen. I'm really enjoying this show. I think it's very interesting. There's a real contrast here. But I think we've grown to the point where environmental issues, we're all aware of them. And I know I'm going to, disqualify myself by saying this, but I happen to be a cigarette smoker. But it seems ludicrous to me.
Forget it. We won't take your question.
No, hold it. It seems ludicrous to me that the people, they sit up here, the administration people and everything, they pat themselves on the back that they got smoking banned in Grand Central Station, or they had this happen or that happen. Meanwhile, the federal standards for air quality in New York City have not met them since 1979. We got ozone problems, we got too much traffic, we got too many trucks coming in.
All right.
To me, other administrations, Washington does not allow trucks coming into the city, during working hours.
Washington, D.C. as a city?
Washington, D.C. They've done things to limit, car traffic. We don't seem to be able to bite the bullet about car traffic coming into the city.
All right, clearly there's more
when are we
that...
going to do something real? I mean, it's ludicrous that I sit in and they tell me I can't have a cigarette in Grand Central Station because my secondhand smoke is poisoning people.
Okay.
But I walk out at Lexington and 42nd Street.
Right.
It's like smoking 20 packs a day.
All right, we've got another comparison there.
Well, air pollution does a lot to a lot of people, but it does not kill 400,000 people a year like cigarettes. And cigarettes are clearly, and smoking is clearly one of the largest health risks and environmental risks that this country faces. The administration is moving forward on controlling air pollution in the city. It is difficult because, again, we've been abandoned by Washington. The Clean Air Act has been much weaker in a lot of ways than I think this administration would like to see it.
But he's saying there's more that the city could do in terms of restricting vehicle traffic in the city. He said Washington, D.C. does that.
Well, I don't think at this point that this administration is convinced that that's the way to go. It's clear that we have to reduce the flow